A sudden, muffled stir rippled through the corridor outside Vice President Marc DeHart's formal office, a tense, fluttering sound like sparrows scattering before a storm. DeHart kept his gaze on the young reporter seated across the imposing Roosevelt desk, maintaining a warm, attentive smile. She was new, a recent Penn State journalism graduate now with the Philadelphia Inquirer, and she still possessed that wide-eyed fascination with the political theater of Washington. He had to admire her nerve. She'd actually asked her editor for a shot at interviewing the vice president. That kind of initiative earned his respect. DeHart carried himself with the easy, confident stature of a man who looked like everyone's favorite relative, the one with the good stories at family gatherings. His hair was dark with distinguished silver at the temples, and his skin bore the lasting trace of a farmer's tan, a genetic gift since he hadn't spent real time on his tractor in years. He wasn't overly fond of the political spotlight, but he understood its utility, especially for someone in a role often dismissed as the government's backup plan. His smile still fixed on the reporter. He subtly tuned his ear to the commotion beyond the door, the urgent, hushed voices, the distinct creak of his secretary's chair as she sprang up, the quick footsteps. The Eisenhower building usually hummed with a quiet, bureaucratic lethargy, a stark contrast to the perpetual crisis engine of the nearby West Wing. Here, the grand, tiled hallways seemed to absorb sound and people, whereas the White House always felt on the verge of exploding. DeHart leaned back from the historic desk. He'd added his signature to the inside of the drawer, a tradition since Lyndon Johnson's time. He used this ornate, photogenic office for the ceremonial duties, the photo sessions, the diplomatic greetings, the press interviews, while his real work happened in a far more functional space in the West Wing. This interview, he suspected, was destined to be a friendly, lightweight piece from his home state paper, heavy on atmosphere and light on hard news. Truth be told, DeHart found talking about himself tedious and was almost grateful for the distraction. He'd never actively sought the vice presidency, nor the cabinet post before it. Life with his wife Dee had been perfectly content when he was a senator from Pennsylvania. That peace was shattered when President Jack Ryan recruited him first for Homeland Security and then for this. A pragmatist by nature, DeHart rose to his feet as the disturbance at the door intensified. The reporter, startled, fumbled her pen. "Is something wrong?" Keenan Mulvaney, the lead agent of DeHart's Secret Service detail, burst into the room, cutting her off. 3 more agents followed closely. DeHart suppressed a sigh. The service spirited him away to secure locations with a frequency he still found astonishing: a rogue drone, an unidentified plane, a threat on 17th Street. Any trigger would send a team swooping in. This time, they weren't alone. Arnie Van Dam, President Ryan's perpetually disheveled chief of staff, entered on their heels, his face a mask of barely contained agitation. DeHart offered the reporter a regretful look. "Please forgive me." "Duty calls." He moved to step around the desk, but Mulvaney held up a cautioning hand. "My apologies, Mr. Vice President, but she needs to leave, and I must ask you to remain right here, sir." Van Dam didn't speak. Instead, he wore a path in the carpet by the door, pacing like a caged predator, his eyes darting, jaw clenched tight enough to crack a walnut. It was a look of pure, undiluted crisis. As DeHart's secretary gently guided the confused reporter out, promising to reconnect, the vice president felt the familiar, unwelcome weight of impending bad news settle in the room. "The PEOC?" DeHart asked the moment they were alone, his tone implying the obvious question. "Are we headed to the Presidential Emergency Operations Center?" That underground bunker functioned as a secure, if brutally utilitarian, command post during crises. Any trip down there was a jolt, but some visits carried a heavier weight than others. The grim set of Van Dam's expression made it clear this would fall into the more severe category. Mulvaney gave a somber nod. "We'll use the underground route, Mr. Vice President." Beneath the White House and the Eisenhower Executive Office building lay a network of tunnels ripe for conspiracy theories, many of which Dehart hadn't even had time to ponder. Van Dam finally stopped worrying at a hangnail and gestured toward the door. "We'll pause here while your secretary clears the outer office." "All right," Dehart said with a slight shrug. "Care to give me the rundown, Arnie? Panama is going to hell as we speak," Van Dam stated flatly. "And right now we cannot locate President Ryan. The principals are assembling." The principals referred to the core members of the National Security Council. Mulvaney lifted a hand, receiving a message through his earpiece from an agent stationed outside. "We're clear to proceed, sir." Dehart remained rooted, his gaze locked on the chief of staff. "Define cannot locate for me." "It means precisely what it sounds like," Van Dam snapped, a pained wince crossing his face as if he'd bitten down on something hard. "The Secret Service has lost contact with the president, out of reach. Hurt, taken." He dismissed the next unthinkable possibility with a sharp wave. "It means you are the acting president until we find Jack Ryan." Venezuela, 4 days earlier. The ground branch team assigned to track and eliminate Guayaquil Fernando Gorshkov operated under the call sign Windward Station. Back at the office of the Director of National Intelligence in Liberty Crossing, the mission was designated Sudden Squall. Someone in the naming department, CIA officer Adam Yao, mused while staring out the dusty bus window at the passing Venezuelan jungle, clearly had a fascination with meteorology, or perhaps was an avid sailor. Nearing 40, Yao was clean-shaven with a perpetually tousled mop of black hair that resisted any attempt at neatness. Not that he bothered with product. He was fluent in English, Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish, but his true skill lay in listening, often speaking less than those around him. He stood tall with an athletic build reminiscent of a decathlete, powerful like a sprinter, yet lean enough for stamina. Though the sweltering bus was packed with men half-dressed, Yao's loose gray linen shirt, chinos, and desert boots kept his physique discreet, making him effectively forgettable, a trait crucial for surviving the night. As the old saying went, if you were 1 in a million in China, there were thousands just like you. While he didn't exactly blend with the local populace, Chinese, Japanese, and Middle Eastern surnames were common enough across South America to avoid undue attention. He wasn't Latino, but he certainly didn't look like an American, and in the fractured state of Venezuela, that distinction was everything. Stripped to its core, his team had 2 simple goals: kill Joaquin Gorshkov and survive the attempt. Over 15 years at the agency, Yao had learned that arranging a kill was a deceptively intricate affair. The same U.S. Code Title 50 that rendered his team covert and deniable also empowered the President and the National Security Council to act as a secret tribunal, labeling certain individuals as imminent threats to the United States and its people at least. That was the current legal interpretation. Contrary to spy thrillers and Hollywood blockbusters, CIA officers didn't make a habit of personally eliminating targets. The daily grind of intelligence work was often a slow, methodical process focused on the long-term goal of influencing beliefs and allegiances, persuading individuals that your ideology was superior or simply more lucrative. Casualties on either side signaled a catastrophic failure, though the recent climate had made more direct interventions, known as active measures, increasingly common. The threat board was crowded with adversaries whose sole ambition was to inflict harm on American citizens, necessitating decisive action to halt them. While targeted killings captured headlines, they were in practice as uncommon as finding a truly honest politician. Authorizing such an operation was a labyrinthine process, involving protracted investigations, exhaustive debates among National Security Council principals, and carefully crafted legal justifications from White House counsel, all culminating in the president's final approval. The bureaucratic machinery would then produce an authorization document, though Adam Yao had never heard it crudely termed a death warrant. Legal advisors employed layers of careful terminology. Past administrations had used various euphemisms like the A-list, remedial actions, or the disposition matrix. The term kill list was sometimes uttered in private, but almost never committed to paper. Everyone meticulously avoided any language associated with assassination, which remained unequivocally illegal under U.S. statute. Within the framework of American law, a clear distinction was drawn between assassination and a legally sanctioned targeted killing. Yet, for the operative in the field, both ultimately demanded actions that would horrify any ordinary well-adjusted person, betrayal administering toxins, or a method the Russians appeared to favor, defenestration. An instructor at the farm had once dryly informed Yao's class that Russian operational history suggested a minimum of 6 stories was required for the method to be reliably effective. Yao had no personal experience with pushing anyone from a window, but 6 stories did sound sufficient. This mission would mark his 3rd assignment, involving a capture or kill directive. It was highly unusual for an operations officer to receive direct communication from the upper echelons of the intelligence community, essentially his boss's boss's boss. So, when Mary Pat Foley connected him via secure video to the President of the United States, Yao's acceptance was immediate. In an agency where truth was often shrouded by deception, being entrusted was a rare and precious commodity. He accepted the leadership of Windward Station then and there, embracing every grim facet of the mission. Their target, whom they referred to as Friar, was among the most brutal individuals Yao had ever encountered. The code name was a reference to the target's own adopted moniker, Torquemada, invoking the infamous Spanish Dominican friar and Grand Inquisitor responsible for the torture and execution of thousands. Most people picturing the horrors of the Spanish Inquisition, the Iron Maiden, the rack, were unknowingly recalling the legacy of Tomas de Torquemada. Yao privately felt Friar was too benign a handle for such a monster, but it served its purpose for secure communications. Cursing him as a murdering son of a bitch in public would naturally attract unwanted attention. His carefully assembled team was primarily composed of former military personnel from Ground Branch, the agency's direct action specialists. Windward Station was not staffed by the stereotypical Pale and Yale CIA analyst. Nearly every member hailed from Latin American backgrounds. The operation had now dragged on for 11 arduous months, 2 weeks, and 6 days. Prior to their involvement, a sprawling manhunt involving the FBI, CIA, U.S. Special Operations Command, and multiple foreign agencies had spent over 2 years trying and failing to locate the elusive fugitive, who moved between hidden safe houses without leaving a trace. The catalyst for this relentless pursuit occurred 3.5 years earlier with the detonation of a liquid explosive device in the cafeteria of a Department of Defense elementary school at Aviano Air Base in Italy, a stark reminder of the stakes involved and the shadowy figure they were chasing. The tragedy at the school could have claimed far more lives if not for the quick thinking of a young teacher. This 26-year-old mother of 2 noticed a suspicious wire under a classroom table and managed to shepherd most of her students to safety. Sadly, she, a teacher's aide, and 3 second graders were killed when the bomb exploded during the frantic evacuation. The FBI had already been monitoring an online persona known as Torquemada, whose furious manifestos seethed with hatred for the United States. His writings didn't just criticize. They raged with the intensity of a fanatic. His entire ideology seemingly built on a foundation of pure animosity toward capitalism and American influence. Analysts noted that his phrases like condemning human rights as a tool of imperialism or vowing to annihilate to create a vacuum echoed the brutal rhetoric of Peru's Shining Path insurgents from decades past, or read like particularly violent song lyrics. This connection sent FBI agents to Peru, where they combed through old case files and assembled profiles of known militants. Among the documents was a simple, stapled booklet from a Catholic orphanage, a place some Shining Path members had oddly supported. It was like a rudimentary yearbook, listing just the names and photos of 19 children, from little kids to teenagers with no other details. At first, the names meant nothing. Then Torquemada struck again online, proudly claiming responsibility for the school attack and revealing specific, unreleased details about the bomb's placement. This confirmed his direct involvement. Authorities were sure they had their culprit, but he remained a ghost. Grainy security footage showed a man driving a stolen maintenance van away from the scene minutes before the explosion, but the image was too poor for any identification. The breakthrough came from a new persistent analyst who had a hunch. He took those 19 orphanage photos and used an AI program to digitally age the children, wondering what they might look like today. The idea gained approval, and the CIA was even asked to run its own separate analysis. Both agencies produced nearly identical projections. One photo of a boy with a bright, startled smile transformed into a face hauntingly similar to the van driver. The booklet gave his name as Joaquin. What followed was a painstaking, nearly year-long investigation across borders, slowly uncovering that the smiling boy was Joaquin Fernando Gorshkov, a man with dual Venezuelan and Russian citizenship. The evidence mounted that he and the venomous writer Torquemada were the same person. The hunt was on, but he remained at large. His arrogance, however, would betray him. 8 months after the school bombing, a horrific attack in the Bolivian mountains saw a U.S. medical team and 11 local women and children brutally murdered. Local authorities first suspected drug cartels until Torquemada, still believing himself anonymous, posted a gloating manifesto taking credit for the slaughter, unknowingly confirming the investigators' hard-won conclusions. 2 months after the initial attack, he struck again, this time targeting a medical clinic in Peru that was supported by American missionary funds. He slaughtered every person inside before setting the structure ablaze. No valuables were taken, and there was no notable political figure present. The common link was clear. Every victim was either an American citizen or had benefited from American aid. For that connection alone, volunteers, women, and children in both Bolivia and Peru had been brutally killed with hatchets and hammers. Torquemada would attack and then vanish, his ideological statements distributed like press releases after each atrocity. He found ideal hiding places in the tangled political landscapes of Russia and Venezuela, where he could operate in shadow. One of Yao's embedded assets, an officer within Russia's SVR Foreign Intelligence Service, believed the man known as Gorshkov occasionally worked as a hired enforcer for Kremlin interests. This asset, codenamed Vikar, confirmed the Russians maintained a file with his contact details but couldn't access it as long as Gorshkov remained useful. His employers kept it locked away. Meanwhile, Venezuela's intelligence service seemed more focused on harassing Windward Station agents than apprehending a serial killer disguised as a political revolutionary. Yao's team faced one frustration after another. Then, their luck shifted. Vikar delivered a breakthrough, a cell number for a Russian sushi chef who was reportedly Gorshkov's near-constant companion. Ironic for a man who railed against capitalism, how he seemed to relish its luxuries. This new burner number would be active briefly, but it was a window. Users of such phones grew complacent, thinking frequent disposal made them safe. But a chef wasn't a spy. Once Windward Station had the number, they could pinpoint his location, and by extension Gorshkov's within those few days. Time, however, was critical. Senior officials at Langley opposed Yao's proposed rapid operation into Venezuela, deeming it too reckless. They advocated a slower, safer method, watch lists, biometrics waiting to intercept the pair during travel. Yao, though typically patient, believed in seizing clear opportunities. Too much could go wrong waiting. The chef could have an accident, or Gorshkov, in one of his unstable rages, might turn the hammer on him for a botched meal. Fortunes change on a dime. Thankfully, the Director of National Intelligence agreed with Yao's assessment. Hesitation was for people who liked excuses. With official approval, the Windward Station team packed gear into ordinary backpacks and deployed to Colombia. They crossed into Venezuela with locals who drove over to sell cheap gasoline, keeping just enough for the return trip. Colombian guards monitored entries, not exits, and on the Venezuelan side, a few US dollars smoothed the passage from the border. A 9-hour bus ride brought them to Barquisimeto, a city of over 1 million in the state of Yaracuy. The team drove mile after tense mile, clinging to the faint hope they would reach the Hotel Tiffany before their lead went completely cold. The sushi chef's phone had last pinged there 5 silent hours ago. They found no trace of Joaquin Gorshkov. A sex worker named Lourdes Ortiz, operating from a grimy bar down the street, confirmed there had been a commotion at the hotel the previous night. Yao guessed her age was somewhere between a hard-lived 25 and a weary 45. Her dark hair was yanked back severely, and a garish red lipstick failed to mask a painful-looking sore at the corner of her mouth. She was an animated talker, her nicotine-stained fingers punctuating every sentence, her dramatic head tosses threatening to spill her from a too-tight blue top. Hoping to settle her, Yao bought her a beer. It didn't calm her, but it loosened her tongue. She insisted they move to a shadowy corner table. In a voice like grating metal, she described a convoy of expensive cars and grim-faced armed men that had emptied the street of even her regulars. Leaning in, she brandished her beer bottle near Yao's face. "Pirates," she hissed, the word dripping with implication. "Narcos, very bad men." Beer sloshed over her hand onto the table. She licked it off without breaking eye contact, then leaned back, appraising him with a sleepy, challenging gaze. "A handsome man like you," she said, patting the table, "does not look dangerous enough to fight pirates?" She finished the beer in one go, wiped her mouth on her arm, and winced. The gesture was either a flirtation or a provocation, likely both. "So, my love." She drummed her fingers, revealing another poorly concealed sore on her hand. "Are you?" Yao looked away, forcing a casual chuckle to mask his discomfort. "Am I what? Dangerous?" "Nothing like that," he deflected, offering no details. Women in her trade had seen too much to be easily fooled. They could smell a lie before it was fully formed. He signaled the bartender, who seemed accustomed to men buying things for Lourdes. Yao ordered her another beer and a shredded pork sandwich, opting for a non-alcoholic malt drink for himself. Once they were alone again, she grew serious. She placed her hand, the one with the sore, atop his on the table. Yao held still, meeting her intense stare. In this line of work, navigating human psychology was often far more critical than any direct action. If Hollywood ever got spies right, James Bond would have logged far more hours in dimly lit dives, trading stories with folks like Lourdes than he ever did gazing at Ursula Andress rising from some tropical sea. Yao could confess, though, that iconic image of Andress in her white bikini played a major part in his decision to join the CIA. Lourdes watched him quietly, her head tilted, before giving his hand a thoughtful stroke, as if she'd just solved a puzzle. "I've reconsidered," she finally said. "Perhaps you are dangerous enough, after all." "Dangerous enough for what?" "For me to tell you the men you seek have gone to Montaña de Sord. Tonight is the festival for the Blessed Queen, Santa Maria de la Onza. I would go myself, but I have my shift here." Over the next half hour, Lourdes gave Yao a crash course, her voice hushed and respectful between sips of beer and bites of her sandwich. Eventually, she shrugged, admitting it was all too much to explain. He would simply have to see it for himself. She leaned across the table, patting his hand slowly and batting her eyelashes in a way that made her look suddenly dizzy. "Your bus doesn't leave for a while," she murmured. "If you wanted to, have a proper date." "A true loss for me," Yao replied, "but I'm afraid my schedule is packed." He handed her $40, double her usual rate, and she accepted it with a resigned sigh, leaning back in her chair and studying him over the rim of her bottle. "Be careful, handsome. Montaña de Sorda is crowded with spirits. and not all of them will be on your side. A dusty twilight enveloped the landscape as the bus jolted away from the faint glow of Yaritagua, beginning the 20-mile journey into the jungles surrounding Mount Sorte and the festival honoring the cult of Maria Leonza. Local legend spoke of an indigenous chief's daughter named Yara, born around 1535 with striking blue eyes, a terrible omen. The shaman demanded her death, but her father, unable to kill her, hid her in the jungle. There, a massive anaconda swallowed her whole. Yet Yara was so pure that the mountain itself took pity, causing the serpent to burst open and free her. The mountain then absorbed Yara into its core, where she became a bridge between the living and the spirits of the departed. Followers held rituals year-round, but the primary gathering was tonight, October 12th. While Venezuela was officially Catholic, a vast majority, even the former president, acknowledged some belief in the cult of Maria Leonza, a unique blend of indigenous, African, and Catholic faiths. In Caracas, near the Central University, a monumental statue depicted a powerfully muscular, 20-foot-tall Maria Leonza, nude and riding a giant tapir, her arms raised high, clutching a female pelvis. Unknown to most outside the country, within Venezuela she was revered by many as a saint. Yao and 5 of his team secured the last seats on the bus. The 2 remaining operators from Windward Station would follow once they scrounged up some transportation, no easy feat, as rental cars were virtually non-existent in Yaritagua. This wasn't exactly a hotspot for tourists. The bus shuddered along a rutted dirt road, its squeaks keeping time with a shirtless man beating a skin drum in the rear. The packed passengers, around 50 in all, were focused on a young woman a few rows ahead of Yao who was chanting and moaning. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, eyes white, head thrown back, elbows pinned to her sides like folded wings. Lourdes had mentioned these Las Materias, or oracles, who channeled spirits connected to the indigenous goddess, but Yao hadn't expected it to start before they even reached the mountain. A deep, guttural growl rumbled from the woman's chest, sending a palpable chill through the close air of the bus. The woman's voice sharpened into clipped, guttural phrases. To Yao, it sounded like one of Venezuela's indigenous dialects, or maybe some kind of ecstatic prayer language. The elderly woman seated next to him let out a shaky gasp, making the sign of the cross while clutching a rosary tight against her stomach. Yao gave a slow nod, trying to match the rhythm of the pounding drum, wanting to disappear into the scene. He shifted his backpack into his lap, pulling it away as the grandma swayed toward him, worried she might crush the gear inside. Up the aisle, a man rose unsteadily to his feet, weaving behind the chanting woman with his hands outstretched, ready to catch her if she fell. Another passenger drew a long blade, dragging it lightly across his own chest to draw a thin, beaded line of red. He joined the rising chant, keeping time with the drums. Well, Yao mused inwardly, this ought to be one memorable evening. Nobody on the Windward Station roster was the type to get rattled by a knife. They were all seasoned operators. Former Special Forces, Delta, SEALs, Pararescue, and 2 women who, while not from Special Operations Command, had done tough frontline tours with the CIA and shown they could keep cool when everything went hot. The women helped the team look less conspicuous, but they were nobody's decoration. Yao had made sure of that. Neither was petite, conventionally curvy, or likely to turn heads in a pageant. Like every member of the team, they spoke fluent Spanish and blended into a crowd without a second glance. He needed 8 solid operators, not 6 plus 2 liabilities the others would have to babysit if the mission went sideways. Israeli doctrine put the ideal assault team at 11. Some guys like to work solo. Yao believed 8 was the just right number, enough to handle variables, the unexpected glitches that plagued every operation, comms dying at the worst possible second, a weapon jamming with a target lined up in the sights, or some child wandering into the kill zone chasing a dropped toy. 8 gave a buffer for human frailty, too. if someone came down with bad water or got distracted by bad news from home. Operators were people, and a team of 8 meant a better shot at finishing the job and getting all those people back alive. The bus slammed into a deep pothole, jolting Yao against the window and the grandmother against Yao. The chanting woman stumbled forward while the driver wrestled the gearbox, grinding through the gears. A low groan traveled through the passengers until the vehicle shuddered and lurched ahead again. They didn't have far to go. Soon the bus turned off the mountain road into a wide gravel lot, packed with cars, motorcycles, and several other buses. A steady stream of Maria Leonza devotees, couples, families, farmers in soiled work shirts, tourists in crisp khaki shorts, and airy linen flowed like ants toward a break in the dense jungle that marked the start of the trail. Some carried light day packs like Yao and his team. Others shouldered thick foam bedrolls, planning to stay for days. Every pilgrim heading toward the sacred mountain had to pass a convoy of 3 black Suburbans and a charcoal gray BMW sedan parked near the trailhead. Stone-faced men in chinos and dark polos stood watch beside the vehicles, each with a holstered Glock. At least one held a compact submachine gun slung across his back, the muzzle resting near his kidney. "Pros," Yao muttered under his breath. "Pirates?" Guided by the drums and the mournful chants drifting from the shadowy tangle of trees, Yao moved with the crowd toward the trailhead. He and his team had dressed down carefully, loose shorts and shirts for the stifling heat. Nothing, not even his pack, made him stand out. Early on, he'd realized that appearing tactical was often more dangerous than being tactical. True competence kept you alive. Playing a part, no matter how convincing, just painted a target on your back. His faded blue backpack lacked any military-style webbing or dangling clips. It was just a simple book bag, the kind any traveler might use. There was a time and place for loaded rigger belts or tactical pants with built-in magazine pouches, but that place wasn't here in Venezuela or anywhere else in South America, for that matter. Even a basic digital watch could attract the wrong kind of attention from local authorities, so Yao had left his nicer timepiece behind and opted for a plain Timex Ironman. He appreciated good gear as much as anyone, but on a job like this, the most practical everyday carry was a roll of cash and a credit card, with plenty of room to spend. Just inside the tree line, a narrow footbridge stretched over a shallow creek, maybe 50 feet from the dirt parking area. Makeshift stalls lined the path, selling everything from sizzling fried plantains to wooden crosses and blue devotional candles at the bridge's end. A grizzled old man stood blowing cigar smoke into the faces of passing worshippers, his expression unreadable. Deeper in the woods, the rhythmic thump of drums and low chanting grew steadily louder, mingling with the haze of campfire smoke that hung beneath the canopy. At first, Yao mistook the sharp cries echoing through the trees for human distress, but he soon spotted the source, a pair of black and yellow troupials, Venezuela's national bird, squabbling near the restrooms beyond the bridge. He remembered reading how they were brood parasites, taking over other birds' nests and often destroying the existing young nature. He mused, had its own brutal operators. A faint vibration buzzed against his upper right molar, and Ben Ramos's voice resonated directly into his jawbone. "Man, this is some seriously creepy ambiance," Ramos commented. The team's oldest member at 47, he'd recently finished an ultramarathon in Colorado and wasn't easily spooked. Normally, they'd rely on cell phones and earbuds, but service was spotty this far into the woods, and even in Venezuela, wires hanging from your ears drew less suspicion than certain other gear. Instead, Yao had issued each person a Sonitus molar mic, a discrete device clipped to a back tooth that transmitted via Bluetooth to a radio in his pocket. Earlier models had required awkward neck loops, but this version was almost comfortable once you got used to it. "I'm not complaining," came the reply from James Salazar. "When else do we get a mission that practically requires us to smoke premium cigars as cover?" A former Marine, Sal didn't come from a Tier 1 background like some others on the team, but his relentless drive and raw strength made him just as capable. The guy could bench press his own weight endlessly, or at least until Yao got tired just watching him. A woman's voice cut in. "I'm with Boomer on this one. No amount of briefing really prepares you for the vibe here. It's next level weird." That was Myrna Shamon, a seasoned case officer who'd spent over a decade with the agency, rotating between volatile postings in Mexico and her family's homeland of Peru. She used the team's nickname for Ramos freely. With a subtle movement of his tongue, Yao switched his own device to transmit. "Give them a break," he said quietly, his eyes scanning the shadowy tree line. "We're not here to judge the local customs. Just keep your eyes open and remember why we came. Every faith can seem strange when you examine its details too closely." "Tell me about it," Eric Ripper Ward's voice crackled over the comms. "My aunt was Pentecostal," he continued. "One of the kindest souls I've known, but her Sunday services could give you nightmares." Ward was the new guy at Ground Branch, having transferred from a Special Forces team sergeant position with ODA 312 out of Fort Carson. Aside from Yao, he was the sole non-Latin member assigned to Windward Station. With a black father and a tall, blonde German mother, Ward possessed a racially ambiguous look that let him blend in almost anywhere, a skill matched by his perfect Spanish. Yao paused from the trail, observing a cluster of people sharing cigars. They paid him no mind. Nothing in Lourdes's briefing had fully captured the surreal blend of rituals here, where tobacco smoke mingled with firewalking and attempts to speak to the departed. "Let's keep our eyes on the prize and find Friar," Yao muttered, moving forward along the path. The mountainside was alive with movement. A bare-chested man hovered over 3 women lying on the ground, their forms encircled by dozens of flickering votive candles that looked like some kind of mystical crime scene tape. Lourdes had mentioned the mountains were so spiritually charged that people claimed the tree roots themselves glowed. Seeing the countless lights shimmering through the curtain of vines, Yao found it wasn't hard to believe. The team dispersed, appearing casually observant without drawing attention, scanning for their target. Myrna Shaman's voice was the first to cut through, crisp and clear in Yao's earpiece. "Got a visual," she announced. "Head east to a small creek. Freer and his group are about 50 feet north of it, standing in front of a little tin shack by the water. Just listen for the guy who sounds like he's choking on a drumstick." On high alert, Yao navigated through the trees toward the frantic sounds of gagging and coughing. The Viking, referred to by some followers of Maria Leonza as Mr. Barbero and said to be the spirit of Eric the Red, was embodied tonight by a shirtless, balding man with the greasy hands of a mechanic. This chosen vessel stumbled back and forth between a ring of spectators and a makeshift shelter pieced together from rusted corrugated metal. The glow from 2 lanterns and a small sea of candles cast long dancing shadows across the dirt and into the dense jungle beyond. Yao halted at the tree line, consciously avoiding a direct stare. In places like this, a lingering glance could get you backhanded for disrespect, or something far worse if the situation turned hostile. There in the clearing stood Joaquin Gorshkov, the man Yao had tracked for months in the flesh. A fat cigar was clamped between his teeth, part of a cruel, mocking grin. Beside him stood a stout, square-shaped woman, utterly focused on the Viking. Her sleeveless white top seemed to luminesce against the dark tangle of vines and leaves. She stood with her arms crossed over her stomach, her round face shining in the candlelight. While she was heavier and stood more rigidly compared to Gorshkov's lean, slightly slouched posture, they shared the same blunt nose and deeply set eyes. The family resemblance was unmistakable. They were likely brother and sister, though Yao's intelligence files had never mentioned a sibling. Yao counted 6 unsmiling security personnel. A tall blond man positioned himself behind and slightly to the left of the moon-faced woman. A glowering guard with a trimmed black beard took a similar post behind Gorshkov. The entire security team wore khaki pants and tight navy blue polo shirts that deliberately outlined their muscular builds, a primitive display of force like a lion's mane or the rack of a bull elk. Myrna's voice came over the net again. Anyone else seeing this? These clowns are set up in a textbook diamond formation. Principal, flankers, rear security, the whole professional package. Yao sighed to himself. Yeah, they're not amateurs, he said. That much is obvious. Wait, it gets better. Ward's voice whispered from the shadows to Yao's left. Our target appears to have a secondary perimeter team circling the inner area, closing off any weak points. I've positively identified 4 individuals, though I'd estimate their numbers at 6 or 7, assuming they've mirrored the pattern on the side obscured by the forest. Understood, Yao muttered, a low curse escaping his lips. He consciously avoided any terminology that sounded like a military transmission, words like copy or roger that were off the table. Too many ears could be listening. He'd anticipated that Gorshkov's security would be a collection of low-grade muscle, hired in bulk and easily sidetracked by the drums and chants from the Maria Lyonza followers. These men were different. They were a disciplined, well-equipped unit who viewed the spiritual devotees not as a curiosity, but as a potential threat. They were competent. No, scratch that. They were exceptional. Short of launching a full-scale attack that risked civilian casualties, their defensive circle seemed unbreakable. Gorshkov's team made no effort to conceal their holstered handguns or the compact submachine guns slung across their chests. Another voice, tinged with a heavy southern drawl, came through Yao's earpiece. It was Chris Nestor, a lean former Delta operator hailing from Brownsville, Texas. It's a bit concerning that all these guys are carrying identical gear in my line of work. These hired gun types usually prefer flashy custom pistols and tricked-out rifles. They typically don't give a damn about standardizing their weaponry. Several of them have a Slavic look, possibly Russian. Myrna Shaman suggested. A knot of apprehension tightened in Yao's stomach. The entire Gorshkov team moved with a confident precision that screamed professional. Since Gorshkov wasn't trying to hide, it tracked that some of his personnel weren't local. More trouble, Nestor reported from his position across the candlelit clearing. I recognized the dark-bearded man standing directly behind our primary subject. That's Manny Ramirez, Chilean Special Forces, or he was 3 years back. That guy is seriously capable. Manuel Ramirez, Shaman responded. We received an intelligence brief on him last month. Isn't he allegedly connected to the Camarilla? Correct, Yao confirmed. The Camarilla was largely an enigma. Most of the CIA's intelligence was speculative. They were believed to be a compact, lavishly funded private army with significant intelligence assets, available for hire to the highest bidder. As ruthless as groups like Wagner, they were rumored to be composed of even more elite former operators, making them substantially more dangerous. A Camarilla team employed by an Indian billionaire had once kidnapped a first lady and eliminated her Secret Service detail in San Antonio. Nearly all were killed during the rescue operation. The FBI and Secret Service had pieced together a basic profile from the deceased operatives, using link analysis to connect them to 7 other vanished Special Operations veterans, their ties to the fallen Texas operators, and their simultaneous disappearance from all records were strong indicators they'd been absorbed into the Camarilla. Yao's eyes swept the dense jungle, searching for exfiltration paths. If one of Gorshkov's men was Camarilla, the odds were high they all were. Would Ramirez know you? He asked Nestor. We shared a couple of beers once, Nestor replied, but we weren't exactly friends. Keep your distance so he doesn't spot you. He might have already. He just hasn't placed where he knows me from yet. All right, Yao said, voicing the shared thought. Everyone, listen. We need facial captures on as many of this security team as we can get. Sal, you're with me on my signal. Nestor, fall back and provide cover for Sal. Shaman, stand by to activate the satellite link. After a chorus of acknowledgments buzzed in his earpiece, Yao melted behind a tree draped in vines and opened his pack. "I've got your six, brother," Boomer's voice assured him. "As do I," Ward added. "Appreciate it," Yao said. "Our Viking friend is building towards his big moment. With any luck, that spectacle will create the distraction. Sal and I need to release our little surveillance drones." The Viking gripped a bottle of rum by its neck in one hand, a small razor blade in the other. A man from the crowd sat rigidly in a chair before him, listening with rapt attention. The oracle groaned, his body shuddering as he channeled a resonant voice. It began in broken, guttural English, as if channeling the tongue of Eric the Red himself, before shifting into rapid Spanish. In one sudden fluid motion, he raised the blade and drew it sharply across his own tongue. A fresh arc of crimson splashed across his chest, already slick with rum and sweat. Blood and saliva hung in thick strands from his slack lips. He gagged violently, a sound like a man choking on a bone, before hacking out answers to questions concerning the seated man's deceased father. Between ragged coughs, he took a heavy swig from the bottle and then spewed the rum into the air, a pungent alcoholic punctuation to his grim pronouncements. Even the hardened members of Gorshkov's security team seemed mesmerized by the smoky, bloody, and utterly contorted spectacle. "Set," Yao whispered from the dense foliage to his right. Salazar's immediate reply was just as quiet. "Set. Lift," Yao commanded. The microdrone nicknamed Honeybee rose from his open palm with a faint electric whir less than 5 seconds after he'd retrieved it from his pack. Its cameras fed a live stream not only to the operator's phones but also to a satellite relay unit Myrna had assembled in the shadows. This encrypted transmission provided a front-row view for the observers gathered in a secure room at the White House and across the Atlantic in a hastily prepared anteroom at Buckingham Palace. London, President of the United States Jack Ryan leaned forward in an antique mahogany chair, his eyes fixed on the glowing green images on the laptop before him. Beside him, Director of National Intelligence, Mary Pat Foley, was hunched over, her blue reading glasses perched on the end of her nose as she watched the same unsettling feed. It was nearly midnight. Ryan's hair was tousled, as if he'd been running his hands through it for hours. His black suit jacket was slung over the back of the chair, his silk tie loosened, and the top button of his once crisp white shirt undone. He was tall and lean, a runner's build some might call gaunt, his hair now more gray than black. His long face held a weary, resigned expression, the look of a man who had foreseen a grim outcome and took no pleasure in being proven correct. A video conference of this sensitivity should, by the book, have been held in the Iskif at Winfield House, the U.S. ambassador's residence. A newer, less patient president might have complained about the timing, but Ryan had been around long enough to know field operations waited for no man's schedule, not even a state visit. He was in London to pay respects to the royal family following the recent passing of Her Majesty the Queen, who had been a friend for decades. Mary Pat had approached him during brandy and cigars with news of the imminent operation in Venezuela. With no time to reach the embassy, the king's private secretary had arranged for this small room adjacent to the blue drawing room. Commander Robert Forrestal, the Deputy National Security Advisor, had worked with Mary Pat's team to conduct a swift and discreet technical sweep for listening devices. The U.S. and the U.K. shared a special intelligence relationship, a theory of total transparency. In practice, even the closest allies kept a quiet watch on each other. Ryan routinely saw intelligence reports concerning Britain, Canada, and other friends in his daily brief. He was certain they received similar reports about him. It was simply the nature of the business. As long as no one was clumsy enough to get caught, the Prime Minister had accompanied him to the palace, and Ryan extended an invitation to observe the operation. Upon learning the precise nature of what they were about to witness, the Prime Minister chose to wait elsewhere, a decision Ryan privately considered wise. The clarity of the laptop feed was astonishing. Modern optics delivered a stark, almost intrusive vividness, even in the dim firelight. That very clarity was a double-edged sword, Ryan reflected, the kind that etched scenes into memory so deeply they resurfaced unbidden during sleepless nights. He drew a steadying breath, forcing himself to absorb the chaotic details on screen. A woman's grin, gap-toothed and unguarded, the torn collar of a man's athletic shirt, as if he'd been seized in a struggle. Clusters of people, illuminated by the flames, were captivated by something just out of frame, utterly unaware of the imminent death about to unfold mere feet away. Ryan slid his reading glasses down his nose to exchange a look with his most trusted advisor. His history with Mary Pat Foley stretched back further than either would comfortably admit. On a secure line from the White House Situation Room, his chief of staff Arnie Van Dam and other NSC principals were watching the same live feed. Van Dam's voice, arriving over the speaker, sounded weary and disheveled, though the evening was still young in Washington. "Talk me through this, Mary Pat," Ryan said, while she'd kept him apprised of the broad strokes of Windward Station and Operation Sudden Squall. The situation in Venezuela was accelerating beyond all projections. Now, he was getting the raw details in real time, just like everyone in the chain. Foley leaned forward, her elbows resting on the knees of her dark wool skirt, a somber choice to match the gravity of the occasion. With her chin propped on her fists, she gave a slight nod toward the monitor as she began. "The feed is from a micro-drone we've designated Arista," she explained. "Actually, it's a pair. The lower angle unit is primary and will execute the strike. The higher one provides our overwatch and redundancy. You know the saying, 2 is 1, and 1 is none. We might not get another shot at Torquemada, also known as Gorshkov, for a very long time." "Smart," Ryan acknowledged. "Arista. Short for Aristeas, the Greek patron of beekeepers." Foley shook her head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Jack, it's a genuine shame they don't let presidents compete on game shows. Their bond, forged in shared trials, allowed for such familiarity outside the formal Oval Office setting. In any case," she continued, "you're correct. We named this little bird Arista because, much like a honeybee, she carries a lethal sting but doesn't survive to use it twice." "Understood." Van Dam's voice crackled over the line. "A one-way trip." Ryan adjusted his glasses, his eyes tracking as the twin drones panned slowly across the crowd, scanning face by face in a silent hunt. He shot another quick glance at Foley before returning to the screen. "That's a surprising number of Slavic features for a gathering in Venezuela," Van Dam observed dryly. "Astute," Foley replied. "The team assesses that Fryer's security is a mixed bag. Former Russian Spetsnaz, alongside Special Forces veterans from various Latin American nations. Fits with his pattern of movement," Ryan murmured, his head tilting slightly as he watched, captivated. "Arista must be virtually silent to hover this close without detection." The image stabilized on a woman with a round face, the drone positioned just above and outside her line of sight. "They are exceptionally quiet," Foley confirmed. She paused then, biting her lower lip, a subtle tell of nervousness. Ryan recognized instantly. His gaze flicked from his friend's face to the screen and back again. "What is it?" "Probably nothing," Foley said, her tone measured. "It's that woman in frame standing beside Gorshkov. She's a new element, someone we haven't identified in any previous surveillance." "No correlation with the age-progressed photos from the orphanage records in Peru?" Ryan asked. A detail pulled from the depths of the briefing files. "I don't believe so, Mr. President," Foley said, offering him a small, appreciative smile, pleased he had dived that deeply into the preparatory material. Lexi Glazier, who led the CIA's Latin America division, identified herself before delivering her update. "We're analyzing the information as it comes in, Mr. President. While 11 of the 9 children in the images are girls, none seem to correspond with this woman. A low, almost inaudible grumble came from Van Dam over the line. "Could Gorshkov have a sister? That's my working theory," Foley murmured, her voice tight. "The resemblance is striking enough that there's a slim possibility Arista's facial recognition software could confuse the two." Ryan's brow furrowed. "Is there a risk the weapon targets her by mistake?" Foley shook her head, snapping back to full focus. "Extremely unlikely. I've personally observed this platform's testing. The technology is reliable. If Arista identified this woman as Fryer, the strike would already have occurred. Gorshkov is likely positioned behind one of his security detail. The drone is simply holding, waiting for an unobstructed line of fire. The primary concern is that Arista might lose the target before she can reacquire, prompting defensive actions. Additionally, due to its compact size, the unit's battery life is just under 30 minutes. The lower feed on the screen wavered slightly, hinting at the AI's internal calculations. Foley kept up her narration. "The warhead in Arista's nose is an explosively formed penetrator, or EFP. It's remarkably small, a copper disc molded into an inverted cone, with the open end facing the target. Upon confirmation, a mere 3 grams of explosive behind the cone detonates, inverting the copper into a white-hot jet capable of piercing a 1/4 inch of steel armor, or even more, depending on the angle and distance. The drone's body is made of a frangible polymer, weighted just enough to balance the projectile and guide its trajectory. The motor, batteries, and rotors will probably survive, but the main fuselage will virtually vaporize. When one Arista completes a successful strike, its partner will self-destruct. It will leave speculation, but no physical evidence to connect the honeybee to us." "Frangible," Ryan repeated, considering the implications. "Exactly, Mr. President," Foley affirmed. "This is about as precise as such an operation gets, though someone might still get debris in their eyes." Ryan absorbed the details. Copper EFPs were familiar in U.S. munitions. Insurgents in Iraq had used the same concept effectively in roadside bombs. A broad-jawed, balding man with Latin features moved across the camera's view, his scowl evident even in the grainy green display. Arista pivoted minutely to the left as he passed, bringing a new face into the center of the screen. Foley's prediction was right. Joaquin Fernando Gorshkov, Fryer, stood slightly behind and to the left of his twin, nearly hidden until the drone adjusted its angle. If this was going to happen, the moment was now. Ryan stopped breathing. "Well, damn," Foley breathed out. The woman, Joaquin Gorshkov's identical twin, suddenly looked upward, her gaze locking directly with the camera lens as if, deep in the Venezuelan jungle, she was staring into the eyes of the U.S. president himself. A cold sweat traced a path down Adam Yao's back. His thumb trembled above his phone's controls. The woman in white fixed her eyes on the camera a split second before a sharp, cracking sound split the air above the canopy. Amid the relentless drums and chants, few in the gathering would have registered the faint pop or the tiny flash, but she did. Yao felt a visceral lurch in his gut, as if he'd been struck. The woman tilted her head, puzzled by the sudden noise. Beside her, Joaquin Gorshkov swayed, his arms going limp, dead before he hit the ground, as the searing stream of molten copper entered his forehead just above the left eye. He seemed to hang there for an impossible moment before collapsing onto the damp earth. Yao watched in disbelief as the hulking Chilean operative behind Gorshkov crumpled, his knees buckling before he toppled forward, his face coming to rest against his employer's shoulder. The molten projectile had clearly passed straight through Gorshkov's head with enough force to eliminate his bodyguard as well. Primary target eliminated. Sal's Arista device had delivered its payload in a blink, a sharp crack echoing. The woman in the white dress touched her cheek, probably feeling flecks of debris from the nearly vaporized drone. Her expression shifted from shock to horror as she stared at the 2 dead men on the ground. "Adrian, we're coming to you," Yao said into his comms. Hernandez's reply was instant. "Copy that, boss. Wheels are ready when you arrive." "Good." Despite the two bodies, the wider crowd remained oblivious. Dozens of Maria Leonza devotees, lost in a haze of cigar smoke and religious ecstasy, continued their swaying chants. In a nearby clearing, a man performed a firewalk over glowing embers. The Viking oracle's throaty invocations carried on, holding a group of onlookers spellbound. "Stay calm," Yao instructed his team. "Melt back into the trees. Slow and steady wins this race." Gorshkov's outer security ring raised their submachine guns, sweeping for additional threats, while the inner team tightened their formation. Strangely, only one guard bothered to check on Gorshkov himself. The rest immediately closed in around the woman in white, with the blonde Slavic operative sticking to her like glue. Yao wasn't a professional protection agent, but he knew the drill. Unlike cops, their goal wasn't to apprehend a shooter. It was to extract their principal from the kill zone. They'd eliminate a threat with brutal efficiency if they saw it, but priority one was getting their charge out of there fast. Their training was clear: shout, shield, and scoot. The blonde agent grabbed the woman's shoulder, trying to pivot her toward the parking lot and to safety. She violently shrugged him off, dropping to her knees beside Gorshkov. She lifted his head, examining the grisly wound, then her gaze snapped upward, scanning the tree line as if she'd caught a sound. Yao tracked her look, and his blood ran cold. Sal had burst from his cover, lunging at a teenage boy who was trying to snatch his day pack. Protecting his gear was a gut reaction, but it was a disastrous move. It put him in the open, phone in hand, right after a drone strike had just killed a man. "Sal!" Yao whispered fiercely. "Drop it. She's locked on." Adrian's voice crackled over the radio from the parking lot, cutting him off. "Heads up. Two cops just bailed out of a sedan behind the buses. The target's motorcade is firing up, preparing to depart." Every member of Yao's team was a decisive, independent thinker, but they were also disciplined. They went quiet, waiting for his call. The woman in white was shouting commands now as her detail rushed her down the trail. Yao remained frozen by his tree. If they ran now, they'd hit the parking lot alongside her entourage, painting a giant target on their backs. If they stayed, they'd be sitting ducks for the Venezuelan police who would soon flood the area. Sal's voice broke the silence, tight with tension. "Well, this is a fine mess. I think my cover's blown." The woman in white wrenched free from her handler, stopping dead on the path. She fixed a piercing stare directly on Salazar and barked a sharp foreign command. Yao didn't need a translation. Two of her security detail peeled away from the group and advanced on Sal, weapons raised and aimed squarely at his center mass. The rhythmic beat of drums filtered through the forest, yet the shouted commands of the men were unmistakable. Any movement from Salazar would draw their fire. Yao let out a low groan as a broad, defiant smile broke across his friend's face, keeping his lips nearly closed. Sal spoke like a ventriloquist into the molar mic, his gaze locked on the advancing gunmen. "When the crowd bolts, you run like hell." "Negative," Yao shot back. "There are just two. There are more in the trees, brother," Sal murmured. "You know it." A resigned sigh followed. "Well, damn, this is gonna sting." Sal let the phone fall, spinning suddenly to thrust his hand into the open bag. It was irrelevant whether he held a weapon or not. The men braced against their rifles, cutting him down in a storm of gunfire. Myrna, positioned close enough to see it all unfold, let out a choked sob over the radio. Yao felt his stomach lurch. The sudden eruption of shots achieved precisely what Sal had planned. The drumming ceased instantly. Piercing screams erupted from those who'd witnessed the violence, a wave of terror that swept through the crowd and across the entire mountainside. The Oracle spat out his cigar, his Viking persona vanishing as he scrambled desperately for the trail. "Go!" Yao ordered his team, his voice thick with grief. "Stay with the crowd!" Myrna's voice cut in. "We can't just abandon him." "Get to the vehicles," Yao said, the words heavy. "Sal did this for us." London, The left side of the screen in front of Ryan flickered and died as the primary arista delivered its lethal jet of molten copper. Moments later, both screens went dark, but not before Ryan registered an unintended casualty. Signal from the team confirms the primary target is neutralized. Mr. President, reported Lexi Glazier, chief of the CIA's Latin America division. Confirming we have 2 casualties? Director Foley asked. Affirmative, Madam Director. Glazier replied, one of our ground branch operators identified the second man as Manuel Ramirez, formerly of Chilean Special Forces. It appears he was acting as Gorshkov's principal security. Quote, poor guy chose the wrong client to guard, Van Dam observed. Still, it's fortunate we established a layer of plausible deniability for you, Mr. President, should the Chilean government get agitated. Ryan's brow furrowed. You know, I dislike that term, Arnie. Deniability isn't in my vocabulary. He turned to Foley. So the other man was this Chilean Ramirez. Foley offered a tight, minimal shrug. Manuel Ramirez is on our list of 7 individuals. Ryan gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Camarilla, then? CIA Director Jay Canfield's voice came through the speaker. We're confirming the identity as that Manuel Ramirez now, Mr. President. Given the Chilean Special Forces link, the odds look promising. Foley stood, arms crossed. Thanks to Windward Station, we have a wealth of video. Forces we can run through link analysis to build a clearer picture of this network. Good, Ryan said. I want every available resource on this. Understood, Mr. President, Foley said, preempting the others on the line. Ryan leaned forward, his tone shifting from procedural to pointedly skeptical. From that video, it was obvious the woman in white wasn't just some accessory. Her security detail reacted to her, not Gorshkov. They formed up around her immediately and practically left him in the dirt. Let's find out exactly who she is. Glazier is already working that angle, Mr. President, Director Canfield said. Ryan drew a long breath, held it, and released it slowly. Thank you, Jay. You all right? Van Dam asked, noting the pause over the line. I'm fine, Ryan said, his focus returning. What do we have on the woman at this stage? Nothing substantive, Glazier admitted. No matches from the orphanage photographs. Our facial recognition crawlers across the web are coming up empty. So far, we cannot locate any other images of this individual. It's a starting point, Mr. President, Foley added, her voice firm with resolve. We'll build from here. Very well, Ryan said. Jay, have the briefing ready for my flight home tomorrow morning. Air Force One departs London at 8 a.m. Ryan checked his watch. That's 3 a.m. your time. So let's connect at 6 Eastern. I'll be airborne. You'll have our full report by 5:30, Mr. President, Canfield assured him. Chief Glazier and I will be on the line 5 minutes before 6. Understood, Ryan replied. I want these Camarilla operatives tracked down without delay. This woman appears to be our critical lead. He took a steadying breath. Thank you all for your efforts tonight. As Ryan moved to end the call, Van Dam's voice cut in. One more item before you sign off. Ryan stifled a yawn. Go ahead. If Arnie considered something urgent enough to raise at midnight London time, it warranted attention. President Botero of Panama has attempted to reach you 3 times in the last few hours. 3 attempts? Ryan exchanged a glance with Foley before turning back to the speaker. Did his office specify the subject? They did not. Van Dam said. Thank you, Ryan acknowledged. I'll return his call. He's facing considerable domestic pressure. That's a generous assessment, Mr. President. Vice President Marc DeHart's resonant voice came through the speaker. A recent appointment following his predecessor's passing, DeHart had quickly become a valued, clear-headed voice in Ryan's circle, a man more interested in hard truths than political maneuvering. Panamanian teachers are on strike again, protesting inflation and corruption. They've blocked a section of the Pan-American Highway with a protest camp. These are internal issues, but many of their grievances are legitimate. Canfield added, those internal issues give the socialist faction in Panama's government a powerful platform for criticism. Secretary of Defense Robert Burgess, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. Not to mention the Russians are conducting their own charm offensive in the region. 2 of their warships are currently en route to the canal, ahead of joint exercises with Cuba and Venezuela. True, Foley agreed. It's probably too late to dive into this tonight. But don't even start, Van Dam interjected. I doubt President Botero is calling about that particular Panama situation. Despite his fatigue, Ryan's interest was piqued by the ambiguity. He trusted his team to filter what reached him, but if Mary Pat flagged it, he gave her a nod. Proceed. What Panama situation are you referring to? Hear me out, she said. I wouldn't be at all surprised if President Botero wants to discuss his nation's most prominent social media influencer. Ryan dragged a hand over his face, feeling the gritty stubble of a long day. This is absurd, Van Dam muttered. An influencer? You can't be serious. Foley merely shrugged, accustomed to a little resistance. She knew the real audience was Ryan. Propaganda is propaganda, Mr. President, she stated. Whether it's a Russian troll farm or a popular blogger, both can shift public opinion in significant and dangerous ways. And this blogger is criticizing Panama. Not a political blogger, exactly. Foley released a weary sigh of her own. A fashion blogger. Ryan began to object, but she raised a hand to continue. A fashion influencer with 117 million followers, Foley clarified. The entire population of Panama is only 4 million, DeHart observed quietly. Precisely, Foley said. A massive global audience listens to Kidra Noyes, and she's been lobbing rhetorical questions like hand grenades, noise, noise. Ryan mused, the irony not lost on him. Ryan let out a low breath, still grappling with the fact that a briefing was centered on a social media influencer. Run me through one of her typical questions, he pressed. Director Canfield stepped closer to Foley's team. Her signature line, I'm just askin', is her shield, he explained. It lets her float any inflammatory claim she wants, then she acts shocked, hand over heart, if anyone dares to challenge the facts. Keeps her at a safe distance. Foley added. Just yesterday, she posted a picture of a young indigenous child from Panama wearing a USA t-shirt, standing near a muddy puddle along the Mosquito Coast. Her caption read, Hey Botero, ever think about the native kids without clean water? Just askin'. It's always something volatile, pointing a finger at U.S. policy or the current administration's indifference. Foley swiped open the latest video from Kidra Noyes and angled her tablet toward Ryan. A young blonde woman who looked barely out of her teens was speaking directly into her camera as she strolled a sandy beach. The self-filmed shot made her seem both energetic and oddly immature, her tone more fitting for a school project than for addressing an audience of millions. Listen up, everyone, she was saying. I just learned about this old policy called the Monroe Doctrine, where President James Monroe told Europe to back off from the Americas. Makes you wonder if President Botero has ever considered telling us the same thing. Just asking, content, like this paints a picture for her followers that the U.S. is aiming to reclaim colonial influence in Panama, Foley noted. And she mixes in plenty of posts accusing Panama of neglecting indigenous rights and mismanaging water resources. Vice President DeHart interjected. But who's really following her? Teenagers looking for style tips and boys distracted by her workout gear? That's part of it, Foley conceded. But strangely, she's become something of a media favorite in both China and Russia. Check any protest footage from those countries, and you'll see her face on signs with her hashtag everywhere. What's her actual link to Panama? Ryan asked. At the risk of sounding like we're monitoring our own people, Director Canfield said, her boyfriend is Panamanian. Ryan rubbed his temples. The days of worrying solely about Cold War relics felt distant. And there's more to this lifestyle blogger than her feed suggests, Foley continued. Someone's coached her on filing Freedom of Information Act requests. She's gotten a hint about plans for an expanded counter-narcotics training facility at the old Fort Sherman site on Toro Point. Now she's demanding full details from the Pentagon. All right, Ryan sighed. What was our reply? Secretary Burgess's office gave her the Glomar response, Van Dam said. It'll fuel the conspiracy theories, but it's our only move until the base agreement with President Botero is finalized. Fair point, Ryan said. The term Glomar traced back to a 1974 CIA statement about a covert salvage operation for a sunken Soviet submarine. When the press filed a FOIA request, the agency replied that it could neither confirm nor deny the information's existence, a move that became a standard bureaucratic dodge. Ryan figured most officials who used the term had no clue about its dramatic origins, though he'd once used the story as a dinner-time quiz for his kids. So we suspect someone prompted our influencer to file that FOIA request, Ryan mused aloud, the gears turning. It felt like a carefully staged distraction, a modern twist on an old espionage playbook. That suggests she's probably being used as a piece on the board. That's my assessment, Mr. President, Foley replied. Secretary of State Scott Adler joined the conversation. My own daughter follows her online. The material is superficial, but it resonates. That could very well be the source of President Botero's sudden concern. Well, Van Dam interjected, whatever the reason, his office reached out within the last hour. He's requesting a conversation with you regarding, and I'm quoting directly, matters of critical importance to both the United States and Panama. Could it be unrelated to this influencer's campaign? Ryan posed. It might be connected, Mr. President, offered Lexi Glazier. Her partner in Panama could be acting on behalf of another player. It's entirely plausible that Moscow is pulling every lever to gain influence in Latin America. Their state media network RT operates Spanish-language bureaus in Miami, Los Angeles, Madrid, Havana, Buenos Aires, Managua, and Caracas. Ryan crossed his arms, a wry expression crossing his face. So we're navigating a landscape of troll factories and lifestyle vloggers. Glazier pressed on. Moscow has doubled its typical naval traffic through the canal into the Caribbean over the last quarter. As Secretary Burgess noted, their joint exercises with the Nicaraguan, Venezuelan, and Cuban navies are pure saber-rattling. Beyond this blogger, numerous actors would relish seeing our influence wane in Latin America, particularly in a strategic hub like Panama. Some view our assistance with anti-corruption, financial crimes, and narcotics enforcement as a form of neo-colonialism. The Kremlin's propaganda machine openly labels all our initiatives Operation Just Cause We Feel Like It. The sheer audacity of the name was almost laughable, a piece of geopolitical trolling designed to get under the skin. Panamanians appreciated the stability of the U.S. dollar, yet the memory of the 1989 intervention still stung. Even citizens who despised Manuel Noriega, their narco-trafficking, thieving dictator, often viewed Operation Just Cause as a blunt exercise of American power. The inconvenient truth that Noriega had once been a CIA asset for years only made fresh propaganda easier to digest. Ryan glanced at his wrist, at the Rolex Explorer 2 Kathy had gifted him. Its additional hour hand remained fixed on Eastern Time when he traveled. Panama shares our time zone, correct? Foley confirmed with a nod. Very well, Ryan said. Arnie, have the switchboard arrange a call with President Botero at his earliest convenience. I'll take it on my mobile. After thanking the NSC members and ending the call, Ryan leaned back in his chair, stretching his spine as he stared at the ceiling. You all right, Jack? Foley asked. Just weary, he admitted. Aren't you authorizing a lethal action after a day spent mourning with friends? Ranks among the most draining things I can imagine. I understand, Foley said. What I meant was... Ryan's phone vibrated on the desk. Hold that thought, he said, answering. Ryan? It was the White House operator. President Rafael Botero's office had responded, stating he was unavailable at this time. Ryan instructed the switchboard he would try again in the morning and pocketed his phone. It appears the matter of grave import will have to wait. His long friendship with Foley allowed him to anticipate her line of questioning, and for the record, I'm fine. I simply have little patience for when Arnie discusses my deniability in that tone. The responsibility is shared, Jack, Foley stated. CIA and the Bureau compiled the intelligence. I presented it to the NSC, who brought it to you. I grasped the chain of events, Ryan said. I'm not suggesting our decision was wrong. I will sleep tonight, even with the bodyguard's death on my conscience. Stand too close to a man like Joaquin Gorshkov, and violence will find you, perhaps ending you. What I dislike is the political sidestep, the Washington dance. I gave the order. Foley considered her words carefully. 2 points, if I may. Go ahead. First, she said, when someone insists they'll sleep fine, they're often trying to convince themselves. And you know what? It's acceptable if we need a moment to reconcile ending another person's life. Over the years, I've lost count of the deaths I've been connected to. Ryan offered a tired, knowing smile. You're absolutely right, he replied. So, what's the second point? Gorshkov was a truly terrible person. Ryan got to his feet and reached for his coat. If being a bad person was all it took to justify sending molten metal through someone's skull, Mary Pat, our list of adversaries would be a lot shorter. One thing I've learned in my time making tough calls is that no one dies in isolation. Every loss sends out ripples, and some of those ripples turn into tidal waves. Can't argue with that, Foley said. Take the woman in white, for example, Ryan continued. She stared straight into the camera, right at me. Do we honestly believe someone connected to a network with the Camarilla's reach is just going to shrug off her brother's murder? Foley gave a grim, acknowledging nod. We know nothing about her, Jack. Exactly, Ryan said. A cold dread settled in his gut. And I have a very bad feeling we're going to learn more than we ever wanted to. Joaquin's blood had bloomed across the front of Sabine Gorshkova's white blouse like a grotesque flower. The moment she stepped inside the safe house her uncle had secured, she tore the soiled garment off, standing in her bra. Returning to the grimy hotel Joaquin had picked with its procession of unwashed women and their caked mascara was out of the question. Her brother could be such an idiot. A sob hitched violently in her throat, then died there. Joaquin Sabina was precisely 2 years older, almost to the day they could have passed for twins if not for their frames. He was all lean height while she was compact and substantial. She'd inherited their late mother's tendency to store every calorie against some imagined future shortage, carrying it on her stomach and hips. Her uncle Hector Alonso rose swiftly from the tufted leather sofa. Setting his glass of white rum on the glass table, he came to her, patting her bare shoulder with a thin hand, utterly unbothered by her state of undress. Sabine didn't care. Hector was a slight man, shoulders bound from 68 years, many spent hiding in stark jungle camps, wizened like a raisin, with a wispy silver mustache and goatee. He might have looked grandfatherly if not for the flint in his eyes. Those eyes had witnessed oceans of death, most of it delivered by Hector himself. Sabine's gaze held the same chilling quality as if it were inherited, though they shared no blood. The stooped Peruvian had been a close friend of her father's, as close as a leader in Peru's shining path could permit. Personal loyalty was viewed as a bourgeois weakness. The collective was everything. The individual sacrificed for the group. Yet, for Sabine's family, this tiny, venomous man had given up everything after her parents died. They became the children he never had, bound not by blood, but in blood. You should rest, the old man whispered. She pulled away sharply. Rest! Sabine jabbed a thumb toward her own chest, shaking her head in disgust. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch. Meanwhile, poor, foolish Joaquin has a new hole in his head, and I'm not even entirely sure what put it there. A bullet from a silenced rifle, perhaps. Her face twisted into a scornful sneer. "You and I both have seen enough to know what a rifle round does to a skull." She squeezed her eyes shut, mentally sifting through the horrific possibilities. "No, I saw the wound itself steaming before DeBruck yanked me away from him." She stood rigid as Hector reached up to wipe a fleck of blood from her chin with his thumb. A small caliber pistol. Then he offered. "No." She spun around and strode to the window, peering through the blinds to verify her security team was in position. "It wasn't a pistol. I saw something, a streak in the air, just before he fell." Working herself back into a fury, she spat on the polished floor. "Let someone else clean it up. Something in the air," her uncle pressed. He knew her moods well, and when she got this way, he seemed to brace himself, ready to sidestep the full force of her fury. "It was a drone," she stated flatly. "At first I mistook it for a bird. Before I could get a clear look, it shot fire at Joaquin, and then it blew apart." "Blew apart?" "Completely," she confirmed, her voice tight with anger. "A drone. Someone used it to kill my brother, and I will find out who. You left a team to secure the area. Do you take me for a fool?" She cut him off sharply. "Naturally, I have people there. I would still be on that mountain myself if DeBruck hadn't insisted I leave. Flaco is bringing down the bodies." Her uncle poured a measure of rum into a glass, his brow furrowed in thought. She took it and drank it down in one swift gulp. Venezuela's government was a crumbling wreck of graft and despair, yet it somehow still turned out remarkably good rum. "You should sit before your legs give out," he suggested, trying to steer her toward the sofa. She was raising the glass for another drink when a knock sounded at the door. It was Gregor. The Russian was one of the two men who had gunned down the assassin. His massive arms gleamed in the lamplight, as smooth and shiny as his bald head. "Why are you not still up there?" Sabine demanded the instant he entered. "You couldn't have conducted a thorough search in this little time. The rest of the team remains on site," he replied. "Forgive the interruption, Petrona, but there is something you need to see." If he was anxious, he didn't show it, which she appreciated. Sabine expected respect from those she employed, but she had no tolerance for timidity. Nervous people didn't last long in her world. Gregor held up a small object of plastic and wire, pinched between his thumb and forefinger. Rum glass in hand, she leaned in for a closer look. "A fragment from the drone?" The Russian shook his head. "The team is gathering drone fragments, yes, but this is something else entirely. I found it inside the assassin's mouth." "Is that a fact?" Uncle Hector moved closer. "In his mouth? Yes, Patron," Gregor said. "It was clipped to a back tooth. I believe it was for communication." Sabine gave a dismissive snort. He had a phone in his hand to control the drone. "This is just dental hardware." "If I may demonstrate, please." Gregor cradled the tiny device in his palm. "There is a small switch, likely activated by the tongue." He flipped the switch back and forth with his fingers. She glared at him, her patience thinning. "Show me how one is supposed to work that with a tongue, like this." Gregor used the tip of his finger to toggle the switch again. "You place it in the mouth." He then made a face as if he'd bitten into something profoundly sour. "Find some courage or find another line of work," Sabine snapped. She snatched the device from his hand and dropped it directly into her rum. "Petrona," he nearly shouted, "you could damage it. Perhaps you'll discover some sense while you're searching for your nerve." Sabine swirled the glass, sloshing the device in the alcohol. The man carried this in his mouth. "I doubt a little rum will hurt it." She fished it out and placed it in her own mouth, maneuvering it over a molar and probing the switch with her tongue. A series of vibrations traveled through her jawbone, translating into a faint hiss of static in her ear as it sought a connection. "You're correct," she said after a moment. "It is a communicator." She spat it into her palm and handed it to Hector. He took the saliva-slicked object without hesitation and held it up to the light. "No identifying marks," he observed. "It likely pairs with a covert radio or a cell phone." "So there were more of them," Sabine murmured, more to herself than to the men in the room. The realization was a cold stone in her gut. Who was he talking to? Her eyes lifted from the device, locking onto Gregor's. Who was this man? Gregor shook his head. There were no identifying marks on him. He appeared to be Latin American, possibly Venezuelan. A militant, perhaps. "I doubt it," Sabine replied, her voice cool. "This operation shows a level of sophistication. Venezuelan operatives often rely on far more primitive methods." She retrieved the small device from Hector, turning it over in her palm. Joaquin was killed by a microdrone, nearly undetectable. The technology is exceptionally advanced. A sudden, chilling thought struck her. The dead man's gadget might still be active, recording their every word. She dropped it back into the rum, handing the glass to Gregor. "I will look into this," he assured her. "Do not worry. We will discover who did this." Gorshkova's expression hardened into a snarl. "I already know who ordered my brother's death, and I am certain I am their next target." Hector held up a calming hand. "My dear, the Americans were not even aware of your existence until tonight. If they had been, you would not be standing here." She snatched the glass from Gregor, downing most of the liquor in one fierce gulp, leaving just enough to submerge the electronics. Her eyes burned with a furious light. Leaving me alive was their mistake, and they will deeply regret it. Gary Montgomery, the special agent in charge of the Presidential Protective Division, had overseen Jack Ryan's security for so long he had become more than a protector. He was a trusted, if unofficial, advisor. The former college boxer's broad face was pinched with disdain as he observed the British Prime Minister's modest three-vehicle motorcade. He muttered to his fellow agents about the PM's driver exiting the vehicle to open the door, a breach of protocol, leaving the protectee momentarily exposed. Montgomery was a fair man, but he had no patience for lax security. Ryan understood his anger. The memory was still raw, fresh earth over the graves of 11 Secret Service agents, friends and colleagues who had died protecting the First Lady. The service held itself to an impossible standard. The meticulously planned attack that had taken Kathy was, in their eyes, an unforgivable failure. Both Montgomery and the detail lead, Maureen Moe Richardson, had tried to resign. Ryan had refused. He needed Montgomery's relentless drive, directing the service to work alongside the FBI in hunting down the shadowy network behind the assault. Montgomery stayed, but a heavy silence had settled over him as if he carried a personal shame. He shut the limousine door and took the front passenger seat, his imposing frame visible over the lowered partition. Ryan, wanting the man's steadfast protection to continue, kept his tone casual. "Gary, you look like you just drank spoiled milk," he said, settling into the seat across from Mary Pat Foley. "Everything all right?" Montgomery glanced back, his expression unreadable. "All secure, Mr. President." Ryan observed that some agencies seem to rely on layers of optimism and sheer luck for their protective details. "But we don't operate that way, do we?" he asked, glancing at the agent beside him, a man who would unquestioningly take a bullet for him. "Absolutely not, sir," Montgomery replied firmly. "Not even close." The sturdy agent turned, speaking quietly into the microphone concealed at his collar. In response, a procession began. 4 police motorcycles and 2 patrol cars led the way, lights swirling and sirens cutting the night, followed by the armored presidential limousine known as the Beast, its duplicate, several Secret Service SUVs, and armored vehicles carrying the heavily armed counter-assault team trailed by a lengthy column of support vehicles. As the Director of National Intelligence, Mary Pat Foley rated her own security team, though it was far smaller than the President's, typically around Washington. That meant 1 car. Tonight, she rode with Ryan in the Beast, seated opposite him. Her agents were integrated into the extensive motorcade. Despite the late hour, Foley was absorbed in her tablet, sifting through the relentless stream of reports from the intelligence agencies she oversaw. Gazing out the darkened window at the serene, hedge-bordered street, Ryan was pulled from his thoughts when Foley set her device down. "Do you ever reminisce about the old times?" she asked. Ryan gave a weary smile. "I feel the weight of those years daily, Mary Pat." She laughed softly. "I understand. I mean, those operations we handled together here in Europe." "Occasionally," Ryan admitted. "Kathy thinks of them often, especially recently. She even uses a scrap from an old coat of mine as a bookmark." "That's sweet," Foley remarked. "It has a bullet hole in it," Ryan clarified. "Ah," Foley said, recognition dawning that coat. "I think she kept it as a stark reminder of life's fragility and its dangers." Not that she needs any more reminders of that now. Ryan was convinced his wife hadn't shared every detail of her ordeal with the Camarilla. The devastating loss of her security team had shattered her sense of safety. If armed men could breach the defenses around the First Lady, was anyone truly secure? Foley took a deliberate breath, as if weighing her words. "Will you tell her about this new Camarilla lead?" she finally asked. "This could potentially—" "No chance," Ryan interjected. "She's already uneasy staying at the White House when I'm away. It's the most secure location in the nation." Ryan shrugged. "She knows that logically. But emotionally, I believe she sees it as a giant white target on a perfect lawn. She despises being there alone, and this trip has been hard on her. I worry she's grinding her teeth to dust." Foley offered a gentle, knowing smile. "After what she endured, it's natural she'd want to stay close." Confronting mortality reshapes your entire reality. I had a taste of that after a far less severe incident, and I was still jumping at shadows for weeks, waiting for the next disaster. As Ryan retrieved his secure phone to call Kathy and forewarn her of their return to Winfield House, she disliked unexpected arrivals. Foley caught his eye. "Jack," she said, her voice steady and resolute, "we will find them. I give you my word." Ryan paused, meeting her gaze. It held a ferocious intensity, a blend of unwavering determination and profound righteous anger. He was relieved to have this woman and her skills aligned with his cause. "You seem to have a strategy in mind," he remarked. She gave a slow nod, exhaling deeply. "We're tracking a covert network of ex-Special Forces operatives who operate beyond legal constraints. Our own team is composed of individuals with comparable backgrounds, functioning outside bureaucratic red tape. They've been engaged from the beginning. I'll ensure they understand it's time to remove all restraints." Ryan let out a dry laugh. "I'm not entirely convinced that removing restraints with Clark is the wisest move." "You're a real comedian, Jack," Foley replied. "I'm fairly certain Clark wouldn't recognize a restraint if it bit him. He's reinforcing the team as we speak, but I'll see to it he receives every possible resource. We will find these people, Jack. You have my word." Kathy was already in bed when Ryan returned to their quarters at the ambassador's residence. Given the late hour, well past midnight, this was no surprise. Her blonde hair fanned across the pillows. But instead of her usual sleepwear, she wore an oversized Marine Corps shirt and a pair of gray sweatpants, rather than her typical medical journals on eye surgery. She was idly flipping through a frivolous magazine filled with celebrity gossip. She let out a long, weary breath when she saw him. "Did everything go all right?" "Smooth as silk," Ryan said, almost as if trying to believe it himself. He omitted the grim specifics surrounding the deaths of Joaquin Gorshkov and his guard. Casualties had been confined to one CIA officer, but that was hardly a victory. Offering his wife of 4 decades a tired smile, he loosened his tie and started unbuttoning his shirt. "It's so late. I figured you'd be asleep by now." She gave a soft laugh, as always, understanding what he left unsaid. "Sure, of course." After brushing his teeth, Ryan changed into a clean t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Weariness clung to him like a fog, but he reached for a thick, well-loved volume of The Complete Works of Saki from the nightstand. Though he'd been raised in a solidly middle-class home as the son of a Baltimore police detective, Jack Ryan had made several shrewd, some might say fortunate, investments on Wall Street before meeting Kathy Mueller. They never knew the struggle of being broke newlyweds in a cramped apartment, fiddling with a black and white TV using a pair of pliers to change channels. What they could afford hardly mattered. Neither was much for television, so purchasing one hadn't been a priority. Instead, their early evenings and weekends were often spent curled up in bed, reading aloud to one another. Anything by Ken Follett or Frederick Forsyth jumped to the top of their stack, but their enduring favorite was the sharp, witty short stories of H. Munro, who wrote under the pen name Saki. The demands of raising children, demanding careers, and social commitments had pushed the ritual aside for years, yet the trauma of Kathy's abduction had driven them back to the solace of their books. It was Kathy who had pulled the dog-eared copy from their bedroom shelf. Jack slid into bed beside her, book in hand. "Feel up for a bit of clever storytelling before we drift off?" She tossed the magazine over the side of the bed and turned toward him, gently brushing a stray lock of graying hair from his forehead. "You look like you might nod off mid-sentence." "I'm completely alert," he fibbed. "I'll take the first turn." Kathy shifted deeper under the covers beside him and gave a faint, almost invisible nod. "All right." Ryan found his place, adjusted his reading glasses, and cleared his throat. "The open window?" he announced. "I adore this one," she murmured, nestling closer until he could feel her warm breath against his neck. He had to twist his arms awkwardly to hold the book and turn the pages with her leaning against him, but he didn't mind. He was nearly at the final paragraph when she suddenly rolled onto her back, staring at the ceiling. He let the book rest on his chest. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she said. "I wish we could just stay like this forever," she whispered, the words heavy with longing. "Someday," Jack murmured, his voice a low promise against the quiet room. "Someday," Kathy echoed, but the word felt hollow on her tongue. What if someday is just a story we tell ourselves? What if it never comes? It will. "It might not, Jack," she insisted, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as if searching for answers in the plaster. "Every agent on my detail had someone. They all had plans, dreams, someone waiting at home to share a quiet moment, to just be with." A bitter laugh escaped her. "And now?" Jack remained silent, a somber acknowledgement in his nod. Kathy didn't look at him. "They're still out there, aren't they?" "They?" he asked, though he knew those men, she said, her voice dropping, her expression clouding. "The Camarilla. I know you got the ones in the van, but I heard them talking after they grabbed me. It's not just a few bad guys, it's an organization." She paused, wrestling with the memory. "I used to think people capable of that were monsters, pure evil, like wild animals. But these men, they were professionals, Jack. Calm, methodical. I wasn't a person to them. I was an objective. A job." Jack felt his jaw tighten, a cold fury settling in his chest. "That is my definition of evil, sweetheart," he said, his voice strained but steady. "They were hunting us then," she whispered, the fear a tangible thing in the dim light. "And I can't shake this feeling that the hunt isn't over. They have resources, an army." "The assignment they were on is finished," Jack said, choosing his words with care. "The man who hired them is gone." Kathy was sharp. She always knew when he was softening the truth for her sake, and she often let it slide. Not tonight. He didn't even try to sell the lie. He'd read the reports from the FBI, the Secret Service, from Ding Chavez himself. The Camarilla was a ghost, a network of private contractors with no discernible headquarters, led by a shadow on a chart. Only one operative had survived the rescue, the one who'd apparently tried to help her, and he was so addled by a head injury he was practically unreachable. "You're right," Jack admitted, the concession feeling like a defeat. He hesitated, started to form some platitude about the future, and stopped himself. It was all too trite. Instead, he simply said, "I love you." She lifted her head then, her cheeks flushed and streaked with tears. "I'll get through this, Jack. I promise you that." "I never doubted it," he said, his heart swelling with a fierce pride. "You know what you remind me of?" He reached for the book on the nightstand, flipping through the pages of Saki's stories until he found the passage. "Here. Confront a child, a puppy, and a kitten with sudden danger. The child will turn instinctively for assistance. The puppy will grovel in abject submission. The kitten will brace its tiny body for a frantic resistance." A small, genuine smile touched Kathy's lips. "So I'm the kitten?" she asked, already wriggling closer to him, as if trying to erase the space between them entirely. "Without a doubt," he said, grinning as he maneuvered his arm beneath her and drew her onto his chest. She fit there perfectly, a familiar weight that grounded him. Out of the blue, she said, "I wonder what Stephen is doing right now." "Who?" "Stephen Edwards," she said. "Chili. That young officer from Abilene. He saved my life, Jack. A phone call to say thanks doesn't feel like enough. I can look into it again, if you want," Jack offered. The truth was, he had no idea where Chili Edwards was at that exact moment, but he knew precisely where the man would be tomorrow morning. The arrangements were already made. "We should have him to dinner," Kathy said, the idea brightening her tone. "Here, at the White House. Wouldn't that be something?" "It's a fantastic idea," Jack agreed, meaning it. "I'll check on him." Kathy didn't press further, so he let the subject drift, picking up the book again. "Shall I finish the story?" She sighed a contented, weary sound and pressed a soft kiss just below his jaw. "No," she murmured, settling deeper against him. "Not tonight. I have the last line memorized." She put on a mischievous British accent, tilting her head back to meet his gaze with wide eyes before kissing him once more. Her whispered words brushed against his skin. Romance at short notice was her specialty. Abilene, Texas movement spotted. Stephen Chili Edwards reported into his collar mic. Though most of the SWAT team was within earshot, he relayed the update over the radio to keep command in the loop. At 31, Chili carried himself with a steadiness that belied his youthful appearance. Tonight was supposed to mark his formal exit. He'd already handed over his sniper rifle and was scheduled to turn in the rest of his gear after this call. The whole team had been celebrating his departure at Perini Ranch Steakhouse, 18 miles south in Buffalo Gap. When the call came in, Chili had just set off a white smoke grenade behind the restaurant, a traditional send-off for a departing operator. When the alert sounded, he'd hesitated, figuring he was already done, but Sergeant Johnson fixed him with a stern look. "Not a chance. Gear up." The Perini family, longtime supporters of the local police, promised to keep the stakes warm until the team returned. The operation, however, was dragging on. "First window on the west side," Chili continued, his tone clipped and clear. "Hold fire. Female hostage exiting now." From behind the armored Bearcat, the rest of the team watched the split-level house. They followed Chili's numbering system, sides labeled clockwise. Windows counted left to right on each face. First window on the west side meant the lower left window on that wall. Two snipers, former teammates of Chili's, were positioned on a rooftop across the street, prepared to fire a precision round if Donald Valente appeared and threatened the remaining hostages. Now, one woman stumbled out, coated in blood but alive, weeping violently. Chili shifted his Colt M4 to his hip, ready to raise it if Valente burst out shooting. He waved the traumatized woman toward the cover of the Bearcat, while the 8-man team kept their rifles trained on the house. Nearby, K9, Brutus, a Belgian Malinois, let out a low whine but stayed close to his handler, a quiet operator called Oates. "Layla's dead," the woman cried. She was young, maybe 19, with sunken eyes and dull reddish hair. "Donnie stabbed her. He wasn't supposed to hurt her, I swear." Chili recognized her as Tina Tyson, known on the streets as TT, a local sex worker. Sergeant Johnson adjusted his helmet, glancing briefly at her. "Who's Layla TT?" "My sister." TT wept. "She wasn't like me. She had a real job at Costco. A nice place. I just thought she could loan me some cash." Property records show the house belongs to Layla Tyson. Chili noted. That's what I'm saying. TT shrieked, gesturing toward the lower windows. She's in the hallway. I can't believe he did that. We were only supposed to get a little money. Where was Valente when you left? Crawling around near the living room. TT said. He's clever enough to realize you'll open fire if he shows himself. I slipped out while he was looking down. Is he carrying any weapons? Of course he's armed, she said with a scoff. He's got a kitchen knife and a Glock pistol. The Glock has one of those extended magazines, holds maybe 50 rounds. Anything else? Layla keeps our father's old double-barrel shotgun in her bedroom closet downstairs. TT fought back a sob, her legs gave out and she crumpled to the ground, her body shaking with uncontrollable sobs until she was gasping for air. Sergeant Johnson signaled for a tactical medic to escort the distraught woman back to the outer perimeter where an ambulance was waiting. He quickly relayed her information over the radio, ensuring everyone, including the command staff half a block away in the mobile post, was fully briefed. Johnson's solid reputation meant the commander trusted his judgment and let him run the scene. The witness states the suspect was upstairs, crawling on his hands and knees to avoid detection when she got away. He is in possession of a knife and a Glock with an extended magazine. The witness, Tyson, confirms the suspect has killed the other hostage. Rear units stand by with the flashbangs. Breachers are moving up to prepare the front door now. With the hostage deceased, we have a moment. We'll set the charge and then determine our entry point. Johnson gave a sharp nod to Ike and Winslow. Barth, you're on lethal overwatch. Chili, cover that second window to the right of the door. His lip twisted in irritation beneath his thick mustache. I've always hated these split-level layouts. Copy that, Chili responded. He fell into position behind Barth and the two breachers as the rest of the team provided cover. In his earpiece, Pelkey's voice from one of the sniper teams across the street came through, crackling with static. I'm picking up shadow movement in the upper window. Looks like the dining room area. Suspect is not presenting a clear target, but I believe he's still upstairs, staying low. The breachers worked with swift, silent efficiency, securing their pre-assembled charge to the hinge side of the front door in a matter of seconds. Barth stood guard at the door, weapon raised, providing lethal cover during the process. Chili positioned himself to the left of the lower window. A faint light from the hallway spilled into the carpeted room. Chili scanned the details while maintaining awareness of the door and the broader situation. The closet door hung open, revealing a precarious tower of cardboard boxes. The double bed was buried under a ridiculous mountain of decorative pillows. More boxes and a tangle of plastic hangers were heaped on a treadmill in the corner. This room was clearly a catch-all guest space, a convenient dumping ground. But there was no sign of Donald Valente. Once finished, the breachers unspooled a length of nonal fuse and retreated with it back to the rest of the team behind the armored Bearcat, 30 yards away. Barth followed. Just as Chili was about to turn and join them, a flicker of motion in the hallway made him freeze. He raised his rifle, peering into the dim light. It took him a second to process what he was seeing. A woman's foot. Layla, Chili's fist shot into the air. Hold! A closer look revealed a dark, smeared trail on the carpet where she had dragged herself down the hall. There was a lot of blood. The foot moved again, the toes flexing in a weak attempt to push herself forward, perhaps, toward the shotgun she kept in the back bedroom. That's the spirit, Chili thought. He hurried the 10 paces back to the team. I've got eyes on the victim. She's alive, on the hallway floor, basement level, second window on the side. She's moving, but she's bleeding heavily and it looks bad. A wounded hostage changed everything, accelerating the timeline dramatically. From that moment, events began to unfold at a breakneck pace. Copy, Sergeant Johnson said, his voice unnervingly calm. We are shifting to a deliberate assault. Rear units, stand by with the flashbang. Barth, grab the breaching tool and move in with Chili. Execute now, initiate. The 8-person team was positioned for a swift entry, maintaining a safe distance from the impending blast. Each operator, Chili included, turned their ballistic plates toward the explosion, heads lowered and mouths agape to protect their eardrums from the pressure wave. "Copy," came Winslow's steady reply over the comms, standing by for breach Ike. The primary breacher held the trigger device, his hand hovering. At the signal, he would drive the plunger down, igniting the primer to send a detonation wave racing at over 6,000 feet per second through the Nonel tube toward the charge on the door hinges. Winslow paused, allowing a moment for any final calls. Silence, with a nod from Ike. The command echoed, "Breach! Breach! Breach!" A concussive thump struck Chili's chest, more a sensation than pain. Simultaneously, the diversionary 9-bang grenades erupted at the rear of the house in a staggered, distracting cacophony. Shouldering his compact M4, Chili advanced to the window, visually clearing the room and covering the hallway, while Barth moved up with the break-in rake tool. The curtains were drawn back. Barth smashed the glass and worked the rake around the frame's edges, clearing lethal shards. From the front door stack, a chorus of frustrated curses erupted. "Failed breach," Johnson shouted. Near the Bearcat, K9 Brutus let out a whining howl. Chili shot a glance sideways. The front door was canted weirdly in its frame, a makeshift ramp created by the blast, with less than 2 feet of clearance, a fatal funnel for anyone trying to enter. "Son of a bitch," Ike growled. He's barricaded it with furniture from the stairs. He wedged a Halligan tool into the gap. Straining movement in the hallway pulled Chili's focus from the chaotic entry. Layla Tyson's head appeared low at the threshold, pressed to the carpet. "Victim in sight," Chili reported. Barth saw her too. He shoved the break-in rake through the window, grabbing a stubborn upright section of the frame to widen the opening. In a smoother scenario, Barth would have entered first under Chili's cover. But the frame gave way too easily under his forceful yank, sending him stumbling backward to land hard. Adapting instantly, Barth barked, "Go!" and raised his rifle to cover as Chili, now closest, vaulted inside. His eyes locked on the doorway. He felt a sharp burn as his left forearm caught a jagged edge from elbow to wrist. A quick check showed a steady drip, not a pulsing flow. So he pushed forward. Inside, he transmitted as Barth followed. "I have the door," Barth whispered, boots touching down. The room was swiftly cleared. The open closet and space under the bed made it simple. Without a word, both men moved toward the injured hostage. The rest of the team had already pulled back from the blocked entry point and were moving through the window they'd used to get in. Winslow, bringing up the rear, called over the combs. "Movement past the front. Target is moving to the lower level." Their protocol was clear. Hostages came first, then fellow officers, then the suspect. That didn't mean they could ignore the immediate threat while focused on the injured woman. They moved with urgent speed, both men driven to place their armored vests between the hostage and any incoming fire. Barth took the left side of the doorframe, while Chili positioned himself on the right, giving him the cleaner angle to deploy a flashbang and keep it clear of the victim. At the deafening pop of the distraction device, both operators swung around the frame. Barth oriented toward the threat, while Chili dropped into a crouch, seizing Layla Tyson by the shoulders to pull her back into relative safety. To an observer, it would have looked like a single fluid motion. The bang and the breach happening as one pumped on adrenaline. They jostled against each other in the tight doorway. Gunshots echoed down the hallway, frantic and poorly aimed, but a stray round could kill you just as dead. Barth answered with controlled fire of his own. He shifted his stance, and his boot connected hard with Chili's lower back. Chili lurched forward, thrown off balance by the unexpected impact. He steadied himself and, without a second's hesitation, hooked his hands under the wounded woman's arms, her blood streaking the floor as he dragged her into the bedroom and behind the wall of armored SWAT officers. Barth's voice crackled over the radio, "Suspect exiting east side." A moment later, An inhuman shriek tore through the air outside, followed by a chaos of snarls and the sharp, excited bark of a police dog. The stairway landing was obstructed by an overturned couch, so Chili and half the team passed Layla Tyson out through the shattered window to the waiting paramedics. The other officers swept the rest of the house for any remaining threats. Outside, the suspect was getting a very personal introduction to K9 Brutus. Standard procedure called for a visual inspection after exposure to gunfire. Chili was closest and was bleeding from a cut on his left arm. So Sergeant Johnson started with him. "Either of you catch one?" Johnson asked, raising Chili's arms to check his torso. Blood was dripping from the elbow of his olive-drab tactical shirt. "I'm good, Sarge," Chili said, "but this arm's probably gonna need a few stitches." He winced, rotating his shoulders, and shot a look at Barth. "I know we were hauling ass, but you planted your boot right in my spine back there." "Wasn't me," Barth said, shaking his head. "I never made contact." Johnson gripped Chili's shoulder and turned him around. "Jesus, kid. What?" "Looks like a round caught you right in the rifle plate, just above your kidney. Thank God your soft armor drapes lower than the plates. The spall and fragments chewed the hell out of the Kevlar, probably when you were bent over grabbing the victim." Barth leaned in to see the damage and let out a low whistle. "Chili, you are one fantastically lucky individual. If you'd been hunched over another inch, you'd be singing soprano for the rest of your life." Johnson glanced at Barth, then conducted the same quick check on him. "You clean, all clear, boss?" Barth confirmed. "I'm 10-2. Outside, the ambulance's siren whooped once as it departed with Layla Tyson, lights strobing. Sergeant Johnson made a circling motion with his finger above his head, gathering the team. "Let's get you to the ER," he said, placing a hand on Chili's shoulder. His tone shifted, becoming more administrative. "Then we're headed back to the station. We've got some procedural items to handle." "Figured as much," Chili replied. The sergeant didn't spell it out, but those items involved turning in the rest of his department-issued equipment, including his badge. The gash on his forearm later required 19 stitches, a perfect number for a future war story to tell the grandkids. The stitches were quick, but he'd chosen a particularly hectic night at the emergency room to catch a glancing round on his vest. Even a minor impact like that meant a mandatory X-ray under city protocol. He'd brought his mobile data terminal along and managed to hammer out his incident report during the endless wait for the radiology technician. Finally released, Chili began the quiet drive back to the police station, a repurposed supermarket in a strip mall on South First Street. The walk from the staff parking lot to the secure rear entrance felt surreal. Was this the first step on an incredible new path, or a grim march toward professional oblivion? He checked his watch, a Tudor Ranger gifted by his squad before they'd scrambled for that SWAT call. It was just after midnight, according to his resignation paperwork. Yesterday had officially been his final day with the city of Abilene. For all intents and purposes, his life as a cop was over. He didn't enjoy ruminating on it, but the truth was, he had shockingly little concrete information about what came next. His colleagues were convinced he'd lost his marbles when he announced he was leaving law enforcement for a position at a financial arbitrage firm named Hendley Associates, all the way out in Alexandria, Virginia. Chili kept the genuine specifics to himself, telling everyone the job duties were still vague. The firm, he explained, seemed to think his brief Army service, history degree, handful of accounting courses, and, oh yeah, the minor detail of having saved the First Lady's life made him a suitable candidate. His father had been philosophically calm. "You're young," the old man remarked. "You've got time to correct your trajectory a few times after you get this wild hair out of your system." His older brother, an operator with the FBI's elite hostage rescue team, was far less diplomatic. "You're a moron to walk away from the Bureau when you're practically in. They aren't going to sit around waiting for you to get your head on straight." Maybe his brother had a point. But the Bureau itself hadn't exactly been rolling out the red carpet. Ironically, the very shot that saved Mrs. Ryan's life had somehow stalled his application into a bureaucratic crawl. He'd grown tired of hearing "just be patient," which made the offer from two strangers in a black pickup, men he'd initially pulled over for speeding, all the more compelling. They'd known his name and presented an opportunity that sounded fascinating, based on the scant details he could gather. Every conversation with Ding Chavez left him energized about the future, yet swimming in even more questions than he'd started with. "We'll get to that," was practically the man's motto. It wasn't that Chili felt apprehensive. Years on the street had bred a healthy cynicism, yet for reasons he couldn't fully articulate, he found himself trusting Chavez and the intensely formidable older man named Clark almost implicitly, a trust he'd previously reserved for his father. The personal phone call from President Ryan hadn't hurt, though he'd only shared a sanitized version with his friends. More than anything, Chili craved being part of something significant, and this new role, mysterious as it was, seemed to answer that call. He loved a good mystery, after all. He punched his code into the cipher lock on the back door, relieved that IT hadn't deactivated it at the stroke of midnight. The moment he stepped inside, the rich aroma of seared steak washed over him. Lisa Perini had arrived earlier with a feast, 16 perfectly cooked ribeyes, spicy jalapeno poppers, and loaded baked potatoes, a true friend to the police family. Despite the late hour, the building buzzed with focused activity. Detectives and command staff, up to and including the chief, were deep in interviews, typing reports or conducting after-action reviews. Officer Barth's round had struck Donald Valente in the left thigh, and Canine Brutus had apparently taken a substantial bite out of the man's bicep. Those injuries, however, were the least of Valente's worries. Layla was still in surgery. This was Texas. If she died on the operating table, Valente was staring straight at the death penalty. Sergeant Johnson motioned for Chili to step into his office once the higher-ups had departed, and the team was settled with their late-night meal of steak and baked potatoes. "You free for a bit?" "Absolutely," Chili replied. "A few of us are hitting a bar later you in." "Wouldn't dream of missing it," Johnson said. "And I'm still sorry about how your party got crashed." Chili let out a low laugh. "Are you kidding? It was perfect!" "A hostage situation, some gunplay, and a major arrest?" "Seriously, Sarge, that's the most memorable farewell anyone could ask for." Johnson offered a slight, almost invisible nod. His gaze sharpened, studying Chili carefully. "I've got most of my equipment sorted," Chili continued. "I turned in the rifle earlier today. Since it's past 1 in the morning, I'll wrap up the rest and bring it by before we leave. My flight's at dawn, so sleep isn't really on the agenda tonight anyway." He drew a steadying breath, and then, with deliberate resolve, pushed his badge across the desk. "Figured I might as well hand this over now, since I'm officially off the roster." Johnson picked up the badge, spinning it slowly on the wooden surface as he collected his thoughts. He kept his eyes down when he finally spoke. "A man who drives his Harley straight into a shopping mall during a firefight. That kind of officer never really leaves the roster." Though the event had happened weeks ago, Chili still caught plenty of playful ribbing over his bold move, along with plenty of quiet, respectful nods. He wasn't one for getting emotional, but a tightness in his throat made the words hard to form. "It's been an honor serving with you, Sarge." "Here's the thing," Johnson interrupted. "I just don't understand it, kid. You live for this work." He shook his head, his eyes narrowing as if pained by the thought. "And you're incredibly good at it. I can't change what Abilene pays. They pay what they pay. But for crying out loud, at least wait for an offer from the FBI. They're practically cops, too." Chili sighed, feeling both humbled and conflicted. Being called into the boss's office usually meant you were fighting to keep your job, not being persuaded to stay. "Did my brother talk to you about this?" Sergeant Johnson spun the badge again, watching it intently. "No, this is all me. I just can't picture you happy parked in front of a computer at some finance arbitrage firm." He looked up, his expression earnest. Chili, I've seen this story play out before. The whole grass is greener impulse. A guy convinces himself some other life has more excitement or better perks than what he's got. Are we still talking about my new job? I'm saying you'll run into the same kinds of personalities and the same stretches of boredom no matter where you land. The names and faces might change, but the grass on the other side is still just grass. Most guys your age regret jumping ship within a couple of days. They're either too proud to admit it, or they've burned every bridge back. The sergeant stood and shook Chili's hand, pulling him into a brief backslapping hug before stepping back. Tell you what, he said, I'll keep your gear here in my office. We'll call the next 2 weeks administrative leave for, I don't know, nearly taking a bullet. If you decide this new job is all sunshine and smooth sailing, then more power to you. Go on your way. Just mail the badge back, and I'll file your separation. Until then, your rifle will be waiting. 13. CIA Operations Officer Colleen Vance guided her navy blue Toyota Corolla off the George Washington Memorial Parkway, merging into the stream of morning commuters entering the grounds of the George Bush Center for Intelligence, widely referred to as Langley. With both hands resting at the top of the steering wheel, she tapped her thumbs in rhythm with the driving bass line of Workhorse by All Them Witches. The pre-dawn glow washed over wet asphalt, painting the pavement in the crimson haze of brake lights. The windshield wipers beat a frantic rhythm against the cold autumn rain. Leaning forward, her chest nearly touching the steering wheel, she squinted into the gloom. It was a habit she'd picked up from her mother, that unconscious belief that a few extra inches could pierce the darkness. A priority cable had arrived the previous day, sparking her early morning drive. It contained questions about a female subject, believed to be named Sabine Gorshkova, eager to check the digital traps she'd set yesterday. Vance had come in before dawn. Judging by the line of taillights, it seemed everyone else had the same idea. She passed the small guard shack on her right, its windows darkened by one-way film that hid the armed CIA Security Protective Service officers inside. The structure was a somber reminder of a 1993 tragedy when a terrorist had opened fire at this very spot, killing 2 employees and wounding others on their way to work. Vance gave a subconscious nod. Too many stars marked the memorial wall inside, yet there was no other job she wanted. The secrecy was a constant irritation. Her siblings were convinced she worked for the U.S. Geological Survey. Only her parents knew the truth. That part had seemed infinitely more glamorous before she actually joined. But the work itself? It was incredible. The dark arts of understanding human behavior, unraveling its mysteries, that was her calling. Yesterday's directive had come straight from Liberty Crossing, from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. It was a high-priority, short-fuse tasking. Find the round-faced woman in white from the attached photos and confirm her identity. The alert had gone worldwide with special emphasis on Latin America and Russia, straightforward but sparse on details, noting only that the woman was a dual citizen of Venezuela and Russia. Any information was to be pushed up the chain immediately. Reading the name, Vance felt that familiar jolt of adrenaline, the same thrill as scoring concert tickets or catching the eye of that blonde analyst from the Eastern Europe desk. A quick search showed most names were common, but there couldn't be many Sabine Gorshkovas in the world. Before the agency, Vance had spent a year at the University of Cartagena, honing her Spanish and meeting interesting people. Among them was a shy Venezuelan student named Blanca Pakulova. Given Venezuela's political ties, Russian surnames weren't unusual. Blanca came from wealth enough for a prestigious Colombian education. She rarely spoke of family, but when she did, it was about her crazy siblings, once joking that her sister might someday kill her. Only in a drunken moment had Blanca let that sister's name slip. Sabine. It was a long shot. Pakulova was nothing like Gorshkova, but it was a thread worth pulling, and Vance had pulled, sending a cable to a farm classmate, now stationed in Bogota, requesting Blanca's university records to pinpoint family details. There was something there. She could feel it in her gut, a hunter's certainty, if only she could find a parking spot and reach her desk without getting soaked. She slowed to flash her blue CIA employee badge, not the green one for contractors, at a uniformed security officer. With a nod, he waved her through. She kept right, skirting the old headquarters building with its iconic seal and the star-studded memorial wall in the lobby. The statue of Nathan Hale was just visible to her left near the OHB. There was a statue of Harriet Tubman, too, though the rain and the road hid it from view. The morning felt charged, the downpour washing the world clean while secrets pooled in the puddles. For a moment, she allowed herself a wry smile. All this intrigue over a name from a half-remembered conversation in a humid Colombian bar. The job was never just about cables and photos. It was about connecting ghosts from the past to shadows in the present. She walked past the Mi-17 helicopter that had carried Gary Schroen's CIA jawbreaker team into Afghanistan shortly after the September 11th attacks, and the sleek A-12 reconnaissance aircraft, the one her dad had incorrectly identified as an SR-71 Blackbird during a family visit. At the parking gate, she swiped her badge and entered the code to lift the barrier. For junior staff at the agency, parking was a daily free-for-all. Arriving early didn't guarantee a spot close to the entrance. New recruits often quipped that the farthest spaces felt like they were in another state. To top it off, she'd left her umbrella at home, so much for being a stealthy operative. Since personal phones weren't allowed inside, she left hers in the car, grabbed the plastic bag holding her office shoes, and held the newest issue of The Economist over her head as she hurried through the downpour. By the time she reached the door, her feet were soaked, a soggy fate she shared with plenty of others that morning. Much like the training at the farm, the shared annoyance of a long, wet walk helped build camaraderie among junior officers and analysts. Hannah Jensen, a slightly more experienced operations officer from Idaho, who also worked the South America desk, kept an extra blouse in her locker. It was uncomfortably snug in the chest and featured a high collar with a bow that looked straight out of an early 80s mom's wardrobe. But it was dry, so she kept any comments to herself and accepted the loan. Her own blouse would likely dry by lunch if she could keep the buttons on Hannah's from straining until then. It was typical to find several tasks waiting when she logged in, and today was no different. The first three were routine follow-ups on NSA traces requested by her branch chief. The fourth was a cable from a colleague at the Bogota station. After reading it, she spent the morning meticulously verifying addresses and flight manifests before drafting a concise bluff report summarizing her findings. As a junior officer, she couldn't disseminate intelligence directly, so she forwarded the report to her branch chief, James Canterbury, for review. Unsure why the Office of the Director of National Intelligence had such a keen interest in Sabine Gorshkova, she decided to slip out for an early lunch before Mr. Canterbury circled back with revisions or requests for more detail. Her blouse was still damp, so she kept on Hannah's uncomfortably tight throwback top and hoped she wouldn't bump into that attractive blonde analyst from the Eastern Europe division. The rain had cleared and sunlight broke through, so she took her salad and Dr. Pepper outside to eat near the Kryptos cipher sculpture in the courtyard. She'd barely settled when Mr. Canterbury appeared at the door, motioning for her. The no cell phone policy meant he'd had to track her down in person. He was an avuncular figure with salt and pepper hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and a rich, resonant voice that had swayed countless foreign sources during his postings overseas. Though he was her supervisor, he often acted more like a mentor, handing her opportunities to excel and then highlighting her sharp insights to higher-ups. "Had a feeling I'd find you here," he said. She stood up immediately. If he'd come looking, it had to be important. It was. "Lunch will have to wait," he told her. "Toss that and come with me." He offered no further explanation, his demeanor as reserved as ever, though perhaps a touch more tense. "Is everything all right?" "Everything's fine," Canterbury replied. "The division chief wants to see us about your report. He waited for her to discard her salad, then held the door open. "Excellent work, by the way." She thanked him. The division chief, her boss's boss, that was unexpected. Alexis Glazier, chief of the division, met them in the hallway. She was tall and slender, around the same age as Canterbury, but with a bit more time in the agency. Lexi Glazier's dark hair was swept into a professional updo, the kind that would land her the role if anyone was casting for a sophisticated intelligence operative. Her features might have seemed stern if not for the subtle, knowing smile that seemed perpetually tucked at the corners of her mouth, suggesting a private amusement she chose not to share. Her eyes assessed Vance in a swift glance. "Colleen, I presume?" "That's correct," Vance replied, Glazier's eyebrow lifted almost imperceptibly, her smile broadening. "An interesting fashion statement." "I was caught in the rain this morning," Vance explained quickly. "I had to find something. It's perfectly fine," Glazier interrupted, already turning toward the elevators with the clear expectation they would follow. "Outstanding report," she added, glancing back. "My thanks." Vance shifted her weight nervously, catching Branch Chief Canterbury's eye as they stepped into the elevator. He subtly mimicked brushing a speck of food from his own teeth. Glazier politely looked away. When Glazier used her badge for the 7th floor, Vance shot Canterbury a look of pure dread, which he answered with a reassuring wink. "We've secured a meeting with the DDO," he said quietly. "He's reviewing your write-up now. He'll have inquiries. Be straightforward. Keep in mind he appreciates the granular details, the how and why behind your assessments." The mere thought of briefing the Deputy Director of Operations, effectively the agency's second-in-command, sent a wave of nausea through Vance, making her sway slightly on her feet. Her only prior visit to the 7th floor had been a group tour during her initial training. DDO Gary Berryhill greeted them at the elevator, offering a firm handshake to each. He gave Vance's modest, high-necked blouse an amused once-over, chuckling and shaking his head. "Director Canfield says to proceed in," he announced. They had barely entered the suite when Director Canfield emerged from his private office, a leather portfolio in hand. He gave a nod of acknowledgement before addressing his assistant. "Becky, please inform the security detail we're heading down." He then turned and extended his hand. "Officer Colleen Vance?" "Yes, sir." "Exceptionally well done," Canfield stated, locating Sabine Gorshkova's sister and leveraging that to identify a potential site. "That is, frankly, superb work." He began moving toward the elevator. "You're accompanying me with you, sir." Canfield gave a confirming nod. "Not every senior officer here would be so generous, but both Canterbury and Glazier insisted you receive full credit for your work and join us." "Thank you." Vance managed, looking in dismay at her superiors. "But join you where?" "The White House," Canfield said, as if it were the most ordinary destination. "Both DNI Foley and President Ryan are former members of this institution. The president values hearing directly from promising new officers." Vance hardly registered anything after the White House. "Unbelievable," she breathed, feeling suddenly lightheaded. Canterbury leaned in, his voice a low whisper. "Not a bad opportunity, briefing the president so early on." "Can I at least change?" Vance whispered back, convinced she was either going to be sick or burst a button on the borrowed blouse. "You're fine," Chief Glazier said, with a faint, ironic smile at the unfortunate garment. "I'm certain it will be the last thing on the president's mind. Panama City." The alert reached the San Miguelito Area B substation, while National Police Commissioner Javier Guerra was otherwise engaged in the ardent company of his mistress. Typically, his executive officer, Major Gabriela Canto, would have contacted his driver, Officer Pinto, if she needed him. Pinto was accustomed to waiting in the car during these afternoon visits. Today, however, Pinto had been dispatched on an errand, prompting Canto to disturb Guerra directly. He let the phone ring, ignoring it. Major Canto was an efficient and sharply competent officer, a fact that did not escape Guerra's notice, though he often mused that Pinto certainly wouldn't object to some personal time with her. The call he knew would mean real police work was waiting, an intrusion he resented as the phone finally fell silent, only to begin ringing again immediately. Guerra was a man of few words, yet Gabriella Canto occupied his thoughts with a stubborn persistence, even intruding upon his private moments with his wife or during his rare encounters with Josefina. The woman was a constant irritant, forever poking her nose into affairs that were none of her business, complicating his life in ways he found profoundly aggravating. It was never what he hoped for with her. Instead, it was always some new headache. From the day she'd been assigned to the San Miguelito precinct, he had made repeated, desperate attempts to lure her into his bed, only to be met each time with dismissive laughter, as if his propositions were nothing more than a childish prank. He would have preferred outright anger to that humiliating amusement. More infuriating than the personal rejections was her professional recklessness. Her relentless zeal drove her to launch poorly considered investigations into powerful businessmen and politicians who paid handsomely to remain beyond scrutiny. While troublesome as commissioner, he held the authority to shut such inquiries down before they gained any real traction. His phone skittered across the nightstand for a third time, and he reached over swiftly to silence the damned thing. A woman of Josefina's vibrant spirit demanded his complete attention. Work was an unwelcome intrusion. By the time he was finished, 3 voicemails from Canto waited, but Guerra saw no need to listen. She knew perfectly well where he spent his afternoons. If the matter were truly urgent, she would have dispatched an officer to fetch him, or, in a more tantalizing scenario, come herself. The mere idea of her appearing at the same location as Josefina sent a thrilling, dizzying rush through him. The commissioner was what locals termed a rabbi blanco, literally white-tailed, denoting someone of distinctly European appearance. Guerra owed his athletic frame and sharp, defined features to his Spanish grandfather, a square-jawed man who had enjoyed a brief stint as a fashion model in Barcelona decades prior. A stray lock of sandy hair often fell across his forehead, and his flushed complexion gave him the look of someone who'd just stepped out of a vigorous brawl. Women generally found his appearance playful and boyish, a charm that persisted despite his thick mustache. Most women, that is. Gabriella Canto remained the glaring exception. Noticing the cluster of police sedans and Ford F-150 pickups as he guided his Lexus into his reserved spot, Guerra muttered under his breath, "Gabriella Canto, you insufferable beauty, what fresh chaos have you dragged us into now?" He tried calling Fabian Pinto before exiting the car, got voicemail and left a terse message. "Something's brewing. You should get down here." The normally subdued San Miguelito station was packed to capacity, a stark contrast to its usual quiet. The crowd was clad in full tactical gear, elbow pads, rifle plates, Kevlar helmets, as if preparing for a combat deployment. Some of these officers were under his command, most were not. His own people from San Miguelito quickly stepped aside to let him pass as he approached. The officers from other precincts eventually moved as well, though with a deliberate, sluggish reluctance that did not escape his notice. Shaking his head at the sea of young faces in body armor, Guerra entered the office. Most sported only a corporal's chevron or 2. A few had no rank at all on their sleeves, the newest recruits known simply as agentes. He marveled at their youth, and all this frantic activity in the middle of the day. This new generation appeared to have no use for a proper siesta. What a pity, Guerra thought. They'd likely work themselves into an early grave from stress. Major Canto and her assistant, Sergeant Alfredo Frady Perez, met him at the doorway. Like everyone else, they were geared up for action. Canto's hair was drawn back into a sleek dark ponytail to accommodate a helmet. At a fit 5'7", she possessed a comeliness that the bulky tactical vest and green battle dress uniform could not entirely conceal. Seeing such a striking woman dressed like all the other officers filled Guerra with a bitter, contemptuous frustration. It felt like a profound waste. Sergeant Perez, young and broad-shouldered with a dark Superman curl falling across his brow, stood beside Major Canto like a vigilant sentry. As her principal staff officer, he was essentially her driver and personal aide, what British police might call a bagman. Commissioner Guerra despised the boy for the sheer amount of time he spent at Canto's side. Despite the 3 stripes on his collar, Perez looked no older than the other officers milling around the squad room, probably needing only 10 seconds to shave each morning. Guerra's eyes swept the space, his frown deepening. Why is half of Rolando Martinez stationed here, and why is everyone geared up like they're heading out on the town? He shot Canto a suggestive grin. Vamos pa'l war in Panama? The phrase was a crude euphemism for sex. Sergeant Perez's face darkened, his expression skating dangerously close to insubordination. Canto simply patted his arm, letting the comment slide as she shook her head. "Not that kind of war, Patron," she said. "We're hitting a group of arms traffickers. Intelligence says they're moving weapons up from Colombia through the Darien Gap. I took the initiative to secure a warrant. It didn't surprise Guerra that she drafted the affidavit, visited the judge, and assembled the team, even pulling extra officers from the Rolando Martinez substation, all without consulting him. She was like a spirited horse that needed to be broken slowly, carefully. You didn't force yourself on a woman who carried a Glock and knew how to use it. Perez would be dealt with in time. A transfer to some remote post like the Mosquito Gulf would do, or perhaps Fabian Pinto could pay him a visit with a knife. The animosity between the 2 men was thick enough to taste. For now, Guerra would shower Canto with praise and responsibility, helping her career advance while her successes bolstered his own. If she ever wandered too close to one of his protected political figures, he'd gently steer her elsewhere. Eventually, she'd realize she owed him. "Well done, Major," he said, heading toward his office, and beckoning her to follow with a dismissive wave. The rest of the unit waited in the squad room, buzzing with the restless energy of racehorses at the gate. In a country where people often talked about botellas, government employees on the payroll with no real job, these officers were anything but empty bottles. Clad in ballistic vests and armed with Glocks and CZ Scorpions, they were Canto's hand-picked team, and their impressive stats made Guerra look good. He held up a hand to stop Perez at the door, closed it, and settled behind his desk. After thumbing a quick text to Pinto, he glanced up to find Canto still standing, rocking slightly on her feet like a boxer, impatient for the bell. "You've gathered quite an army, Gabriella," the commissioner remarked. "Planning to repel an invasion?" He retrieved 2 cold waters from the mini-fridge behind him and offered her one. She declined, launching instead into a rapid briefing as if assuming he'd be as eager to move as she was. "One of my informants, Patron," Canto said. "She personally verified the stockpile of weapons and ammunition inside the target residence less than 2 hours ago." "Very well," Guerra replied, taking a long drink. His afternoons with Josefina always left him parched. He wiped his mustache with the back of his arm. Trafficking, whether guns, drugs, or people, was a relentless issue for a nation that served as the literal gateway between 2 oceans. The relentless pace of her work was no shock. Major Canto's stubborn persistence had inevitably uncovered a smuggling ring. He waved a dismissive hand toward the door. "I'll join you shortly, of course, sir," Canto began to leave. "I'll give the address to your secretary." "Where is it located?" "Your old patrol sector," she replied. "A dilapidated tenement on Avenue X." A chill seized Guerra's throat. He straightened in his chair. "That falls under Rolando Martinez Station's jurisdiction." "Precisely why they're involved, sir," Canto said. "It's my informant, but in their zone now, if you'll excuse me." Hidden behind the desk, Guerra's fists clenched, the urge to throttle her almost overwhelming. He nearly knocked his chair over, standing up. "On second thought," he said, his voice tight, "I should accompany you. I know every alley and apartment in those slums intimately." "Very good, sir," Canto said, her expression betraying no pleasure. "One moment," Guerra added, clearing his throat. "Who signed the warrant?" Judge Vasquez. Guerra masked a curse with a concerned smile. The unbribable fool Vasquez was a constant headache for Guerra's associates and created extra cleanup work for him. "And this informant of yours?" "A local sex worker," Canto stated. "She's proven reliable." Guerra rubbed his chin, searching for an escape route. "Perhaps we should arrange for her to re-enter the residence once more. You know how Judge Vasquez fixates on procedural details. With respect, sir, this woman was terrified they would kill her. People in her profession don't willingly return to the scene of the incident unless summoned. Then we should wait for them to summon her again." "We have the warrant now, sir. I'm curious why they didn't eliminate her immediately." "The weapons were concealed," Canto explained. "They didn't realize she'd seen them." "Even so," Guerra countered, "according to your timeline, 2 hours have passed. The weapons could be long gone." "I have no desire to storm an empty building and earn Judge Vasquez's ire." "It's handled, Commissioner," Canto interjected. "We had surveillance on the residence within 15 minutes of her departure. The location has been under constant watch. There's been no activity." Guerra forced a smile. "Good work," he muttered. He briefly considered a warning call, but that was too risky. Gabriela Canto was a pit bull once she had the scent. The men inside were better armed and trained than the agents outside. Aside from the colossal error of letting the prostitute live, their operation was tight. Any raid would be a bloody mess, with Major Canto and her team taking heavy losses. Yet the police were no pushovers in a fight. There was a real chance they could capture or kill one of the men inside. If that happened, Canto would subpoena phone records. He tried Pinto's number again on the burner phone. Getting only voicemail, Guerra swore silently. Calling off the operation now would only raise her suspicions. A familiar sinking dread settled in his gut, signaling impending disaster. "Gabriela," he said, his tone shifting to a grim, almost sarcastic admiration, "I must commend your habit of leading from the very front lines. It's a rare and fatal quality." "Always, sir," she said, unwavering. Guerra offered a sad smile. These people didn't play games. Gabriela Canto would be among the first through the door and likely among the first to fall. His gaze drifted to Sergeant Freddy Perez, waiting outside the door like an obedient hound. With any luck, that bastard would catch a bullet, too. Jorge Arias caught the scent of the woman the moment he stepped inside the apartment. He'd spent the day visiting the other cells, ensuring they were properly supplied, before coming back to this miserable, self-assigned pit to complete the bombs for the operation. The place was a dump, nothing like the cleaner quarters shared by most of his team. It was surprising he could detect anything over the reek of old cigarettes and the constant smell of hojaldre, the Panamanian fried dough the men seemed to eat with every meal. One more day of this filth, and he could retreat to his hotel and shower in a tub that wasn't cultivating its own ecosystem. He pulled the Browning high power from under his loose cotton shirt, keeping it low at his side. These weren't men you waved a gun at unless you planned to use it, and use it fast. Gustavo the Salvadoran was slumped in the corner. He lifted a sweating bottle of Balboa beer toward the front door. "La puta se fue," he grunted. The whore left. He shook his head, pretending to share Arias's irritation. That was unlikely. Arias would have put bullets in all of them if the gunfire wouldn't have brought every cop in the neighborhood running. "And you just let her walk out?" Breathing, the men nodded. Santiago, one of the 2 Guatemalans, offered a weary shrug. "She didn't see anything, Chefy." Arias let his eyes travel the room. Nothing obviously incriminating was in sight, unless you counted the sheer squalor these idiots called living. "You'd better be right," he said. He dropped into a chair at the table, using his forearm to sweep a plastic plate of half-eaten arepa and fried plantain onto the floor, partly to clear a workspace, mostly to show his disgust. His expertise was what had landed him here. That and being the on-the-ground commander for all Camarilla personnel in Panama, he believed in leading from the front. A former explosive ordnance technician, Arias, had done 2 tours in Iraq with Spain's Plus Ultra Brigade in the coalition forces. He was used to rough conditions, but this was absurd. 4 grown men crammed into a tiny, airless apartment, sharing one disgusting bathroom. Tomas and Santiago, the bulky Guatemalans, did everything together, like a matched pair. Gustavo stayed quiet, speaking barely a word, leaving Arias alone with his own dark thoughts during these visits. Arias preferred the silence. They were all outsiders here, mercenaries in a country crawling with cops who handled everything from traffic stops to border patrol. What kind of pathetic country didn't even have a real army? He couldn't wait for Operation Jamaica to be over. The 4th resident was a local from the San Miguelito slums. Arias didn't know his actual name. Everyone called him Changa because his large head and stubby arms made him resemble a mole cricket. He knew the streets and, more crucially, the routines of the cops who walked them. A mechanic by trade, Changa was now earning more money than he'd ever seen, just for watching and keeping his mouth shut. The odd little cricket had no idea his final paycheck would be a one-way dive to the bottom of Panama Bay. But for now, he was as happily ignorant as a loyal dog. A real shame. Arias mused, but tough calls were part of war, and war was precisely where they were. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, leaned back, and lit a Fortuna cigarette. It was a guilty habit, but in his line of work, he was pretty sure the tar and nicotine would never get the chance to finish him off. Soon, this would all be done. Things, as the Americans like to say, were about to get serious. Arias took a long, satisfying drag, then carefully rubbed his aching knee, flicking a bit of ash onto his jeans. Years of grueling marches under heavy packs and countless brawls had left his body a wreck. He'd climbed from handling supplies and transport to a command position in the organization, while also pulling double shifts to craft their most crucial explosive devices. The advancement was a chance, certainly, but one loaded with peril. If Jamaica were to falter, he as the leader would be the one held accountable. Someone else might be the actual cause of a disaster, like bringing a stranger into a safe house packed with weapons and explosives. But that distinction wouldn't matter. Arias would carry the weight. The Spaniard had no tolerance for failure. Arias knew with absolute certainty that if he or anyone under his command slipped up, his fate would mirror Changa's discarded in some forgotten shadowy pit. A dry laugh escaped him. Sooner or later, everyone finds their own darkness. He'd made a promise to himself years back to find some enjoyment on the journey down. A sudden, cold shiver traced his spine, cutting through the muggy heat. The atmosphere grew thick and still. The familiar whir of bicycle tires and the murmur of conversation from the street below vanished into silence. He crushed his cigarette into the wooden table, its surface pockmarked from 1,000 prior stubbings, then retrieved his high power once more and laid it on the darkened wood. Across the cramped space, Changa was crouched on the worn-out sofa, peering through grimy curtains with the intense focus of a guard dog. His hand found the compact Kalashnikov resting on the cushion beside him as he hissed a urgent warning. "Babylon, Babylon, cops!" A heartbeat later. The flimsy apartment door exploded inward, crashing into Tomas and sending him sprawling. The Guatemalan scrambled desperately toward his rifle. A stun grenade tumbled through the blinding rectangle of light and came to rest near his head. Arias had just enough time to gasp and squeeze his eyes shut before the world erupted in light and sound. Officers in full tactical gear flooded the room, shouting commands, weapons raised, their heavy boots thundering on the wooden planks. They were silhouetted almost dreamlike against the smoky haze by the open doorway behind them. Temporarily blinded by the flash, Changa ducked but made the fatal error of clutching his rifle. He fired a wild, uncontrolled burst into the wall. A neighbor's scream pierced the chaos, likely struck by a stray round, but Changa, shredded by the opening volley from the first 2 officers through the door, never heard it. Tomas, probably knocked senseless by the grenade's blast so close to his skull, feebly twitched a hand toward his weapon. That slight movement was enough to draw a focused cluster of rounds into his torso. Santiago dropped to his knees, one hand clamped over a bleeding ear, a Glock dangling uselessly from the other. The officers cut him down without hesitation. Gustavo made a break for the rear staircase. Uzi in hand, a 9mm round from a police submachine gun ripped through his calf, making him stumble and pirouette mid-stride. He fell onto his back, unleashing a chattering burst from the Uzi as he collapsed. One officer took a round square in the chest plate. Another caught a ricochet off his helmet, staggering him but not dropping him. A devastating return volley of fire turned Gustavo into a motionless heap. Through it all, 3 officers, one of them a woman, kept their weapons locked on Arias, who held his hands high above his head. He'd tried to use his elbow to knock the Browning from the table as he raised his arms, but fumbled the attempt. The tense, wide-eyed stares of the young officers told him the mere presence of that pistol was now a serious complication. In moments like these, with inexperienced personnel, one shot often begat a dozen. Jorge Arias's luck, however, was that these rookies were under the command of a veteran. She was the third in the stack of 8 that had breached the room, the insignia of a PNP major clear on her helmet alongside her blood type. With her CZ Scorpion held steady at her shoulder and aimed squarely at Arias's face, she issued a crisp, uncompromising order for him to step away from the weapon, keeping his hands visible. Her voice was calm, direct, and brooked no argument. As the last particles of debris drifted to the floor, a figure stepped through the shattered doorway, backlit by the harsh glare. His uniform was crisp, his boots impeccably bloused, the very image of a guardian angel. Jorge Arias kept his hands raised, but his eyes locked onto the newcomer, a gradual wave of relief washing over him with each deliberate step. His deliverance was here. He silently formed the name with his lips, a desperate prayer answered. Pulga. Commissioner Guerra didn't miss the flash of recognition in Arias's eyes. Fool, he thought. Canto was bound to have seen it. A gurgling sound came from one of the fallen men, his life ebbing away through a horrific neck wound. The ragged, agonal breaths were a macabre distraction, pulling the other officer's focus for just a heartbeat. It was all the time Guerra needed. He raised his Glock and fired twice, the rounds striking just above the bridge of Arias's nose. Scoundrel or saint, the man was an impeccable shot. The gunshots were thunderous in the confined room, making Major Canto flinch. She kept her weapon trained, struggling to process the sudden violence. The suspect went for his weapon, Guerra stated flatly. Honestly, Gabriella, I'm a little disappointed you didn't take the shot yourself. I didn't see. It's perfectly all right, my dear. Guerra soothed, his tone shifting to a patronizing calm. Don't be hard on yourself. These things come with experience. But you must remember, it takes less than a blink for a monster like this to end your life. The hypocrisy of the lesson hung thick in the dusty air. Sergeant Perez and others methodically cleared the cramped apartment, their voices echoing finds of Uzis and what looked like 2 crude explosive devices. Canto, thinking quickly, ordered radio silence to prevent accidental detonation and had the wounded suspect secured. Smart girl Guerra conceded internally. He'd seen too many officers learn that lesson the final way. A voice called up from the stairwell a sergeant from the Rolando Martinez station. Basement's clear for now, but there are more doors down here. This whole building is a rabbit warren. Canto began to respond, but Guerra cut in sharply. That's enough, Sergeant. We have confirmed explosives on site. It's time to withdraw and let the bomb squad do their job. He masked his profound relief as the team filed back upstairs. Canto gave a curt nod. A wise call, sir. After issuing the evacuation order, She knelt beside a shirtless, handcuffed body near the door, examining a tattoo above the bicep, a flaming sword and a maroon beret. "Kybales," Perez whispered. "The RM sergeant used his boot to turn another body slightly. This one too, Guatemalan Special Forces," Canto breathed. "What kind of operation is this?" A sudden outburst of profanity came from a back room. A young agent emerged holding a coffee-stained manila folder. "What have you got?" Guerra asked, though a cold dread told him he already knew. Canto moved closer to look, her own curse escaping as she saw the contents. She looked up at Guerra, her face pale. "It's a diagram, sir, of the Palacio de las Garzas, the presidential residence." Perez took the folder, flipping through pages. "Look here, Major. Photographs of President Botero's motorcade routes." "Do you believe—" "Enough speculation," Guerra barked the command, a little too forceful. "We do not leap to conclusions without all the facts." Canto stared at him, disbelief hardening into defiance. Automatic weapons, explosive devices, and surveillance photos of the target. "This isn't a leap, sir. This is a plotted path." She held his gaze, challenging him to contradict her. "Easy, Gabriella," Guerra said, forcing a smile. "This is outstanding police work. We will ensure this intelligence reaches the Director General of the SPI immediately." He referred to the Institutional Protection Service, which commanded the Presidential Guard. "I wouldn't be surprised if President Botero wishes to thank you in person." "Thank you, sir," Canto said, brushing aside the praise. "But getting credit isn't what matters to me." "I am well aware," Guerra replied, his voice dropping to something almost genuine. For a fleeting moment he looked like a man burdened by a terrible secret, not a commissioner celebrating a victory. The expression vanished as quickly as it came. "This place is a powder keg. Get our people clear, now." She stiffened. It was the second time he'd issued the command, yet officers still lingered. "You heard Commissioner Guerra," she snapped, finally seeming to grasp the urgency. She started for the exit, then halted, crouching to examine the body with 2 precise wounds above the ruined bridge of his nose. Who was he? Guerra tensed, his reaction sharper than the moment warranted. How should I know some fool running guns, looking for a police bullet to end his day, and an assassin? Sergeant Perez added. Major Canto went very still. Her eyes locked on the corpse. "It's just that. What is it, Major?" Guerra caught the defensive edge in his own voice and drew a slow, deliberate breath to steady himself. "I value your insight. Tell me what you're thinking. Didn't it seem, sir, as if this man knew you?" A cold knot tightened in Guerra's gut, but he managed a careless shrug. "A case of mistaken identity. I've never laid eyes on him." "Now, as commendable as your diligence is, this is my final order. Evacuate this building immediately." He raised his voice, ensuring it carried to every corner of the cramped apartment. "Remember, this operation is classified. You do not discuss it with friends, family, or reporters. Lives depend on your silence. If I hear a whisper of this on the street, I will find the source, and I will end careers. Is that understood?" A low rumble of assent filled the room. "Good," Guerra commanded. "Out all of you! I'll call in the bomb squad to neutralize these devices." A line of cold sweat traced his spine. What a spectacular mess this had become. His entire purpose was to stop disasters, not stumble into them, and now some overly curious officer might have signed his death warrant. He breathed deeply again, forcing calm. He knew about the truck loaded with explosives in the garage below. If he could get a message up the chain, they could retrieve it from the rear. The sergeant from the Rolando Martinez precinct was right. This whole district was a tangled maze of shacks, storage units, and garages. Saving that truck might just balance the scales for his failure here. As Canto moved toward the door, she clicked her tongue thoughtfully, a habit she had when puzzling something out. "What did he mean by Polga?" she asked Perez. Guerra cut the sergeant off before he could reply. "It did sound like Polga," he said, all but physically ushering her into the hall. "But that's nonsense. We must have misheard." "No," Canto stated flatly, not budging. "I heard him perfectly. That's exactly what he said. Polga." Guerra offered another shrug, his expression one of mild curiosity. "Maybe so. A bizarre last word. Do let me know when you solve the riddle." He knew, of course. While not officially a member of the inner circle, he was their man on the inside. He, along with Pinto and a few others, received very generous compensation for their services. Unfortunately, his handlers had saddled him with the ridiculous code name L.A. Pulga, the Flea. He arched a brow and gave Canto a thin, weary smile, hoping it conveyed shared fascination. This persistent woman was poking her nose into places that would get her killed. His contacts would probably order him to do it himself if they didn't decide to eliminate him first. Across the city, CIA officer Colleen Vance pressed a thumbnail into her palm, a sharp pain to counter the rising tide of dread. Director Canfield's limousine glided past the north portico, heading for a discreet entrance near the press briefing room. It was really happening. A uniformed Secret Service officer at an interior podium greeted Canfield with a professional smile, but her gaze turned stern and scrutinizing as it fell on Glazier, Canterbury, and Vance, softening only after she located their names on her checklist. After receiving her visitor badge and a confirming nod from Canfield, Vance was directed down the hall. Moving through the White House corridors, she was immediately struck by a mix of awe and a surprising sense of intimacy. The space felt more compact in person than it ever did on screen, with ceilings that seemed closer and hallways that were surprisingly narrow. The decor was rich and historical, featuring portraits of figures like Theodore Roosevelt and Dwight Eisenhower alongside modern photographs of military aircraft. A distinct emphasis on the Marine Corps was evident, a nod to the president's own background. What stood out to Vance, however, was the notable absence of numerous heroic images of President Ryan himself. One large photograph on the wall captured her attention. It showed the president approaching Marine One, but the focal point wasn't Ryan. Instead, the image highlighted a young Marine crew chief standing at rigid attention by the helicopter, his posture impeccable. This subtle choice, this willingness to not be the constant center of attention, unexpectedly deepened Vance's respect for the man. It also paradoxically made her impending meeting with him feel even more daunting. Canfield guided the way down a staircase, past an unmarked door leading to the Secret Service offices beneath the Oval Office. They turned down another corridor, descended past the Navy mess, and arrived at the entrance to the Situation Room. After a final check by another agent, they were admitted. If the main halls had been overwhelming, the atmosphere inside the so-called cement mixer was positively stifling. The air seemed thin. Seated around the long oval table was a gathering of the nation's most powerful officials. The Vice President, Director Foley, Secretaries Adler and Burgess, the National Security Advisor, General Vogel of the Joint Chiefs, the Attorney General, and the FBI Director. Canfield took a place at the table, while Chief Glazier gestured to chairs along the wall behind him. "We're in the secondary seating," Glazier murmured. Vance tried to keep her expression neutral. "Which essentially puts me in about the fourth or fifth tier of importance here," she whispered back, her attempt at dry humor barely masking her anxiety. "Don't underestimate your role here," Canterbury said quietly. But the reassurance did little to calm the sudden dread pooling in her stomach. A horrifying thought occurred to her. "Wait," she whispered urgently to Glazier. "I thought we were just here to provide a briefing. Is this entire high-level meeting just for my benefit?" Glazier placed a steadying hand on her arm. "No, we've been called into a meeting that was already scheduled." "But you are most definitely on the agenda." Canterbury leaned in, his voice low. "When the president asks for your input, speak clearly and give your honest analysis. Hold your ground. Our purpose is to provide the intelligence he needs to make decisions." Vance heard, "when the president asks," and then the rest was drowned out by the sudden loud rush of her own pulse in her ears. She had just managed to sit down when a stir at the door drew every eye. The room rose as President Ryan entered and moved to the head of the table. He carried himself with a relaxed, confident grace that suggested a man entirely comfortable with his position and his responsibilities. There was an unspoken assurance in his demeanor that communicated leadership without arrogance. Under different circumstances, it might have been calming. For Vance, it only amplified her terror. "Please, sit," Ryan said. He then turned his attention to Canfield. "Jay, my understanding is you have some new developments for us." "We do, Mr. President," Canfield replied. "Colleen Vance, one of our newer operations officers, spent a year at university in Columbia. Is she in the room?" Ryan asked, glancing around. "She is, sir," Canfield confirmed. "Then let's hear it directly from her," Ryan said. A sharp, discreet nudge from Glazier propelled Vance to her feet. "Thank you, Mr. President," she managed. Ryan settled back in his chair, steepling his fingers thoughtfully as he listened. His attentive posture reminded her of a supportive parent listening to a child recount a significant achievement, which was somehow both reassuring and intensely pressure-filled. "So I gather," Ryan finally said, "you've encountered this Blanka Pakulova." "That's correct, Mr. President," and she referenced a sister she called Crazy, named Sabine. "I only caught the name once," Vance admitted. "It was when she'd had too much to drink, and you found no official documentation confirming Blanka has a sibling." "Right, sir," Vance said, correcting herself. "I mean, no, sir, there's simply no record of one." "So your theory rests on alterations?" "Yes." Vance's throat felt tight. A Cyrillic letter G resembles an inverted L, which can be modified into a P, which itself looks similar to the pi symbol. Ryan gave a slow nod. "Vi gavarite pa-Ruski." "Pardon?" Vance faltered. "No, I don't speak Russian. I had to research the Cyrillic alphabet online." "I understand," Ryan said, nodding once more. "Go on." Vance could feel the weight of every gaze in the room, a silent judgment of her desperate theory, and, she was certain, her hopelessly dated blouse. She pressed her thumbnail into her palm. An online review showed the O and R in Gorshkova are harder to alter into the A and K of Pakulova. A contact at our Bogota station provided scanned university records from when Blanka first enrolled 2 years before I knew her. I located a gym receipt for racquetball equipment, showing an erasure where I believe a Cyrillic G was written over to form a Roman P. A parking permit application from that same year has another instance where Blanka seems to have begun writing a surname starting with Cyrillic G-O, then scratched over it with her pen to read P.A. Kulova in our letters. Ryan drummed his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes moving over the report. "So that's the entirety of it?" he asked. "Yes," Vance said. "But it's—" A quiet cough sounded from Canterbury behind her. "Yes," she repeated, her voice firming. "That's it." Ryan looked up abruptly, turning to Director Canfield. "I have a suspicion we'll be seeing more contributions from Officer Vance going forward." Then to Vance with a wide smile. "Outstanding work, Colleen." He continued speaking, but the words blurred together. The President of the United States had praised her investigation, used her first name in a situation room packed with powerful figures, and hadn't uttered a single remark about her absurd top. It was a dizzying, triumphant moment. The freedom of the press was a remarkable institution. In his homeland, a man wearing a backwards Washington Nationals cap would have been swiftly questioned by state security. Here in America, he could station himself at the perimeter fence with a long lens all afternoon, documenting the arrivals and departures of White House personnel. The president himself seldom appeared at the front, opting for the discretion of Marine One departures from the South Lawn. Visitors like the Director of National Intelligence, Mary Pat Foley, were far more visible. The man in the cap photographed Foley exiting the building. Her Secret Service detail was modest, a limousine and a trailing Suburban, fewer than 10 agents. Other vehicles followed, and the man identified one passenger as the CIA director. That meant the whole group was intelligence personnel, including the young woman whose ill-fitting blouse looked like a thrift store find. He photographed them all. It never hurt to maintain a file on CIA operatives. Foley's motorcade departed first, passing through the E Street barriers onto 17th Street, just as the man reached his own vehicle, an unremarkable former taxi. He fell in several car lengths behind, observing, noting how the detail navigated obeying signals, maintaining the speed limit. The agents appeared competent and vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings, compensating for their small number with sharp, watchful eyes. The man in the baseball cap scanned the traffic, but if there were any protective surveillance teams, they remained invisible. He dropped back another car length and dialed an encrypted number. Sabine Gorshkova answered on the second ring. "Report," she demanded in Spanish, her voice strained and unnaturally low, as if perpetually steeling herself for a blow. "The objective is reachable," the man replied in English, preferring to avoid the headache of extended conversations in any language but Russian or his serviceable English. "Her protective detail is substantial. My brother had protection." Gorshkova cut in, switching to English herself. "And Mary Pat Foley still ordered his execution." Naturally, the man said, "Access is not the issue." However, "I do not want simple access," Gorshkova hissed. "I want her to suffer. She must know this judgment comes from me, the sister of Joaquin Fernando Gorshkov. She must feel it." "Understood," the man said. "That level of messaging requires more intricate planning, more time." The line went quiet for a beat. "She is married?" "Correct. She is—" The Russian's eyes flicked to the empty file folder on the passenger seat, its contents long since ashes in a hotel dumpster. The details were etched in his memory. "Her husband is former CIA director. But he's an old man now. He sees her off in a worn-out robe each morning and is there waiting at the door when she comes home." "How charming," Gorshkova sneered. "Perhaps you could put a bullet in his heart while he's wearing it." "That is an option," the Russian conceded. "Though the symbolic impact, forget it," Gorshkova interrupted. "Too quick, too clean. The residents will have an alarm, naturally. It is not a concern, and as noted, the husband poses no physical threat." "Good," Gorshkova said, her voice dropping to a gravelly whisper. "The method is your choice, but when she finds him, she must feel his agony. Personally, I would enjoy the idea of a hammer." "Agreed," the Russian said, his tone flat. "I will develop an entry protocol and notify you prior to execution." He turned onto 23rd Street, allowing the official motorcade to proceed unhindered toward Highway 66 and the Leesburg residence. For the moment, "I want photographs," Gorshkova added. "Of the aftermath. Of course. They will be in your secure Dropbox within the week." Ending the call, the man in the Washington Nationals cap allowed himself a grim, silent laugh. A hammer. Photographs Sabine Gorshkova was utterly unhinged, but her payments cleared without delay. In his world, that was the only thing that truly mattered. Meanwhile, Chili Edwards first sensed something was off while waiting at the baggage carousel in Terminal 2 of Reagan National. He hated checking a bag, but this trip was an unknown. As a Texas cop through and through, if he was wearing pants, he was definitely carrying a knife and almost certainly a pistol, except on a plane. Though still on the Abilene force, he'd wanted to bring his trusted Colt combat commander. The local Texas Ranger liked to joke that the small of a man's back was shaped by God, specifically for a .45. When his contact, Mr. Chavez, learned he carried a Glock 43X as a backup on duty, he'd strongly suggested Chili bring that instead. Not being a federal agent, Chili couldn't fly armed without a mountain of departmental paperwork he didn't have. Checking the firearm was a routine process, especially in Texas, where airport staff handled such requests daily. The real anxiety came from handing over his locked hard case to the baggage system, a feeling of vulnerability that put him on edge before he even left the ground. After navigating the security protocols to check his firearm, his duffel appeared on the standard baggage carousel at Washington National alongside all the other non-specialized luggage. He had just identified his suitcase when his iPhone chimed with a notification. The same set of Apple AirPods had been in proximity since his lengthy layover in Dallas. His phone was inquiring if he wished to pair with the device. Strange. That's when he noticed the young woman, a white female in her mid to late 20s, roughly his own age. She wore a forest green fleece with a brunette ponytail trailing from beneath a plain faded green baseball cap. A pair of Randolph Aviator sunglasses shielded her eyes from the low western sun pouring through the terminal windows. He'd first seen her back in Dallas. The Hendley Associates travel team had booked his itinerary, resulting in an inexplicable 5-hour layover there. He'd had ample time to observe a great many people. It was an article of faith among his colleagues at the Abilene Police Department that Dallas, Texas, had been granted more than its rightful share of attractive women, and this one in the green fleece and cap was a walking testament to that belief. She possessed that intriguing kind of appeal that naturally drew male attention. Numerous other flights were headed to D.C., but Mr. Chavez had issued clear, if brief, orders not to stray from the travel office's arranged flights. Everything had seemed routine until the very end of that call, when Chavez had offhandedly reminded him to ensure he wasn't tailed at any stage of the journey. Counter-surveillance tactics weren't a major focus in Abilene PD training, yet his new superior's vague caution had prompted Chili to spend 2 full weeks scouring the internet, trying to absorb everything he could on the topic. He was savvy enough to realize a collection of YouTube tutorials wouldn't transform him into an expert, but he eventually made his peace with it. His training as a sniper had ingrained in him a hyper-awareness of minute details, like the striking clarity of this woman's blue eyes as she quietly ate a sandwich in the DFW terminal. She hadn't acknowledged him then, which was unsurprising. They'd been on the same flight, so it stood to reason she'd also have luggage to collect. He pushed thoughts of her aside, slipping into a restroom stall to retrieve the slim Glock and its inside the waistband holster from his bag. He reloaded the magazine, seated it quietly into the pistol, then deliberately broke a fundamental rule for semi-automatics by manually easing the slide forward to chamber a round. The distinctive sound of a round being properly chambered was unmistakable, and he wanted no unwanted attention from airport security. The holstered pistol found its place inside his waistband over his right kidney, exactly where it belonged, with only the grip protruding above his khakis. He concealed everything beneath a brown shot leather jacket. The entire process took several minutes in the confined stall. Nevertheless, the woman in the green fleece and her AirPods somehow wound up directly behind him on the escalator descending to the metro platform opposite the terminal. They waited separately on the breezy platform, both ostensibly heading north toward Crystal City, the Pentagon, and Arlington. She seemed largely indifferent to Chili, but he caught her casting a quick covert look toward a fit middle-aged man studying a local map at the platform's far end. This man had also been on their flight. Chili estimated him at around 6 feet and 190 pounds, lean like a long-distance runner, but with the bearing of someone who could be a father. He wore a black canvas vest over a checked flannel shirt, with a dark wool beanie covering most of his hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He traveled with only a rolling carry-on. When Green Fleece glanced his way, the man met her gaze for a fleeting instant before shifting his focus to study Chili openly, as if making an assessment. Chili returned the look, but only briefly. He'd long ago sorted potential threats into categories. Some he could handle with his bare hands, others demanded a baseball bat for a sense of security, and a few required the decisive reach of his .308 from a safe distance. The man's gaze held a cold, familiar thrill, the look of someone who danced on the edge and found the music to his liking. Chili's police training screamed to confront a threat directly, to bring it into the open. Yet a gut instinct whispered that such straightforward tactics were useless in this new shadow world. He was profoundly grateful he'd fetched the handgun and now fought the impulse to pat his jacket just to feel its solid weight. The fleeting glance exchanged between the man in the black beanie and the woman in the green fleece was brief, but it spoke volumes. They were a team. Fantastic. Those tedious training videos had droned on about the tactical advantages of mixed-gender surveillance pairs. Chili tried to convince himself this was merely a drill. Had to be right. Mr. Chavez had been brutally clear about the dangers of the work and the enemies he'd inevitably collect. But this was supposed to be day one. He hadn't even had time to unpack. Checking his watch again, he closed his eyes, drew a slow breath, and forced his pulse to settle. With a flash from the platform's recessed lights, the yellow line train roared into the station. Brakes shrieking, it was nearly empty, disgorging only a few travelers with suitcases. Plenty of seats were free, but Chili boarded and planted himself, standing his back against the opposite doors. He only had one stop to go. Black Beanie entered the car behind him. For a second, it seemed Green Fleece had given up, walking away down the platform toward the escalators. Instead, she stepped into the car ahead, neatly sandwiching Chili between them. Well, wasn't this just perfect? They were definitely coordinated. The idea of riding past his stop flickered through his mind. The problem was, he'd only memorized the maps for Crystal City, where his hotel and his meeting were Washington, D.C., was a complete mystery to him. Going further downtown would plunge him into unfamiliar territory, and it would instantly tell his tales he was spooked. The train plunged underground, and a moment later, a distorted announcement declared Crystal City Station. Chili exited without a backward glance, rode the escalator up a level, and swiped through the turnstile. The air in the underground complex carried a peculiar scent, a mix of train ozone and the overwhelming aroma of dry-cleaning chemicals, likely emanating from the sea of sharp business suits around him. What he knew for certain was that Green Fleece and Black Beanie were still there, a persistent, silent pressure at his back. This whole spy game farce was probably just a test of nerves. Foreign agents? Seriously? Get real. The Crystal City Underground unfolded into a maze of shops and eateries, leading to several hotels, including the Gateway Marriott where he was booked. Mr. Chavez had warned him the area was a hive of Amazon employees, federal agents from countless agencies, and military personnel detailed to the nearby Pentagon. While it was safe from street crime, it meant his every move would be under a microscope by intelligence services from who knows where. Mr. Clark, a man of few words, had offered one grave piece of advice: keep the curtains closed and assume any private moment could become an enemy government's training video. Just wonderfully reassuring. Now with his two new shadows, he felt like a mouse in a very sophisticated, very public trap. A much longer escalator carried him up toward the mall, passing a pair of violinists performing for spare change and a collection of posters promoting advanced weaponry from Raytheon and other defense firms. At the top, Chili hesitated for just an instant. To the right lay the doors to the gateway, to the left a hallway. He pushed through the double doors, holding one open for an older couple trailing behind. Some habits from his Texas childhood were too ingrained to ignore, even with foreign operatives possibly on his tail. A glimpse over his shoulder confirmed Green Fleece was still there, about 30 feet back. He briefly considered holding the door for her too, then thought better of it. Some lines shouldn't be crossed. Just inside, 3 short steps led up to the level with a Dunkin' Donuts. Spotting a tiny sushi counter with just 6 stools to his right, he decided to grab a quick bite and observe whether his shadows would linger or move on. This was unfamiliar territory, and he needed a moment to plan. Green Fleece passed by first. She had removed her aviator sunglasses, her gaze fixed straight ahead, as if lost in her own thoughts. Chili felt a slight easing of tension. Maybe she wasn't tracking him after all. Next came Black Beanie, his long strides covering ground quickly as he scanned the area. He noticed the woman, gave a slight, knowing nod to himself, and then continued searching until his eyes locked on Chili. Speaking into the microphone of his white earbuds, he accelerated briefly before slipping into a small art gallery, clearly intending to loiter until Chili moved again. What on earth was this about? Changing his mind, Chili told the sushi chef he'd take a pre-boxed California roll to go, tucking it into his jacket pocket to keep his hands free. He moved past the art shop, using every reflective surface to watch for Black Beanie. The corridor ended at a T-junction. Chili turned left, passing through another set of double doors toward the gateway. This section was a long, tiled, ramp-like hall lined with mirrors and completely devoid of shops, a sterile buffer zone before the Marriott Hotel. Making another left past a rental car kiosk, he entered the spacious hotel lobby and saw Green Fleece once more. She was standing by one of the thick pillars near the front desk, perhaps waiting for someone. Perhaps that someone was Black Beanie. She caught his reflection in a glass information sign beside the pillar and waited until he passed before heading directly for the main entrance, slipping past the valet stand to disappear around the corner, heading north on the sidewalk. Chili looked back. Black Beanie was nowhere in sight. Was that a good sign or a bad one? He was a rookie at this game. For all he knew, Black Beanie was still out there, just sporting some incredible Mission Impossible disguise. He checked his watch, then muttered a curse. He really had to stop that nervous habit. He already knew what time it was. After 10 minutes of agonizing over every possible move and outcome, he finally approached the registration desk to check in. Instead of going up to his room, he left his bag with the bellman and retraced his steps back into the Crystal City underground, falling in behind a group of half a dozen Air Force officers in their sharp blue dress uniforms. He wound his way through the subterranean shops, merging into the river of commuters flowing between offices and the metro. It was still relatively early, well before the evening rush. Emerging at street level, he was met with the buzz of traffic and a few early evening joggers. It was easy to get disoriented in the maze beneath the city, and he paused to get his bearings. This was Crystal Drive. The sight of a commercial airliner descending from the north over the treetops told him the airport was just across the road to his right. There was no sign of either Green Fleece or Black Beanie. The Hyatt Regency, where he was supposed to meet Mr. Chavez, was 15 blocks to the south. He had 20 minutes. It was doable if he picked up the pace, provided everything went perfectly. It did not. 5 blocks down, just beyond Ted's Montana Grill, Chili Edwards nearly collided with the woman in the Green Fleece as she rounded the corner where 23rd Street met Crystal Drive. Chili, an unflappable APD sniper known for his steady hand, actually faltered in his step, his eyes darting to his watch out of reflex. Rather than avoiding him, she closed the distance with deliberate strides, her blue eyes locking onto his with unnerving precision. Her voice, when it came, was a husky surprise. "Listen up, asshole," she said. He didn't have to fake his stunned reaction. "Yeah, you," she repeated, her words carrying a smooth, buttery southern cadence that was more alluring than he cared to admit. Attractive or not, every instinct screamed that she was dangerous. Chili's gaze flickered behind him, assessing exits. This woman looked like she could have an entire arsenal tucked into that rolling suitcase she dragged noisily along the pavement. He'd lost visual on her after the hotel, and there was no telling how many allies she might have nearby. Bracing for a physical confrontation, he was thrown when she halted 10 feet away. She released her luggage, shifting sideways so it wasn't a shield behind her. Her left hand came up slightly, her right hung at her side, and she stepped back into a bladed, ready stance. Her voice dropped, low and resonant, just audible over the street noise. "You got some kind of problem with me." "I don't even know you," Chili said, forcing himself to watch her hands and not get trapped by her intense stare. Damned right you don't, she shot back. So why is it every time I turn around you're there? Aye, get lost! She stomped her foot sharply, as if shooing a stray animal. I mean it, Scram, or I'm calling the police. Chili shrugged, working to mask his tension. He checked his watch again. A nervous tick, he cursed inwardly, then turned to head south on Crystal Drive. Nope, Green Fleece barked. I'm going that way. You turn around. Whatever, Chili muttered, waving a dismissive hand. He was running behind schedule now. Mr. Chavez had warned him about potential surveillance. Hopefully he'd understand. Maybe. Spotting an ice cream parlor up the street that seemed to connect to the underground passages, Chili ducked inside. He ordered a small sweet cream with Heath bar pieces, using the treat as cover to watch for any other members of her team. This had to be some kind of test. The travel details were supposed to be secure. Was there a leak back at Hendley? Then again, Mr. Clark seemed exactly like the type to order a surveillance drill and then send a team to execute it. Whatever this was, he still had a meeting to make. He tossed the half-eaten cup in the trash and continued south, seeing no further sign of Green Fleece or the man in the black beanie. 15 minutes later, a full 10 minutes past his scheduled arrival, Chili bounded up 7 flights of stairs at the Hyatt Regency, his lungs burning. He was just regaining his breath when the door to room 722 swung open before he could knock. Mr. Chavez flicked his hand, ushering him inside. "You're late?" "Yes, sir," Chili said, stepping in. I picked up a tail at his words died as he rounded the corner. Seated at a small table were not only Mr. Clark, but also Black Beanie and Green Fleece. A slow realization dawned. So, it was a test. Of sorts, Chavez said, the hint of a grin playing on his lips. Green Fleece let out a frustrated sigh. For all of us, I pegged you for following me. You thought I was your tail. Black Beanie, Dom Caruso, let his chair, which had been tipped back against the wall, fall forward with a thud. He leaned his arms on the table. I was following both of you, but you were so busy creeping each other out, I just hung back and let you do the work. Fantastic first impression, Green Fleece said dryly. We look like complete amateurs in front of the new bosses. Not at all, Mr. Clark said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The man was tall and weathered, with thinning silver hair and large hands that seemed capable of grabbing you and never letting go. He offered what Chili interpreted as a rare smile and said, Don't be too hard on yourselves. This is just the beginning. You noticed each other appearing repeatedly. His gaze swept the room, assessing each of them in turn, weighing their resolve. The real question is, did either of you spot me? Where? Asked the woman in the green fleece. Her brow arched skeptically. Clark gave a casual shrug, grabbing a donut at the airport or having coffee in the underground concourse. He shot a knowing, amused glance toward Chavez. Ding was working behind the hotel counter. No, the woman whispered almost to herself. Chili let out a low groan. He had met Domingo Chavez face-to-face on 2 prior occasions and really should have recognized him. Chavez just smiled. Like Mr. Clark said, it's day 1. Learn from it and keep moving. You'll be doing plenty of that in the coming months. So you're already familiar with Dom, Clark noted. You'll meet the rest of the team soon. For now, let's focus on getting to know one another. Chili took a seat beside the woman in the green fleece, who introduced herself as Amanda Mandy Cobb. She offered him a polite, composed nod. If she felt any lingering awkwardness from their earlier tension, she didn't show it. Her intimidating edge had softened somewhat, now that it was clear everyone in the room was on the same side. She was reserved and steady qualities, Chili respected. For the next several minutes, Mr. Clark outlined the nature of the campus. He described it as a private intelligence organization that operated independently, yet in coordination with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, funded through its public cover, the financial arbitrage firm Hendley Associates. The group worked off the books and beneath the radar. This provided the DNI with a unique tool, distinct from the usual roster of private military and intelligence contractors occasionally brought onto the government payroll. The campus was a small, exceptionally close-knit unit. Here, trust was paramount, even more than sheer skill. You didn't apply to join, you were invited based on possessing the right capabilities and the aptitude to develop further. From the sound of it, the organization maintained only a handful of operatives, which explained the current need to bring 2 new people into the fold. With all due respect, sir, Mandy Cobb interjected, I'm still trying to understand how you landed on the 2 of us. I have some law enforcement background and my time at Quantico, but that makes me comparable to thousands of other candidates. Honestly, 2 months ago I didn't even know what a financial arbitrage firm was. Chili shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He'd pretended to understand the term over dinner with Clark and Chavez during their first meeting in Abilene, then had quickly looked it up on his phone once he returned to his truck. Not an issue, Clark assured them. None of us are here for our stock trading expertise. We have specialists for that. He explained that their pre-vetting had already begun long before the FBI director casually mentioned their names to him. Organizations like the campus always faced the challenge of staying hidden while investigating potential recruits. They ran credit checks and reviewed financial histories, of course, but they couldn't exactly emerge from the shadows to conduct lengthy interviews with neighbors or track down middle school teachers. By the time someone appeared on their radar, another entity had usually done the foundational background work. Skills were vital, Clark emphasized, but they were ultimately looking for character layered over a clean record. Operatives would eventually be granted significant autonomy in the field. It was critical that campus personnel possessed a firm moral compass, yet also understood when circumstances required stepping outside the strict boundaries of written law, particularly outside U.S. borders. Chili tapped his fingers lightly on the table. So you need a rule follower who knows when to break the rules. That sums it up, Clark replied, his expression unreadable. It's a difficult balance for most and impossible for some. He nodded to Chavez. This seems like a good time for proper introductions, Chavez said. And since you're both the quiet professional type, I'll handle it. Mandy Cobb, he began, was 33 years old. John Clark had spotted her potential early, selecting her from a fresh batch of trainees in her 17th week at the FBI Academy in Quantico. Mandy Cobb consistently ranked first in her class. Before joining the Bureau, she served as a deputy with the Wake County Sheriff's Office in North Carolina, and prior to that, she put in time with Army intelligence, becoming fluent in Russian, a skill set Chili figured the FBI was pretty sore to lose. On top of all that, she spent her free time running ultramarathons. As Mr. Chavez outlined his own background, Chili felt the urge to just blend into the walls. Cobb was a Russian-speaking intelligence veteran with both law enforcement and FBI credentials. How was a guy from the Abilene Police Department supposed to measure up? His one clear advantage was that he'd been part of the team that rescued the First Lady from her kidnappers. The APD badge tucked in his pocket suddenly felt like a solid comfort. And he's fluent in Spanish. Chavez finished wrapping up the brief intro. Mr. Clark, who had been leaning against the desk near the TVs, pushed himself upright as if on signal. I'm sure you've got questions. We'll address most tonight. Go get some dinner, get acquainted, then be back here in, he glanced at his Seiko, 90 minutes for the mission briefing. Mandy Cobb tilted her head. Mission briefing? Is this a training exercise? Not even close, Chavez replied. This is the real deal. The brutal drug violence spilling out of Reynosa, Mexico had seeped across the border into Texas like a toxic tide. Yet the beheadings, immolations, and assaults were still milder than the carnage on the Mexican side, largely driven by the infamous Gulf Cartel. To Ian Doyle, the Reynosa State Prison in Tamaulipas was what his father would have called a quick hop from the good old USA. A short drive, really. Doyle parked his car, a worn Ford Taurus he'd picked up used at a lot in Pharr, Texas, east of McAllen. It was deliberately ordinary, less likely to be stolen or seized by Mexican authorities, which often amounted to the same thing. A light morning rain had fallen. It did little to cut the heat, but speckled the stones and dotted the yellow earth with tiny craters, tamping down the constant dust. Doyle cracked the window, a necessary move for the swelter to come. A glint of light flashed from the guard tower as he unfolded his large frame from the vehicle. A rifle-toting guard wore sunglasses, watching him possibly even through a scope. They pulled that kind of stunt. He could sense it. They knew he was coming, or at least their superiors did. Probably their superior's superior. Doyle refused to let their stares or weapons rush him. He leaned against the car, deciding to take a moment to savor the clean post-rain scent of ozone and damp soil before stepping into the reek of urine and dread that haunted every prison he'd ever entered. And he'd entered plenty. If you described Ian Doyle, you might skip mentioning he stood 6 feet tall and just say he was built like a wall. He wasn't overweight, not by any stretch, but he was solid, with wide shoulders and a waist like an oak trunk. His hands were like shovels, his wrists thick as 2x4s, all supporting a frame a former commander once called an aircraft carrier with eyes. That kind of bulk usually meant slow movement, but Doyle was surprisingly quick, capable of a sprint when needed, and in his line of work it often was. Thick, straw-colored hair fell heavily over a high forehead, hiding some of the scars there. His old man had always told him to use his head, mostly to smash an opponent in the face. It took practice, but Ian had mastered the technique. He shook out a Carroll's number 1 cigarette, knowing he'd likely have to surrender the rest of the pack once inside. Cigarettes and instant noodles were universal currency in lockups everywhere. He lit it, taking a quiet satisfaction in the familiar click of the Zippo, lighter his father had given him so many years before. The man was a real character. His old man, "Here's a lighter for when you decide to start smoking, kid," he'd say. "Come over here and I'll show you exactly how much we have to cut this heroin to turn a profit and still give our customers a decent enough high to keep them coming back." Then there was the time he suggested, "Why don't you come with me to the States? We'll go visit my old narco buddy, Berto Cardenas." Yeah, a real piece of work, no doubt about it. A quarter-century earlier, when Doyle was still a teenager, he'd made that trip to Texas with his father to meet Cardenas, a lieutenant in the Gulf Cartel, to discuss the black tar heroin trade back in Ireland. Cardenas was in his early 20s then, and to young Ian, he looked like the fierce Aztec warriors he'd seen in history books. The cartel lieutenant took them across the border into Reynosa, treating them to the finest food and music they'd ever experienced, and introducing them to figures who couldn't risk being seen in the United States. It was much simpler to cross on foot, Cardenas explained. The authorities were far less suspicious of pedestrians. The moment their feet touched Mexican soil, they were swarmed by mobs of ragged, grimy children, hawking tiny packets of chewing gum. The sight saddened Ian at first, then frustrated him as the kids persistently clung to them. Even then, he sensed the inherent danger of the border region. This was a place of killers, rival cartels fighting for control, wild-eyed hitmen exacting brutal revenge for some perceived slight against their boss, and desperate people who viewed life as cheap and would just as soon stab you as ask you to move. Sure, there were decent, God-fearing people too, but Ian was too young and too focused on the lurid stories he'd consumed to notice them. His mind was filled with visions of violence and the dark underbelly he'd spent the last 6 weeks reading about back in Dublin. Oh, there were killers, all right, and as they walked through Reynosa, a chilling thought settled in his teenage mind. He and his old man were probably in the company of one. Knowing his father intended to go into business with the Gulf Cartel, Ian had immersed himself in research at the Dublin Central Library. Devouring every book and periodical he could find on drug cartels, the elderly librarian clucked her tongue in disapproval at the stack of violent material he checked out. But at 14, Ian was already big enough to snap her in two, so she just sniffed and left him to it. He read about the 1989 murder of American student Marc Kilroy, abducted during spring break in nearby Matamoros, tortured and killed in a narco-satanic ritual. He learned about DEA agent Kiki Camarena, kidnapped by corrupt officials on a cartel payroll, tortured with an electric drill for 30 horrific hours, and here he was having lunch with men who did such things routinely. Is it any wonder how he turned out? Doyle understood his father wasn't much better. Ian never witnessed it himself, but the stories said the old man also had a fondness for using an electric drill to make a point. One of his enemies, however, preferred a .303 British rifle, and soon enough Ian's father took a bullet through the ear, leaving his son an orphan at 15. With competitors rapidly consuming his father's business and no future in sight, Doyle did what any desperate young man in his position would do. He joined the Royal Marines the day he turned 16. His imposing size gave him an edge over older recruits. He proved to be a natural marksman and quickly found his place in the Brigade Reconnaissance Force, 3 Commando. Yet his upbringing, influenced by a grandmother from Belfast, left him with latent sympathies that occasionally drifted toward the ideals of the Ulster Liberation Army, a complicating thread woven into the fabric of the soldier he became. A quarter century and a mountain of regrettable choices later, the younger Doyle was back inside a prison, this time at Reynosa State, hunting for another recruit. Most guys pulled from general population were either too unstable or too stupid to be useful. Those with a military past, like today's candidate, tended to be a better bet. Command had a vacancy, and Doyle followed orders, so here he was to see if this man was the right fit. He crushed the end of his cigarette into the gravel with the toe of his boot. Loa Renegades, practical footwear for a man who might need to move fast, unlike the decorative cowboy boots favored locally. Guards motioned him into the sally port. The outer gate clanged shut before the inner one groaned open. He lifted his jacket tail, offering a view of his empty waistband, but they patted him down anyway. A routine power play. One guard, a heavy-set man with a lazy eye, pocketed Doyle's pack of carols. Doyle let it go, waiting for the unit captain. In the yard, inmates shuffled within chain-link enclosures resembling oversized dog kennels, a system meant to keep rival factions apart. Over 70% of the population here were Gulf Cartel affiliates. An electronic buzz preceded the rattle of a steel door. When no one appeared, Doyle glanced around to find a portly guard named Sanchez taking a long drag from a cigarette. Sanchez worked as a scout for the Camarilla, identifying potential assets with military, police, or gang backgrounds. Men who preferred their fists for problem-solving were particularly prized. He earned a finder's fee for prospects and a bonus for introductions that met the Camarilla's exacting standards. With a dismissive wave, Sanchez turned and waddled down a dim corridor that reeked of urine and shattered hopes. He gestured with his chin toward a rusted door. He's been here less than a month. I doubt he'll last another week. Motivated, Doyle thought. Possibly a good sign. Why's that, he asked. We're supposed to keep him isolated from the Gulf Cartel boys, Sanchez said with a shrug. But half the guards are Gulf. So, you see the problem. He fights back. Doyle peered through the one-way glass. The man looked solid, muscular, alert, not jittery like the last candidate. Oh, yeah, Sanchez confirmed. He's partial to using his teeth. A creative problem solver, Doyle mused. He nodded toward the door. Give me 10 minutes alone with him. As you wish, Sanchez said, already distracted, likely calculating the $25,000 bonus he'd just secured for arranging this meeting. It was a significant sum, but overhead was high. Big facilitators needed enough to grease palms and alter records. Sanchez signaled down the hall, and central control buzzed the door open. Doyle paused at the threshold, acclimating to a smell even fouler than the hallway's. Inside, Martin Flores snapped to attention the moment Doyle entered, addressing him in clear, respectful English. A promising start. He stood just shy of 6 feet, fit with the thick neck muscles, Doyle called prison traps, a build that made a man look more formidable, a crucial advantage behind bars. Doyle gestured for Flores to take a seat, then pulled up a metal stool opposite him at the small square table. He retrieved a notebook from his jacket pocket and got right down to it. 10 years with the Naval Infantry Corps, Doyle stated, glancing at his notes. Yes, sir, Flores replied. 2nd Battalion, 5th Brigade. Regular infantry, Doyle murmured, scribbling something down. Flores shifted almost imperceptibly in his chair. I also served 6 years in Fesgo, the Gulf Special Forces. Doyle looked up, his expression hardening. Gulf Special Forces, you left that out of your initial correspondence. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. Our terms were clear. We can work with many things, but dishonesty isn't one of them. So let's try this again. Why the omission? Flores started to answer, but Doyle cut him off. People usually add things to make themselves sound better. You subtracted. Either way, it's a deception. Consider this your only warning. Lie to me from this moment forward, and I give you my word, I will end this conversation permanently. I wasn't sure if I should include it, Flores said, his discomfort more visible now. It was a highly classified unit, so you're standing by that explanation. I am, Flores insisted. The operational secrecy was extreme. I believed it was a matter for a face-to-face discussion, not an email. Doyle peered over the top of his notebook. And how's that strategy working out for you so far? I'm not sure I follow, sir. The Naval Infantry Corps are the Mexican Marines, Doyle said flatly. They are, Flores confirmed, and Mexico deploys its Marine Special Forces primarily in the drug war. Doyle continued. 80% of the population in this facility has ties to the Gulf Cartel. You do the math. To them, you're practically law enforcement. Flores offered a weary shrug. I was on their payroll, he admitted. Doyle tossed his notebook onto the table with a clatter. These cartels use informants, certainly, but in my experience, they never really trust them. He reviewed the man's file again, the shooting scores, the physical evaluations, all top-tier, impressive, if you ignored the glaring pattern of shifting allegiances. Have you spoken to anyone inside these walls or out about this meeting or about the Camarilla? Your instructions said not to, Flores answered. That's not what I asked, Doyle pressed. No, sir, Flores said. The guards know I have a visitor. If they've heard of the Camarilla, it didn't come from me. Why are you here? Doyle asked. Murder, Flores said, shifting once more. You must already know that. Tell me about the murder, Doyle said. Flores was silent for a long moment, then let out a slow breath, his voice barely audible. I beat a man to death. He had put his hands on my 12-year-old niece. An understandable motive, Doyle said, his tone conceding nothing. He closed the notebook and sat back, studying the man in a prolonged, heavy silence. He'd found that uncomfortable pauses often loosened tongues, forcing out truths people meant to keep buried. Finally, he slammed both hands on the metal table, the sudden noise making Flores flinch. Here are the terms. We purchase the remainder of your 10-year sentence. You receive an annual salary of $150,000 plus performance-based bonuses. In return, you fight with us, wherever and whenever required, for a contractual period of 10 years. That sounds more than fair, Flores said quickly. As long as you're not lying, Doyle reiterated. I am not lying, sir. My service record is verifiable. The reply bordered on a whine, and to Doyle, whining was just a half step away from lying. Very well, he said, standing wait here. I'll be a moment. Flores also stood and gave a slight ironic wave at the surrounding concrete. I promise I won't go anywhere. A bit too flippant, Doyle thought. That attitude would be corrected swiftly in training. He hammered his fist against the heavy door, sending a shower of fine dust from the frame. It opened immediately, Sanchez waiting on the other side. Doyle's gaze moved from Flores to Sanchez, then back again. He locked the door and gestured for Doyle to follow him down the corridor toward the glass-enclosed control room. Something had shifted during Doyle's time in the cell. If this guard was angling for another payout, Doyle forced his jaw to relax, taking a slow breath. "What's the problem?" "I believe you are a man who values truth, senor," Sanchez began. "More than anything, I am," Doyle stated. "So speak it." "Naturally," Sanchez said, his voice dropping. "This inmate, Flores, when I provided his name, I was unaware." Doyle's expression hardened. "Unaware of what?" "This man is serving time for murder." "That's not an issue," Doyle replied. He didn't feel the need to explain that most of the men in the Camarilla had murder on their sheets, and deservedly so, he informed me. Doyle gave a dismissive shrug. "Claimed he killed a man abusing his niece. Seems pretty weak for the cops to call that murder." Sanchez worried his lower lip. "That is the complication, senor. New evidence has emerged. Flores did not kill the man who was assaulting his niece. He killed the man who discovered him assaulting his niece. The girl came forward only after Flores was imprisoned and could no longer threaten her." "I understand," Doyle said, his voice flat. "She has proof." The guard nodded rapidly, as if eager to be rid of the conversation. "There is reportedly a cell phone video." He shifted his weight, a pained look tightening his features. "He could still be of use to you, though." "Could he not?" "No," Doyle said without hesitation. "A man like that has no place in my organization. You can keep him." He turned to leave, but Sanchez's hand shot out, gripping his shoulder. In any other setting, it would have been the guard's final mistake. "But, senor," Sanchez pleaded, "I cannot keep him. The release paperwork is already processed and approved. You purchased him. He belongs to you now. There are no returns." Doyle scowled, his hands curling into fists so tight the guards behind the glass perked up, attempting their most intimidating stares. Quite the bold display from within their secure bubble. "Then toss him in with the cartel blocks. They'll handle him." "Impossible." Sanchez cut in. "Every death requires an explanation. Even here, Flores leaves through the gate with you. Dump him in a ditch. I do not care. As I said, he is yours. You paid for him." Flores practically vibrated with excitement as Doyle led him through the sally port to the battered Ford. Had Doyle intended to keep the car, he'd never have let the man near it. But dealing with him in the prison parking lot was out of the question. Flores, blissfully ignorant that Doyle knew the truth, babbled happily about the recent downpour as he fastened his seatbelt. "Don't ruin the rain for me. You piece of trash?" Doyle snapped. Flores's smile vanished. "Senor, recruits speak only when spoken to. Consider me your new drill sergeant." The fool actually seemed relieved, settling rigidly into his seat. Liars were always waiting for the accusation. "Si, senor." Doyle hadn't even started the engine before his phone buzzed. He checked the screen. This was not going to be good news. "I need to take this outside," he said. "Do not move from that seat." Doyle shut off the car and pocketed the keys. "Request permission to crack a window." "Request denied," Doyle said, his face impassive. "I couldn't care less if you get a little hot." He slammed the door and moved far enough from the tourist to be out of earshot. "What is it?" Even with encrypted lines, they kept it vague. "Jamaica," the voice said, sharp and clipped. It was De Broek, the South African. "What now?" Doyle asked. The Panama situation had been delicate from the outset. Overthrowing a government was one thing, but this convoluted Rube Goldberg scheme they called Operation Jamaica had too many variables for Doyle's liking. If you wanted someone out of power, you put a bullet in their head. Simple. A local officer on our payroll provided faulty intelligence, De Broek reported. He gave us a location that was a complete fabrication, a ghost address that led our team into an ambush. We lost 2 men before they could even get the vehicle in reverse. We're down 4 men. The team in San Miguelito is gone. Damn. Jorge Arias was a solid guy. They'd partnered on several jobs. He didn't deserve to end up in a cell. Who's holding them? DeBruck let out a weary breath. That's the kicker. The Panamanian National Police opened fire on our entire team, including their spotter. They're all finished? Doyle dragged a hand down his face. Every last one the PNP did this? Afraid so, DeBruck confirmed. A serious blow. We've lost an operations leader and 2 critical noisemakers. What about the large noisemaker? Doyle asked, brushing past the first point. He'd studied the plans. The truck bombs were essential for Jamaica to work. He'd mourn his friend later. No, DeBruck said. That's our single piece of luck. Our man on the inside pulled it off. Lucky for him, really. It stopped the boss from sending someone to remove his more delicate parts. Losing a primary asset would have set us back a month. Sounds like our cop has a subordinate causing trouble, making him dance. The boss is furious. And you're calling so I can handle this problem? Not exactly. DeBruck said, we already have someone assigned to take care of her, an aggressive female officer. That added a layer. If this woman had any part in Jorge's death, tell the boss I'll gladly deal with her personally, Doyle said. It's being handled, DeBruck assured him. You have my word. Doyle absently patted his jacket, searching for a smoke, then muttered a curse, remembering the prison guard had confiscated them. I thought we were leaning on local assets for the bulk of this operation. We were, DeBruck said, and we still are. But everyone there was a key piece. Your friend Arias was managing the local effort for our client. That's not even considering the 2 missing noisemakers. The boss wants you on the ground as both the explosives expert and the operations commander. I'm on my way, Doyle said. Excellent, DeBruck replied, his relief audible. That's the only answer I could accept. Bring that new recruit with you. He's with you now, correct? He is. Doyle glanced toward the parked Taurus. Good, DeBruck said. I'm glad he proved useful. He didn't, rubbish, DeBruck scoffed. I won't even ask for details. Those idiots forced him on you anyway, didn't they? They did, Doyle confirmed. Right, DeBruck said. Make it swift, but don't get spotted. She wants you in Panama effectively yesterday. As was customary, when speaking with another head of state, Jack Ryan had an interpreter listening from a chair beside the Resolute desk. Commander Robbie Forrestal, Deputy National Security Advisor Mary Pat Foley, CIA Director Jay Canfield, and Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam, along with Secretaries of State and Defense Scott Adler and Bob Burgess, were positioned around the Oval Office, sipping coffee and following the conversation. Truly private talks were a rarity in this role, and even those were typically recorded. Ryan had also asked Special Agent in charge Gary Montgomery to attend. He sat near the fireplace, having declined coffee. Ryan seldom saw the man without his gun hand readily available. Ryan's longtime secretary came over the intercom. President Botero of Panama is on the line for you, Mr. President. Thank you, Betty. Ryan pressed the blinking button on his desk phone. Your Excellency? He began. Mr. President, Botero responded. Please, I beg you, do not burden me with that formality. It is difficult enough when my own people use it. Doctor is title enough for me, don't you agree? Ryan smiled, though the other man could not see it. I understand completely, he said. Doctor suits you far better than it does me. My oldest daughter enjoys reminding me that a medical doctor is considerably more practical than a doctor of history. Daughters, Botero said with a chuckle. What can one do? I thank you for taking my call. I know your schedule is demanding. The pleasure is mine, Raphael, Ryan said. I know your English is perfect, but I have a White House interpreter on the line as a formality. Understood, Jack, Botero said. It is only myself and Vice President Carré here with me. The subject was a delicate one, and while I have faith in my team, it's far simpler to speak freely without worrying about stepping on anyone's toes. They navigated through the obligatory pleasantries, that formal dance of initial conversation Ryan always found tedious, Once the diplomatic foreplay concluded, Ryan cut to the chase. "What brings you to call, Raphael?" "I am reluctant to trouble you with this, Jack, but—" "Please," Ryan interjected. "We're here to talk. So, let's talk." "Very well. To be perfectly candid, a certain American blogger is creating significant difficulties for us." Director of Central Intelligence Canfield offered a subtle, confirming glance toward Mary Pat Foley. Her intelligence had been spot on. "She's not my blogger, Raphael," Ryan stated. "This I understand," Botero replied, "but she is a U.S. citizen, and her pronouncements are not only deeply troubling but demonstrably false. Our protesting teachers have practically canonized her." Ryan let out a long breath, sinking back into his chair. "You know, my hands are tied on that front, so—" "Naturally," Botero said. "I would never suggest otherwise. My proposal involves generating some positive press to offset the negative. Many here value our relationship with the United States. But I must be frank, Russia is waging a fierce campaign for influence. A recent editorial argued that while the canal is neutral, America acts as a bullying older sibling, merely granting Panama the illusion of control. Our Russian ambassador is eager to tell anyone who will listen that this arrangement is not permanent. Their naval traffic through the canal has quintupled, and their promises." "Jack, socialist regimes make such grand promises. If they had their way, we'd nationalize everything and become another Venezuela," Ryan finished. "Inevitably," Botero sighed. "Yet it is not hard to convince those in need that cheap fuel is a blessing. As I said, many admire the United States, but your reputation has suffered lately. You're being labeled a failing state. Our morning paper accuses you of an assassination in the Venezuelan highlands. I am certain your people were not involved, but the blame falls on you regardless." "I appreciate the heads up," Ryan said. "Jack, what I'm saying is that I need to give our people something positive to support. Perhaps a joint appearance where we highlight our partnership, maybe focusing on the Rural School Initiative. A photo opportunity and a brief press conference while we're in Argentina," Ryan mused. "Certainly possible." Botero's response was immediate. "I had hoped for something sooner. Here in Panama, everyone knows I am a friend to the U.S. It would be immensely beneficial for them to see that friendship is reciprocal, that we are not merely a lapdog. This isn't about re-election. I'm term limited and cannot run again without a hiatus. What I say will be forgotten. Only what I do has a chance to endure. My friend, this is about clearing the political roadblocks so I can use the capital I have to actually steer this country forward." "A brief stopover en route to Argentina?" Ryan ventured. "Precisely what I was going to suggest," Botero said, a note of relief in his voice. "I would be prepared to publicly announce the joint training facility at Fort Sherman. Bring it into the open for healthy debate instead of letting rumors fester. A stop in Panama would be, as you say, mutually advantageous." Across the room, Gary Montgomery leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the floor as he gave a barely perceptible shake of his head, like a man suppressing a wince. Ryan had seen this request coming. A show of solidarity on the way to the summit made strategic sense. He hadn't breathed a word of it to Mary Pat, the Secret Service, or certainly to Kathy, but in his gut, he'd known it was inevitable. That's precisely why he'd asked Montgomery to sit in. No doubt it would be beneficial, Ryan said carefully. That being said, arranging it may present some significant challenges. Even a brief trip like this demands extensive planning and coordination, which is no simple feat on such short notice. Given the tight schedule, my security team would require that my itinerary remain completely confidential until I'm physically on the ground. Your most reliable protection detail would need to work directly with the U.S. Secret Service, and no one else could be informed. Even your inner circle should be kept unaware until the final hour. So, if you wish to arrange a press event, that's perfectly fine. My involvement will stay under wraps until I arrive. Naturally, Botero replied. But I should clarify, Jack. Panama is not a country engulfed in conflict. Our authorities maintain a reasonable degree of... This isn't a comment on Panama's stability, Raphael, Ryan interjected. Any last-minute visit of this nature would be handled with strict confidentiality, no matter the destination. Understood. My presidential guard will comply fully with every requirement on our end. What about the demonstrators? Ryan pressed. Mostly scattered scuffles here and there, Botero said. They haven't escalated to serious violence. He hesitated, gathering his resolve. The protests mainly disrupt travel by blocking roads, but there is another issue I must be forthright about. Ryan exchanged a look with Montgomery and Foley. What's that, Raphael? Botero let out a sharp breath. Our police in Panama City have uncovered an assassination plot, apparently directed at me. He quickly outlined the raid in San Miguelito, detailing the weapons and explosives recovered, then added, the suspects resisted during the arrest and were all neutralized. Any indication they were part of a broader operation? Ryan asked. None whatsoever, Botero stated. At least 2 of the deceased appear to have been former Caibiles, Guatemalan Special Forces operatives highly trained. Such individuals are sometimes recruited by cartels after leaving the military. This was likely tied to my stance against narcotics trafficking. Well, Ryan said, I appreciate your candor. He didn't mention to Botero that U.S. intelligence was already aware of the San Miguelito raid. If Botero had withheld that information, Ryan would have immediately ruled out a stopover. I recognize an event like this raises legitimate concerns for your protective detail. Special Agent Montgomery gave a firm nod. Botero continued. Those concerns can be reduced by following your suggestion. A small, trusted unit from my presidential guard would coordinate with your team, keeping nearly everyone else unaware until your arrival. We could make our appearance and depart for Mar del Plata before any significant protests could mobilize. Allow me to discuss this with my senior advisors. Excellent, Botero said. I'll leave you with a saying from my mother. The politics of trade will always outweigh the politics of politics. Your mother was a wise woman, Ryan remarked. She truly was, Botero agreed. Now you and I must give our people some tangible trade to rally behind. I'll await your call with the details. No guarantees, Ryan said. Of course, my friend, Botero replied, clearly interpreting the hesitation as assent. After the call ended, Ryan turned to his team in the Oval Office. He makes compelling arguments. What are your thoughts? Jay Canfield glanced at Montgomery, then back at Ryan. I'd recommend declining, Mr. President. The thwarted plot against President Botero alone is reason enough to pause and gauge the political climate in Argentina. I have to side with Jay, Foley added. The assassination attempt is so recent that our intelligence is still evolving. We're uncovering new information almost daily. We don't yet have a complete picture. Exactly, Canfield said, and Panamanian media already has the story on Operation Sudden Squall. It's only a matter of time before someone digs up a photo of James Salazar online and splashes images of a fallen CIA officer across every news outlet. I'm certain the Russians are already salivating at the prospect, and we can't overlook the Russian naval movements, Commander Forrestal added. The missile destroyer Admiral Chabanenko and the landing ship Ivan Gren were currently cruising past the coast of Costa Rica, their projected course pointing directly toward the canal. Secretary of Defense Burgess saw an opening. This could be the perfect moment for a swift, unannounced visit, he suggested. The Russians are putting on a show. Would it really hurt for us to make a statement of our own? And what better statement than having the commander-in-chief make a personal appearance on the ground? Honestly, sir, arriving with a lighter than normal security detail would demonstrate to them that you... He paused, catching the look from Director Foley. She finished his thought. What Bob means is that a last-minute trip to Panama would send a message even the Russians would have to respect for its sheer audacity. Ryan let out a short laugh. And what message do they get from me now? Secretary of State Scott Adler, a man whose poker face served him well in diplomacy, considered the question. "Mr. President," he said finally, "there are plenty of individuals across the globe who despise you, some who view you as the embodiment of a great evil. That being said, I don't believe a single world leader questions your personal integrity or your nerve. Their doubts lie with President Botero. I intend this as a compliment, sir, but Jack Ryan is the type of man who generates his own climate." Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam agreed. "Scott has a point. If Rafael Botero is feeling unsteady, your presence beside him might be all the support he needs." "Exactly," Adler nodded. "The same confidence that surrounds you would inevitably cast a light on him." Gary Montgomery rose and moved to stand by the fireplace, hands at his sides, a silent sentinel as the debate continued. Canfield reiterated his security objections, injecting fresh concerns from the Panama City Station chief about hidden layers within the assassination plot. "And the Secret Service's position?" Ryan asked. "We have a significant advance team already in Argentina for the summit," Montgomery stated, his jaw tightening with each word. "My professional advice is to decline this side trip, sir. Street protests are volatile organisms. A crowd holding placards 1 minute can become a weapon-wielding mob the next. I'd be negligent not to reference Caracas in 1958. Vice President Nixon's motorcade was trapped and surrounded by an angry crowd, while local police merely watched. Speaking of nerve, Foley remarked. Those agents with Nixon certainly had their share. They did, ma'am, Montgomery confirmed. 12 men ready to confront hundreds. If my history serves, Ryan said, Nixon calmly instructed the agents not to fire unless he gave the order. With all respect to the former vice president, Montgomery replied, his tone firm, that scenario would not play out today. My agents would neutralize a threat before you could form the words to stop them. Ryan gave a thoughtful nod, profoundly grateful this formidable man was in his corner. Social media amplifies the danger, Canfield added, supporting Montgomery. It allows for instantaneous coordination, letting violence erupt without warning on routes previously deemed secure. Ryan placed both hands flat on his desk. I'm not ignoring the risks, he said, but there are demonstrations outside these gates every single day. Marches, megaphones, the whole display. The Secret Service expertly manages countless threats against me, my family, and everyone under their protection. This visit presents an opportunity not just to bolster President Botero, but to demonstrate a measure of goodwill that could shift public sentiment in our favor away from Russia. Foley released a weary sigh. Even so, believe me, I haven't forgotten what happened in San Antonio, Ryan interjected, his voice dropping. My family, this entire nation is still feeling the aftershocks. If anything, that's more motivation to push forward, Ryan countered, or a reason to stop. Canfield argued. Ryan turned to his team. Gary, have Protective Intelligence compile every available detail on the situation there. Jay, tap your CIA contacts for the same. This Panama meeting has potential. We'll proceed only if the potential outweighs the danger. If the scales tip the other way, we'll connect with President Botero at the Mar del Plata summit instead. He rose from his chair, a signal for everyone in the Oval Office to stand. I won't act recklessly, but I also refuse to spend my presidency cowering behind a desk. When he was 11, Rafael Botero's mother had laid out his future with brutal clarity. He was too short and too ordinary, she'd said, for anyone to grant him respect based on appearance. A boy of his modest stature should find contentment in an honest trade, a cab driver, a shop clerk, perhaps a schoolteacher. Her words were cutting, yet they held a kernel of truth. He'd never wanted to drive a taxi, and she knew it. She also understood his stubborn streak. Her pronouncements had only fueled a fierce determination to prove her wrong. That drive had carried him to the polished oak desk in the Palacio de las Garzas, seated beneath the imposing gaze of Simón Bolívar's portrait. Do you believe he'll come? Vice President Lionel Carré asked the moment the call with Ryan ended. Still in his early 40s, with bright eyes and a rosy complexion, Carré seemed almost too youthful and earnest for the nation's second highest office. Botero, elbows on the desk and chin resting on his hands, looked up. "I hope so," he said. "But secrecy is paramount if he does. Secret Service advance teams can resemble an occupying force. They will require a credible cover story while they prepare the ground." "We could let a rumor slip about a post-summit visit," Carré suggested. Botero nodded, mentally weighing the political cost of misleading his own cabinet. "That could work," he conceded. "With careful timing, any organized protest would be completely." A sharp knock at the door cut him off. Felix Moncada, the president's economic advisor, entered, his ever-present leather folio in hand. Botero had never seen inside it, but the man treated it like an extension of his arm. Moncada was everything. Botero was not. Tall, athletic, a natural socialite. He favored tailored suits and luxury watches, while Botero, a surgeon by training, wore department store clothing and a simple Timex. Where Botero was balding, Moncada's straw-colored hair and fair skin often earned him the nickname Gringo or Rabiblanco from political opponents and even the press. Moncada shot a dismissive look at Carré before his expression darkened upon meeting Botero's eye, clearly irritated at being excluded from a meeting, especially one with the vice president. Botero ignored the silent reprimand. "What do you have?" he asked. Moncada pursed his lips. "The SPI investigation continues, Mr. President. Thus far, they have uncovered no signs of a broader conspiracy." "And the narrower one," Botero pressed. "Explosives, Guatemalan special forces? Who is orchestrating this?" "That is a matter for the SPI and the National Police," Moncada stated flatly. "I am confident Commissioner Guerra will have more information shortly. There is always someone who wishes harm upon the person sitting beneath this portrait," Botero said, nodding toward Bolivar before waving a hand dismissively. A sudden, sharp memory flashed of his mother shaking her head at his childhood ambitions, a moment of doubt he had long since buried. "We have more pressing concerns, do we not?" He placed both palms flat on the desk and drew a steadying breath. "What of the Russian vessel?" "Ships," Moncada corrected. "The missile destroyer, Admiral Chabanenko, and the troop carrier, Ivan Gren. Admiral Chabanenko," Vice President Carré mused, "the first Russian warship to transit the canal since the Second World War. She's conducting joint exercises with the Nicaraguan Navy 30 miles off the coast of Managua as we speak. The vessel was expected to pass through the Miraflores locks within 2 days, likely en route to further joint exercises with Venezuela and Cuba." "Excellent. They won't be lingering," remarked the vice president. Moncada remained silent, his attention fixed on the open portfolio in his hands. He had offered no explanation for his sudden appearance, yet showed no intention of departing either. It seemed he was waiting to be informed about the details of the private meeting that had just concluded. "Is everything all right, my friend?" President Botero inquired. Moncada's head jerked up, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in his upper lip, betraying his surprise at the question. "Me?" he replied. "I am perfectly well, though I must confess this alleged assassination plot the police have uncovered is deeply troubling. Would it not be prudent to reconsider the trip to Mar del Plata?" "Ridiculous," Vice President Carré interjected. "You just finished telling us the conspiracy appeared to be contained." Moncada directed his plea to the president alone. "I strongly advise taking additional precautions, sir. Was the plot contained, or was it not?" Carré pressed, his voice edged with impatience. "At the very least, permit me to consult with Commissioner Guerra." Moncada persisted. "While the SPI is leading the investigation into the threat against you, the National Police initiated the case. I am certain he will have a more complete briefing shortly." "Very well," Botero conceded. "Naturally, I want him to perform his duties, but you need not involve yourself personally." Moncada placed a hand over his heart. "I am aware my role is confined to economic counsel, but You know my loyalty is unwavering. If nothing else, we should immediately increase the size of your security detail." "Agreed." "Good," Moncada said. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added, "Your call with the American president, did he consent to a bilateral meeting on Argentine soil?" Botero considered revealing his invitation for Ryan to visit Panama before the summit, but decided against it. Moncada was fiercely patriotic, yet his mother had been killed by a stray bullet during the 1989 invasion. Such a personal tragedy had undoubtedly shaped his view of the United States. "Foreign Minister Popov has also requested a moment of your time," Moncada continued. "Popov," Carré exclaimed, visibly startled. "What possible interest does Russia have at a summit of the Americas?" Botero raised a calming hand. "Let him finish, please, Lionel. The same as the United States, I should think," Moncada stated flatly. "Projecting power and capital to sway influence across Central and South America. The labor unions would hardly object to a stronger socialist presence." "Summit of the Americas," Carré emphasized, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Moncada turned sharply. "You forget, Lionel, that you're supposed to represent the people." The vice president half rose from his chair. "Lionel, gentlemen, that is enough." Botero's voice cut through the tension. "My apologies, Mr. President." Moncada's lip trembled more noticeably now. "I will take my leave." He snapped his portfolio shut with finality and strode from the room with the same determined air he'd entered with. The sheer audacity of that man. Carré fumed once the door closed. "He speaks as if he's in charge of the entire government." "He and a dozen others," Botero sighed. "But his economic guidance has been solid." "Someone tried to have you killed," Carré reminded him. "It's a given you have enemies. Please tell me you don't actually trust him." Botero offered the vice president a weary, knowing smile. "I did not mention President Ryan's proposed visit," he said quietly. "That should answer your question." Hugo Sandoval had thrown on a tank top and gym shorts to retrieve the truck in San Miguelito. His girlfriend, Valeria, was behind the wheel, complaining nonstop about his sloppy appearance and asking if he had a personal vendetta against wearing proper shirts. He'd been comfortably camped on her couch, binge-watching episodes of Escándalos, the popular show dramatizing real-life controversies, when the urgent call came through. The message was clear. Move now or someone might pay the price. Valeria was undeniably attractive, but her temper had a volume control that maxed out at the slightest irritation, a state she seemed to reach with frustrating ease these days. There was, Hugo mused as her lecture continued, a definite limit to how much attitude even beauty could excuse. By the time they reached the outskirts of San Miguelito, he found himself nostalgically wishing for the noisy, crowded chaos of a local chicken bus, if only for the blessed silence. "Hugo, what's the rush? They're paying that much just to relocate a truck? Seriously, Hugo. Wow, Huguito, you're being awfully mysterious about this." His mind was spinning like a blender set on high. Valeria had stunning hair. Honestly, he sometimes thought that was the main reason he'd stuck around. And she was right, as usual. This entire job felt off, seriously sketchy. $500 to drive a truck a mere 20 minutes from its parking spot? Fine. He could handle sketchy for $500. Hugo didn't have a clue who hired him, just some deep-voiced caller claiming they had mutual acquaintances. Talk about vague. The instructions were crystal clear. Get to San Miguelito within 10 minutes, pull the truck out the garage's back door, drive it to his place, and stash it there until the next call. Nobody said not to peek inside. They didn't need to. Whatever was back, there was definitely contraband. Illegal stuff. Guns, drugs, or hell, maybe even people. He'd once seen a shipping container arrive from China fitted with fans, food, water, and bucket toilets. You could probably rig a 10-foot box truck the same way. As far as Valeria was concerned, Hugo earned his living as a camarón, a Spanish word for shrimp that dated back to when wealthy Americans in the Canal Zone would ask locals to come around for odd jobs. Some jobs were odder than others. He knew better than to inspect anything he moved for his clients, especially not the back of a truck some stranger was paying him $500 to hide. Valeria, however, wasn't so cautious. Hugo was in the kitchen, shirtless, cracking open a cold Balboa beer, when he heard the screen door from the enclosed backyard squeak open and slam shut. Valeria was furious about something. Her feet scuffed across the tile behind him. He barely managed to set the beer down before she slapped him hard across the face, making his ear ring and bloodying his nose in one swift motion. He raised his arms to shield himself, bracing for one of her full-blown storms. They were intense, but usually passed quickly. He just wished she'd tell him what had her so angry. He had to grip the counter to keep from buckling by the time she finally spat out the reason for her rage. "You absolute fool," she screamed, swiping at him repeatedly, her manicured nails drawing blood on his face and bare chest. "An imbecile. What were you thinking, bringing that truck to my home?" "Oh, no, no, no," he groaned, dabbing at his face and checking for blood as he backed away. "Please tell me you didn't look inside," she charged on. "It's a bomb, Hugo. Did you know you parked a bomb in my courtyard? What is your plan here?" Hugo staggered backward into a chair and collapsed. "I didn't know what it was. But now that we do, we have to get out of here." Valeria nodded fiercely, grasping the danger, but livid about what it meant. He looked up at her. "What kind of bomb?" "Really?" She shot back. "I don't know anything about bombs, Hugo. I just know it's a massive one." "This is terrible, Valley," he whispered. "Really terrible. These people will know you opened the truck." Her expression dropped. "How?" "Trust me," Hugo said. "They'll know. Come on. I need to see what we're dealing with." There didn't seem to be any visible seal on the door, but that meant nothing. It would be simple to install an electronic sensor to alert them remotely if the door was tampered with. For all he knew, there were cameras inside. Honestly, he had no idea who they were. He just knew they were dangerous. Honest folks didn't pay $500 for 20 minutes of work. The moment he swung the door open, it took him only 2 seconds to realize this was more than a bomb. It was 18 stacked plastic barrels of fertilizer, each fitted with a sausage-like tube connected to a thick white wire running to a central junction box. ANFO. The word escaped his lips in a ragged gasp, as if he'd been struck in the stomach. Valeria's expression turned stormy. "What is ANFO?" "ANFO," he breathed out, the acronym feeling heavy on his tongue. "Ammonium nitrate mixed with fuel oil. That much. It could take out half this neighborhood. You unbelievable jerk!" Valeria's fist connected hard with his shoulder. Then she hit him again, a second blow fueled by pure betrayal. "How could you do this, Hugito, to my home?" "I never intended." She went still, her gaze locked on the barrels and snaking wires visible in the truck bed. Seizing his arm, she pulled herself close, her voice dropping to a raw, hushed tone. "Could it explode?" "It didn't go off on the drive over," he said, trying to sound convincing. "So odds are it's stable. Look, the wiring harness is taped up. It's not connected to that detonator box." "Since when are you a bomb expert?" She punched his arm once more, but the force was gone, replaced by a trembling fear. "Who are these people you got mixed up with?" "I don't know, I swear I don't," Hugo insisted, a cold dread settling in his chest. "But we can't stay here." "Leave," she whispered, the word barely audible. Hugo carefully shut the truck's tailgate, making sure everything was exactly as he'd found it, then hurried her back inside through the screen door. They both froze at the sudden, aggressive buzzing of a cell phone skittering across the kitchen counter. Hugo took a steadying breath, picked it up, and held a finger to his lips, signaling Valeria to absolute silence. "This is Sandoval." "Yes? Do you still have the package?" The voice on the other end was disturbingly casual, almost bored. Maybe they were still in the dark. "It's parked out back," Hugo said, fighting to keep his voice level. "We'll be at the location in 1 hour." The line went dead without another syllable. Typical, he thought. Pleasantries were a waste of time here. How could you? Valeria began again, tears shimmering in her dark eyes. What have you gotten us into? He gripped her shoulders firmly. Later, right now, you need to pack a bag fast. They'll be here in an hour. We have to be gone before they show up. Valeria opened her mouth to argue, but the sound of tires crunching on the gravel driveway silenced her. She moved to the window, peering around the edge of the curtain. Hugo tried to pull her back. Don't stand there. She wrenched away from him. It's the police. Hugo crowded beside her and looked out. A blue Ford sedan, the exact model used by the National Police, was parked diagonally across the street. They weren't here for him. A wave of dizzying relief washed over Hugo Sandoval. The path forward became painfully clear. Stay inside, he whispered. Then he was out the front door in a flash. He forced himself to slow to a casual stroll, offering a friendly wave as the two officers emerged from the car. The driver smiled and waved back like they were old pals. The man's left sleeve was neatly pinned at the shoulder. He appeared to be in his early 40s, a little older than Hugo. The passenger was taller, impeccably groomed, and much younger, a rookie perhaps. He had the fierce eyes and unmistakable cauliflower ear of a wrestler. Neither wore uniforms, but their badges and sidearms were prominently displayed on their belts. Their khaki pants and fitted short-sleeved shirts spoke of rigorous physical conditioning. Aviator sunglasses hid their eyes and any hint of their motives. The driver, even missing an arm, looked like he could be a serious problem. "Officers," Hugo called out, his voice cracking awkwardly. "Could I have a word?" "Of course," the driver said, his tone amiable. "I'm Lieutenant Vega. This is Agent Pinto." Hugo's shoulders sagged with a fraction of relief. He let out a long, shaky breath. They really were police. That was a good sign. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling they were studying him the way a predator eyes isolated prey. Before they could ask a question, Hugo extended the truck's ignition key toward them. "I need to tell you something." The story poured out of him in a frantic rush. He started with the ANFO bomb sitting in the backyard and worked backward to the anonymous phone call offering the job. Strangely, neither officer seemed the least bit surprised. Hugo beckoned them forward, pulling them along like a kid eager to share a secret. Lieutenant Vega took the keys and opened the truck's rear doors, shaking his head at the sight of the plastic barrels. "You did the right thing by calling us," he remarked. "This appears to be an ANFO device. Look here, Pinto. The detonator is set up. These wires would connect to blasting caps inside those booster tubes, which would be sufficient to ignite the ammonium nitrate. A simple design, but effective." He turned to Hugo. "You've performed a valuable service for Panama today." Hugo offered a hesitant nod, relief washing over him. This was going far smoother than he'd imagined. Then Vega asked, "How long have you been aware of this?" "Just a few minutes," Hugo replied, willing his voice to sound steady. "I wasn't supposed to look, but lucky for everyone that you did," Vega cut in. Hugo stayed silent. The lieutenant continued, "We trust you, Huguito. If we didn't, we never would have involved you in this." "What are you talking about?" "Naturally, you couldn't have known," Vega explained. "But this is an official national police operation. The materials in this truck are part of a security drill for the Presidential Guard Battalion of the SPI." Hugo nodded, his hands trembling. The Institutional Protection Service was responsible for the president's safety in key sites across Panama. "This nation needs loyal citizens like you, Hugo Sandoval," Vega said. "However, it would be inconvenient if any details reached the press. We'll provide a bonus for your discretion." He gave a dry laugh. "The Americans have a term for it, hush money." "Thank you, sir." Sandoval managed, his heart pounding so loudly he could barely think. If he'd been holding a hat, he'd have twisted it to pieces. Agent Pinto leaned into the truck's cab, his back turned to them. "I suppose we should settle up," Vega said to his partner. Then he paused, holding up a finger as if reconsidering. Pinto seemed occupied inside the vehicle. perhaps getting ready to move the truck out of Valeria's yard. "Actually, I have a question," Vega said, his eyebrows rising above his sunglasses. "Did anyone else happen to peek inside? Your girlfriend, maybe? This is official business. We need a complete record for the files." She was curious, Hugo admitted, but she didn't understand what she was looking at. "That's irrelevant." Vega snapped his fingers sharply, making Hugo jump. "Bring her out. I'll take a quick photo for our records, and then Agent Pinto will handle your payment." Hugo called out softly, half hoping Valeria had already slipped away. "No such luck." She emerged cautiously, letting the screen door swing shut before crossing the yard to his side. She pressed against him so tightly he almost stumbled. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "It's all right," he whispered. "We did what we had to do." "We appreciate your cooperation," Vega stated. He snapped 2 photos with his phone, then smiled, signaling to his partner. "Agent Pinto," he said, "let's give them their hush money." "Right away, sir." Pinto stepped around the open truck door. Too late, Hugo noticed the dark suppressor fitted to the agent's pistol. The first 2 rounds struck Hugo squarely in the chest. He heard Valeria's choked gasp as more shots tore into her. He collapsed backward, unable to move or even turn his head, his gaze fixed on the clear sky through the lemon tree leaves in Valeria's courtyard. She lay moaning beside him. "Please," he whimpered. Pinto moved closer, aiming the suppressor's dark opening directly at Hugo's mouth. The agent's young face contorted with a grotesque, joyful expression that mirrored his deformed ear. "Hush," he said. John Clark had already proven everything he needed to prove now. His focus was on mentoring the next wave, while still keeping one foot firmly in the action. Men of his caliber rarely fade away quietly. As the director of operations for the campus, he stood at the front of a combined conference room and classroom, tucked away near the underground range and fondly called the schoolhouse. A leather portfolio and a video remote rested on the table before him. His thinning silver hair did nothing to diminish his commanding presence. He was dressed for practicality: khakis, scuffed desert boots, and a casual cotton shirt that concealed the pistol on his right hip. The stainless steel clip of his folding zero-tolerance knife caught the light against his trouser pocket. Situated 2 floors below the main Hendley Associates building, this entire area was strictly off-limits to the regular corporate staff. Most had no idea it even existed. Still, Gavin Byrie, the director of technology, who also handled electronic surveillance countermeasures for the campus, conducted routine sweeps for any listening devices. The newest recruits, Chili Edwards and Mandy Cobb, had adapted smoothly, displaying the sharp awareness and clear thinking Clark had anticipated. There had been a few stumbles, as there always are. In training, mistakes were learning opportunities. In the field, however, Clark drilled them to keep errors to an absolute minimum. A long, polished mahogany table dominated the room, circled by 9 plush leather swivel chairs. It looked more like the boardroom of a top-tier corporation than part of a shooting range facility. But Jerry Hendley, a close friend of President Ryan and the namesake of the firm, had a taste for fine bourbon and equally fine furniture. A line of bulletproof windows along the far wall offered a view of the 650-yard shooting lanes for those not actively on the line. Controls for the range were accessible both from the classroom and the lanes themselves. Flat-screen monitors and a large interactive whiteboard covered the front wall. 6 plain wooden chairs were lined up near the door, straight-backed and far less comfortable than the padded swivels at the table. In a government setting, these would be the seats for deputies and aides. Both newcomers came from agencies where seasoned veterans often gave rookies a hard time. True to form, Edwards and Cobb had respectfully taken positions in these staff chairs along the wall. Ding Chavez, the assistant director of operations, occupied the seat at the head of the table beneath the whiteboard. The veteran campus members, Caruso, Jack Ryan Jr., Adara Sherman, Bartosz Midas Jankowski, and Lisanne Robertson were spaced evenly around the table in the leather chairs. Clark scanned the room in silence, letting the pause stretch just long enough to keep everyone guessing. The newcomers were attentive and focused, though Mandy still wore that faintly irritated expression, paired with her khakis, button-down Oxford, and green fleece. Clark recognized that look. He saw a version of it in the mirror each morning when he shaved. Some faces were just shaped by a certain gritty resolve. "Mandy," he began, "you made it through the police academy, survived field training, SWAT selection, FBI selection, and nearly all of new agent training at Quantico. Is that right?" "Yes, sir," she replied, her eyes flickering slightly as she wondered where this was headed. "If you had to pick the toughest part, field training," she answered without hesitation. "And why is that?" Clark pressed. "Because my field training officer was a total jerk," she stated flatly. "He made me stop at a McDonald's every night during mid-shift in full uniform to fill out a job application. He was convinced I wouldn't last as a cop. He and the manager got a good laugh out of it every time." Classic. Midas Jankowski chuckled from the far end of the table. The man who had once been a Delta Force colonel was a formidable presence, larger in frame and with a more substantial beard than Jack Ryan, Jr., who faced him across the conference table. Lisanne Robertson was seated beside Ryan. Her posture intent, the synthetic forearm she relied on settled comfortably on the polished surface. She'd mastered its use so completely that John Clark rarely remembered it wasn't her original limb. Ryan gave a slow, appreciative nod toward the man called Chili, a silent acknowledgement of a debt that could never be fully repaid. Clark cut straight to the point. "We're past formalities and rookie treatment. Cobb, Edwards, join us at this table where you're needed." The seasoned operators shifted their chairs to make space, a subtle but meaningful welcome. Even Dominic and Adara, typically inseparable during planning sessions, created an opening between them. The two newest members took their assigned seats, their posture still rigid with the formality of their recent training. "Training will continue, and it will be intense," Clark stated, his voice leaving no room for debate. "But as of right now, you are operational. Not at peak efficiency, but in the game. The majority of your development will happen alongside us in the field, learning to function as a single entity." His gaze settled pointedly on Jack. "This organization has no room for solo acts." A faint smile touched Jack's lips. "I thought you said no hazing," Clark moved on, addressing the newcomers directly. "You were selected because we believe your talents and temperaments will mesh with the unique group we've assembled here." Mandy Cobb let out a long, controlled breath, leaning back in her chair. "Sir?" she asked, her brow furrowed. "If we're operational now, does that mean we have an actual assignment?" "We do," Clark confirmed. "We're providing support to an established team in Cartagena. Our role is strictly surveillance. The direct action is for ground branch. I know throwing you into the mix immediately isn't ideal," he added, anticipating the unspoken concern. "But consider your trajectory. The FBI would have you on a real case with a senior partner days after graduation. This is that moment. The stakes are just higher, and the coffee is significantly worse." Ding Chavez leaned in. "Whether it's SWAT or the Bureau, the core principles translate John and I believe in preparation. But no academy can fully teach you the art of losing a tail, or the nuance of a dead drop. You learn by doing, you have the foundation, or you wouldn't be in this room. Frankly, our operational guidelines might offer a bit more flexibility than you're used to." "Accurate," Clark grunted. "The key is mutual learning. We succeed together or not at all." "Listen to the man," said the operator called Midas, his tone dry. "He'll run you into the ground, but we all get run into the same ground together. Think of it as collective misery with a purpose." Clark's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "That's as good an introduction as any. The poet here is Midas. Former Delta, one by one, The veteran members of the campus identified themselves to the new recruits, and the recruits reciprocated. The exchanges were brisk and factual, devoid of ego. Now for the objective, Clark said, turning to the whiteboard. Our targets are a private military cadre known as the Camarilla. Their resume includes assassinations, kidnappings, and destabilizing governments globally. They are responsible for the abduction of the First Lady and the deaths of her detail. They are highly skilled and utterly ruthless. Chili studied the faces projected on the screen, a cold recognition settling in his gut. Two of the military file photos were of men he'd last seen through his rifle scope during the desperate operation to recover the First Lady. Another, depicted in a coroner's photo, was likely also his work. A high-velocity round to the face tends to complicate dental records. A mugshot from the Western District of Texas U.S. Marshals showed a confused man named Burt Pennington clutching his identification placard. He had participated in the kidnapping, but ultimately aided Mrs. Ryan's escape, the sole reason he was still breathing. 5 military IDs, each slashed with a red diagonal line, confirmed the deceased. And these are just the beginning, Clark stated. Liberty Crossing has directed us, along with a significant portion of the intelligence community, to map the entire organizational structure of the Camarilla. He clicked the remote, displaying a screen capture of Sabine Gorshkova. Her blouse was stained, her gaze fierce and directed upward. We assess this woman has retained them for her personal security. Jack Ryan Jr. studied the image. The Camarilla elements we've encountered don't strike me as corporate security types. What's her business? Still many unknowns about her, Clark admitted, switching to the grim crime scene photos from Bolivia, but this illustrates her brother's handiwork. A chill ran through the room as the bloody scenes from Aviano, Bolivia and Peru filled the screen. Son of a gun, Midas muttered, his voice low. They used claw hammers? Adara's eyes were fixed on the brutality. If that's her brother, he's the one I want. He's been handled, Clark said flatly, bringing up another image of the woman in white. This wider shot revealed 2 lifeless men at her feet, both him and his personal protector. Clark provided a thorough briefing on Joaquin Gorshkov and his sister Sabine. Externally, Chili was the picture of composure, steady breathing, hands resting calmly on the table, utterly focused. Internally, his mind was racing, questioning if he was keeping pace. He had anticipated a prepared intelligence packet. Should he be taking notes? He felt he should, but no one else was. He forced himself to breathe, fighting off what his old sniper instructor termed a full-blown mental panic. Clark, seeming to read his mind, said, "Everything we're covering is in your files. I expect you'll all review them thoroughly tonight before departure. Get the details cemented." Ryan raised a hand. "This is a still image. Can we access the full video?" Clark shook his head. "The agency hasn't released it. They want to contain it, for obvious operational security." "Even so," Adara added, "context from the full footage would be valuable." "Agreed," Clark nodded. "I'll coordinate with the DNI. I'm confident she'll ensure the CIA provides full transparency." He gestured back to the screen, based just on this still. "What's your read?" Dom offered a slight shrug. "If it was us, a targeted killing. If it was another party, an assassination." "It was us," Clark confirmed. "Not our team, but CIA assets. Targeted killing." The phrase echoed in Chili's thoughts. "So," Jack Jr. summarized, "the Gorshkovs are a pair of hammer-wielding radicals who've now hired the Camarilla. That's the working theory." Clark displayed side-by-side photos of the bearded man behind Gorshkov, one alive, scowling off camera, the other dead on his back, a fatal head wound visible. This exceptionally unfortunate individual, Manuel Ramirez, former Chilean Special Forces, was directly in line with Gorshkov. He was suspected of being on the Camarilla payroll, which strongly suggests the others are too. Director Foley has multiple teams cross-referencing every person in these photos against known Camarilla contacts. I have a call with my liaison in. He checked his watch. 2 hours. I'll inquire about the video then. Until that time, Ding will arrange some live fire practice for everyone. Mr. C. Jack Jr. began. So if the CIA already has 2 units tracking the Camarilla, what's our role in all this? One of the operators asked. Clark navigated back to the image of Sabine Gorshkova on the screen. Our piece is right here. We've been attached to an agency group designated Windward Station, meaning we're on the CIA's payroll now? Cobb pondered aloud. We're partnering with them, Clark clarified. But in practical terms, yes. There's a crucial detail to remember. The individuals we're coordinating with are operating under non-official cover. They have no diplomatic protection, and that status extends to us as well. Clark then moved aside, allowing his son-in-law to take center stage. His mere presence in the room added a layer of productive tension. All right, Chavez began, addressing the newcomers. Let's talk gear in our world. A sidearm is often a necessary tool. However, there are environments where carrying one openly would create more problems than it solves. If a Moscow police officer spots the outline of your pistol under your jacket, for example, you instantly transform from a questionable visitor into a confirmed American intelligence asset, a one-way ticket to a very unpleasant prison stay. Chavez leaned down and retrieved a cardboard box from beneath the conference table, pulling out 2 locked black plastic cases. Chili, he said, you brought your personal Glock 43X, correct? Affirmative. And Mandy, you scored expert qualification with the Glock 19 back at Quantico. I did. He slid the cases across the table. Everyone has their preferences, but when we're deployed far from support or resupply, we standardize our core equipment for interoperability, except for me, Clark interjected, patting the custom 1911 on his hip. But I'm from a different era. Chavez, being a good son-in-law, let the comment pass without reaction. The rest of us have transitioned to the 43X platform so we can share magazines if needed. Permission to just use my own sidearm? Chili inquired. I'm accustomed to its handling. I understand the comfort factor, Chavez replied. But these are ghost guns, no serial numbers that could ever be traced back to you. Or to the U.S. government, Dom Caruso added. Precisely. We are a deniable asset, as was made clear from the start. Chavez confirmed, nodding toward Chili's case. This one is configured identically to your personal weapon. Holosun 507K green dot sight, tungsten guide rod, XS F8 night sights, and a pyramid trigger system. A chuckle came from Midas. Right, because that setup doesn't scream American Special Operations at all. Valid point, Chavez conceded with a slight smile. Let's move to the range schedule. He lifted his ear protection from a clipboard and scanned the roster beneath. First on the firing line are Adara, Midas, Jack, and Chili, Mandy, Dom, Lisanne. You draw the short straw and get to shoot against Mr. Clark. My condolences. He gave a mock, sympathetic shake of his head. The drill today is from the 5, 7, and 15-yard lines. Smooth is fast. Remember the fundamentals. Equal height, equal light on the sights. Front sight focus, steady press. The team looked at him with expressions that suggested he was explaining how to tie shoelaces. Chavez grinned. Just messing with you all. You know the drill. But it never hurts to mentally rehearse. We're professionals here, running a live operation. As you're all aware, shooting is a perishable skill. In our line of work, if you don't maintain it, you don't survive. The heavy door to the firing line emitted a distinct whoosh as Chavez pulled it open, the room being pressurized to contain fumes and particulate matter. The shooters filed through, each wearing a competitive grin at the prospect of testing their speed and accuracy against their peers. It's like putting 2 sailboats on the same tack, Clark mused to himself. Whenever shooters gather on the line, it inevitably becomes a contest. Performance was high across the board, exceeding expectations. But Chili Edwards was in a class of his own. Clark knew the young man was a gifted marksman from a distance, having neutralized 3 threats under extreme duress to protect Kathy Ryan. Yet, Chili proved to be a natural with a pistol, too. His draw was explosively fast, yet remarkably controlled, handling the compact Glock as if it were a natural part of his anatomy. The grouping on his target's center mass remained tight, no larger than a silver dollar, regardless of how Chavez increased the distance or accelerated the pace of fire. Clark was eager to step onto the range and take a turn against the young shooter. He'd carried a .45 caliber pistol for most of his life, starting with the classic 1911 designed by John Moses Browning. That reliable sidearm had seen him through countless missions during his days as a SEAL with MacVisog in Vietnam. Even after leaving the service, if you could really call it leaving, he'd kept his personal Colt, putting it to decisive use against more than a few individuals who, in his honest opinion, had it coming. Time passed, and the lure of something newer and supposedly better eventually won him over. He switched to a Sig Sauer P220. It was still a .45, but with a double-action trigger. He grew fond of that pistol and probably would have kept carrying it if not for a brutal encounter with a Russian operative. That man had done serious damage to Clark's shooting hand using a ball-peen hammer, leaving him with lasting nerve and muscle issues. Recovering enough to use the hand again demanded tremendous effort, a far slower process than in his youth. The double-action first pull on the P220 became unreliable for him, forcing a return to the 1911 platform. This time he chose a Bill Wilson carry model from Wilson Combat, a finely crafted pistol that vanished easily under a light jacket in its pancake holster on his right hip. He glanced again at his watch, a rugged Seiko Turtle he'd worn since his SEAL days. Just then, Ding and the first group of shooters were coming back into the classroom from the range. With his ear protection in hand, Clark motioned for Dom, Cobb, and Lisanne to follow him to the door, where they met Chili on his way out. "There's still one lane open," Clark said. "Interested in another round?" Chili pointed a thumb at his own chest as if to ask, "Me?" Clark gave a slight shrug. "It's fine if you're worn out." "Absolutely," Chili said quickly, his tone shifting to earnest respect. "I mean, absolutely, sir." Felix Moncada had always been called the dreamer by the aunt who raised him, a boy who loved to wear costumes and imagine himself as someone important. Now he had a real chance to become that person. After instructing his secretary he would be reachable on his mobile, Moncada silenced the device and left it in his desk drawer. If plans went awry, there would certainly be an investigation later. He saw no reason to hand investigators a detailed log of his movements. He'd left his Mercedes S580 sedan at home, choosing instead a Ford F-150 pickup, still new and clean, but far less noticeable than a gleaming gold luxury car. Driving north into Kirindu, he entered a tough, impoverished neighborhood where he'd once lived with an aunt after his parents were killed. That aunt had eventually sent him to live with her sister on a pineapple plantation west of the city, claiming it was for his own good, though she'd probably just grown tired of his restless, anxious energy. Even as a boy, he'd been aware of his own nervous tendencies. He still visited the area often, considering its crumbling alleys and potholed one-way streets as much a home as any other. Now he used those familiar streets to check for any tails, watching his mirrors closely as he drove. He pulled into a gas station long enough to change into a loose cotton shirt and linen trousers. A business suit would be unbearable in the heat where he was headed. The pickup had turned into an oven during the quick change, so he cranked the air conditioning as he merged onto Highway 1, bypassing the old quarter and exiting near the stadium. A faint, cold smile touched his lips as he passed the high fences and coiled razor wire of the Ministry of Public Security on his left. All that security wouldn't help them much soon. Moncada continued past the Panama Convention Center, then swung abruptly into the Biomuseo parking lot to check once more for surveillance vehicles. Satisfied he was alone, he released a held breath and committed to the Amador Causeway, Built from rubble excavated during the digging of the Culebra Cut, an 8-mile section of the Panama Canal, the causeway linked 3 small islands to the mainland. The only way off the point was by water. To his left, massive oil tankers, container ships, and gleaming cruise liners sat motionless on a flat, glassy sea, their hulls shimmering in the heat haze as they awaited their turn in the canal or disgorged their passengers. A squadron of at least 50 gray pelicans flew in perfect formation just above the waves, their effortless flight a stark contrast to their awkward, heavy bills. Moncada glanced at his mirrors one more time. Sunlight glared off the windshields of 24 cars in the marina lot, and waves of heat rose from the baking asphalt. The Flamenco Marina was a forest of masts and antennas, a floating neighborhood for wealthy expatriates, mostly Americans, drawn by favorable taxes and affordable medical care in a nation their own had once occupied. With a mental shrug, Moncada stepped out of his pickup. The oppressive humidity hit him like a wet blanket, instantly plastering his shirt to his skin after the truck's cool refuge. He clicked the key fob over his shoulder, hearing the Ford's confirming chirp, and walked toward the docks. He kept a 15-foot Boston whaler here under a false name. A baseball cap and dark sunglasses provided a thin veil of anonymity, though it was likely unnecessary. While voting was mandatory in Panama, recognizing the president, much less a cabinet member, out of context, was a rare skill among the populace. The Mercury outboard coughed to life on the first pull, and soon the whaler was planing across the calm water toward a 40-foot Jeannot sailboat named the Bambina, anchored off the point in Flamenco Bay. It was a dead calm, slack tide, and the sailboat's anchor line ran straight down from the bowsprit into the murky brown water of Panama Bay. Moncada made a slow, wakeless circle around the vessel, his eyes searching for anything out of place. A sudden shadow passed over him as a massive frigate bird crossed the sun. A hulking man with sandy hair and several days' worth of stubble appeared from the companionway, watching Moncada's approach. He looked strong enough to lift the whaler and break it over his knee. Moncada had never met Ian Doyle, but the description fit. Thick. Operatives in the Camarilla were notoriously averse to photographs. Their leader was said to have slaughtered an entire family vacationing in Lagoa, Portugal, simply because a holiday snapshot had accidentally caught his silhouette in the background. After his own harrowing encounter with the Spaniard, Moncada believed every word of it and suspected the tale was sanitized. Though Doyle was expecting him, the butt of a Browning high-power pistol was still visible, tucked into the man's waistband. Moncada shifted to neutral and moved to the bow to toss a line. "Welcome to Panama," he said, wiping spray from his hands onto his trousers. "I hope your journey was pleasant." Doyle remained silent at first, his gaze sweeping the horizon, not with the nervousness of prey, but with the calculated patience of an apex predator. He raised a hand to block the sun, tracking the frigate bird's path. "Big son of a bitch," he grunted, the words almost lost. The Irish lilt took Moncada by surprise. Apparently satisfied they were alone, Doyle secured the bowline to a cleat and turned toward the companionway. "Why don't you run down what you need?" he said over his shoulder, vanishing inside. The cheerful lilt of his voice was a bizarre mismatch for the cold menace in his green eyes. Moncada hauled himself over the lifelines and onto the deck, a fleeting, chilling thought crossing his mind. "Is this where I die below?" Doyle had settled onto a settee, stretching his long legs. Moncada took his usual seat at the polished teak table. The Jeannot was a broad, comfortable vessel, its interior finished in polished wood and plush synthetic leather cushions. A different sort of man might have considered it an ideal spot for a discreet rendezvous with an assistant, not Moncada. He required a remote location for discussions of this nature. His secretary, for her part, was perfectly content with their usual meetings at one of the many adequate hotels in the city center. "My understanding is you're capable of fabricating the required items," Moncada stated. Doyle responded with a tired, grunting sound. I am, he confirmed, assuming you can supply the necessary parts. That will pose no difficulty, Moncada assured him. Panama is a crossroads for everything. He retrieved a small notepad from his shirt pocket and slid it along with a pen across the table. List the components required for 5 units of sufficient size to, for example, demolish a standard sedan. Taking the pad, Doyle began to write. 5 devices regarding the other members of your team. That's my concern, Doyle interrupted. I gather the majority are lodged near the City of Knowledge, the old Fort Clayton area, accurate. Fine, Doyle said. I'll connect with them once we conclude our business. They are aware of the intended placement sites for the devices, Moncada offered. Bombs, Doyle corrected bluntly. For God's sake, use the real word, naturally, Moncada said, forcing himself to maintain steady eye contact under the man's intense demeanor. Bombs, they need not be enormous, merely potent enough to generate widespread alarm. Oh, they'll generate alarm, Doyle promised, a dry edge to his voice. You can count on that. Good, Moncada nodded. So you have received the fundamental outline of Operation Jamaica. The Irishman leaned back in his seat, exhaling slowly. It seems a tad convoluted if you dwell on the details. Moncada began to object, but Doyle continued unabated. Blow a ship inside the canal, trigger a sequence of smaller explosions complemented by 2 major ones at key points. Toss in a few targeted killings and some sporadic gunfire. Civilized people will lose their collective minds, convinced they're being assaulted from every direction. I grasp that once the smoke clears, there will be several significant openings in your government's leadership, and conveniently certain Russian advisors are already on hand to ease the transition to whatever new administration takes the stage. Moncada gave a terse nod. He disliked such explicit conversation about operational specifics. And who precisely will activate the devices? I will, Moncada said, to guarantee I'm at a safe distance upon detonation. How prudent, Doyle remarked. Moncada couldn't decipher if the man was mocking him. Ultimately, it was irrelevant, provided the work was completed. This can be done via telephone, yes? It can, Doyle affirmed. I note the ship-based device is a separate matter. Indeed, Moncada said. That one is already positioned. My predecessor was worried about accidental detonation from a stray radio signal. He programmed the GPS to arm the device only when the vessel transits from north to south through the initial gate of the Coco-Lee locks, the new canal expansion. Correct. Once armed, it will detonate as it passes into the middle chamber at the second set of gates, wiping out the pilot and any unfortunate souls assisting with the transit, Doyle mused. Whatever remains of the ship then sinks, effectively blocking that entire lock complex. Do you foresee an issue with the casualty count? Doyle let out a short, humorless laugh. Couldn't care less, he tapped the pen absently on the table. Just ensuring I have the sequence straight in my head. It's a devilishly complex plan with a lot of interdependent pieces, and with redundancies, Moncada added, his cheeks growing warm with uncharacteristic defensiveness. It is not so difficult. It is merely a question of synchronized timing and clear communications. Doyle actually laughed aloud at that. Senor, he said, his tone shifting to one of blunt sarcasm. In any operation, timing and communications are the 2 elements most guaranteed to turn into a complete disaster. They're the first things to go when the pressure's on. Your superior assured me. Doyle raised a placating hand, a smirk still playing on his lips. Don't get your underwear in a bunch. We'll handle what needs handling. He tilted his head, his expression turning more serious. I do have one question, though, about that Chinese freighter. Your nation derives a substantial portion of its revenue from canal tolls. Blocking the canal with debris is a classic case of cutting off your nose to spite your face, Doyle remarked. The Miraflores locks will stay operational for shipping traffic, Moncada stated, forcing a steady tone, showing any vulnerability to a man like Doyle was a mistake. hold up your end, and this entire operation will proceed without a hitch. Fortunately, Doyle seemed to view him with such indifference that taking offense was beneath him. "I understand the plan," Doyle said, a dry smirk playing on his lips. "Dismantle your own nation, then let your new Russian pals help you rebuild it, supposedly better than before. That's the gist, right?" He finished reviewing the inventory list and pushed the notepad back across the teak table, his gaze locking onto Moncada's. "If there are any other surprises, now is the moment to share them." "Perhaps," Moncada murmured. He turned his head, looking out the companionway as a formation of pelicans glided by their silent flight, mirroring his own unresolved unease. He gave a slow, frustrated shake of his head. "There's something I just can't quite pinpoint it." Doyle tapped his knuckles sharply on the wood. "Let's be clear. We're not going to have another unexpected visit from that local police officer, are we? The determined one." "No," Moncada assured him, a cold certainty in his voice. "She has been neutralized. That particular matter is being handled as we speak. The president's private gym within the White House saw regular use, but Jack Ryan's visits had become far more frequent since Kathy's kidnapping. The immense weight of his office was crushing under normal conditions. Now, sleepless nights, spent staring at the ceiling, had become routine. The physical exertion provided a slight, temporary relief. Jogging on the treadmill beside him, Special Agent Gary Montgomery maintained a steady, reserved pace. As he'd often said, he never pushed to his absolute limit during these sessions. He needed to keep reserves in the tank in case everything went sideways. Ryan was fine with that. Conversation was his primary goal today, with exercise as a useful backdrop. Montgomery had been in a notably grim mood ever since Ryan broached the idea of a trip to Panama with the National Security Council. At 6 feet and a solid 195 pounds, Ryan was not a small man. Montgomery, however, towered over him in both height and sheer mass. A former University of Michigan boxer, his slightly crooked nose contributed to a perpetually stern expression that could soften, but never fully disappear. When displeased, his glare had been known to quiet a room. When truly angered, it could make a grown man reconsider his life choices. A memorable letter to the Secret Service director once complained that the caveman on the rope line had fixed the writer with such a terrifying bloodshot stare that it had induced a lasting case of nervous stomach issues. A peculiar yet occasionally useful asset for a protective agent. "You know I value your judgment, Gary," Ryan said, slowing his treadmill to a brisk walk to facilitate talking. "And I've always appreciated that, Mr. President," Montgomery replied. His tone formal for a few moments, the only sound was the rhythmic squeak of their shoes on the treadmill belts. "I've laid out my reasons for wanting to go to Panama," Ryan continued. "Protective Intelligence is conducting a thorough threat assessment. State and Defense will provide their analyses, but I want to hear your instinctive read on the situation." "The protests trouble me, sir," Montgomery said, not breaking his stride. "As I mentioned before, it wouldn't take much, just the right spark to ignite that powder keg." He turned his head to look directly at Ryan as they jogged in unison. "With all due respect, sir, I'm not sure you fully grasp that you aren't merely a spark. You are a full-blown flamethrower. You recall what Secretary Adler said about you making your own weather?" Ryan nodded. "He borrowed that line from the Secret Service, I believe. Is that right?" "Jack Ryan makes his own weather. It's something we say around here," Montgomery confirmed. Ryan suppressed a short laugh. "Is that considered a good thing or a bad thing?" "It's neither," Montgomery stated flatly. "It simply is a fact. But beyond your personal gravitational pull, it's the office itself. When the president arrives, his supporters celebrate louder. But for those already simmering with anger, his presence can feel like a provocation, an invitation to pick up a rock instead of a placard." "I can understand that perspective," Ryan conceded. Montgomery, however, was just getting started, and I haven't even brought up the plan to assassinate Botero. "The plan that was stopped," Ryan replied. "Maybe it was. Or maybe the PNP only uncovered one part of a larger network. Plots to kill someone can spread like a disease. If you don't eliminate every trace, what remains can come back to kill you. A significant number of my operatives and military resources are already positioned in Argentina for the summit. I'll have to redirect some to Panama before we get there, which will leave our security in Mar del Plata thinner than I'd like. You're more aware of this than I am, Gary, but there are countless threats against my life on any given day. I can't spend my entire presidency hiding in the White House just because someone wishes me harm. No, you can't, Montgomery agreed, though his tone suggested he wished otherwise. He pressed the stop button on his treadmill. Have you ever run over a dandelion in full bloom with your lawnmower? Sure. What happens? Ryan understood the analogy. It blooms again, lower to the ground. Exactly, Montgomery said. That makes them tougher to spot and cut down next time, and they spread their seeds much quicker to deal with dandelions. You have to yank them out, roots and all. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The reality is, Mr. President, my team should have anticipated San Antonio. We let the First Lady down, and we failed you. I've reviewed the investigation, Ryan said. The official finding cleared the Secret Service of any blame. That's what the report says, Montgomery acknowledged. But you and I both know the truth. If someone gets hurt or, heaven forbid, killed on our watch, the responsibility falls on us. We cannot fail. Adopt any other attitude, and agents will start making excuses every single time something goes wrong. Zero failure means exactly that. I understand, Ryan said, but we're going to face protesters no matter where we go. That's a fact, Montgomery conceded, but my job is still to lay out the risks for you. With all due respect, sir, if it were my decision, I'd have you and your family secured in the POC bunker until your term ends. You could run the country by video conference. Sounds like something a movie villain would do, Ryan remarked. Here's how I see it. Why does the United States have such a terrible image across Latin America? Montgomery frowned, clearly reluctant to engage. Ryan pressed him. Go on. Supporting dictators, I'd guess, right? Ryan said. Putting strongmen in power to block communist influence. Eisenhower himself is on record saying they weren't prepared for democracy. After they attacked Vice President Nixon, Montgomery pointed out. True, Ryan admitted. But now the Russians are putting intense pressure on Botero. This might be our opportunity to keep communists out by backing a decent leader. To me, that seems like a risk worth taking. Montgomery gave a slow, resigned shake of his head. Message received. If you decide to proceed, the Secret Service will ensure it happens. I have absolute confidence in that. Gabriella Canto didn't have a spare moment for a run, yet a deep instinct told her skipping it would be a mistake. Since her elementary school days, running had been her method to clear the mental clutter and sort through her troubles. And Commissioner Javier Guerra was most definitely a trouble. The man was involved in something shady. But what? Maybe she was just imagining things, conjuring threats where none existed. Still, Canto paced in place at the junction of Ricardo Arango Avenue and East 57th Street, waiting for a line of 3 delivery trucks to clatter past the uncontrolled intersection. Without a traffic light or stop sign, the unwritten rule was that the largest vehicle had the right-of-way, turning her evening jogs into a perilous game of chance. Her gray tee and black running shorts were already damp with sweat. She would have loved to escape to the Seaside Causeway or one of the coastal trails. But time was a luxury she couldn't afford. Her mind, however, desperately needed this outlet and the space to think it provided. She opted for her mundane, familiar loop through the downtown hotel district of Obarrio, not far from her apartment. The rhythmic slap of her shoes on the pavement, a steady counterpoint to her churning thoughts. The city skyline was a jarring mix of old and new, where sleek glass towers sprouted like weeds among crumbling storefronts and houses with rusted metal roofs. A fine dust of black ash, from countless cooking fires in the older neighborhoods, drifted down to settle on everything. Major Kanto turned onto East 57th Street, a narrow one-way lane that ran past a city park and playground. The cracked sidewalk was more a path of loose gravel, and she fell into her familiar steadying cadence, step, step, breathe. Her mind, however, was anything but steady, churning over Commissioner Guerra's undeniable role in this mess. The man was a genuine creep, no question, having made his slimy intentions clear from day one. The memory alone was enough to turn her stomach. Then there was the raid, the shooting. Polga, flee. What was the dying man trying to say? Guerra's trigger-happy response was obviously to silence him, unless the commissioner was just that nervous off his plush office chair. Sure, the word could mean nothing, but a man armed with explosives, automatic weapons, and a map to the presidential palace, who also knew Guerra, there was nothing innocent about that combination. The mental contortions required to believe otherwise were exhausting, and frankly, gave her a headache. So lost was she in this puzzle that she almost stumbled over a torn garbage bag bulging with crushed cans. She looked up just as a figure detached itself from the deep shadow of a twisted elm tree near the playground. Less than 30 feet ahead, the man was large, solid, and trying too hard to appear uninterested. The cherry of his cigarette burned a bright hole in the gathering dusk. Kanto scanned the street. Traffic had dwindled to nothing. The sensible move would be to cross to the other side, where apartment lights promised witnesses. But a low metal guardrail penned her in against the park's chain-link fence. She could vault it easily, but she was a major in the National Police. Running wasn't in her repertoire. 20 feet, she told herself she was being paranoid. This was probably nothing, wasn't it? She slowed almost imperceptibly, letting her right hand drift back to brush against the belly band holster at her waist. The Smith & Wesson Airlight revolver inside, a .22 Magnum, wasn't her first choice for a street fight, but its featherlight frame and 7 rounds were a profound comfort. It was certainly better than her fists. The large man turned to face her as she closed the distance, and the shadows around him seemed to thicken and deepen. It was only when she was almost upon him that she spotted the second man, smaller and wiry, leaning against the far side of the tree trunk. His expression was a flat, open challenge. He didn't care if she saw him waiting for her, 10 feet far too close. Cursing her own distraction, Kanto planted her feet and stopped dead on the broken concrete. Years of street patrol and combat training had hammered one brutal truth into Gabriella Kanto in a straight physical fight. Any man had a crushing advantage over her. 2 men? That was a recipe for disaster. "You boys are scaring me," she snapped, her voice hard and devoid of any real fear. If her tone of authority impressed them, they didn't show it. The wiry one just smirked and said her name. A low, mocking voice cut through the darkness. "Ah, don't be frightened, my dear, Major Gabalita." The man stepped fully from behind the tree, his right arm held unnaturally behind his leg. A faint glimmer of reflected light betrayed the knife in his hand. His companion, the one smoking, now let the butt of a pistol show plainly above his waistband, a blade and a gun. Kanto's throat tightened. This was very, very bad. They weren't advancing, but they weren't backing down either, holding their positions as if she were the one who owed them an approach. Then, the distinct sound of crushed gravel behind her sent a cold jolt through her veins. The smoker's eyes flicked up, acknowledging the arrival of a third man from her rear. 3 of them. The debate was over. They might have just wanted to scare her, but waiting to see was a gamble she couldn't afford. Action replaced thought. With her left hand, she yanked up the hem of her t-shirt, her right already closing on the revolver's grip. She dropped into a slight crouch, thrusting the weapon forward. "Police!" she shouted, and fired. The man with the cigarette was just touching his pistol when the .45 caliber round struck his throat, smashing into his spine and dropping him instantly between his partner and Kanto. She shifted aim, firing twice at the knife man. Hastily, she pulled the sight off center. One bullet tore through his bicep, the next cracked into his ribs. He staggered, the blade clattering to the ground, but he was still standing. Another crunch of gravel. Canto whirled, bringing the revolver in tight. The third attacker was already charging, a roaring behemoth fueled by the sight of his fallen friends. He was enormous, a mountain of fat and muscle, and he wielded a long, thin fillet knife that promised a quick and mortal end. All the training said she needed 21 feet to stop a blade. She had maybe 8 trapped, chain linked to her right, a guardrail to her left, a wounded man behind her, and this giant closing in. She had no good angles. Firing her last 4 rounds might not stop him before that knife found her heart. A head-on fight was suicide, so she chose the only terrible option left. Gripping the Smith Wesson with both hands, she let her right leg collapse, rolling into a controlled fall onto her back. She stared up at the looming shadow, kept her knees clear, and brought the revolver up. She fired as the front sight crossed his groin, again at his belly, and a third time as it reached his collar. The steep upward angle turned each shot lethal. The final round caught him under the chin, exiting through the roof of his mouth. He fell, his body glancing off her legs. Not safe yet. She rolled onto her stomach, elbows digging into the sharp gravel, revolver extended. Something brushed her leg from behind, a blind, desperate kick, connected with a sickening thud and a choked cry. Then silence. Ahead, the surviving attacker was bent over his dead friend, fumbling for the pistol in the waistband. Pink, frothy blood bubbled at his lips. Her shot had found a lung. "Stop!" Canto yelled, her voice raw in the sudden quiet. Her words scattered the dust and leaves on the path before her. He paid no attention, his hand closing around his fallen partner's gun. Canto fired her final bullet into the space behind the man's ear. His body went rigid before collapsing sideways over his friend. A surge of adrenaline made her pull the trigger once more. The empty click barely registering in her mind. She was out of ammunition. If more than these 3 attackers were lurking, she was finished. A scuffling noise to her right sent her rolling, bringing the empty pistol up on instinct, useless now, except as a blunt object. A taxi had stopped at the curb. The shocked driver leaped out, rushing toward the guardrail with a baseball bat, only to freeze at the sight of the violence. Are you okay?" he stammered. Canto pushed herself up, gripping the cold metal railing for balance. "Police," she said, her voice rough and parched. "Yes, of course," the driver said, already fumbling for his phone. "I'll call them right." A guttural, inhuman snarl cut through the air behind her. The taxi driver's eyes went wide with horror. Canto whirled to see the lean man on his knees, swaying like something from a nightmare. His bloody hand once more reaching for the pistol tucked in his dead friend's waistband. His shirt was soaked crimson, and the grievous wound behind his ear seeped as he lifted his gaze to hers, his eyes holding the cold, fixed stare of a broken doll. Moving faster than she thought possible, Canto wrenched the wooden bat from the driver's trembling hands. In 3 lurching steps, she closed the distance and swung, the crack of splintering bone echoing as his arm gave way. She kicked the gun across the pavement and then brought the bat down on his head, knocking him clear of the other body. A final ragged breath escaped him before he lay still, finally succumbing. Panting and soaked with sweat from fear and the oppressive heat, Canto leaned heavily on the bat, using it like a cane to steady her trembling legs. She lifted a hand, giving the stunned driver a weary nod. "I'm the police, then I'll call for more police," the man said, his eyes darting over the 3 forms on the shadowed sidewalk. Canto swayed, a wave of nausea washing over her. And an ambulance. She managed, swallowing against the bile rising in her throat. The bat slipped from her fingers, and she sagged against the railing, which felt insubstantial against her weight. The driver scrambled through the railings and rushed to support her. "You're bleeding," he said urgently. Canto glanced at her scraped and raw forearms. "I know, I hit the ground hard." "No," the driver shook his head, his expression turning grave. "Your leg, you're cut. Stabbed. I think. It's bad, really bad. Ryan usually took the stairs to the second-floor residence after a long day, but his heated debate with Gary Montgomery had left him grateful for the elevator tucked in the old cloakroom. Kathy was waiting in the hallway the instant the doors slid open. Protection detail agents were experts at blending into the background, and Nick, the Secret Service agent accompanying Ryan, smoothly stepped aside to allow the first couple their usual greeting. Kathy, however, was in no mood for affection. She turned her head, offering only her cheek. "I saw Gary marching past the Roosevelt room earlier," she said. "He had that little black cloud hovering over him, the one he gets when you two argue, and he's convinced he's right." Ryan didn't bother denying it. It would have been pointless. Kathy had already pieced the whole scene together in her mind. "Why keep advisors around if you're just going to ignore what they tell you?" Ryan gestured toward their door. "Let's save Nick from our marital debate." "Good night, Mr. President," Nick said with a respectful nod. "Dr. Ryan." Ryan thanked the agent and held the door for his wife. Debating this trip with Gary was one thing. With Kathy, it was an entirely different battle. He just needed a moment to collect his thoughts. I thought you had a late surgery scheduled." "The patient came down with conjunctivitis," Kathy said, stepping inside. "We had to reschedule. So what's Gary's argument this time?" "I'm sure I agree with him. He believes I should skip Panama on my way to Argentina." "You're talking about the Panama where people are protesting in the streets with sticks and shutting down highways. That Panama?" "Exactly." Ryan dropped his leather portfolio onto the bed and slipped off his shoes. "That's the one." She looked down at her hands in her lap, giving a slow nod. "All right." Ryan let out a frustrated sigh. An argument would have been simpler. Raised voices, a heated debate. Instead, she just sat there, lips trembling, eyes rimmed with red. A tear traced a path down her cheek. Her quiet sorrow was the most powerful case she could present. He settled onto the bed beside her, their legs touching, and took her hand. "Listen, Kathy, I can't begin to understand everything you endured in Texas. But I can tell you that the finest law enforcement and intelligence agencies anywhere are tracking down every person linked to the Camarilla." "I believe that," she whispered. "Sweetheart." Ryan drew a long breath, then released it slowly. He'd been wrestling with this for weeks. "If you've reached your limit, I will step down from the presidency tomorrow." Her head jerked up, her expression full of disbelief. "Jack, I mean it," he said. "And I'm not saying this to pressure you. You know me better than that. If this were any other position, I'd simply hand in my resignation without a discussion." Kathy studied him, wearing the same patient, expectant look she used to give their children when she was waiting for them to choose wisely. Ryan found it quietly unnerving. "You're not going to quit," she stated after letting him sit with the silence for a moment. The country would be in perfectly capable hands with Marc DeHart. He never even wanted to be vice president, Kathy pointed out. He'd resent you for the rest of his life. "I didn't want this job either," Ryan admitted. He leaned back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling with his hands folded over his chest. "I'm serious, Kath. Maybe my time is up. We could both retire and figure out what ex-presidents and retired eye surgeons do with all that free time." Kathy lay back beside him with a soft groan. "I'm not ready to retire, and I don't think you are either. I know you, Jack Ryan. You were built for this work." She took his hand, lacing her fingers with his, and rested their joined hands by her side. Lying shoulder to shoulder, she turned her head to face him. "I just need some time to process things like this. Your trips to South America haven't always gone smoothly." "I'll admit that," Ryan said, recalling a particularly difficult journey to Colombia years ago. "And besides," Kathy continued, "this family doesn't run from challenges. I didn't know every detail of what I was signing up for when I met you, but I knew I was marrying a man of principle and determination, someone with more integrity and grit than 10 ordinary men. I'm stronger than I appear, Jack Ryan. I just need a little time to adjust my perspective to find my footing again." "I understand. You probably don't," Kathy said softly. Her chest rose and fell with a gentle sigh. The edges of her mouth lifted into the faintest smile. And you know what? That's all right. Major Gabriella Canto lay prone on the plastic stretcher in the ambulance, perspiration beading on her skin as two medics fussed over the gash in her leg. Her phone was pressed to her ear, and she clenched her teeth against the pain while waiting for Sergeant Perez to pick up. The medics insisted on transporting her to a hospital, but she refused, determined to remain on site until officers she trusted could secure the bodies and the scene. The risk was too high that Guerra or someone like him would arrive and make the corpses, along with any evidence, vanish. She had limited authority over the medical team, but the weary-looking woman in charge seemed too exhausted from her long shift to argue with a blood-stained major from the National Police. To buy a moment and catch a glimpse of the arriving squad car she thought she heard, Canto asked them to leave the rear doors open while they treated her wound, complaining that the air conditioning gave her chills. Truthfully, she needed to stay and observe. Her mind had been sharp enough to snap photos of the guns and knives with her phone before handing them over to Officers Hernandez and Corte, a pair of young-looking PNP cops who'd arrived on a single motorcycle. Corte, a petite woman riding on the back, took control of the weapons, checked they were unloaded, and secured them in a lockable saddlebag. As the first responders, they stayed to secure the perimeter until the detectives and forensic team showed up. Someone had attempted to kill a fellow officer. Canto winced as the exhausted paramedics cleaned and dressed her injury. She demanded they stitch it right there, but they'd just given a tired laugh and pointed out they weren't in a combat zone or, heaven forbid, some cartel-run city. She'd get her stitches at the hospital, just as soon as she agreed to go. Finally, Sergeant Perez picked up, recognizing her number. "Major," he said, "what do you need, Freddie?" She swallowed a wave of relieved emotion, blaming it on the adrenaline crash, and gave him a quick summary of the ambush and her location. "I'm in my car," he told her. 10 minutes out with this traffic." "Good," she said. "I need a friendly face here." "Who would do this?" he asked, sounding stunned. "I'm not certain," Canto replied. "But you've got a theory." "Naturally. This ties back to the raid," Perez stated. "A family member looking for payback." "Could be," she said, "but I'm leaning another way." "Gay, don't say it," she cut him off sharply. "We'll discuss it when you get here." "Forgive me for not asking sooner," Perez said, his voice softening. "But are you okay, boss?" A little rattled, she fought back another tightness in her throat, annoyed with herself. "And a minor knife wound. It's more than I bargained for, but I'll live." Her shot under the large man's jaw had been lethal, but as he collapsed, his razor-edged fillet knife had plunged into her calf. The blade missed all the important cables, Canto explained, but it carved out a piece of meat that, according to the medic, is about the size of a good steak. "That's not ideal," Perez said. "I'll be fine with some stitches. And probably a skin graft," the lead paramedic interjected, having clearly been listening in. Canto brushed the comment aside. A long hospital stay wasn't in the cards. "The commissioner is on his way," she told Perez. "Who notified him?" Perez asked, surprised. "I did," Canto said. "He signs our paychecks." She shot a look at the two medics who were pretending not to hang on every word. She turned back to the phone. Just get here as fast as possible. Perez beat the commissioner. Guerra had been with his girlfriend, Josefina, when Canto called, so he had a longer drive. Canto asked the medics to step outside the ambulance for a private word with her trusted sergeant. The older woman raised her eyebrows suggestively, giving Perez a thorough look-over. "We can't leave you two alone in here," she said. "This is official police business," Canto stated, her tone leaving no room for debate. "We need a moment." It was pure bravado, and the medic knew it. She didn't budge until Canto promised to go to the hospital the instant she was done talking. 5 minutes, the medic grunted, climbing down from the ambulance. "You have to be careful, Freddie," Canto whispered the moment the doors shut and they were alone. She was still lying on her stomach, a position that would have felt exposing with anyone else. "I will, boss!" Perez gave a sorrowful shake of his head and walked to the end of the gurney. He let out a low whistle as he examined the bandaged wound. "That looks a whole lot worse than you made it sound on the phone. I once found a guy who'd been dead in his apartment for 3 days. His pet dog, with nobody left to feed it. Well, let's just say your leg reminds me of that scene." "What a charming comparison," Canto said flatly, though a grim smile touched her lips. The absurdity of it, the dark humor in the midst of chaos, was a twisted comfort, a reminder of their shared gritty reality. "Now, step back over here where I'm looking at you and pay close attention. I mean it. For all we know, the people orchestrating this might be targeting you next. Do you think it was just a random street crime?" "One of them referred to me as Little Major Gabilita," Canto stated. "They knew my name, my rank, and my running route." "You have to change your patterns," Perez said. "And so do you, Freddy," Canto replied. "There's something happening here, something dangerous." Outside, a car door shut hard against the backdrop of blaring horns. Commissioner Guerra's voice rose, barking commands at everyone on the scene, interrupted by a seagull swooping in with a raucous cry and making a mess of everything. Still lying on her stomach, Canto reached out and caught Perez by the hem of his shirt. "Listen to me, my friend. I don't know who we can trust. What I'm sure of, what I'd stake my life on, is that the men I shot tonight are linked to the ones from the San Miguelito operation." Commissioner Guerra's voice grew louder as he neared the medics outside, demanding to know where his injured officer was. "And I'd bet on something else," Canto whispered. "All 3 of those dead men knew L.A. Pulga, the flea, probably even worked for him." She gave Perez a light tap on the leg. "Now hurry. Take out your notebook before Guerra opens that door and make it look like I'm giving you critical instructions." The new Gulfstream 550 from Hendley Associates was fully fueled and waiting when the campus operatives reached the small fixed-base operator at the southern edge of Reagan National Airport. Behind the aircraft, the blue, red, green, and amber lights of the taxiways and runways glittered in the cool autumn night. The wheels of Chili's issued duffel rumbled across the tarmac as he hauled it toward the jet. It was heavy, packed with clothing and an assortment of camera and recording gear to bolster their cover as documentary filmmakers joining the rest of their crew already in Colombia. "Feels like Christmas," he remarked. Mandy Cobb glanced up from where she walked beside him, tugging her own heavy bag. "Because of all the lights?" They were dressed like casual travelers in khakis and loose cotton shirts. She wore a green fleece sweater, and he had on his shot leather jacket against the brisk fall morning. "That's part of it," Chili said with a shrug, slightly embarrassed he'd spoken up. "And the anticipation, I suppose." "I get that," Cobb said. She slowed her pace half a step, buying them a few extra seconds before reaching the Gulf Stream. "Can I ask you something?" "Absolutely. What's your take on all this? Working as contractors with no diplomatic protection?" "Not certain yet," Chili admitted. "I honestly didn't know what to expect. It feels right, but—" Clark's resonant voice cut through the darkness. "This is a big deal," he said. "I understand his luggage was already aboard, and they hadn't heard the soft tread of his crepe-soled desert boots coming up behind them. If you were already overly eager at this stage with the limited information we've shared, you probably wouldn't be the kind of people we want." He moved alongside them and paused, holding a paper sack of popcorn he'd picked up from the FBO lounge. "Look," he continued, "you'll see that we're granted significant leeway by the CIA and the ODNI, not to mention the White House. We don't want thoughtless killers. We want thinkers who are, yes, capable of violence, but who possess a firm sense of right and wrong. The outside world might view some of our actions as morally ambiguous. I do not. There is the letter of the law, and there is protecting the United States. I might bend a few rules, but my moral compass never wavers." Ding Chavez approached just as Clark finished. "And that, folks, is likely the most philosophical speech you'll ever hear from our fearless leader," he said with a grin. Me, on the other hand, Chili and Cobb stowed their duffels in the rear baggage compartment alongside the others. Navigating Colombian customs presented a logistical hurdle as certain mission-critical items couldn't simply be carried in. Sensitive equipment, the kind that might raise eyebrows as potential intelligence-gathering tools, had been forwarded through secure diplomatic channels. The plan was for it to be waiting with the CIA support team already positioned in Cartagena. While a sidearm was standard issue, Chili's philosophy was simple. A pistol was just a tool to help you reach a proper rifle. For this deployment, each team member was equipped with a customized M4 variant. It featured a SIG lower receiver paired with a Psionics upper and a compact 12.5-inch barrel. Attached was a Huxtwork suppressor, a 3D printed unit roughly 5.5 inches long, that maintained zero whether it was mounted or not. It didn't make the weapon silent, but it significantly reduced the muzzle blast and gas to the shooter's face. Topped with a Nightforce NXS 2.5 10x42 scope and a canted Aimpoint T4 micro red dot, it was, in Chili's estimation, about as versatile a combat rifle as you could get, equally adept in tight quarters or at making precise, distant engagements. The whole setup made the mission prep feel like an early holiday. Clark allowed each operator to select their own blade. Chili opted for a classic Marine Corps Kabar fixed knife, a choice that earned a subtle, approving glance from Clark. In a market flooded with overly complicated tactical knives, the straightforward 7-inch blade was perfectly sufficient for any cutting or piercing task he anticipated. In his pocket, he carried a zero-tolerance 0357 folding knife with a worn blackwash finish, another reliably capable tool. His everyday carry was rounded out with a Zippo lighter, a ferrocerium rod on his key ring, a compact rat's tourniquet, and a Surefire Titan flashlight, a gift from his father. Having a sheriff's deputy for a dad meant your Christmas presents often doubled as field gear. A brighter flashlight, a Leatherman Wave multi-tool, some paracord, and a personal medical kit were in his day pack. But the pocket items were constants, a part of his uniform whenever he was dressed. He shouldered his civilian-style pack and motioned for Mandy Cobb to board the sleek business jet ahead of him. A thin, shifting fog drifted across the dark runway, and the low whine of the auxiliary power unit made the aircraft seem poised for a space launch rather than a flight. The rich scent of new leather greeted him as he stepped inside, momentarily bringing to mind the showroom smell of a brand-new truck. He exchanged greetings with the two pilots in the forward cockpit. This was a world away from the cramped commercial airliners he was used to. The G550's cabin featured polished teak trim, solid surface counters in the galley, and deeply cushioned leather seats. The 6-foot ceiling clearance meant Clark had to dip his head slightly, but at 5'10", Chili had plenty of space. Most of the team was already aboard, curiously inspecting the surroundings. It turned out Hendley Associates had only just acquired this aircraft. The G550 was as novel to the seasoned operators as it was to Chili and Cobb. It was the last one of its model to roll off the production line. For a moment, Chili felt like the new kid on the first day of school, boarding a bus where everyone else had already claimed their spots. The cabin layout, thankfully, offered ample seating for over a dozen. There were individual seats, as well as paired groupings facing each other. 2 couches were situated, one amidships and another at the rear near the lavatory. Clark had taken a single seat near the galley and cockpit. Ding Chavez sat across the aisle from him in another single. Midas positioned himself behind Ding, facing the tail. Jack Ryan Jr. sat alone on the aft couch, his mood visibly sour because his fiancée, Lisanne, had to stay behind. Adara Sherman and Dom Caruso settled into forward-facing seats at one of the 4-person meeting tables. Cobb and Chili moved to take the seats across the polished teak table, but paused as 2 figures emerged from the cockpit. A woman with short auburn hair and a heavy-set man, both in crisp navy slacks and white pilot shirts, entered the cabin. The man secured the door while the woman introduced herself as Helen Reed, the aircraft's pilot. Her first officer, Chester Hicks, leaned in from the cockpit doorway once the seal was shut. "But everyone just calls me Country," he added, his voice carrying a soft southern lilt reed, glanced at Clark with an appreciative smile. "John, we're going to love this plane. The Gulfstream 550 is a serious upgrade. Twin Rolls-Royce BR710 engines give us over 30,000 pounds of thrust combined. She can get off the ground in under 6,000 feet and settle back down in just a hair over 2,700. Perfect for those tight airstrips you favor. We can fit 19 people aboard, and the seats convert to sleep 8. She'll cruise at 488 knots and, if we pushed it, could give us 13 solid hours in the air. Not that we'll need that today. With the winds helping us out, we'll be in Cartagena in well under 5 hours." She offered a warm nod to Cobb and Chili. "Welcome aboard. Any questions?" From the rear, Jack Jr.'s voice chimed in. "Same Wi-Fi code as last time." "You got it," Reed confirmed. The pilots returned to the cockpit, and shortly after, the jet began to taxi away from the ramp. "Getting comfortable?" Adara asked. "I suppose," Cobb replied, settling into the seat by the large oval window. "Everything's moving so fast, it's hard to focus." "Sometimes that's for the best," Adara said. "Keeping busy is the ultimate distraction." Her blonde hair was cut in a sharp, practical style that reminded Chili of Olivia Newton-John's transformation in Grease, all business when it counted. "You really believe that?" Cobb pressed. "We are flying into Colombia on an operation, and our total prep time was what? Maybe 15 minutes?" Adara shot a look toward Caruso, who was buried in a car magazine. Dom was FBI. "Is FBI?" Caruso corrected without looking up, tapping the jacket pocket that held his credentials. "Exactly," Adara continued. "He's technically on loan, which gives us a badge and a gun on the ground when the rest of us might have our hands tied. But don't get it twisted, he's one of us now. The point is, Mandy, you've both had a ton of training." Adara sank back into the plush leather. "You've got the skills. John Clark has been at this a lifetime. He doesn't pick teams that can't deliver." "She's not wrong," Midas added, turning in his seat and smoothing his thick beard with one hand. "You two are going to be fine. Honestly, we've needed some fresh faces around here. This crew has a terrible sense of humor. Nobody laughs at my jokes anymore. My advice, relax and enjoy this amazing plane while you can. Because if Colombia is anything like I remember, the places we'll be sleeping won't exactly smell like new leather." Felix Moncada had traded his Ford pickup for his Mercedes sedan and now sat parked in his designated spot on Eloy Alfaro Avenue, a short distance from the Palacio de las Garzas. The view of the sea was stunning, a place he often used to clear his head before heading inside. Today, however, he slammed a fist against the steering wheel, frustration boiling over as he struggled to piece together the sudden shifts around him. President Botero, usually so dependable, had become erratic, canceling meetings, holding private sessions behind closed doors. Moncada hadn't been invited. Most of his usual circle of advisors hadn't either. The American ambassador's visit earlier that morning likely had something to do with it. Botero was plotting something, but what? As much as Moncada hated to admit it, Operation Jamaica depended on precise timing and careful coordination. Any disruption to the routine put everything at risk. This was no moment for the son of a whore to hesitate. The gears of a vast machine were already turning, a mechanism that would be incredibly difficult, if not outright impossible, to halt. The coming action would demand a heavy toll in blood and treasure, yet Felix Moncada was utterly convinced the sacrifice would be justified. More critically, he had persuaded enough key figures within the government that success was attainable despite the undeniable risks and tangled complications. His objective was straightforward: to wrench Panama free from the suffocating grip of the Yankees. Given a real opportunity, the entire landscape of the nation could transform. Moncada's own parents had been redshirts in Manuel Noriega's St. Michael the Archangel Dignity Battalion. a militia formed to back the Panamanian Defense Forces against the American invasion of 1989. But Noriega, a CIA puppet from the start, fled and hid at the first sign of U.S. aggression, leaving the so-called Dignity battalions as mere cannon fodder. Dubbed dingbats by the invading troops, they were swiftly crushed. Orphaned by artillery fire at 4 years old, young Felix was eventually sent to a pineapple plantation in the hills near La Correra, west of Panama City, after his aunt in Curundú could no longer care for him. There, he discovered a natural talent for numbers, soon assisting the plantation manager with the accounts. A finance degree from the University of Panama opened the door to a legal firm that specialized in discreetly sheltering the wealth of the elite. Money propelled him into politics, and politics in turn multiplied his wealth. He swiftly joined the ranks of those successful men who pondered each morning which luxury watch to strap on, a ritual that now felt hollow. This very affluence bred a deep-seated weariness, a profound discontent with his country's subservient state. Operation Jamaica had been conceived decades earlier during late-night sessions at university, fueled by cheap iguana rum and the fiery idealistic nationalism of youth. His friends had all sobered up figuratively and literally, securing comfortable careers in canal-adjacent finance or shipping. But the guerrilla spirit of his parents still pulsed in Moncada's veins. He harbored no issue with capitalism itself, only with the United States. Panama was a jewel, yet too small to stand alone. She required a powerful ally, but one situated a much healthier distance away. Some within his tight circle called the plan a coup. It was, and it wasn't. President Botero and Vice President Carré would be removed, certainly. But Moncada had no desire to handpick a successor. He intended to shake the tree violently and let the pieces fall where they may, with a not-so-subtle nudge from his friends in Moscow. In this scenario, a distant Russian czar he'd never met was infinitely preferable to an American president he knew all too well. Panama possessed no formal military, ruling out a traditional ruling junta. However, several armed departments within the public forces, the National Border Service, the National Aeronaval Service, the National Police, and the Institutional Protection Service, collectively formed a de facto small army tasked with securing the canal and protecting the president. Throwing these elements into disarray, even setting them against one another, would create the necessary chaos. Timing was everything, and Botero's recent maneuvers threatened to derail the entire delicate schedule. A soft chirp from his mobile phone pulled Moncada from these lethal calculations. The device was VoIP encrypted, bouncing through a labyrinth of servers, supposedly rendering it untraceable. Still, who knew what new toys the pigs at the NSA or CIA had cooked up? They were detestable, but formidably so. For that reason, he never used names on calls. Only a handful of people had this number. When it rang, he knew exactly who was on the other end. The voice on the line belonged to Sabine Gorshkova. Like Moncada, her own parents had been casualties of the 1989 invasion, forging a shared vendetta. "I'm calling to assess your satisfaction with our handling of the recent incident," she stated. Moncada confirmed that his replacement, Doyle, had arrived and seemed to have matters firmly under control. "That is good to hear," Gorshkova replied. "Your sequence of events should be commencing imminently correct." "Very soon," Moncada assured her, his mind already painting the vivid picture of detonations, chaos, and the stunned expression on President Botero's face. The aftermath would unfold at a breakneck pace. Yet a nagging doubt surfaced. "There's something the president is withholding from me," he confessed. "Who? Botero?" "Precisely. It feels as though his itinerary has shifted. I suspect he's planning an unscheduled stop before his official departure for Mar del Plata. But the initial action is timed for before his scheduled departure, is it not?" "All of them are," Moncada stressed. "They must be. His presence, along with his vice president, is critical here for success." If he departs prematurely, then accelerate your schedule." Gorshkova said bluntly, her tone dripping with a mock seriousness that didn't quite mask her brutal practicality. "March into his office and settle the matter with a hammer. That would certainly topple your dominoes." "That would be." "Only a joke, Felix," she interjected, though Moncada was certain it was anything but. "My point is, you may need to compress your timeline. Does the precise order of explosions truly matter, so long as Botero and Carré are eliminated?" To Moncada, it mattered profoundly, but he kept that thought locked away. "Regardless," she continued, "you are a significant client, and my reputation is on the line. If you require additional personnel, Doyle can provide you with a quote." "I believe our current resources are sufficient," Moncada said. "Excellent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my own quarry to track down, a target who is proving annoyingly elusive." Moncada sighed as the call ended. Sabine Gorshkova was recklessly bold, the type who used real names over insecure lines, and probably did view a hammer as a more personal tool than a firearm. On her end, Sabine tossed her phone onto the desk and retrieved her frosty mojito. Leaning back in her plush leather chair, she took a long, satisfying sip from the sweating glass. "Blanca!" she shouted, her voice echoing in the quiet study. "You come all this way and then vanish? I thought you'd be thrilled to escape that dismal apartment of yours. Where are you hiding?" The door creaked open, and her younger sister entered, hands nervously clasped, eyes fixed on the floor as if expecting a verbal assault. Blanca, now in her early 30s, stood several inches taller than Sabine, possessing their father's slender build and their mother's striking blue eyes and dark hair, a combination of their parents' best traits. She had been just an infant when they were killed, leaving a young Sabine to shoulder the care of her siblings. Those early years were a harsh scramble for survival, even requiring a brief, desperate stint in an orphanage for their brother Joaquin before their uncle Hector retrieved them. From the start, Hector had written Blanca off as too fragile, declaring her unfit for the hardened path he envisioned for the older two. Even as a girl, Sabine recognized her uncle's merciless nature and privately believed that, were he not somewhat intimidated by her own fierce spirit, he might have abandoned her sister to the jungle's mercy. This was no fairy tale. There were no benevolent animals to take in a human child. The reality was a world of venomous creatures, predatory cats and rivers teeming with danger, a place where a helpless infant would not have lasted the night. Yet Hector had allowed Blanca to live. Sometimes, Sabine wondered if that had been his first and gravest error. Blanca had lived most of her years far from home, first at European boarding schools, and then while pursuing her degree at the university in Cartagena. Staying in Venezuela or Russia felt uncomfortably close to her family's orbit. A new identity had been part of the arrangement. Blanca Gorshkova was now Blanca Pakulova, a graduate nursing student. Sabine had dedicated immense effort to shielding her younger sister, believing it was for Blanca's own protection. Yet, it was impossible to conceal the squad of grim-faced soldiers who shadowed Sabine's every move, treating her with the deference owed to a commander. Blanca was clever, and her curiosity was growing, leading her toward inquiries that carried real risk. Sabine shifted on the sofa and tapped the space next to her. "You're always buried in your books," she remarked. "We hardly have a moment together anymore." A tight smile touched Blanca's lips as she sat down, her hands clasped neatly in her lap. She fixed her gaze on the floor. "The coursework is incredibly intense." "But nothing you can't handle, my little Blanca," Sabine replied smoothly. "Isn't that so?" Blanca lifted her eyes. "I overheard some of the men talking about Joaquin. They went silent when I walked by. You told me he died of a heart attack. His heart did stop," Sabine said, a rough edge entering her voice. "That part is accurate. The rest is complicated. And for now you'll need to trust me." Blanca offered a slow, reluctant nod. Then, as if gathering her courage, she straightened her spine, her gaze suddenly fierce. What is happening, Sabine? Something terrible happened to Joaquin. What's to stop the same thing from happening to you? Sabine placed a hand on her sister's leg and squeezed. From across the room, it might have seemed a comforting gesture, but she pressed her nails sharply into the flesh, a silent, painful warning. Curiosity had its price. Blanca flinched, quickly smoothing the fabric of her scrubs as Sabine pulled her hand away. "Nothing will happen to me," Sabine stated flatly. "In case it's escaped your notice, every man here is terrified of me. Weren't they terrified of Joaquin?" A bitter laugh escaped Sabine. "Not nearly enough," she admitted. "Not in the way that mattered. How long will you be in Cartagena?" "It's uncertain," Sabine said, taking a slow sip of her mojito. She tilted her head, studying Blanca's face for any flicker of insight. The girl was too soft, too fragile to be brought into the fold, a genuine shame, as they might have accomplished great things together. "Why? Would you consider coming back with me?" "No, thank you," Blanca murmured, looking away. "My studies, you understand." "Naturally," Sabine said. "Will you join us for dinner tonight?" "I'm told the chef is preparing empanadas." Blanca gave another non-committal nod. "If I finish in time, my study group usually meets at my apartment." She crossed her arms as if warding off a chill. "And I really don't need your guards trailing me everywhere. I'm perfectly safe." Sabine drew a long, slow breath, fighting to keep her composure. "To begin with, they are your guards, too. These are perilous times, Blanca. We cannot afford to be careless about our security." "All right. I'll instruct them to keep a more discreet distance." Sabine's eyes narrowed to slits. "But you must understand this. If any harm comes to you, and they fail to prevent it because they were too far away, I will personally see to it that they regret their failure in the most permanent way imaginable." "Sabine, relax, little one." Sabine gave her sister's knee a jovial slap. "It's just a joke." She was not joking. Blanca couldn't suppress a shiver as Uncle Hector entered the room, dark and soundless as fumes from a smoldering fire. Decades of moving through the jungles and highlands of Latin America had honed his ability to glide unseen, a skill matched only by his capacity for violence. Blanca knew none of the grim specifics of his past, certainly not the blood-drenched years he'd spent with Peru's shining path, but she had always felt the weight of his silent judgment. "I should go, sister," Blanca said, rising to kiss Sabine on both cheeks. "I need to get back to campus." "As you wish," Sabine said, letting her hands drop. "You'll be missing those empanadas, though." Once her sister had departed, Sabine turned her full attention to her uncle. He might have been an expert at moving unseen through the jungle, but he was utterly incapable of masking his feelings, especially when he was sitting on a juicy piece of information. The old man's grin spread wide, more like a smug jungle cat than a cartoon character. Sabine shifted from the sofa back to her own chair, a plush leather seat on wheels that let her glide across the room to the bar without rising. While she valued her uncle's sharp business mind and ruthless instincts, sharing a couch with him was not her preference. "What have you heard?" she inquired. "Our contacts in customs are paid to alert us about any incoming aircraft that could be trouble," Hector explained. "Yes, I'm aware," Sabine replied, growing impatient with his roundabout way of talking. "He notified me about a Gulfstream jet from Washington, D.C., currently heading for Cartagena." "A private jet," Sabine said, shaking her head slightly. "So what? Business aircraft landed and departed from Colombian airports countless times each week. Some carried narcotics, money, or people, moving in either direction based on their cargo. This was likely nothing to worry about, but Sabine Gorshkova had stayed alive and operational as long as she had by never ignoring potential threats, however remote. "Have someone meet the plane and identify the passengers." Hector offered a self-satisfied nod. "Already handled, my dear. The aircraft will touch down within the hour. Flacco and Annie are on their way to the airport now." "You're sending Annie?" Sabine asked, surprised. "I thought he was headed back to Lima. That's why we didn't assign him to the Panama job." Annie was an ex-soldier from Peru, competent enough, if often unkempt in his appearance. Sabine still hadn't fully adjusted to the idea that Annie could be a man's name in certain parts of Peru. His plans changed, Hector stated, offering no further details. He and Flaco will tail the passengers to their hotel. If they appear to be a problem, they'll ensure they cease to be one. It must be handled quietly, Sabine insisted. Hector shifted topics. Was she asking questions again? Sabine gave a slow nod. She was. That's dangerous, Hector said. For everyone? I know that, Sabine replied coolly. So, I need time to consider it, Sabine said. She is a liability. I said I need to think, Sabine snapped, her voice sharp. Are we understood? Perfectly clear, the old man answered. Don't lose sleep over the incoming Gulf Stream. Annie and Flaco understand discretion and, if necessary, how to be lethal. That's precisely why I selected them for this task. Chili stirred from an unexpectedly deep sleep to the sound of Adara Sherman's voice sharing tourist tips about Cartagena, mainly pointing out the top-rated ice cream spots. Dom caught Chili's glance and offered a friendly shrug. Ice cream is basically her hobby, he remarked. She's got a go-to place in pretty much every city we visit. The cucumber flavor in Buenos Aires is unbeatable, Adara added with a nod. But there's a pretty good shop just a few blocks from our hotel. The Gulf Stream banked left on its final approach into Rafael Núñez International Airport, situated on a slender strip of land in the Crespo district, nestled between the Caribbean Sea and a shallow coastal marsh. Below, a city of over 1 million people sprawled between rolling hills and the ocean to the south. Chili leaned forward in his seat, taking in an aerial view of a place that, not long ago, was part of one of the most violent nations on earth, much of that infamy tied to the era of Pablo Escobar. Cities like Medellin, Cali, and Cartagena had once been awash in cocaine money built on the blood of anyone who crossed the drug cartels. The Spanish colonial architecture and intricate stonework were stunning even from above, and so was the stark poverty. For every modern high-rise, there were countless dilapidated shacks roofed with tin or faded canvas tarps. Charming cobblestone streets near the historic center gave way to rutted dirt roads on the city's outskirts, as if urban planners had simply run out of funds and abandoned all further improvements. The rustic world of goats, chickens, and open cookfires existed just a stone's throw from the glittering nightclubs and shopping malls of Cartagena. Pressing her face to the window, Adara gestured toward the west. Our base is in the old walled city. You all should visit when we're not on the clock. It's absolutely stunning. Listen up, Chavez called from the front of the cabin. Wheels down in 5. We clear customs, then meet our local asset. Chili, Mandy, quick check. Either of you been here before? They both shook their heads. Well, I have, he continued. It looks like a postcard from out there, but it's got shadows. Nobody goes off alone. Understood. Another point, Clark added. Helen and Country filed the flight plan and notified Colombian authorities. The right people know we're arriving. Politicians, cartels, maybe even Sabine Gorshkova if she's in town. What they don't know is our identities or our mission. We're blending in with a documentary film crew from Windward Productions, scouting at the University of Cartagena. He paused, letting it sink in. Remember, both prey and predator stay alive by staying alert. We're not here to be timid, but keeping your head on a swivel isn't just acceptable, it's required. And Jack Jr. cut in. Expect to be tested. Cobb glanced back at Ryan. Tested? Could be anything, Jack said. A clumsy bump, a half-hearted grab at your wallet. If you toss the first guy who brushes against you, it's a pretty clear signal we're not a bunch of Hollywood producers looking for the perfect shot and an oat milk cappuccino. Copy that, Chili said. Stay alert, but don't break out the jujitsu. You get a feel for it, Midas offered. It better come fast, Cobb muttered. Clearing customs via private jet was a streamlined affair, far removed from the crowded terminals of commercial travel. Contrary to Chile's expectation of a frosty official welcome, the young woman who greeted them at the plane was all warmth and efficiency. Arriving in a $67 million aircraft certainly had its privileges. The team exited the customs office to find a dusty 12-passenger van waiting, engine idling on the general aviation apron, its air conditioner undoubtedly battling the oppressive heat. A lean Asian man hopped out from the passenger side as they approached, greeting each campus operator with a familiar backslapping hug before offering a firm handshake to the newcomers. "Name's Adam," he said. "Welcome to the Windward Productions team." Further introductions would wait until they'd stowed their gear and piled into the vehicle. Meanwhile, under the sagging branches of a banyan tree in a nearby lot, a stout man named Fleco Rojas waited behind the wheel of a faded blue Hilux pickup. His partner, a former Peruvian Army sniper named Annie Suarez, lounged in the passenger seat with an unlit Cohiba Mini clamped between his teeth. He wore a stained number 10 Lionel Messi jersey, Barcelona's iconic blue and red. Wearing the wrong team's colors could be a death sentence in parts of Latin America. But this was Messi. Everyone loved Messi. "Flaco," Suarez said around the cigarillo, "I'll give you $1 million if those hijos de puta are actually film people." "No kidding." Flaco grunted, settling deeper into his seat, hands firm on the wheel. His nickname meant Skinny, an ironic holdover from his youth. In reality, he was nearly a foot shorter than his partner, with a blocky head that seemed to sit directly on his shoulders, giving him the sturdy appearance of a fire hydrant, nothing remotely Flaco. A faded green tattoo of crossed arrows and a V-42 dagger marked the copper skin of his right forearm. It mirrored a U.S. Army Special Forces crest, but instead of De Oppresso Labor, the scroll beneath it simply read Ranger. Flaco was a Quechua Indian who'd spent 3 years with Bolivia's 12th Ranger Regiment before a violent clash with a mixed-race commanding officer landed the officer in surgery and Flaco in San Pedro prison. The Camarilla left him to rot there for over a year before making an offer. With few civilian prospects and Bolivia's economy in ruins, joining was his only real option. Watching the van pull away, Annie Suarez slapped the faded dashboard. "Move it." Flaco shot his partner a sideways glance. "I know how to drive." He deliberately waited a moment, asserting control, then shifted the beat-up Hilux into gear. The Americans turned onto 70th Street, a tight road lined with small family shops and houses. Flaco hung back several cars until the street curved and became Highway 90A, heading toward the Caribbean coast and its string of beachfront hotels. Annie checked his watch, then leaned forward to dig a phone from his jeans. With a cigarillo in one hand and the phone in the other, he tilted his head back against the sagging roof. "Let's just waste 1 or 2 and call it a day. That'll scare the rest out of Colombia for good." Flaco gave a dry laugh. "Champa uma," he said in Quechua, literally weeds in the head, his people's way of calling someone crazy. The boss said, "Watch them? Not kill anyone? Not yet, anyway. Disobey, and she'll use our intestines for sausage casings?" "I'm dead serious." Annie might not have understood the words, but he got the meaning. "It'll come to the same thing," he grumbled. "That young one's a cop, I'd bet on it. Probably some of the others, too. The old guy has military written all over his walk. They're sure as hell not filmmakers. Or you just want an excuse to try out that new knife of yours." "This isn't about the knife," Annie snapped. "It's a waste of time. We'll trail these clowns all day, confirm they're lying, and then Sabine will order us to eliminate them anyway. I say we skip the middleman." "Then you don't know Sabine Gorshkova," Fleco said, a genuine shiver running down his spine, "and you really don't want to." Ahead, the van continued southwest, keeping parallel to the sea as it navigated the midday traffic. "They're going into the walled city," Flaco observed. "Hard to follow in there without being spotted." Annie turned, eyebrow raised, the cigarillo clamped in a sneer. "So you agree we should take them out now?" Champa Uma, Flacco repeated. Back in the van, Chili was a little surprised their CIA contact, Adam Yao, made no effort to check for a tail on the way to the hotel. Thinking it over, it made sense. Any evasive driving would blow their cover. "You think we're being followed?" Chili asked, casually glancing back. He felt exposed without a weapon. "Absolutely," said John Clark. "No doubt," added the driver. Eric Ward, a former Green Beret from the 10th Special Forces, now with the CIA's ground branch. A beat-up blue Hilux pickup has been on us since the airport. Yao nodded toward Clark. "Just so you know, there's a suppressed Glock 19 tucked in the paneling by your feet, in case our friends in the pickup get jumpy. Eric's armed. I'm traveling clean today." "Sounds right," Clark said. He glanced back at the two newcomers in the rear seats. "First, we'll check into our hotel, then we'll split into teams that operate like compact film crews." They drove southwest, following the coastline until they reached the imposing gray wall, roughly 20 feet high, that the people of Cartagena had built around their city in 1586 as a defense against relentless pirate raids. Ward drove the van around the southern edge of the walled city before looping north to enter through the western gate, where the land sloped down toward Boca Grande and the wide bay. It wasn't hard to imagine the fierce clashes that must have happened here, with locals repelling pirate ships in these very waters. "Here we are," Yao announced as Ward guided the van beneath a stone portico, its cobblestones running between a spacious outdoor patio and a 5-story hotel, painted a shade of yellow so vibrant it seemed to radiate in the afternoon light. Mandy Cobb leaned toward her window and let out a soft, impressed whistle. "Midas, you led me to believe our lodgings would be questionable. They certainly didn't cut corners this time." "Some cover identities come with better perks than others," Midas replied with a shrug. "We could have posed as NGO workers installing sanitation systems in the favelas. Then we'd be filtering our bathwater instead of sipping cocktails by the rooftop infinity pool." He twisted in his seat to flash Cobb a knowing grin. "Every once in a blue moon the stars align for us." Chili couldn't help but feel his worn, rolling duffel looked decidedly out of place in such opulent surroundings. The Hotel Charleston Santa Teresa was a gem, its lemon-yellow facade nestled among the narrow, historic cobblestone lanes of the old walled city, a place as rich in color as it was in history. "No parking out front," Adam observed as the van halted. "We'll drop everyone and the gear here. Eric will find a spot for the vehicle a few blocks over and walk back." "I'll go with him," Chili offered, "if someone wouldn't mind grabbing my bag." Yao looked to Clark, who gave a slight nod. "Stay alert," Clark said. Mere minutes later, Chili found himself in the passenger seat, bouncing over the cobblestones beside a CIA officer he'd known for less than an hour, in a South American city he'd only ever read about in National Geographic magazines and DEA briefing papers. "So, what's your story?" Ward asked, kind of embarrassing to admit. Chili said, "Especially given your Special Forces background." Ward gave a low chuckle. "Let me frame it for you. I work for a highly classified unit within one of the planet's most secretive agencies. I have clearances that would make your head spin." "Impressive, really," Chili said. "And he meant it. You're missing my point," Ward continued. "I'm privy to some seriously compartmentalized information, and I'm still not entirely sure who you people actually are. I mean, I know John Clark and Ding Chavez. Those men are icons in our world. People whisper their names with reverence, and I recognize the president's son. But the rest of you, you're all a complete mystery." "Well," Chili began, "since you asked, 4 days ago I was writing traffic tickets from my Harley back in Abilene, Texas." A slow smile spread across Ward's face. "Ah, you're that guy." Chili felt his cheeks grow warm. "I suppose I am. No kidding," Ward said, his tone shifting from skeptical to genuinely intrigued. "You really rode your motorcycle straight into a shopping mall to take down a pair of active shooters?" It felt like the only move to make. Ward glanced over from the driver's seat and gave an approving nod. "You're the sniper who saved the First Lady." He turned the van into a private lot 3 blocks from the hotel on the ocean side of the Great Wall. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, his demeanor suddenly sharp and focused. "They'll be telling stories about you, too." A blue Hilux pickup truck passed them, then turned into a second entrance about 50 yards down, parking 2 rows over, nearer to the seawall. "Well, hell," Ward muttered. "I see 2, Chili said quietly. "1 driver, 1 passenger." "Yep." Ward deliberately passed an empty space. Then, with his turn signal on, expertly backed the large van into a tight spot. It was a maneuver that required skill in a 12-passenger vehicle. But it kept the pickup clearly visible in their mirrors. "They're aware we've spotted them," Chili noted. "Most likely," Ward replied. "I don't imagine they're too concerned. The reality of this work isn't what most folks picture. I remember a Chinese intelligence officer once left a rather crude calling card in my hotel suite while I was out eating, just to remind me he was on my mind." Chili glanced at the side mirror, trying to steady his nerves. He felt like a green recruit on his initial patrol, as if every person and object around him was plotting his end. "Takes a bit to adjust," Ward said, noticing his tension. "Your weapons came through diplomatic channels about 6 hours back. They'll have you geared up soon enough. Wandering around without a piece is the worst, like stepping onto a football field with no pads in certain corners of the globe. Life isn't worth much. You can catch a bullet just for looking at someone the wrong way, cover or no cover. Trust me, if we shift to an offensive posture, we'll all be armed." His voice grew distant as he watched the mirror, his hand resting on the door handle, poised to exit. "Yeah," he murmured, more to himself. "I'm not picking up a DNI signature." "DNI?" Chili asked. "Director of National Intelligence?" Ward gave a slight shake of his head. "All these acronyms will be the death of you." "Dirección Nacional de Inteligencia. That's Colombian intelligence. Or they might be tied to our actual objective." He offered Chili a sideways smirk. "Then again, these 2 jokers could just be local thieves planning to shoot us and steal this van. Makes sorting it out a real puzzle. For now, I say we follow orders and double time it back. That driver looks like his idea of a sprint is chasing down a glazed donut." A soft ocean wind carried the sharp tones of a Slavic language over the still waters of Panama Bay. Gunner's Mate First Class Mikey Kane stood on the foredeck of the Monroe, a 418-foot U.S. Coast Guard cutter. He held his breath, a set of Zeiss binoculars fixed to his eyes. For the first time, he regretted not knowing Russian. The sun had dipped below the horizon only moments before, but twilight was fleeting this close to the equator. Darkness gathered quickly, reaching that brief period sailors call nautical twilight, still enough light to discern the horizon, yet dark enough for the first stars and planets to appear for navigation. There was more than enough light to make out the 2 Russian warships moving silently through the water less than 100 yards off the port side, heading north toward the canal. Leading the way was the 535-foot guided missile destroyer the bridge had identified as the Admiral Chabanenko, sleek and ominous like a polished black dagger. Following close behind was the 442-foot landing ship Ivan Gren. These guys were playing it dangerously close. Kane and his 139 crewmates had just spent the last month conducting narcotics interdiction operations between Cuba, Mexico, and the Florida Keys. Some of the crew jokingly called it the cocaine triangle, though from Kane's perspective, the drug trade seemed to have no real borders. Now they were finally headed home to Coast Guard Island in Alameda, California. Just 2 hours earlier, they had transited the canal for the second time in 5 weeks, this time moving north to south, coming from the Caribbean side through Gatun Lake, the Culebra Cut, the Pedro Miguel Locks, and finally the Miraflores Locks. That made all of them 2-time members of the informal seafaring society known as the Order of the Ditch. As a gunner's mate, The bulk of Kane's 9-year career had been spent aboard cutters, beginning on the 110-foot island-class cutter Mustang out of Seward, Alaska. For the past year and a half, he'd served on the Monroe, named for signalman First Class Douglas A. Monroe, the only Coast Guardsman ever awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. Kane was no stranger to the sea or heavy maritime traffic, but Panama Bay was absurdly congested. It looked as if the Monroe had been tossed randomly into a giant real-life game of battleship. They were roughly 30 nautical miles from the canal entrance, and vessels were still everywhere. The bay was a constant parade of maritime traffic, massive oil tankers, towering container vessels, and sleek private yachts all jostled for position, either moving toward the canal or anchored awaiting their turn. Kane had come topside with his binoculars for one specific reason: the Russians. In open ocean, warships from rival nations maintained a respectful distance, but the confined waters of Panama Bay forced an uncomfortably close proximity. The Coast Guard cutter Monroe, a Legend-class national security vessel, was no slouch. She boasted a rapid-fire 57-millimeter deck gun, a phalanx system for shredding incoming threats, and an arsenal of smaller arms, all under Kane's purview. Yet, compared to the Russian warships gliding past, the Monroe felt decidedly outmatched. Kane scanned their decks through his lenses. Sailors were visible on both the destroyer and the landing ship, most just staring back across the narrow gap of water. Then 3 figures on the deck of the Ivan Gren turned, bent over, and pulled down their trousers. "Classy," Kane grumbled into his eyepieces. "A real display of international diplomacy," Chief Boatswain's mate Sid Whitehouse said, appearing suddenly at Kane's shoulder. Kane flinched, then shot him a look. "Don't do that to a guy with a weapons locker key, Chief." "What's their game?" "They're Russians," Whitehouse said, raising his own binoculars. Logic need not apply. That landing ship carries their naval infantry, probably Marines, giving us the full moon salute. 300 of them, easy, Kane confirmed, his voice tight, plus attack helicopters and a company's worth of amphibious armor. It's not hard to imagine them staging a little surprise party somewhere. "You're singing my song?" Whitehouse nodded. "Word from Navy Southcom is that Cuban and Venezuelan forces started joint amphibious drills right after we pulled out of the area. Fire support exercises, the works." He gestured toward the fading Russian silhouettes. "I'd bet my next paycheck these guys are heading to the other side of the ditch to join the fun and practice the exact scenario you're picturing." The Russian vessels, moving at a combined speed of nearly 40 knots, quickly vanished into the tapestry of lights on the dark sea. "But don't lose sleep over it," Whitehouse continued. "Southcom is dispatching the Gettysburg, Farragut, and Boone from the Fourth Fleet. They're running exercises south of Jamaica, backed by the Wasp, carrying a full complement of Marines. That should give our Russian friends and their Caribbean pals something to think about. Our orders are to loiter here until these clowns are through the canal." Kane let his binoculars drop, the weight familiar against his chest. He looked at the chief, a flicker of unease breaking through his usual calm. "Those guys play rough. You ever think about what happens if they actually mean business, and we're the only card on the table?" Whitehouse gave a pragmatic shrug. "You're the one who signs for the ammunition. You know the math. We're outgunned by a mile against either one of those hulls." A wry, almost sarcastic smile touched Kane's lips. "Oh, I know the numbers, Chief, but you also know the skipper. If they took a shot at us, he'd turn this cutter into a blazing fury of welcome to the Coast Guard, even if it was the last thing we ever did." "Damn right he would," Whitehouse said, his own grin matching Kane's sudden shift in tone. The bravado was a shield, a necessary twist in their conversation to counter the grim reality. They stood in silence for a moment, the humid air heavy with the scent of salt and diesel, listening to the distant hum of the city as they kept their watch. The mood was grim but resolute. If anyone came at us, we'd do our duty and fight back with everything we had, giving Uncle Sam every legitimate reason to hit back hard, even if we went down in the process later. Chili and the rest of the campus team gathered in John Clark's hotel suite, joined by Adam Yao, Eric Ward, and a new face from Ground Branch named Lopez. The rest of the CIA officers from Windward Station were already deployed. Clark's room was absurdly lavish, a two-story space with a spiral staircase and marble floors that felt more like a palace. It had a regal air that made Chili want to wipe his feet. When Yao had arranged lodging, he'd figured that Clark, having spent more nights sleeping on rocks than anyone else present, deserved the nicest spot. Looking around now, Yao quipped, "Honestly, if I'd known nicest meant all this, I might have kept it for myself." 6 members of Yao's original team, 2 women and 4 men, were currently posted at the University of Cartagena's nursing college. They had visual contact on Blanca Pakulova, who also went by Gorshkova. She appeared to be deep in a study session for a major exam, surrounded by intensely focused classmates. Given the tale they'd picked up from the airport, Yao decided to leave the current surveillance team in place a few more hours before swapping them out with a fresh campus crew and Ward. He and Clark would handle counter-surveillance. Yao tried to defer to Clark to lead the briefing, but the older operator waved him off, leaning back in a chase lounge with his hands folded. "You're the CIA lead, Adam," Clark said, looking more relaxed than Chili had ever seen him. "Just point us where you need us and say the word. We'll be there." They'd already met Eric Ward. The other CIA officer, Lopez, was a solidly built former SEAL who bore a striking resemblance to a younger Ding Chavez, since the 2 Windward Station men knew the area well. They'd act as informal team leaders when the second shift rolled out in 5 hours. "Remember," Yao stressed, "right now we're just watching. We're building a pattern of life looking for anything that might connect this woman to her sister, assuming our intel is correct, and Sabine Gorshkova is, in fact, her sister." "Understood," Cobb said from across the spacious room, taking a sip from her stainless steel water bottle. "What's the play if the guys who tailed Chili and Eric decide they don't like our vibe and try to engage?" "I wouldn't lose sleep over that just yet," Yao replied. "We've probably got a long road of quiet work ahead before any fireworks start. We're carrying Glock 43Xs," Ding added, "but for now it's critical nobody gets made with a firearm or any gear that looks like spy equipment, lockpicks, night vision, thermal optics." He glanced at Yao. "Or, attack drones." Lopez spoke up, not to argue but out of curiosity. "No offense, but why the 43X? I'm a SIG P365 guy through and through." Yao snorted and rolled his eyes at the former SEAL, while Clark allowed a small smile. "Fair question," Clark said. "Simple answer is, we have 2 newer operators who cut their teeth on Glocks. Even if we wanted to make it shooter's choice, we didn't have time to get everyone up to speed on a different platform. Happy to debate pistol preferences over a beer sometime, though." Lopez gave a thumbs up. "Makes sense, boss." Clark was also former Navy SEAL, and it was a tight community. Lopez clearly knew his reputation. "The compact Glocks are get-off-me guns," Yao summarized. Midas chimed in. "Isn't that true of all handguns?" earning a nod of agreement from Clark. Ding cleared his throat. "Mandy Chili, you might think this next part is just for you, but it's not. I give this reminder on basically every job, even to myself. Our personalities naturally draw us to this kind of work. Everyone in this room has a certain intensity, a drive that can't stand by while someone innocent gets hurt. But we're here for a specific purpose. You need to think carefully before you decide to intervene in a street crime or decide to teach some jerk a lesson for hitting his wife." Midas cut in. He glanced toward Chili and Mandy, raising a hand. "I'll admit it. I've been there, and it earned me a serious reprimand. The core issue," Clark stated, "is that we are not the police. We are not here to keep the peace. Our objectives are fundamentally different. Officers have a duty to step in. Our duty, more often than not, is to observe and extract without a trace." "Like I mentioned to Chili," Ward added. This assignment could shift quickly from simple surveillance to a high-risk extraction. Exactly, Yao confirmed. If we confirm Sabine's location and this becomes more than a reconnaissance run, the diplomatic shipment, which is really a set of hardened cases, holds the specialized rifles, a few suppressed Glock 19s, and your standard compact sidearms. The remainder of the briefing was concise. Stay alert, stay adaptable, stay prepared. They would regroup in Clark's suite in 4 hours. The time in between was for rest or reviewing street layouts around the University of Cartagena's nursing school, where their target, Blanca Pakalova, was enrolled. Clark and Lopez launched into a lively debate over the ideal concealed carry weapon. Chili slipped out. A brief nap to reset seemed wise, but it was pointless. His mind was racing, too keyed up to sleep. He wasn't anxious, just acutely aware he'd been dropped into the deep end. He knew the fundamentals, but this was so far outside his normal experience that his thoughts needed to catch up. The best way to do that was to run. He thought about hitting the streets, but unfamiliar with the area. He opted for the hotel treadmill. It wasn't perfect, but it would get his heart going. Soon after, he left his room in simple shorts, a plain gray tee, and a beat-up pair of running shoes. He patted his pockets for his key and phone, then shut the door. After a solid 45 minutes and just over 4 miles, he gulped water from a cooler in the gym and stepped out, his mind finally clear for the first time since landing in Cartagena. The plan was to shower, grab a quick meal from the hotel cafe, then bury himself in maps of the neighborhood until the team met up. Taking the elevator to exercise felt ridiculous, so he chose the stairs, making sure the fire door didn't latch behind him. He was jogging up the second flight when he heard the door below groan open on his floor. He slowed to a walk and moved to the right, ready to let anyone pass on the left. Male voices bounced off the concrete walls, then went quiet at the sound of his footsteps. Rounding the landing, Chili came face to face with 2 men, the same pair from the pickup truck that had tailed their van earlier. They had turned as if to descend, but now they froze, glancing back over their shoulders to see who shared the stairwell. Their stunned expressions mirrored his own. Chili stopped cold, instantly assessing them. The taller one wore a blue and red soccer jersey with a large number 10 on the front. His companion was shorter, stockier, with a thick neck that suggested a wrestler's build, or maybe a bulldog. Chili's instincts flagged this one as the more dangerous. Having the higher ground was an advantage, but he was in gym clothes and utterly unarmed. The obvious outline of a handgun bulged under the soccer jersey of number 10. At least that confirmed the man was right-handed. What mattered most was whether the man could draw his pistol and fire before Chili could reach him. Fireplug's eyes blazed with a fury that suggested he'd prefer to use his bare hands. They clearly recognized Chili from the van earlier. Shaking off his shock, Fireplug seized the railing, roaring a stream of vivid Spanish curses as he charged up the steps. Neither man went for a gun, which Chili interpreted as a sign they wanted him alive for interrogation and torture. The grim photographs of hammer-battered murder victims flashed through his mind. His father had always said it was better to go down fighting in the first moments than to be taken captive. Cops, and spies for that matter, rarely survived as hostages. Chili scanned desperately for a weapon, a fire extinguisher, an axe, even a broom, but found only bare walls. They would have to serve. He'd trained in close-quarters defense with Abilene SWAT, rolled with Brazilian jiu-jitsu practitioners at work, and done some boxing in high school and the Army. But most of his real scuffles had been during arrests, which were less about fighting and more about restraining suspects who just wanted to flee. This was nothing like that. 3 steps down, Fireplug hesitated slightly, perhaps reconsidering the wisdom of attacking uphill without a plan. This was happening. There was no escape, so instead of running, Chili used the moment to close the gap. Gripping the rail with both hands, he launched into a kick that planted his feet squarely in Fireplug's chest. It felt like kicking a concrete wall. Fireplug stumbled back a step but stayed upright. and Chili landed right in front of him. Rather than meet him head-on, Chili sidestepped, snaking an arm around the man's neck and yanking backward as he surged past, trying to drag him down the stairs. A shout from the landing below drew Chili's attention to number 10, who was now rushing up to help his partner. Fireplug arched back, hands clawing at the air as he fought to keep his footing and break Chili's chokehold. Chili slammed on the brakes, dropping his weight onto the steps to wrench Fireplug's neck and slam him onto his back, his head pointed downhill toward his advancing partner. Chili vaguely hoped to break the man's neck, but that wasn't going to happen. Snapping a grown man's spine was far harder than the movies made it seem, especially when his body could twist and relieve the pressure. Hurt him? Absolutely. Kill him? Not a chance. This guy's thick neck looked like it could withstand a sledgehammer blow and keep coming. Chili let him slide, listening to his groans as each stair hammered his shoulders and spine on the rough ride to the landing. He was injured and would likely be immobile tomorrow, but he wasn't finished. Chili would have to face him again soon. For now, a bigger problem loomed. Number 10 leaped over his sliding partner as Fireplug crashed headfirst into the landing. Chili sprang to his feet, meeting number 10 mid-stride, catching him under the chin with the heel of his hand to drive his head up and over, aiming to send him tumbling down the next flight. It almost worked. Number 10 pivoted and shrugged off the strike, letting Chili's hand slide past. Overextended and off balance, Chili caught himself on the rail and drove an elbow into the other man's ribs. Number 10 swung wildly, landing a lucky haymaker directly between Chili's eyes. Now they were all on the landing on even ground. Chili threw 2 more elbows, crosses aimed at the man's neck and face. The first connected, the second glanced off number 10's shoulder. 30 seconds into the brawl, and Chili felt his energy fading. That 4-mile run wasn't doing him any favors. His heart hammered against his ribs, the sound of his own pulse drowning out everything else. He never heard the door open, but his eyes snapped up to see Mandy Cobb framed in the doorway, dressed for a run. Fireplug was already pushing himself up from all fours, groggy from his tumble down the steps. Cobb didn't hesitate. She put her entire weight into a savage kick that caught him square in the ribs, lifting him off the concrete with a sickening crunch. The man let out a choked gasp, the air blasted from his lungs, and the sound suggested more than a few ribs had given way. Yet the stubborn brute was already trying to rise again, so Cobb drove her foot into him once more before he could find his balance. Chili had no time to watch. 3 feet away, Number 10 shook off his shock at Cobb's sudden arrival. With a furious snarl, he clawed at Chili's shirt with one hand while the other went for the Glock, holstered on his hip. His lips peeled back, a clear signal he was done with the fight and ready to end it. Everything seemed to slow to a thick, syrupy crawl for Chili Edwards. The world narrowed to the space between them. Muffled shouts, Fireplug's curses, Number 10's threats, Cobb's sharp commands echoed as if from another room. Chili knew he had to close the distance. His chances would vanish the moment that pistol cleared leather. Both these men carried themselves like former military, hard as nails and undoubtedly proficient, but Number 10's brain had already switched tracks to lethal force. In his rush, the man fumbled his finger finding the trigger before the weapon was fully free. The bulky suppressor made the draw clumsy and slow. Chili didn't duck or grab for the gun. Instead, he surged forward, slapping down hard on top of Number 10's gun hand, driving the muzzle downward just as the finger tightened. The suppressed shot was still brutally loud in the tight stairwell, a sharp crack that left his ears ringing. Number 10 howled in pain, the pistol now canted toward his own leg. The bullet tore through his thigh and shattered his knee. The Glock clattered to the ground, but instead of collapsing, the wounded man lunged forward in a burst of adrenaline, grabbing Chili by the shoulders and smashing his forehead into Chili's face. They grappled, stumbling, and fell together in a heap of exhausted violence. Then, 3 more muffled shots ripped through the air. Still locked in the clinch, Chili felt number 10 shudder violently before going completely limp, his body rolling away. Chili scrambled backward on his elbows, his mind struggling to accept the sudden silence. He looked up to see Mandy Cobb standing over him, the suppressed pistol held steady in both hands. She used her foot to kick a second Glock away from Fireplug's motionless form slumped against the wall. The man's eyes were open and vacant. 2 dark, wet holes marked the center of his shirt. She must have scooped up the first gun after it fell. Keeping the weapon raised, she stared intently at Chili. He saw her lips moving, but between his own ragged gasps and the persistent ringing, her words were lost. "Are you hit?" she repeated, louder, gesturing to her own torso with her free hand. Chili pushed himself farther from number 10's body, and a curved tactical knife clattered from the dead man's fist onto the concrete. He must have pulled it from his belt in those final seconds. Cobb quickly collected both firearms while Chili grabbed the blade, using the wall to haul his shaky legs underneath him. A sudden, absurd memory flashed of a quiet coffee shop they'd passed earlier, a world of normalcy that now felt galaxies away. "So much for keeping a low profile," Cobb muttered, the sarcasm thick and weary in her voice. "Yeah." Chili managed wiping blood from his lip. "I'm just glad you picked tonight for a jog." He glanced up the stairwell and then at the door. "No cameras." "None that we can see," Cobb replied, her eyes still scanning the shadows. "We should still move," she said, handing him Fireplug's unsilenced Glock. His breathing remained ragged. The probable broken nose from number 10's headbutt, a constant throbbing ache, though the room had steadied. He performed a press check on the pistol, confirming a round was chambered in case these two had backup nearby, then slipped it under his shirt and moved toward the door. "Wait a second," Cobb interjected. "Midas' room is just down the hall, isn't it?" Chili gave a nod, the motion sending a sharp, stabbing pain across his face and bringing involuntary tears to his eyes. "Definitely broken." "Go knock on his door," she instructed. "I'll hold here." In under 3 minutes, Midas was helping them haul the 2 corpses into his suite. Thankfully, the dead men weren't heavy bleeders. The stairwell was a mess, but Cobb managed to wipe up the few stray droplets on the tiled hallway floor. To any security camera, it would hopefully appear as 3 colleagues assisting a pair of overly intoxicated buddies back to their room. Midas insisted on a blood check, examining them both for injuries. He found the angry bruise over Chili's left kidney. "Catch a ricochet?" "Blunt force," Chili corrected, shaking his head. "Took a round to the vest on a hostage call a few days back." Midas let out a low, understanding chuckle. "A few days ago, talk about jumping from the frying pan straight into the fire, kid." He crouched by the bodies, going through their pockets. No identification, he gestured toward Fireplug. Dagger tattoo on his arm. "That's Bolivian Ranger insignia, trained with some of those guys back in my unit days. Generally solid operators. Looks like this one went rogue and signed up with the Camarilla." Standing with a soft groan, he turned his attention to Cobb. She was perched on the small love seat, elbows on her knees, the Glock dangling loosely from her fingers as she stared at the 2 men she'd killed. "You holding up?" he asked. She nodded slowly. "I'm okay. Actually, I'm strangely okay." Her eyes lifted suddenly to meet his. "Is it weird that I'm not more torn up about it?" Chili, who had more than a little experience with officer-involved shootings, released a long, weary breath. "You saved my hide, Mandy. I'm feeling pretty damn grateful for that." Neither man asked if this was her first time. It was irrelevant. Every incident was its own beast. Some left you numb, others haunted you for weeks. Beyond expecting the possible shakes or that detached, foggy feeling, whether it was your first or your 50th, didn't change much in the moment. "You did what was necessary," Midas stated firmly. "Now we just have to go explain that to Mr. C." At 8 p.m., the Secret Service agent stationed in the West Sitting Hall outside the president's dining room announced the arrival of the Foleys. Kathy had insisted on preparing dinner herself, a roast leg of lamb with rosemary, fluffy Yorkshire puddings, creamy mashed potatoes, rich gravy, and buttery peas. It was a decidedly British spread for a woman with the surname Mueller, and a deliciously indulgent departure for a wife who usually monitored Jack's fat and cholesterol intake. It was a meal she'd grown fond of during their years in England. Since her abduction and rescue, Kathy hadn't had much heart for entertaining. An evening with dear friends offered a welcome break from the relentless cycle of political drama. Yet the shadow of Ryan's impending trip to Panama the next morning loomed over the gathering like a silent threat. Kathy was warm and engaged, even chatty, but Jack, married to her for so long, knew she would raise her concerns with his Director of National Intelligence when she deemed the moment right. That moment came after the main plates were cleared, and she brought out a homemade trifle from a clear glass bowl made for just such a dessert. It was a masterpiece of layers. Sherry-soaked angel food cake, smooth vanilla pudding, fresh berries, slivered almonds, and clouds of whipped cream. Another culinary art she'd mastered abroad. As she served it, the casual dinner conversation lulled, and Kathy's demeanor shifted subtly, the friendly hostess giving way to the protective partner who had seen too much danger up close. Jack couldn't help but notice his wife gave him the smallest serving of trifle. Maybe it was because he'd already eaten too many Yorkshire puddings, or maybe she was still upset about his upcoming trip. Honestly, it was likely a bit of both. In contrast, she spooned a generous portion for Ed Foley, the former Moscow station chief and past CIA director, who was now technically retired, though as much as any seasoned intelligence officer ever truly retires, still teaching at the farm and writing the occasional book. "I hear Mary Pat is heading south too," Kathy mentioned, using a smaller spoon to scrape every last bit from the serving spoon into Ed's bowl. "Are you going along?" "Not a chance," Ed replied with a dry chuckle. "I have to stay and nag the review board at Langley to clear my latest manuscript. My publisher is about to send some serious guys in suits after me if I'm any later. The deadline's practically history already." Ed, with decades in the intelligence world, could clearly sense Kathy's anxiety, but he knew better than to walk into an obvious trap. Kathy served Mary Pat next, then herself, taking a portion far larger than Jack's. Yes, she was definitely upset. The men politely waited for her to take the first bite. She picked up her spoon, then set it down again. "Is anyone else at this table even slightly concerned about this little jaunt to Panama?" she asked, her voice tight. "I read the papers. I watched the news. Russian ships hovering nearby. Labor strikes brewing. I mean, seriously." Though she addressed the table, her gaze locked on Jack. Ed glanced at his wife, then studied his dessert. "I know Panama doesn't have a standing army," he offered, "but they have half a dozen different police agencies. We help train most of them." Mary Pat looked toward the president, silently seeking guidance. Kathy didn't wait. "Look," she said, her hands coming down flat on the table, making the silverware jump. "I know every day carries some risk. After all these years, I'm usually numb to it. But this," Mary Pat offered a reassuring smile. "This trip is important, Kathy. Aren't they all?" Kathy shot back, her frustration evident. She sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. "I don't even know what I'm trying to say anymore. For what it's worth," Ryan interjected gently, "Gary Montgomery and I have arranged a discreet additional security layer. It's a solid plan." "It's actually pretty slick," Ed Foley added, nodding. Kathy took a deep breath, having voiced her fears. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Ed gets to know your secret plan." Ryan smiled. "I'll let you in on it, too, but on one condition." Kathy raised a skeptical eyebrow. "And what's that?" "That you finally try your trifle," Ryan said, his tone softening. It looks incredible, but I'm half convinced my father's ghost will appear and thump my ear if I dare taste mine before the hostess has hers. Over the Pacific, Colonel Bradley Husberg of the 89th Airlift Wing banked the Grumman Gulfstream III southward, beginning his final approach. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, 6:21 p.m. local time. To his left, the glittering high-rises of Panama City shone against the twilight, while below, the lights of countless ships, some anchored and others slowly moving toward or from the Miraflores locks, dotted the dark expanse of the bay. The airport itself, Panama Pacifico International, was a dark patch surrounded by dense jungle, its single runway, 8,497 feet of weathered asphalt, a leftover from when it was Howard Air Force Base before being handed over to Panama. 3 airports served Panama City in close proximity, but Pacifico, situated west across the Bridge of the Americas in Balboa, felt like a relic carved straight from the jungle. A couple of new warehouses for humanitarian aid stood out, but the rest of the facility had a distinctly retro, forgotten feel, as if time had stopped decades prior. Even from the air, Husberg thought it looked like a set from an old spy film, a near-perfect, low-profile location for PHOANX Banner, this special air mission in service of the president. The aircraft, tail number 6403, was designated a C-20C, a Cenex variant of the GYR outfitted with hardened components and advanced communications gear for exactly this kind of sensitive work. The C-20C, a military variant of the Gulfstream III, was a study in contrasts. Its airframe was modern, but its avionics suite was deliberately antiquated, a design choice that rendered it largely immune to the crippling effects of an electromagnetic pulse. Tonight, aircraft 60403, painted in a nondescript white rather than any official livery, slipped through the evening sky. Its mission was one of quiet preparedness, a redundancy woven into the complex tapestry of a presidential movement. The crew was minimal: 2 Air Force security officers, a Secret Service agent, a scheduling officer from the White House Military Office, and the 2 pilots. Dressed in casual polos and khakis, they were the picture of unassuming travel, their weapons discreetly stored away. They had arrived a day ahead of the president's schedule, a secret everyone knew was too big to keep for long. In the world of presidential logistics, someone always noticed. That was precisely why assets like 60403 existed. After landing the pilots, Husberg and his first officer departed for a nearby hotel to secure their mandatory rest, ready for a potential emergency departure. The security team remained a constant guard either within the rented hangar or on the aircraft itself. Every military member on board held a Yankee white clearance, having passed the most stringent background checks possible for proximity to the president. Each privately hoped their specialized training would remain unused. If this aircraft was ever designated Air Force One, it would mean they were fleeing an unimaginable catastrophe. On a balcony at the base of Telegraph Hill, an elderly man with a silver beard nursed a bottle of Balvera beer. His apartment, former U.S. military housing, offered a perfect vantage of the airfield. Decades of observation had made him an expert in aircraft identification. Winglets, engine placement, and tail configurations were as distinctive as faces to him. He tracked the white Gulfstream's approach without his binoculars, waiting until it was on the ground and taxiing under the ramp lights. Now he raised them. No markings. Interesting, but not unheard of. Plenty of wealthy individuals preferred anonymity over flashy paint jobs. His actual job was simpler: note arrivals, descriptions, and tail numbers. He wasn't paid to investigate, just to observe. Swatting a persistent moth from his sleeve, he watched a ground crew tug-tow the jet into a northern hangar, its doors never opening. Setting his beer down, he retrieved a worn green ledger, its spine warped by the permanent residence of a yellow pencil stub. With a lick of the pencil tip, he bent over the book and recorded in careful print: Arrival 6:32 p.m. White Gulfstream 3. tail number 60403, taken into hangar on arrival. In the margin, almost as an afterthought, he scribbled a personal guess, private security, official delegation, could be either. He closed the ledger, took a final pull from his bottle, and cast his eyes back to the darkening sky, his report waiting for the morning, the green and white HMX-1 Sikorsky VH-3D Sea King descended onto the south lawn in the pre-dawn darkness, its navigation lights painting streaks against the Washington Monument and the still waters of the tidal basin. The pilot, a master of his craft, eased the helicopter's wheels onto the circular markers, set into the grass with a feather-light touch, a courtesy to the head groundskeeper who took immense pride in his turf before the rotors had even begun to slow. The crew chief, a corporal whose dress blues were immaculate, hopped out to scan the area for any stray debris kicked up by the downdraft. Satisfied the path was clear, he snapped to attention beside the open door. From the left seat, the Marine Corps major who served as first officer kept a watchful eye. His was the face most often captured by the press pool's long lenses, though on this chilly morning only a handful of dedicated photographers were braving the cold, their cameras perpetually trained on the White House grounds. Inside the Oval Office, shielded from that relentless gaze, Jack Ryan was saying goodbye to his wife. Secret Service agents stood sentinel in the colonnade, their backs politely turned. Kathy, still in flannel pajama pants and an old, soft Marine Corps t-shirt that clung in all the right places, looked up at him with eyes that were far too awake for this hour. He leaned in for another kiss. "They can wait a minute," he murmured. A mischievous smile played on her lips. "You do remember they have sensors woven into the carpet, right? If we start anything in here, it'll probably set off alarms all the way to the command post." Ryan sighed in mock frustration. "Point taken. When I get back, we're going somewhere without a single pressure pad or hidden microphone." Her expression shifted, the playfulness giving way to sober focus. "Just swear to me you'll watch your back, Jack." He gave her a quick peck on the nose and turned to leave, but she grabbed his shoulders, holding him in place. "Not so fast. Let's make sure you're presentable." She held him at arm's length, scrutinizing him in the soft glow of the desk lamp. Presentable was their long-standing code for ensuring he hadn't committed some minor, public-facing faux pas. Despite his natural confidence, Ryan would never fully acclimate to the microscopic inspection that came with his office, where every stumble or stray comment was potential fodder for the evening news. Kathy did her best to be his first line of defense. She patted his chest. Glasses, check, phone, wallet, keys. He couldn't help but laugh. It was the same litany she'd run through since their early days together. A familiar pre-mission checklist, even though he hadn't carried a physical key or wallet in years. All accounted for. He assured her. "All right, then." She straightened the collar of his green flight jacket, zipping it up against the autumn chill before giving him a gentle push toward the door. Best not to keep the entire Marine Corps waiting. Ryan strode briskly across the dew-dampened lawn. He offered a crisp salute to the waiting crew chief, addressing the young Marine by name with a booming aura that cut through the morning quiet. He paused for a brief, genuine conversation, a small gesture to acknowledge the corporal's crucial role. The entire HMX-1 squadron was a tight-knit group, and Ryan made a point of knowing the faces of those who flew with him. Protocol demanded the president board last, after his protective detail. Already settled inside were Special Agent in Charge Gary Montgomery with his team, along with Mary Pat Foley and CIA Director Canfield, who Ryan noted with a private smile was sporting an identical flight jacket and cap. With a final nod, the crew chief secured the door and signaled the cockpit that all passengers were aboard. Within moments, the twin General Electric turboshaft engines of the Sikorsky helicopter roared to life, lifting the Sea King smoothly from the south lawn and into the deep indigo sky over Washington, D.C. Shortly after crossing the Anacostia River, Marine One was met by 3 additional VH-3D helicopters. These four identical white-top aircraft from HMX-1 executed a complex shifting formation during the brief 15-mile journey to Joint Base Andrews, an aerial maneuver often dubbed the presidential shell game, designed to obscure from any observers on the ground exactly which helicopter carried the commander-in-chief. Awaiting them on the tarmac was the distinctive blue and white VC-25, the military designation for the modified Boeing 747 that serves as Air Force One when President Ryan is on board. A line of black Chevrolet Suburbans and Tahoes stood parked near the aircraft's tail. Advanced preparations had been extensive. Several days prior, Air Force C-17 transports had departed carrying Secret Service vehicles, the presidential limousine, and a partially disassembled VH-60N White Hawk helicopter, all of which were already positioned in Argentina for the upcoming summit. Ryan and Foley remained seated as CIA Director Canfield exited the helicopter first. The crew chief stationed outside, who was part of the carefully orchestrated deception, offered a crisp salute to Canfield as he stepped onto the tarmac. Canfield returned the gesture and proceeded directly to the forward air stairs of Air Force One, where an Air Force staff sergeant posted at the base of the steps rendered another salute. Canfield's physique was similar to Ryan's, a tall frame with a runner's build, and from any distance, an observer would simply see a figure in a Marine Corps flight jacket and ball cap boarding through the front door. Even with the hangar lights flooding the area, it was an easy mistake to make. Once Canfield was clear, Ryan swapped his own jacket and cap for a black ball cap and a blue down jacket brought by Agent Montgomery. With the quick change complete, he ducked out of Marine One with Foley at his side, and the two moved briskly into the open hangar. Montgomery and a small team followed them onto a white Gulfstream III business jet parked inside. A larger contingent of agents would meet them in Panama. From there, two of the current team would peel off to accompany Foley to the U.S. Embassy, where she had scheduled meetings with the ambassador, the FBI legal attaché, the DEA special agent in charge, and the CIA chief of station. Foley harbored no illusions. If any emergency forced a landing en route, every agent's sole focus would be Ryan's protection. On board the Gulfstream, Admiral Jason Bailey, the White House physician, was waiting. He looked freshly scrubbed and improbably alert for the early hour. Dr. Bailey, or one of his deputies, always traveled near the president, positioned just outside any potential blast radius to be able to render immediate medical aid if needed, aboard the spacious VC-25. Bailey enjoyed a fully equipped clinic here on the smaller jet. He managed with a medical satchel of emergency instruments and drugs, plus a mini-fridge stocked with 4 units of blood matching Ryan's type. Ryan exchanged greetings with the pilots and the single flight attendant, all in formal Air Force Class A uniforms, then settled into a forward-facing leather seat diagonally across from Dr. Bailey. Gary Montgomery and 4 Secret Service agents navigated the cramped cabin to find their places. Montgomery was a substantial man, but the agents around him were even more imposing. He took the seat directly opposite the doctor, while Foley settled into a rear-facing seat across from Ryan. The remaining agents squeezed into seats at the back, remaining vigilant even while the aircraft was still on the ground. "Thank you, everyone," Ryan said, fastening his seatbelt. "I have to admit, this aircraft isn't quite as roomy as our typical transport," Jack Ryan observed. Bailey, leaning forward in his seat, offered a measured nod. "Speaking as your physician, and therefore someone invested in your continued health, I endorse this strategy. But I need to ask, Mr. President, won't the entire country of Panama be aware you're coming the moment Air Force One appears on the radar?" A quick grin flashed across Ryan's face. "To be clear, this is Gary's brainchild, and technically we air aboard Air Force One at this very moment, but I understand your concern. The objective is for Panama to learn of my visit." His eyes briefly met Montgomery's, who maintained his impassive demeanor. In due time, that is, a trip shrouded in complete secrecy would defeat the whole purpose of going. President Botero needs to demonstrate a strong alliance to show I responded to his call. Across the aisle, Foley offered a vague shrug. Montgomery merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Gary's approach gets us boots on the ground before our presence is broadcast, Ryan continued. That should alleviate concerns about spontaneous demonstrations disrupting the motorcade route. Dr. Bailey gave an approving nod. So the majority of your staff and the press corps flies on what the world believes is Air Force One. Do they have any idea you're not with them, or even that Panama is the destination? Certain staff members are aware, Montgomery said, his tone subdued, hinting at a conceited debate. The press pool remains uninformed. The standard protocol restricting passenger movement to the rear of their assigned cabin helps maintain the illusion for most of the journey. They're unlikely to discover the switch, unless there's a slip from within our own team, Ryan added. The journalists will receive a briefing shortly before landing. They're accustomed to last-minute adjustments. Besides, Foley chimed in, it gives every one of them a major breaking news headline for their networks. We've coordinated our arrival to land at Albrook just a couple of minutes after the primary aircraft touches down at Tocumen International. All attention should be focused on the decoy plane and the Secret Service team waiting there. Hawkeye will have our ground transport ready and waiting at Albrook, Montgomery stated, along with airspace security and a scaled-back, less conspicuous protective detail. Fewer people, but a significantly lower profile. The fundamental principle of any protective operation was sound, cover, and evacuate. Hawkeye was the designated code for the Secret Service's counter-assault team, an elite unit trained and equipped to confront any direct threat, creating a window for the primary detail to secure the president and move him to safety. Ryan checked his watch. We're looking at roughly 5 hours once we're airborne. That puts us on the ground just after 11:30 local time. Sounds meticulously planned, Bailey conceded, provided there are no unfortunate disclosures. Montgomery offered a slow, deliberate nod, turning to gaze out the window as if speaking to himself. There's always a disclosure. Felix Moncada awoke that morning, convinced he was about to free Panama, casting himself in the same heroic light as Simón Bolívar. It was a profoundly arrogant comparison, and a part of him knew it. Yet another part insisted it was valid. Bloodshed was inevitable, a necessary, quick violence, like tearing off an old bandage. One moment, a wave of nausea threatened to overtake him. The next, a surge of exhilaration made him want to shout. Beneath it all, however, lurked a persistent unease. He couldn't pinpoint the source, but it felt like a sudden chill in the air. His late aunt would have called it a bad wind, a sign she claimed she could smell. Pushing the superstitious thought aside, he showered, dressed carefully in his finest navy silk suit, and drove his Mercedes toward the Palacio de las Garzas, the presidential palace he was certain would, by day's end, become a monument to an even greater history. Moncada pulled into his designated parking space and strode past the wooden barricade manned by 2 SPI officers, his confidence unwavering. A strange black van idled near the seawall on Eloy Alfaro Avenue, a vehicle he didn't recognize. The security presence felt heavier than usual, dotted with several Americans dressed in their predictable tropical uniform khaki pants and loose, short-sleeved shirts designed to conceal firearms. It was practically a dress code given the limited selection of colors and patterns they ever seemed to wear. Inquiring at the magnetometer, the guards informed him President Botero was awaiting the U.S. ambassador, which explained the extra personnel and the unfamiliar van. Diplomatic security agents were likely sweeping the area ahead of their principal, a routine that had become more intense since the PNP's accidental discovery of an assassination plot against the president. He continued to the presidential office, nodding at the 2 SPI officers flanking the hallway entrance. The door to the outer suite was shut, but Moncada knew Dominica. Botero's secretary with her lovely auburn hair and striking green eyes would be inside. A pang of regret touched him. She was innocent, utterly undeserving of what was coming, yet some sacrifices were unavoidable. The ambassador's visit was a minor complication. especially with armed agents present. But now that they were noted, they could be managed. These protectors weren't anticipating any trouble today. All the pieces were set. The police had confiscated the original bombs, but Doyle had built new ones. The embassy device would detonate first, followed by the explosions near the palace. Checking his watch, a two-tone Rolex GMT Master II he'd chosen to mark this pivotal day. Moncada noted the time. Commissioner Guerra would arrive soon, accompanied by Vega and Pinto, two Camarilla operatives Guerra had slipped into the National Police. There was no backing out now. Honestly, men of the Camarilla thrived on this stuff. The conflict, the violence mattered as much to them as the paycheck, maybe more. He'd seen that hunger in their eyes. Men like them, and now men like him. They lived for moments like this. Once the president and vice president were dead, with chaos erupting in the streets and along the canal, the surviving ministers would be terrified. Their only logical move would be to declare martial law. The Russians, scheduled for their canal transit, would witness the disorder and, like upstanding global citizens, step in to help restore order conveniently without any assistance from their so-called Big Brother to the north. This wasn't a typical coup to install a general. Panama had no army. This was a hard reset, a necessary shake-up to let the government settle into its true natural state. Today was the morning everything changed. Two housekeeping staff members hurried past him, the older woman lecturing the younger in a hushed, urgent tone about dusting every painting and vase and aligning all the rugs perfectly. Only then did Moncada place the subtle detail he'd noticed but not processed, the scent of a thorough cleaning, of freshly waxed floors, polished wood, and shampooed fabric. Panamanians had a saying, "You sweep where your mother-in-law walks." Botero's staff was preparing for a visitor, and presidents didn't roll out the deep clean treatment for just any ambassador. They certainly didn't shampoo the chair cushions for a routine meeting. His mobile phone buzzed in his pocket, startling him. An American agent in the hallway shot him a curious glance, but Moncada dismissed it with a quick wave. A knot of cold dread tightened in Moncada's stomach as he slipped away from the bustling crowd, finding a secluded nook near the grand staircase to take the call. His frequent hushed conversations with security had rendered him practically a ghost in this palace, unseen despite the chaos. It was Guerra. Moncada didn't let the commissioner speak, his voice a sharp, urgent whisper into the receiver. "Get here immediately and bring Pinto. A critical visitor is en route to the palace. SPI security will lock everything down soon. You must come now." "We are already moving," Guerra replied, his tone grave, "but there is information you need." Moncada fell silent, listening as Guerra relayed the report from an informant at Pacifico Airport. An unmarked white Gulfstream had touched down after dark and was immediately towed into a private hangar, vanishing from view. A wave of icy recognition swept through Moncada. He knew that aircraft's profile from intelligence briefings, a U.S. Air Force Special Operations plane. The game had just changed entirely. The President of the United States was coming to Panama. Across the city, Sabine Gorshkova retrieved the compact black Beretta from her nightstand drawer, her thumb pressing down on the abbreviated slide. The weapon was like her, sturdy, underestimated, and quietly lethal. She verified a round was chambered, a habitual check, despite having loaded it herself mere hours ago, and secured it in the leather holster snug against the small of her back, tucked between her white trousers and her skin. In her world, fumbling through a purse for protection was a luxury she couldn't afford, especially now. The Americans had executed her brother without a second thought. If they weren't hunting for her already, they would be soon. While more powerful calibers existed for a fight, the 32 ACP was a gift from Joaquin. She carried it in his memory. Its small size was a perfect match for her formidable frame, disappearing without a trace. Annoyed at herself for lingering in bed, Sabine adjusted her blouse over the concealed pistol and cast a look at De Broek. her head of security and occasional lover. He stood shirtless, his jeans in one hand and a burner phone in the other. Inviting him to stay had been a mistake. He stirred emotions she preferred to keep buried. The news he delivered was unacceptable. "What do you mean, gone?" Sabine asked, her voice dangerously calm as she applied a deep plum lipstick, a shade called Gothic Plum, to complement her manicure. DeBruck tossed the phone onto the rumpled sheets and stepped into his jeans. The American film team remains at their hotel, but Flaco and Annie were not at their post when Manolo arrived to relieve them last night. Sabine caught his reflection in the mirror, a sidelong glare sharp enough to cut glass. "Explain that? Where did they go?" "It appears they have disappeared," he stated flatly. "Gone AWOL, vanished." Sabine paused, the lipstick hovering near her mouth. "And the Americans? Manolo reports they are conducting their business as usual. Patrona," DeBruck said. In the privacy of her bedroom, he used other, more intimate names. But once dawn broke, she was strictly the boss. He fastened his jeans, adding, "There is a women's university near the hotel. Flaco has a history of chasing after." Sabine finished applying her lipstick with a precise stroke, recapped it, and dabbed a tiny smudge from her tooth. "If that fool abandoned his duty to chase some young Colombian skirt, I want you to kill him, make it painful. Take the body to the hills and let the pigs have it." "Of course, Patrona," DeBruck replied, his expression as blank as if she'd asked for coffee. This was routine. Just the day before, he'd made a similar trip to the pig farm after dealing with Joaquin's negligent sushi chef, who had foolishly used a single burner phone for a week straight. Uncle Hector had come along simply because he enjoyed the farm. Sabine would have chosen a more secluded spot herself, closer to the pigs, but remote areas drew too much attention. Staying unnoticed for this long meant blending in, not standing out. She had security, of course, but who of any importance in Colombia or anywhere else didn't? Sabine Gorshkova owned properties across Latin America and Eastern Europe, even a place outside Seville. Each was situated in an upscale neighborhood where wealthy politicians and cartel leaders kept their mistresses. Her two-story Spanish colonial-style home in Cartagena was nestled among the high-rises along the Boca Grande coast, with views of the sea and Tierra Bamba Island to the west. The streets were thick with affluent women clutching designer bags. Her uncle had taught her as a girl that people's assumptions provided better protection than any fortress. Who would ever guess that the frail, stooped Peruvian man, Hector Alonso, had killed dozens with a hammer? Or that Sabine, a petite woman in tailored suits with perfect manicures, was even more merciless? "Forgive the question," DeBruck began, "but it's about Blanca?" "Yes, Patrona," DeBruck replied. "I need to consider it carefully." "Naturally," Sabine said. "I'll only add that her discontent is growing. She's been confiding in her university friends about her family troubles. Your name hasn't come up yet, but unhappy people talk." "That foolish girl," Sabine's voice fell to a whisper. This was family business, not for DeBruck, regardless of his other talents. Blanca's dislike was obvious, but Sabine struggled to believe she would intentionally create danger. Still, DeBruck spoke again. "Your uncle believes," Sabine raised a hand to silence him. "My uncle has made his opinion perfectly clear. I told him I need time to think, and I'm telling you the same. Understood?" DeBruck retrieved his own pistol, a compact Heckler & Koch SFP 9cc from the nightstand, along with a rigid Kydex holster wide enough to hold the firearm and a spare 10-round magazine. He slid the setup inside his waistband, just below his navel, clipping it to his belt. "I'll go to the hotel and check on Flaco and Annie personally." "Do that?" Sabine eyed the pistol's placement. "And be careful with that. Shoot yourself in the groin, and I'll have no use for you but as pig feed." He offered a mild smile. "I mean it," Sabine pressed. What good would you be if her phone buzzed and skittered across the nightstand, cutting her off? "Just be careful," she repeated, then answered. After a long moment of listening, she ended the call. "Patrona?" Debruk asked, concern flickering across his face. "That was Minsky in Washington." She gave a slow nod, processing the news. "It seems our Senora Foley arrived at Andrews Air Force Base 2 hours ago with the U.S. President. She's apparently accompanying him to the summit in Argentina a day earlier than we anticipated. Should I have the men prepared to depart?" Sabine folded her arms. "If I thought for a second I could get near Mary Pat Foley in Mar del Plata, I'd already be in Argentina." She scoffed at the mention of the woman's name. "That summit will never happen. Moncada's Operation Jamaica is set to begin at any moment. I don't know if that fool will get the result he wants, but a few bombs and some bloodshed in Panama will certainly cause an uproar. None of those cowards have the nerve to show their faces at a political summit after that. Operation Jamaica." Debruk pondered aloud. Sabine gave a slow nod, her arms folded tightly, her chin tucked down. "Felix Moncada is a fool, but his little project happens to serve our purposes." She lifted her gaze. "And his money is good." "Pardon the question, Patrona," Debruk ventured, "but I've always wondered about the name Jamaica. Does it mean something?" She offered a dismissive shrug. "Moncada imagines himself a modern Simón Bolívar." "The Liberator," Debruk said. "Exactly," Sabine replied. Mildly impressed, the South African knew that much. Bolívar's letter from Jamaica is practically a Latin American Declaration of Independence, a manifesto of natural rights. Her phone buzzed again. Moncada, his words spilled out in a frantic, leaky torrent. A Gulf Stream the Third, one of the planes the Secret Service stations overseas when the U.S. president travels. Do you grasp the significance? It means Jack Ryan is making a stop in Panama, she stated flatly. It means Jack Ryan is... right? I don't have Air Force One's departure time, but Sabine switched the call to speaker and relayed the information her contact in Washington, D.C. had just provided. Moncada did the mental calculation, stammering as if under physical duress. Air Force One left at 6:30. A 5-hour flight. He'll be here before noon. Accurate, Sabine said, her mind already racing ahead to contingencies. But today was the day, Moncada whined. We can't. What I mean is, I trust your people will handle the American president, too. If he lives through what we do to Botero, this entire operation is wasted. Sabine's voice dropped into a soft, hypnotic rhythm, a cobra lulling its victim. Listen very carefully, Felix Moncada. My operatives do not run suicide missions. I hold no affection for Jack Ryan, but consider what you are asking. A U.S. president moves within a fortress of highly trained security, military personnel, bomb-sniffing dogs, and, as you've noted, backup aircraft. The men of the Camarilla are courageous. They are used to peril and will confront it if necessary. My people survive by executing flawless, rehearsed plans. They can adapt, but this assassinating an American president cannot be arranged on a few hours' notice. I forbid it. My team will hold position until after Botero returns from Argentina. But no arguments. We will launch your Project Jamaica then. The result is the same, with considerably less risk. What about the Russian ships? Moncada gasped, as if the thought had just struck him. They were scheduled to... Calm yourself, Sabine soothed. Our Russian friends have exercises in the Caribbean, correct? They do. They will need to transit the canal to return home. I suggest you time Project Jamaica to coincide with their passage. Yes, Moncada said, some of his usual bluster returning. Yes, I can manage that, but what about? Sabine interrupted him. You have numerous calls to make, much to arrange. We will discuss the details when I arrive. What, you're coming to Panama? Sabine couldn't suppress a scoff. She didn't mind if he heard it. The sheer audacity of a man who struggled with a simple change of plans, believing he could topple a government, was almost admirable in its absurdity. I'll be there in under 2 hours. But we're postponing. You are postponing, she corrected. I have a personal interest in a certain little bird traveling with the president. I don't want you to scare her off before I get there. She ended the call and looked across the room at De Broek, releasing a weary sigh. I've been thinking about it, she said. Your sister. She gave a single solemn nod. Who's keeping an eye on her at the moment? Roberto and Gregor. Sabine glanced at the time on her phone. Ah, Blancasita, you'll be heading to class soon. There are simply too many people around. She crossed her arms, her foot tapping rhythmically on the tile floor as she thought. A plan began to form. She was supposed to come see me this morning. Have Roberto and Gregor pull back and wait for her here. They can handle her when she arrives. Should they bring her to you? No, Sabine replied, a genuine sadness softening her voice. We need to leave immediately. My sister is... Her throat tightened, choking off the words. She forced a hard swallow, then met De Broek's gaze, using his first name, a rare gesture of raw intimacy. Tell them to take her to the pig farm. The striking woman from the Russian embassy had always been polite during their previous meetings, yet she never failed to put him on edge. Towering several inches over Moncada, with a mane of fiery red hair and formidable shoulders, she reminded him of a Polyanitsa, those legendary Slavic warrior women. She wasn't carrying a sword, but he could easily picture one gripped in her capable hands. Anya Durova had been all deference and support when he'd orchestrated their chance meeting on the University of Panama campus to outline his plans. Her tone had stayed gentle, almost nurturing, even after she'd successfully roped in the Russian Navy, always framing things as if they were partners against the higher powers. He'd pleaded with her to convince the Navy to dispatch ships, and like the valiant warrior she resembled, she'd championed his cause, securing the Ivan Gren and the Admiral Chabanenko. Those warships were scheduled to transit the Pedro Miguel locks in 30 minutes, en route to joint training exercises in the Caribbean with the Cuban and Venezuelan navies. If everything had gone according to plan, Operation Jamaica would have ignited just as the ships queued for transit, creating a perfect crisis where they could swoop in with assistance before Washington even blinked. But now there would be no crisis, no convenient emergency requiring intervention. Moncada had to ask the formidable redhead to stand down the very ships he'd so desperately begged her to have linger in Panama Bay, waiting for his signal. The irony was a bitter pill. He considered a face-to-face meeting at the embassy, but decided this humiliation was infinitely easier to deliver over the phone. He procrastinated as long as possible, then finally picked up the secure handset and dialed. His knee began to jiggle uncontrollably, making his chair squeak so loudly he was sure his secretary could hear it in the outer office. A cold, serpentine dread coiled in his gut, twisting and writhing. The secure line masked his number, but Durova recognized his voice instantly. "Felix, my dear," she purred, "to what do I owe this pleasure? We are on a rather short countdown, are we not?" "That's precisely why I'm calling," Moncada said, forcing steadiness into his voice. "The ships need to proceed with their scheduled transit, Felix," Durova scoffed, the warmth evaporating from her tone. "You cannot be serious." "I assure you I am," Moncada insisted. "I truly wish I weren't. But certain developments have," Felix, Durova interrupted, her voice now a blade wrapped in silk. "How to put this delicately, Russian warships are like finely honed katana. Once drawn from their scabbard, they must taste blood." "Be that as it may," Moncada pressed, "the circumstances have changed. They must keep to their timetable." "Let me guess," she said, the false sweetness gone entirely. "The American president has thrown a wrench into your clever little works." "That is essentially correct," Moncada stammered. "So," Durova said, each word dripping with a cold fury he could vividly picture on her face, "what you're telling me is that this is the end. After all this, you're simply calling it off. You ask me to burn through a massive amount of political capital, convincing not one but two Russian Navy captains, some of the most stubborn officers on Earth, to risk losing their transit slots just to loiter around and be your country's rescue party. And now you're, what's the phrase, yanking the rug out after all that effort? Was this really impossible to mention 48 hours ago? This is merely a temporary halt, Moncada insisted. My intention is to be fully prepared for activation by the time those vessels return from the Caribbean. One more reversal like this, and I will be the one needing preparation for a firing squad. Darova erupted into a blistering torrent of Russian that Moncada couldn't decipher. The tone alone made it clear the words were aimed directly at him, and they were far from complimentary. Captain Vladimir Rykov, commander of the Udaloy II-class destroyer, Admiral Chabanenko, replaced the handset of his secure satellite phone in his quarters. The message had originated from a GRU major named Anya Darova, but the call itself had come straight from the Northern Fleet Admiral. The GRU was military intelligence, but as far as Rykov was concerned, a fighting captain of the Russian Navy took orders from the chain of command, not from spies, military or otherwise. The very idea of dealing with spionum churned his stomach, a fact evident in the stormy expression that made his junior officers scatter as he moved forward past the Combat Information Center toward the bridge. Two petty officers emerged from the chilled, dimly lit space. Their eyes took a second to adjust to the brighter passageway before they snapped to the bulkhead, making way. Genetics had blessed Rykov with a compact, powerful build, a bullish neck and broad shoulders that strained the seams of his uniform rather than height. An early lesson involving a senior officer who'd mocked his stature had ended with a reduction in Rykov's pay and a universal understanding. His temper was as formidable as his frame. The sailors yielded the passage completely, offering respectful nods. Gangway, or sick bay, as the Americans like to say. An apt philosophy, Rykov mused. He was the absolute sovereign of this steel domain, and his shoulders physically left no room for anyone to pass otherwise. His executive officer, Captain Third-Rank Orlov, whose youthful face belied his competence, met him on the bridge with a questioning look. Rykov answered with a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head. "Prepare to get underway the moment our guest is aboard," Rykov announced, his voice cutting through the bridge's quiet hum. "Captain Pagodin on the Ivan Gren is receiving his canal pilot now. A few hundred yards off the starboard side, the hulking battleship gray form of the landing ship, Ivan Gren sat low in the water. A floating arsenal, it carried assault helicopters, landing craft, armored vehicles, and 250 of Russia's naval infantry. The orders were routine, exactly what the crew anticipated. It was all proceeding as normal, a calm that felt, to Rykov, as thin and fragile as ice. The two warships lay at rest in the dredged channel below the Miraflores locks, a place mariners called the anchor line, where vessels queued long before their scheduled transit, awaiting the final word from traffic control. For every soul aboard except the captain and executive officer, the passage through the canal was mere minutes away. The admiral's countermanding order meant both ships would now proceed exactly as the crew had originally anticipated, transiting the canal to join exercises with their Cuban and Venezuelan counterparts. This suited Captain Rykov perfectly. His duty in the Caribbean would be no different from what it would have been in Panama Bay. It was the same duty he had performed for 27 years, most of that time with Russia's proud Northern Fleet. If he was honest, the sight of land unsettled him. It carried a scent of decay that some mistook for the ocean's breath, but Rykov knew better. The sea smelled clean, like salt and open sky. The bustling port of Panama, with its cluster of needle-like white towers, left him cold, regardless of how modern or impressive they were supposed to be. Lifting a pair of Swarovski binoculars, far superior to the inferior Russian-issued equipment, Rykov scanned the other vessels anchored in the bay, all waiting their turn. Most were container ships, larger than the Admiral Chabanenko, but nowhere near as deadly. His crew called their destroyer the Churny Terror, the Black Terror. Her sleek profile and freshly painted gunmetal gray hull resembled a honed blade. She was armed to the teeth, SSN-22 Sunburn anti-ship missiles. SAN-9 surface-to-air launchers, twin AK-13 series naval guns, an AK-630 close-in weapon system, Type 53 torpedoes, and RBU 6000 anti-submarine rockets. And let's not forget the two Ka-27 Helix attack helicopters perched on her stern. A black terror indeed. A stir on the deck drew his gaze to starboard. "The pilot launch Bokharon is coming alongside now, Captain," announced Savkin, the chief Glavny Starshina and senior enlisted man, a contemporary of Rykov's at 47. Rykov clasped his hands behind his back. What followed was the most grating ritual of entering any foreign waterway, surrendering his ship's control to a local pilot. Given his choice, Rykov would have gladly taken the long way around, battling the gales and icebergs of the Drake Passage off Cape Horn. He stifled a sigh. "Very well. Escort the pilot to the bridge when he boards." The ship's radio crackled. Orlov, the XO, snatched up the handset, exchanged a few terse words, and replaced it. "The pilot is aboard." 200 yards off the starboard side, the bright red 50-foot launch, having delivered its passenger, was already pulling away. "Our tugboats are in position," Orlov added. "Very well," Rykov replied, the words utterly devoid of enthusiasm. No one on the bridge enjoyed handing their vessel over to an outsider. The powerful tugs fore and aft would ensure the ship stayed perfectly aligned in the narrow channel. The canal pilot rapped 3 times on the hatch, a polite gesture, since technically command transferred to him the moment his foot touched the deck. The very idea made Rykov's jaw tighten. The Panama Canal Authority's regulations might declare the pilot in charge, but the commander of a Russian warship never truly relinquished control. To do so would mean he was no longer captain. The moment the man stepped onto the bridge, Rykov and Orlov intercepted him, steering him behind the navigation table. He introduced himself as Berugat, an indigenous Embera man with mahogany skin and a broad, square face. He wore a short-sleeved white uniform shirt, almost obscured by a garish orange life vest against the oppressive humidity. The man's grin was far too wide for Rykov's liking, as though he were eager to show off a set of unnaturally bright teeth. "Do you speak Russian?" the executive officer inquired, peering down his nose slightly. Probably blinded by the glare from that smile, Rykov mused privately, finding his own silent joke mildly entertaining. "English," the pilot replied. "Or Spanish?" Rykov offered a brief nod. "English? Excellent," Berugat said. "Shall we depart?" "We are prepared," the XO stated. "However, we must first review the protocols." "Protocols?" The Embera man tilted his head. "Is that right?" "Correct," Orlov continued. "You may offer navigational guidance to Captain Rykov as required by canal regulations, but any such advice must be presented strictly as suggestions. You are not to issue commands." The pilot closed his eyes and drew a long breath as if he'd endured this speech many times before. The executive officer pressed on while Rykov observed in quiet amusement. "On this ship, only the captain gives orders to the crew." Berugat masked a weary shrug with a polite nod. Naturally, he then flashed a cunning smile and met the XO's gaze directly. "With the captain standing right here? May I have permission to speak with him?" Had a crew member displayed such cheek, Rykov would have confined him to the brig immediately, but he refused to let the pilot see his irritation. Instead, Rykov tapped his wristwatch. "Permission granted. It is growing late, Senor Berugat. I'm rather surprised you haven't yet suggested we cast off." Chili Edwards jerked awake, Mandy Cobb's voice suddenly sharp in his earpiece. Mandy and John Clark were currently monitoring Blanca Pakulova's front door from their gray Taurus parked down the narrow street. "She's at her mailbox," Mandy reported over the radio, wearing hospital scrubs and carrying a small backpack. Finally, Blanca was on the move. Chili sat slumped in the passenger seat of a battered Volkswagen, his stomach churning from excessive coffee, his head lolling from exhaustion. Ding Chavez let out a weary chuckle from the driver's seat. "Easy there, or you'll snap your neck." Chili rubbed his face, Flinching when he brushed his broken nose, Adam Yao's team had spent the last day tailing Blanca, evaluating threats and mapping her routine. They knew her class schedule, her professors, and the location of her modest apartment southeast of campus. They'd watched her visit a small market near the university, emerging later with a bottle of whiskey and a bag of chicharrones, pork rinds. These weren't the airy kind common in American stores, a female operator from Peru had explained, but rich, fried pieces of pork belly. Her apartment had remained dark after she drove her little red Audi TT into the attached garage, then lights flickered on inside. By the time the campus team relieved the initial crew, the blue glow of a TV cast shifting shadows on the curtains. Chili pictured the young woman curled on her sofa, drinking whiskey straight from the bottle and eating chicharrones from the bag while binge-watching some medical drama. Whatever Blanca had been doing in her apartment, she did it alone. The lights had gone out again at 10:20, leaving the operatives to endure another long, silent night. They didn't come back on until 6 in the morning. Mandy's voice returned over the radio, thick with disappointment. False alarm? Target just went back inside. Even Chavez groaned at the update. The team had spent the dead hours when only insomniacs and night owls were awake, crammed in darkened vehicles, watching a silent apartment. They called it smoking and joking, that tedious stretch after the day's adrenaline faded, but when alertness was still critical, so they told stories, drank more coffee, used empty bottles, shared more stories, and drank yet more coffee, each minute stretching longer than the last. The Abilene Police Department had prepared Chili well for moments like this. The stairwell ambush had left the entire team on high alert, their eyes constantly sweeping the flow of traffic for any sign of a tail or a secondary security detail shadowing Windward Station as they zeroed in on their objective. The prior shift had managed to get a solid visual on Blanca's two-man protection unit, confirming they were part of the same crew present on Sorte Mountain during Joaquin Gorshkov's assassination. That stamped them as Camarilla, which meant their heads were probably full of useful intelligence. Even so, given the current circumstances, both Clark and Yao were in agreement. Blanca remained the priority for the time being. It appeared they were only dealing with a pair of watchers. Chili and Ding had them under surveillance. One, a sharply dressed man sporting a pencil-thin mustache, the other a shorter figure in a powder blue windbreaker. They'd spent the entire night posted outside Blanca's apartment, passing the time with cigarettes and quiet conversation, stepping out of their white Hilux pickup every hour or so to relieve themselves at the curb. Pencil-thin mustache exited the vehicle once more, finished his business, then suddenly flinched as if stung. He fumbled in his pocket for his cell phone. Chili noted the jumpiness. The long, tense night was wearing on them, too. Raising his binoculars, he tried to glean something from the man's demeanor. The watcher stood ramrod straight when he answered, his thin mustache giving an involuntary twitch. Whoever was on the other end commanded instant respect. Movement with the goons, Chili reported over the comms using their internal slang for Blanca's minders. The partner in the windbreaker slid out of the truck and moved closer, sensing the call's significance. Pencil Thin did more listening than talking, his head nodding in steady agreement. Finally, he lowered the phone and stared at it for a beat, as if confirming the connection was dead, before shoving it back into his pocket. He muttered something inaudible to his companion. Within moments, both men were back in the Hilux and pulling away from the curb, offering not even a glance toward Blanca's building. Maybe they're heading to the hotel to check on their missing buddies. Chili mused to Ding. Could be. Caruso, Sherman, and Ryan were scheduled to rotate in later. For now, they were holding down the hotel, making a visible show of themselves by the pool and the bar, serving as deliberate decoys for anyone inquiring about the two deceased men. Chili was still taken aback by how swiftly Yao had arranged for an in-country agency cleanup crew to handle the hotel situation. They hadn't resorted to any grotesque movie-style dismemberment, at least not in front of Chili or Mandy. The team of 4 men and 1 woman, dressed like catering staff, wore the grim, practiced expressions of people for whom this was just another job, leaving Chili to ponder just how routine such operations really were. They made 2 discreet trips with a room service cart, transporting the bodies individually to the basement. What happened after that, Chili didn't ask. Clark had given Mandy Cobb the chance to withdraw from the operation, but she'd refused outright, insisting she was perfectly fine. If anything, Chili thought she seemed more troubled by her own lack of distress over the shooting than by the violence itself. Clark extended the same courtesy to Chili, which he also declined. Almost immediately after the briefing, Clark had issued them their Glocks. The stairwell attack had fundamentally shifted the mission parameters for the campus. What began as a simple reconnaissance operation had now escalated into direct, hands-on conflict. Frankly, Chili preferred it this way. He had a hunch the rest of the team felt the same. About 20 minutes later, Mandy's voice came over the net again. "All right," she said, her tone all business. "This is it, for real. Red Audi, turning right out of the parking garage. Blanca is driving, passing our position now." The team settled into a synchronized surveillance rhythm over the next 2 hours, leapfrogging positions and maintaining a cautious distance in the traffic to avoid detection. The tropical sun climbed, hammering the streets with an intense heat that made the Volkswagen's metal frame tick and groan as it expanded. The old sedan they followed kicked up a plume of dust along the narrow concrete roads near the University of Cartagena Hospital. Like many vehicles that spent their lives in the salty coastal air, its body was dented and speckled with rust. Though the taxi decals had been peeled away, the faded paint scheme remained, and the interior still carried the familiar scent of strong coffee, sun-baked plastic, and old cigarettes. For Chili, the smell was oddly comforting. It transported him back to early fall dove hunting trips in Texas with his dad and their neighbor, a retired deputy sheriff named Kinsey from Dimmitt. Even in autumn, the Texas heat could turn the cab of an old pickup into an oven. Mr. Kinsey would chain-smoke filterless Camels, lighting each new cigarette from the glowing stub of the last one after another until dusk fell, and the only visible light was the orange ember of his smoke. Forget spotting any doves. Not exactly healthy, but for a 9-year-old boy, it was pure magic, listening to the men swap stories about chasing outlaws across the plains. A block west and 3 cars behind Blanca's Audi, Midas and Eric Ward kept watch from a 20-year-old Ford Ranger. Ward called in their position, prompting Ding to swing a quick right to avoid overlapping. The sudden turn jolted Chili from his daydream. Ding chuckled softly. "You still with us, kid?" Chili scrubbed a hand over his face, fighting back a yawn. "Yeah," he mumbled, "all good. Should have grabbed some shut-eye when you had the chance," Ding said. "In this line of work, you learn to sleep whenever and wherever you can." "I'm fine," Chili insisted, then surrendered to a long, shuddering yawn, pressing his boots against the floorboard. "Really?" "Aye," Midas's voice cut over the radio, always tinged with the hint of a coming joke. "Hard to tell if our bird is running a surveillance detection route or just looking for a parking spot." The advance team had already identified the unique MAC addresses for Blanca's mobile phone and her car's Wi-Fi. Using ladder-like Yagi antennas hooked to tablets, the campus operators could track those signals without closing the distance. Slightly ahead and a block farther west, Mandy and Clark paralleled the Audi in their Ford Taurus. The mid-sized sedan was a chameleon, plain enough to blend into sparse traffic, its vanilla appearance often causing witnesses to forget the model or mistake it for something else entirely. A rush of wind noise preceded Adam Yao's voice on the net. "I'll move up ahead for a clearer visual." Yao had linked up with them that morning on a Honda Super Cub. The little 125cc bike was nimble and gutsy enough to weave through city traffic with ease. A motorcycle cop at heart, Chili always felt most alive on two wheels, even with bugs and grit in his teeth. He'd volunteered for that duty, but Clark decided the new guy had enough on his plate, running surveillance after a recent scrap, without having to dodge aggressive Colombian drivers, especially when he looked dead on his feet. Chili yawned again, probably for the best. The four vehicles coordinated smoothly, leapfrogging frequently so no one tailed the Audi for more than a few blocks. "Okay," Yao said, his voice competing with the wind. "She's merging onto 90 heading northwest. Everybody stand by for a heat check. Boulevard 90, a major artery cutting through Cartagena, offered ideal conditions for anyone suspecting a tail. A sudden exit right after merging could force an unprepared surveillance team to reveal themselves. Techniques like darting through a stale yellow light or circling a block more than once were classic ways to check for unwanted attention." "Negative," Yao reported. "She's just entered the boulevard moving toward the coast. I've passed her position. Ding, you have the eye if you're ready." "Copy that." A few minutes later, as the road curved left past the dense marshes surrounding Cabrero Lake, Mandy noted, "She's heading in the direction of our hotel." "Possibly," Yao replied. "I've already alerted the team at the hotel. They report no sign of her two security details." They drove by the historic walled city where their hotel was situated. To their left, the inner harbor of Cartagena Bay presented a contrast of modest fishing boats alongside gleaming multi-million-dollar yachts. "She's going to Boca Grande," Chili observed. "Confirmed," Yao said. Boca Grande was a narrow L-shaped peninsula crowded with white high-rise hotels and condominiums. At its widest point, it spanned only about 3 blocks, extending from the mainland toward the less developed Tierra Bomba Island before hooking back east to form the western lip of the bay's wide entrance. Clark's voice came over the comms next. "Target is approaching the bend in the LL. Mandy and I are moving southeast on 5th Street along the water. We'll turn and approach from the opposite end." "Understood," Yao said. "We need to maintain visual. This area is a maze." Mandy's voice cut in, momentarily overlapping and distorting Yao's transmission. She waited for a pause, then spoke rapidly. "Our white Hilux is stationary on 5th Street between 9th and 10th. It's entering the gated driveway of a peculiar high-rise, built in stacked circular tiers, wrought iron fencing. There's an empty boat trailer parked at the curb on the ocean side. Same pickup, same individuals. One of them appears to be going inside." "Only one?" Yao asked. "Affirmative," Clark confirmed. "We're moving in for a closer look." Clark drove past the building, slowing his pace just enough to gather details. The man with the pencil-thin mustache was walking briskly toward the entrance, gesturing animatedly on his phone as if conveying urgent instructions. The other man, in a golf jacket, had exited the pickup and was leaning against the fender, smoking a cigarette. Neither showed any interest in the activity beyond the wrought iron fence. Traffic was sparse. A few morning runners in singles and pairs jogged along the path between the beach cabanas and the street behind them. "See if anyone greets him at the door," Clark instructed Mandy. She shifted in her seat, craning her neck as they passed. "No one," she reported. "It looked like he entered a code on a keypad to gain entry." Half a block down, Clark executed a quick U-turn, passing a young woman who was just setting up a motorized 3-wheeled food cart advertising arroz con pollo. It was perfect natural cover for their surveillance. Clark mentally noted the vendor's description as a precaution and continued, "Did Mustache speak into an intercom?" "I don't believe so," Mandy said. "He just input the code and the door opened." "All right," Clark said. A coded entry wasn't ideal, but at least they hadn't observed additional exterior security so far. "Mustache looked like a guy who'd misplaced his keys in a hurry," Mandy added, a hint of dry humor in her tone. "Leaving his partner out here with the truck makes me think they might be settling in for a bit." "Solid point," Clark acknowledged. He waited for a scooter to zip by, then made another U-turn before parking the Taurus on the beach side of the road. He looked across at Mandy. "I'd give a lot to see what's inside that building." Clark believed he'd masked the worry in his expression, but she offered a tight, knowing smile. "I'll be perfectly fine, honestly." He switched off the engine and stepped out, gently closing the car door. The noise from the occasional passing vehicle and the steady ocean wind would have masked the sound, but for him, operating in silence was second nature. He didn't want to make a scene, but acting furtive was just as bad. "The key is to look like we're supposed to be here," he stated. "Understood," Mandy replied, over the radio. Midas updated them. "She's completed a loop on 3rd Avenue and 7th Street, now moving west on 3rd once more." "Starting a surveillance detection run this late seems odd," Clark murmured, almost to himself. Yao chimed in. "I don't believe it's an SDR. I just passed her. She seems distracted, not checking her environment. My guess is she's trying to muster some nerve. Whatever her reason," Midas continued, "she's turning south onto 5th Avenue, moving in your direction, Mr. C." "Copy that," Clark acknowledged. "We've exited the vehicle and are conducting a visual recon." A balmy breeze drifted in from the bay, carrying the salty tang of the ocean and the distant laughter of early beachgoers from the cabana line. Behind them, palm fronds whispered and clattered in the trees lining the jogging path. A shiny new Jeep Wrangler growled past, hauling a Boston whaler on a trailer toward the boat launch. "Keep it in mind," Clark said quietly. "We belong here." Mandy flashed him a thumbs up, her smile confident and her eyes sharp with a capable intensity that sparked a memory of someone from long ago. "Loud and clear, position yourself on my left and give me your assessment." "I see security cameras mounted in the trees," she reported, her gaze casual but focused, one at each corner of the concrete portico above the front door. "Both are PTZ models, pan, tilt, zoom, likely controlled from inside. Or remotely," Clark added. "Good point." She looked down the street as if admiring the view, but kept describing the structure. "The rolling vehicle gate is currently open. The front entrance?" "Keypad entry," Mandy said. "The side door is partly hidden by that jacaranda tree, but it appears to be a standard lock. We could pick it. My grandfather showed me how." A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced for Clark. A summer spent fishing with his own grandfather in Michigan, the patient lessons on tying knots that now felt oddly parallel. Clark smiled faintly at her comment. "I doubt we'll need to." Midas's voice cut sharply through his earpiece. "Red Audi approaching your position, boss. Passing 7th Avenue now." Clark gestured for Mandy to shift to the other side of their car, directing her attention toward the beach and a man with his daughter enjoying the view of Tierra Bamba Island across the water. "Target is slowing at the gate," Midas reported. "You two drive on past and execute a U-turn," Clark instructed. Though Yao was technically in command, he deferred to Clark's on-the-ground judgment. "Be prepared to approach from the south. Everyone else, hold your positions until we see how this unfolds." It happened quickly. The red Audi lurched forward in a series of hesitant stops and starts, as if Blanca was utterly confused to find the men who should have been tailing her already waiting. She stepped out of the car and exchanged brief words with the man in the golf jacket, too far for Clark to hear. Finally, Blanca threw her hands up in clear exasperation and turned to march toward the building's door. Golf Jacket took a final deep drag from his cigarette and flicked it onto the pavement, pushing himself off the fender with a visible, irritated heave. He shouted something, making the young woman whirl around and fix him with a glare that could shatter glass. He yanked open the rear door of the small pickup and gestured for her to get in. She ignored him completely. Continuing toward her own car, the goon strode forward and clamped a hand on her shoulder. She recoiled as if struck. Mandy shot a look at Clark. "I can approach like we're old friends," she suggested. "You know, hey, long time no see, it could give her an out if she needs one." "Don't end up in a bind yourself," Clark cautioned. "Getting into binds is literally why I'm here," Mandy said, a hint of dry sarcasm edging into her tone. "Right? Clark's mind flashed back to his days in West Berlin decades ago, to Richard and Lottie Cobb. An uncharacteristic grin touched his lips. Mandy was becoming more like her grandparents with every passing moment. All teams stand by to move on Cobb's signal, he said into his lapel mic. Then, turning slightly, his eyes never leaving Blanca and the agitated man, he whispered, "Go." Mandy was off like a shot, trotting across the street with the focused energy of a predator unleashed. Clark moved carefully around the jacaranda tree, keeping himself hidden from the man in the golf jacket while maintaining a clear view of the portico and the front door. If anyone was watching the security feeds, they would have company very soon. Mandy's voice rang out before her boots touched the pavement, seamlessly shifting into Spanish. "I was sure I saw your car go by. My husband and I are staying at the Hyatt. It's been forever, cousin." Blanca's gaze darted from the man in the golf jacket to Mandy, then back again. Her mouth fell open in stunned disbelief. The cartel enforcer was completely thrown, clearly not used to unexpected guests crashing the property. Even so, Blanca was a nursing student who saw friends all the time. Nothing about this should seem unusual. Yet Blanca fixed Mandy with a sharp, suspicious stare. "Remind me who you are?" The man in the golf jacket tensed visibly, his hand moving inside his pocket. He glared at Mandy as he snapped at Blanca. "Senorita Pakulova, we are leaving immediately." Mandy held her hands up, her left hovering near the loose fabric of her blouse, the other held lower and slightly turned, as if she were mid-explanation or possibly reaching for a weapon. "Blanca," she said, her voice steady, "do you want to leave with this man?" "No, I do not." Pakulova shook her head. "But that doesn't tell me who you—" "Shut your mouth, you cheap tramp." The enforcer yanked a compact pistol from his pocket, whirling to aim it at Mandy. "You?" The gun hit the pavement a split second before he did, his threat silenced by a single 147 grain subsonic 9mm round that entered just left of his nose. Clark had a soft spot for his 1911, but the suppressed Glock 19 was perfect for jobs like this. It wasn't movie quiet, but with subsonic ammo, a suppressor packed with lithium grease, and a heavier recoil spring to soften the slide, the report was little more than a sharp whisper. Blanca stood paralyzed, watching the security man's blood spread across the concrete. She clutched her book bag, her hands trembling. Mandy's left hand gripped her own shirt front, while her right drew the pistol concealed at her waist. "Don't move." Then, in a calmer tone, "We are not here to harm you." Blanca's face went pale. She bowed her head in weary acceptance. "This is about my sister, isn't it?" The building's door burst open, and a man with a thick mustache rushed out, weapon raised. Clark, still hidden in the dappled shadows of the jacaranda, dropped him with 2 rapid shots from the silenced Glock. "You're not safe here, Blanca?" Mandy said urgently. She snatched the book bag. "You need to come with us now." "Who are you people?" Right on cue, Ding and Chili sped up the driveway in the battered Volkswagen taxi, sliding to a halt just inches from the fallen man in the golf jacket. Chili leaped out and took cover behind the fender, covering the gate, while Ding trained his weapon on the doorway. "Get her in the car!" Ding shouted. "Now! Yow, Midas!" And Ward kept watch on the street. Birds sang in the trees. Traffic flowed past. Across the road, joggers continued their run, completely unaware of the 2 dead men lying in the driveway. Clark stepped from the shadows, his Glock held low and concealed against his leg. "Time to move," he said. "We don't know who might be inside monitoring those cameras. There is no one inside." Blanca stated flatly, "If you came for my sister, you're too late. She left a little while ago. The men you just killed. They were here for me." "Where did she go?" Mandy pressed. Blanca stared back, a mix of terror and defiance in her eyes. Ding made a circling motion over his head, index finger pointed upward. "We need to go," he yelled. "We can get the story later, Mandy. You and the girl are with me." Mandy took Blanca by the shoulder and performed a quick pat-down for any weapons. "You're absolutely certain the house is empty!" "My sister took everyone with her," Blanca replied bitterly. "Everyone except the two she sent to deliver me to the wolves. It ate Felix Moncada up inside to let Agent Pinto see his anxiety. Dealing with Commissioner Guerra was difficult enough, but Moncada never considered him a particularly courageous man. Pinto was exactly the sort of dangerous man Moncada required. At least both men had reached his office before the entire complex went into lockdown. The grim-faced Secret Service agent stationed by the X-ray machine had challenged Guerra's purpose for being there, but SPI security personnel quickly clarified that he was a commissioner and a frequent visitor to Senor Moncada, the trusted advisor to President Botero. The SPI had no desire to insult a PNP commissioner, and the Americans had no wish to antagonize the SPI. With Pinto accompanying him, the Secret Service reluctantly waved them through the checkpoint, one agent grumbling under his breath about proper procedure. Now they were Moncada's guests, and therefore his problem holed up in his office while he figured out his next move. They were a distraction, certainly, but he had two far more pressing issues to resolve, and both were monumental. Moncada had arrived at work that morning fully expecting to witness Agent Pinto execute his boss. The abrupt change in plans, forced upon him by Sabine Gorshkova, was eating him alive. A bitter, acidic taste burned in his throat. Phone pressed to his ear, he waited in vain for Ian Doyle to pick up, his left leg jittering uncontrollably. The Irishman wasn't the type for voicemail, so the infernal device just rang into a void. Moncada ended the call and hurled the phone onto his desk. What was the point of having a seasoned professional on the payroll if he never answered? Agent Pinto glanced up from his own phone, gave Moncada a look as if appraising livestock, and then went back to his game. Guerra was engrossed in the latest edition of La Prensa, a conservative newspaper Moncada loathed, rubbing a hand over his face. Moncada breathed into his palm, fighting off the twin specters of a panic attack and outright despair. Today was supposed to be the day. Instead, the President of the United States had decided on an impromptu visit, bringing with him an army of security. Moncada slammed his palm down on the desk. Months of meticulous planning flushed straight down the drain. Postponed, Sabine had said, what a brilliantly cruel twist of fate. It was a minor miracle he'd managed the delicate balance of power and subterfuge to set this coup in motion once. The odds of reassembling that house of cards were zero. Leaning back in his squeaky leather chair, Moncada stared at the ceiling tiles, a cocktail of frantic disappointment churning inside him. The Camarilla operatives maintained control of the truck bombs, but he'd kept the detonators for the devices surrounding the presidential palace on his own person, a sensible precaution against being accidentally vaporized. They were smaller than the vehicle-borne explosives, but still perfectly capable of reducing anyone within 60 feet to a pink haze. The Camarilla men embedded within the palace security had been quietly ordered to stand down. Botero would live for the time being. The Russians were en route, so that particular headache was managed. That left the Chinese container ship, the Jianlong, as an insurmountable obstacle if he couldn't reach Ian Doyle. Moncada checked his Rolex. The Jianlong was due to pass through the second set of gates at the Coco Lee locks in under 30 minutes. If Moncada failed to contact Doyle, the explosive hidden within its hull would snap the massive ship in two. A sudden sharp knocking at his office door nearly made him jump out of his chair. Guerra and Pinto looked up from their seats, unnervingly composed. Moncada's secretary Sophia burst in, practically vibrating with excitement. "You will never believe this, Senor Moncada," she exclaimed. "It's not on any schedule, but TVN is reporting that Air Force One has just landed at Tocumen Airport. The American president is here in Panama." Meanwhile, an E-4B aircraft circled in a holding pattern over the Pacific, functioning as the National Airborne Operations Center. It was sometimes called K-kneecap, a phonetic holdover from its older Air Force designation NEACP, or National Emergency Airborne Command Post. A militarized Boeing 747-200, designated as an E-4B, was slated to later carry President Ryan to the summit of the Americas in Mar del Plata, Argentina. For the present moment, however, it circled high above a strategic decoy. The more recognizable blue and white V-25, the military variant of the 747, often serving as Air Force One, began its direct descent into Tocumen International Airport, located roughly 14 miles northeast of the presidential palace. U.S. Ambassador to Panama Grant McCabe, privy to the deception, stood waiting on the tarmac. He was flanked by a hastily gathered group of mid-level Panamanian officials and a few reporters who had been monitoring air traffic frequencies. A 10-member band from the Presidential Guard Battalion stood ready to perform Hail to the Chief, while a small cluster of demonstrators had appeared as if from nowhere beyond the perimeter fence, brandishing crudely lettered signs demanding the Yankee president leave. Meanwhile, a mere 5 air miles to the west of the palace, Jack Ryan gazed from the oval window of an unremarkable white Gulfstream III as it banked on its final approach from the north. Its destination was runway 19 at Albrook-Gelibert International Airport. To the south, the massive gantry cranes of the bustling port of Balboa moved with a relentless, insect-like precision. Farther west, the expanded Coakley locks accommodated enormous Panamax ships, vessels once too large for the canal's original infrastructure, lifting them over 85 feet to cross the Continental Divide or lowering them to sea level as they entered the Pacific. Of paramount importance to the Gulf Stream's passengers was the building visible to the east, just across the Northern Expressway, the headquarters of the National Police of Panama. Numbering 20,000 officers, the PNP represented the closest entity Panama had to a standing army. Airport administrators had been notified of a VIP arrival, but with a high-profile jet landing at Tocumen, no one suspected the President of the United States. Wild guesses circulated: a famous soccer star, perhaps a celebrity from a reality television show, or a wealthy foreign businessman. None of those, of course, would arrive on such a modest aircraft. The ruse had been carefully set. An hour before the Gulfstream's arrival, a Chevy Tahoe carrying 2 U.S. Secret Service agents and a senior officer from the Presidential Protection Group had stopped at PNP headquarters to coordinate the final details. There would be no ceremonial band here, but within minutes, an honor guard of 12 armed National Police officers had assembled on the tarmac apron. The Gulfstream touched down long, rolling swiftly to the runway's end before turning onto a small, isolated apron at the airport's southern boundary. A convoy of 6 mismatched Secret Service vehicles promptly streamed onto the tarmac to meet it: 2 Chevy Tahoes, 2 Jeep Cherokees, a Dodge Charger, and a 12-passenger van used by Hawkeye, the service's counter-assault team, which had arrived a day earlier. Deliberately kept in the dark airport, personnel watched as 2 marked Ford F-150 pickups from the PNP provided an impromptu escort onto the field. Inside the aircraft, the Air Force flight attendant opened the door and deployed the stairs. A Secret Service agent peered out, scanning the area for any threat, before stepping back into the galley and giving a nod to Gary Montgomery. Montgomery, who had been in constant communication with his teams both here at Albrook and at the palace 4 miles away, turned to the president. "The path is clear, Mr. President," he stated. "I must ask to break protocol and exit ahead of you. The pilots have positioned the fuselage as a shield from cameras, but our advance team reports about half a dozen protesters are gathered on the far side of the fence." With a wry smile, Ryan offered, "Maybe they don't even know it's me on this plane." Montgomery took a slow, deliberate breath. "Sir, there's always inevitably a leak somewhere." "You may have mentioned that once or twice," Ryan replied, his smile lingering. He gestured toward the orderly row of idling cars outside the window. "The variety of colors is a pleasant choice. We aim to avoid the predictable black SUV. Smart. A sleek BMW sedan and a deep blue shade pulled up on the tarmac behind the assembled vehicles. A tall man in a polo shirt and chinos exited the front passenger seat, his eyes sweeping the area in a practice scan before he opened the rear door. "Vice President Carré," Ryan murmured. "You know, I've encountered him several times, and I'm not sure I've ever seen him without that cheerful expression." "I'll compensate with my serious demeanor, Mr. President," Montgomery offered. Ryan flashed him an appreciative smile. "And I'm thankful for it." The protective agents who had been seated toward the rear now moved up the aisle. 3 positioned themselves near Ryan. The agent assigned to Mary Pat Foley, a fair-haired man named Brett Johnson, let her proceed ahead so he could follow behind. She leaned to peer outside, just as Montgomery prepared to exit. Foley turned to Agent Johnson. She always used her agent's first names. "I'm hoping we get the charger, Brett." "Oh, I don't think so," Ryan laughed, glancing back from the doorway. "I'm invoking presidential privilege on that one." Johnson offered a good-natured smile. "Afraid you're in the gray Tahoe, sir." "Fair enough," Ryan said, scuffing his shoe on the carpet in mock disappointment. Foley gave his arm a playful nudge. "You sense that, Jack?" Her voice was low, almost a whisper, though in the confined space at the top of the stairs, the agents were certainly within earshot. "Sense what? That current in the air?" Foley took a deep breath as if tasting something potent, the crackle of unpredictability, narcotics, weapons, illicit funds, and a significant portion of the populace that despises us. Takes me right back to the early days. Montgomery shot Ryan a look of profound discomfort. "Easy, Mary Pat," Ryan said with another chuckle. "You're going to give Gary an ulcer." He wouldn't say it aloud, but Ryan understood precisely what Foley meant. He could feel it too, a tangible energy as thick as the humid air wafting in from the runway. He tapped his wristwatch. "We'll rendezvous at the main aircraft in 3 hours. Stay sharp." "You stay sharp, mister," President Foley replied. "Hardly anyone in this nation has a clue who I am." Vice President Carré waited at the bottom of the stairs, hands clasped, his characteristically broad smile lighting his round face. It was a disarming expression, and Ryan felt his own lips curve in response. Gary Montgomery and his detail of agents seemed utterly unaffected. "Welcome to Panama, Mr. President," the vice president said, extending his hand. "Lionel Carré, at your disposal." "His Excellency President Rafael Botero sends his regrets that he could not be here personally." Ryan shook the offered hand. "I completely understand," he said. "This is preferable. Maintaining a lower profile, our sentiment exactly," Carré affirmed. "I imagine my Secret Service detail is equally surprised to see you here," Ryan noted, "for similar reasons." "Please do not concern yourself," Carré said, his smile unwavering. "The comings and goings of a vice president attract little attention here. As you can observe, my security contingent is modest. We departed the presidential palace without so much as a farewell wave." Montgomery gave a grave nod at that and edged subtly closer, gently guiding Ryan toward the waiting line of vehicles. To Carré's left stood a tall, square-jawed man in the dress uniform of the Panamanian National Police, his eyes hidden behind dark aviator sunglasses. His left sleeve was neatly folded and pinned at the shoulder. Already at a rigid attention, he seemed to brace even further when Ryan paused and extended his hand. "Lieutenant Ernesto Vega," the officer stated, the muscles along his jaw tightening like steel cords. "Policía Nacional de Panamá. Welcome to my country, Mr. President." Montgomery's gaze never settled, constantly sweeping the crowd and the airfield perimeter as he shepherded Ryan toward the line of vehicles with a protective urgency. Ryan disliked being hurried, but he'd agreed to follow the agent's lead. He offered his thanks and walked to the waiting Chevy Tahoe, motioning for Vice President Carré to join him. Carré's own driver and 2 SPI security officers would trail them in a BMW. Special Agent Brett Johnson, along with 3 other agents who had been on the ground and a pair Ryan pegged as CIA contractors, guided Mary Pat Foley toward a Dodge Charger. A Jeep Cherokee, undoubtedly loaded with serious hardware and comms equipment, would act as the follow vehicle. Following protocol, Foley's convoy waited for the president's makeshift motorcade to depart first. POTUS had been on Panamanian soil for under 10 minutes, and the circle of people aware of his presence was meant to be extremely small. That was at least how it was supposed to work. In the front passenger seat, Gary Montgomery spoke quietly into his radio, coordinating with his advance team positioned along the 4-mile route to the Palacio de los Garzas. The driver swung the Tahoe in a wide arc to clear the aircraft, guiding the motorcade past the assembled PNP honor guard. Lieutenant Ernesto Vega remained rigidly at attention. Ryan, who considered himself a decent reader of people, had caught a flash of something like contempt in the lieutenant's eyes during their brief handshake. Now, as the vehicles rolled past, Ryan saw it again, a tight, dismissive expression, as if the man had tasted something sour. "Are you familiar with Lieutenant Vega, Ryan?" asked Correa as the motorcade cleared the gates and turned east. "I know of him," Correa replied. "Our primary security liaison is with the SPI, the Institutional Protection Service. More specifically, their Presidential Protection Group. Lieutenant Vega is with the National Police. The unfortunate man lost his arm during a major counter-narcotics operation. Some of your DEA agents were embedded with the unit. It was a successful raid by all accounts. Vega was decorated for it. His injury makes standard police work challenging, so he is often assigned ceremonial duties. He is a frequent presence at the palace. The president's economic advisor has in fact made supporting him something of a personal project." Carey's smile wavered briefly, then returned, brighter, yet noticeably strained. Ryan turned to look out the window at the jumbled panorama of old Panama City and its gleaming new towers rushing past. Mary Pat had sensed it, just as she always did, and now he felt it too, that electric, uneasy tension in the air. But was it just the natural anxiety of the unknown or the specific hum of a genuine threat? Leesburg, Virginia, in his kitchen, retired CIA Director Ed Foley stood stirring a cup of Earl Grey tea, his mind wandering to what his wife might be doing at that moment. The quiet domesticity was a stark contrast to a life spent in the shadows, operating under the stringent Moscow rules. Both he and Mary Pat had been CIA operations officers with large portions of their careers spent in denied areas. For over 40 years of marriage, a low-grade curiosity about the other's daily activities had been their normal. Their careers had ascended rapidly. Ed becoming chief of station in Moscow relatively early, Mary Pat running a series of high-risk operations across Eastern Europe during the Cold War. She spoke Russian with the fluency and cadence of a native, a skill the agency had used relentlessly. In her darker moods, often triggered by some foolish thing Ed had done, her severe demeanor could easily have her mistaken for a Moscow local. Her smiles were rare and her laughter even rarer. But when she did laugh, Ed thought Mary Pat Kaminsky was the most radiant person he'd ever known. That life, of course, extracted a heavy price from a young family, constant moves far from relatives, new schools for the children, and the ever-present, gnawing undercurrent of danger. For Ed, the hardest part had always been the secrecy. For years, their sons believed Ed and Mary Pat were simply cultural attachés, a cover story that held firm until the boys reached high school. In those early, simpler times, the demands of operational security were so strict that they often couldn't share the finer details of their missions even with each other. Eventually, the strategists at Langley recognized the unique potential in pairing them together, leveraging them as a single, formidable unit, a true power couple. It does something to the foundation of a marriage, knowing that a clandestine recording of one of life's most intimate moments might be archived in a foreign intelligence vault. Now Ed was retired, while Mary Pat had soared to the very peak of her profession, She was exceptional at her work, the most capable officer Ed had ever witnessed. Yet, a knot of worry tightened in his chest every time she left the house, despite the formidable, steely-eyed Secret Service agents who shadowed her. If she had been home, where he could see her and confirm her safety, Ed Foley would have gladly let the phone ring into oblivion. Leaning against the kitchen counter, he nudged his glasses up his nose to read the caller ID display. It was an unfamiliar 305 number, a Florida area code. Likely just another spam call, but his tea did need another minute to steep. "Hello," he answered. Foley paused, his thumb poised over the disconnect button. He had a long-standing rule to hang up if he didn't hear a human voice within the first 3 seconds. "Am I speaking to the infamous B.S. Foley?" a voice asked. That nickname was a relic from a distant past, used only by a select few who'd been present during a particularly messy, rain-soaked operation in Mexico, where he'd taken an undignified slide in a slick pile of bat droppings. Foley recognized the voice instantly as Randell Green, a career intelligence officer he'd collaborated with on numerous occasions over the decades. "Randell?" Foley said, the name unleashing a flood of old memories. "It's good to hear your voice. You kind of vanished off the grid, my friend." "Yeah, well," Green replied. "Old habits, you know. How's Paula doing?" "No clue," Green stated flatly, offering no elaboration. A tremendous amount was left unspoken between retired operations officers, especially those who'd lived deep in the shadows until the very end. But Randell elevated taciturnity to an art form. It fell to you, as the other person in the conversation, to connect the dots, a maddening trait in a spouse, certainly, but an invaluable one in a spy. Foley couldn't suppress a smile at his old colleague's peculiarities. Green was, without question, the most observant person Foley had ever known. His genuine photographic memory was either a tremendous gift or a terrible burden, depending on your perspective. It made him the perfect candidate for reconnaissance. Absolutely nothing escaped his notice. The catch was that once an image was seared into his mind, it took up permanent residence. Sifting through the immense catalog of data stored in his head left Green with little patience for casual chit-chat. He was always amiable, even kind-hearted, but he was no conversationalist. One thing was certain. Randell Green didn't make phone calls to discuss the weather. If he took the time to dial a number, he had something critical to convey. "Looks like you're calling from Florida," Foley remarked. "Judging by the area code, I'm sure it's nicer there than it is here this time of year." "It's a Florida phone," Green clarified. "My wife and I relocated to Panama 4 years ago." Foley began to ask another question about Paula, but then the implication of his friend's words hit him. "Wait, you're in Panama? As in, right now?" A chill of apprehension crept down his spine. "I am," Green confirmed. "We're in Punta Pacifica, where a lot of the expatriate community lives. The cost of living is reasonable. The people are good. Just don't spread it around. We don't want this place turning into another overrun Costa Rica. Anyway, this is probably nothing. I've been out of the game so long my mind might be inventing things. Okay." Foley moved his cup of Earl Grey aside and listened intently as he poured himself a glass of water from the Brita pitcher in the refrigerator.
"What do you mean, inventing things? I'm seeing a lot of new faces around here lately."
Green said. "People who don't seem to fit." "Don't fit in what way?" "Well," Green began, "you're going to call me crazy, but I'm seeing a certain type down here. Mercenaries, hired guns, young syndicate bosses, the whole rogues gallery. It reminds me of our time in Moscow when a new Bratva crew would muscle into a neighborhood. You recognize the look. Men who've worn a pistol like a second skin their whole lives, who've been shot at, or even hit, and lived to tell the tale. They carry a certain swagger, and most of it was hard-earned. Just the other day at the market, I spotted a guy who might as well have had arms dealer stamped on his forehead." "I understand the picture you're painting," Foley replied. These were the sort of wild speculations most people would dismiss out of hand, unless they knew Green and had witnessed his uncanny instincts firsthand. "I'm telling you, Ed, there's a current running through this place. I can feel it, even if I can't pinpoint the source." "What's your instinct telling you?" Foley pressed. "I'm not certain," Green admitted. "Could be enforcers for a new criminal syndicate setting up shop. Drugs, weapons, cash, trafficking, you name it, it flows through Panama." Foley glanced at his watch. Their travel plans were hardly a secret by this point. "Mary Pat's in Panama right now," he stated. The line went quiet for a long moment before Green finally spoke. "I'm sure it's nothing." "On the contrary," Foley countered. "I'll give her a call and pass along your observations. She'll appreciate the heads up. I'm certain. It might be a piece of a larger puzzle that retired old-timers like us aren't cleared to see anymore." "Could be," Green conceded, his voice taking on a more contemplative tone. "You remember those little green men Russia deploys into territories they want to influence in Eastern Europe?" "Naturally," Foley said. "Well," Green mused, "this feels similar, but with a Latin American flavor, and maybe a few Russians sprinkled in for good measure. I'm dead serious, Eddie. Something is brewing. I can't say what or where precisely, but—" He paused, his breathing heavy with concentration. "Listen, I'm sorry to stir the pot with Mary Pat in the region. Just forget I called. I'm just an old relic trying to feel useful." "That's a laugh," Foley said, his tone shifting from concerned to dryly sarcastic. "You're so irrelevant that I'm about to hang up and immediately call the Director of National Intelligence." "Thanks, Ed," Green said, the tension easing from his voice. "Like I said, it's probably a false alarm, but maybe it'll provide some useful context. Oh, and incidentally, Paula is reading me the riot act for letting you think we'd split up. She's right here on the couch next to me." Foley gave a short chuckle.
Glad to hear it. Now I'd better call Mary Pat with your intelligence?
"Such as it is," Green sighed. "Come visit us in Leesburg sometime," Foley said, already mentally drafting how he would phrase this update for his wife. Mary Pat Foley's secure phone vibrated in her pants pocket as she stood on the sun-baked airport tarmac, finishing a conversation with the female CIA contractor assigned to her security detail. As DNI, she took her role seriously and valued insights from personnel at every agency under her purview. Her lead agent was getting restless to move, but with Air Force One en route, the threat level at the airport had plummeted. She let the first call go to voicemail. It buzzed again seconds later. Excusing herself, she stepped away, shading her eyes from the glare to check the screen. It was Ed. That was unusual. They had an unspoken rule. The spouse at home didn't call the one in the field, no matter the worry. You waited for the check-in. Still, she wasn't exactly behind enemy lines. A lifetime in operations had trained her to run worst-case scenarios, often visualizing crises down to their grim conclusion. It was hell on maintaining a sunny disposition, and made any unexpected ringtone send a jolt of adrenaline through her system. Had something happened to the kids? The house? Was it Ed's heart? He wasn't getting any younger. She braced herself, answering the call. Her husband, a consummate operations officer and seemingly psychic partner, instantly disarmed her anxiety with his opening line. "Everything is fine," he said. She ran a hand through her hair, releasing a sharp breath of relief. "You are incredible, Ed Foley. To what do I owe the pleasure of this call?" "Sorry to bother you while you're on duty," Ed replied. "Are you with the president right now?" "I'm not," she said, "but I can reach him." "What's going on?" "It's a strange situation," Ed explained. "I thought you should know about it." He recounted the conversation with Randall Green. After listening, Mary Pat noted, Randall has always been a reliable man. She decided, "I'll inform my security team, and they'll notify Gary Montgomery. Actually, I'll call Gary myself and tell him to expect your call. He should hear the details directly from you. There's too much risk of something getting misunderstood if it's passed along." Hearing Mary Pat mention her security detail, Brett Johnson adjusted his posture slightly. Still, on the phone, his focus remained on potential threats, so he avoided making eye contact. "That's why they pay you the big bucks, sweetheart," Ed said. "It's probably nothing that will impact you directly, but Randell felt it was serious enough to call me, so I didn't want to keep it to myself." "I'm glad you did call," Mary Pat assured him. "We'll be arriving at the embassy soon. I'll also share this with Claire. She might want to speak with Randell herself." Claire Nguyen had been a young trainee in clandestine operations when Ed was an instructor at the farm. Now she was the station chief in Panama. "Send her my regards," Ed said, "and you take care of yourself." "I'm in capable hands," she said, offering a quick wink to Brett, who responded with a solemn nod, fortunately only hearing her side of the conversation. "Besides, if anything ever did happen to me, I'd just wait patiently for you to fly down and rescue me." Ed attempted a Liam Neeson impression, which fell a little flat, and joked that his particular set of skills was getting a bit dusty with age. At the same moment, Mary Pat Foley was speaking with her husband. Major Gabriela Canto of the Panama National Police was lying face down on an exam table in a clinic. One leg of her camouflage trousers was rolled up to her knee. Her phone chimed, but she initially ignored it, clutching the paper covering with both hands and clenching her teeth as the doctor examined the knife wound on her calf. The hospital had wanted to admit her overnight and discuss possible skin grafts. She had insisted on just getting stitches, telling the doctor she didn't care if the scar ended up the size of a baseball. The emergency room doctor had released her, but made her promise to see her regular physician the next day. He also made her promise to stop riding her motorcycle. She ignored that second piece of advice and had considered ignoring the first. But the wound had become red and angry, likely infected. The dirty fishing knife had cut almost to the bone. She apologized to the doctor and rolled onto her side to fish the phone from her pocket, grateful for the break from the prodding at the inflamed stitches. The doctor smiled and turned to prepare a syringe of antibiotics. He'd known Gabriella since she was a girl, so the Glock 19 on her duty belt neither alarmed nor impressed him, which was just as well, because after the previous night's events, she wasn't going anywhere without it. Commissioner Guerra had ordered her to stay home and rest, but he seemed more interested in having her out of his hair than genuinely concerned for her health. She'd put on her uniform and gone to work for a few hours anyway. She checked the number before answering. It was her driver, Freddie Perez. "Where are you, boss?" He sounded out of breath as if he'd been running. "At the clinic near my mother's place in El Carrillo." "Yes. Why? What's happened? Haven't you heard?" "The President of the United States just arrived in Panama." Canto sat up suddenly and swung her legs off the table, drawing a sharp, concerned look from her doctor. "And we weren't notified. I just got word from my contact at headquarters," Perez said. He flew into Albrook on a small plane under the radar. His trip was apparently kept secret until the last possible minute. "Which means," Canto finished the thought for him, "which means his security detail will be much lighter." "Where is he now?" "Vice President Carre met him at the airport," Perez replied. "I believe they're heading to the Palacio de las Garzas." She pushed herself up, a sharp wince flashing across her face as her leg took her weight. The doctor gave a disapproving shake of his head, holding up a syringe and indicating a spot on her hip just below her duty belt. Setting her phone to speaker, she unbuckled the heavy belt, leaning over the exam table. She cradled the weight of her Glock with one hand while using the other to tug her pants down just enough for the injection. "Where are you?" she asked, her teeth clenched more from sheer frustration than from the needle's sting or any modesty about the doctor seeing a sliver of her skin. She had no time for this. "San Miguelito Station," Perez said, and Guerra Perez let out a weary sigh. "He's at the Palacio de las Garzas," he confirmed. "Pinto is with him." Canto stood and refastened her belt. "Naturally, he'd be right there in the thick of it. I'm only a few minutes out. Should we give someone a heads up?" "Sound a warning." "Warn them about what?" Canto countered. "That the police commissioner is paying a visit to the U.S. president?" "No, not yet. This might amount to nothing more than us not trusting our own boss. But you're still going. I'm going without a doubt, Canto stated firmly. Meet me there as fast as you can. If I see anything that raises a real red flag, trust me, I'll make enough noise to wake the dead. She ended the call and shoved the phone into her pocket, using both hands to readjust her gun belt for a better fit. The doctor tossed the used needle into a sharps container and clicked his tongue softly, warning that she was walking straight into a situation that would put her entre la espada y la pared, literally between the sword and the wall. A faint, knowing smile touched her lips as she turned for the door. "I'll go easy on the leg," she said over her shoulder, limping quickly toward her waiting motorcycle. She was perfectly aware the doctor wasn't just worried about her wound. Clark and Yao guided their windward station team on a long, meandering surveillance detection route through Cartagena's streets. They doubled back and switched positions, each element watching the others for any sign of a tail. The intelligence they hoped to get from Blanka Pakalova, also known as Gorshkova, was far too critical to risk taking her to any official location. Once reasonably confident they were clean, Yao directed them to a second-floor apartment near the airport. The place was quiet, set back from main roads, a textbook CIA safe house, though now compromised since Blanka knew its location. A call from Helen Reed, the campus's chief pilot, had just raised the stakes even higher. Someone, almost certainly on Sabine Gorshkova's orders, had used a high-powered rifle to shoot out the front landing gear strut on their G550. It was repairable, but it would cost them precious time. With Blanka in custody, Clark filed that problem away to ponder later, focusing on the immediate task. Chili and Midas stayed with the vehicles at street level, watching for any rescue attempts, while Clark, Yao, Cobb, and Ward escorted Blanka upstairs. It was all hands on deck. The remaining CIA personnel, along with Dom, Adara, and Jack Jr., were dispersed around the area running counter-surveillance. Inside, Clark and Yao took seats at a worn wooden table across from Blanka. Ward and Chavez positioned themselves by the door behind her, and Mandy remained out of sight in a corner, deliberately removing any potential comfort. Blanka might draw from having another woman in the room. Clark found a dusty glass in a cupboard, filled it with tap water, and handed it to the visibly terrified young woman. Blanka took a small sip, her eyes flicking nervously from Yao to Clark. She started to glance back over her shoulder, but Yao rapped his knuckles sharply on the table, pulling her focus to him. "Look at me!" he commanded in crisp Spanish. The edge in his voice seemed to steel her resolve rather than shatter it. Clark could tell this young woman had seen so much violence that the mere suggestion of pain didn't faze her. Her eyes narrowed into dark, sharp lines. "Are you the ones who murdered my brother?" Yao sidestepped the question entirely. "Do you understand what kind of work your brother was involved in?" Blanka let out a short, dismissive laugh. "My brother's only job was doing whatever our sister told him to do. That was new information, but Clark kept his expression neutral." "And where is your sister now?" "I already said she's gone. When did she leave?" I'm not certain," Blanka admitted, her hands folded tightly in her lap. She leaned forward, her voice turning pleading. "You killed the men who would have known? I'm asking you again, did you kill my brother? It must make you angry," Yao remarked, his tone almost casual. "Your sister just taking off and leaving you behind like this." Blanka fixed him with a hard stare, then let out a bitter laugh. "Leave me. You're a funny man." "I don't feel left behind. I feel free." Yao crossed his arms, a skeptical smirk on his face. He wasn't buying it. "You feel free?" Blanka nodded slowly. She looked down at her trembling hands, her chin quivering, as if she might collapse into tears at any second. "Let's try this again," Clark interjected gently. "Who were the men at the apartment?" Her head jerked up. "The ones you killed?" "The ones who were trying to make you go with them," Clark clarified. She gave a slight shrug. "Roberto and Gregor," she whispered. "I didn't know much about Roberto. But Gregor, he was from Vladivostok. Most of the people who work for my sister have military backgrounds. Gregor was Sock. The others didn't really like him. My sister gave him a job basically just watching over me. Sock was the Russian term for going AWOL, abandoning your unit. What I do know, Blanca continued, her voice growing steadier, is that Roberto and Gregor were weak. Stupid, really. My sister would never have let you capture her so easily. I see, Yao said. He let the silence stretch out, heavy and uncomfortable. Good, Clark thought. Let her sit with the seriousness of where she was. A full minute of quiet in a room full of strangers felt like forever. Yao waited even longer, then scooted his chair forward with a sharp squeak against the tile floor. Time to get to the point. What's your part in all this? In your brother and sister's business? My part? Blanca's eyes squeezed shut, holding back tears. Sabine wouldn't even tell me how my brother died. Do you know? Yao tapped the table to refocus her. Where is your sister? Blanca looked from Yao to Clark and back again. Her whole body began to tremble, and then a low, guttural sound rose from her throat, building into a raw scream. Did you kill him? Tell me. She slumped back in the chair, a strand of saliva clinging to her lip. Chest heaving, she sniffed hard. I need to use the restroom. Yao glanced at Clark, who gave a slight nod toward Cobb, a silent instruction not to use her name in front of Blanca. You can't run, Yao stated flatly. Blanca looked at him, her expression empty, and sighed as if drained from the outburst. Run? She shook her head slowly. You really don't understand anything at all. Moncada's suit jacket was soaked with sweat by the time Lieutenant Vega finally answered his phone. Truth was, the PNP lieutenant had been ignoring Moncada's calls completely. It took a call from Commissioner Guerra himself to get Vega on the line. Guerra chuckled as he handed the phone across the desk, apparently amused by Moncada's near-panicked state. Has he left the airport yet? Moncada asked, maybe a little too sharply for Vega's liking silence on the line. Moncada tried again, softening his tone. Is the motorcade on the move, Lieutenant? He left a while ago. How? Moncada took a calming breath. How long ago? Minutes, Vega replied. His Secret Service driver knows what he's doing, but I'm keeping pace. Moncada felt a flicker of hope. So you're with him? Behind him, yes. Good, we have a serious situation. Moncada began to explain that he still hadn't heard whether the Irishman Doyle had managed to disable the bomb aboard the GN Long. The device was scheduled to detonate right around the time the U.S. president was now due to arrive, a move that flew directly in the face of Sabine Gorshkova's explicit instructions. Moncada could hardly believe he was following the commands of this lunatic, but fear kept him obedient. He swallowed his spiraling anxieties and spoke into the phone. We need a delay. Buy us some time. And how exactly am I supposed to accomplish that? Vega's voice was flat. Create a distraction, Moncada said, an idea forming. Report something suspicious over the radio. Yes, that would work. He snapped his fingers to get Guerra's attention from across the room and repeated the instruction. Guerra could handle that from here. The PNP officer glanced up from his newspaper with a bored yawn. Vega's reply was immediate. I'm ending this call. Wait, Moncada insisted. Just tell me where you... His personal cell phone buzzed violently across his desk, startling a yelp from him. He'd forgotten he was using Guerra's phone. He cut the connection with Vega and snatched up his own device. A single-word text from Ian Doyle glowed on the screen. Done. Gabriela Canto managed to get as far as the security checkpoint at the intersection of Avenue B and San Pablo Street, located behind SPI headquarters and right next to the presidential compound. This entrance, unlike the neighboring one, lacked a permanent gate. Instead, it was monitored by a cluster of cameras and 3 stern men carrying rifles, 2 of whom were clearly U.S. Secret Service agents, identifiable by the small enamel stars on their lapels. She rolled her motorcycle to a stop beside the movable barrier and kicked down the side stand. Immediately, the uniformed SPI officer and one of the Americans stepped forward. hands raised to halt her advance. The other agent stood poised with his HK submachine gun, his expression making it clear he was fully prepared to use it. Her lightweight jacket had ridden up during the ride, and his gaze instantly locked onto the service pistol at her belt. Still straddling the bike, she removed her helmet and planted her boots firmly on the brick pavement. "Major Gabriela Canto, Panama National Police," she announced, then added for the agent's benefit. "National Police credentials," the lead agent said, his eyes scanning her uniform. His partner remained silent, a finger resting near the trigger guard of his MP5. She handed her ID card to the SPI officer, who examined it briefly before returning it with a nod to the agents, confirming her identity. "Apologies, Major Canto," the lead agent said, "but even if you were the police commissioner, we couldn't grant you access here. I'm sure you understand the protocol." "My commanding officer is inside," she pressed. "I need to speak with him urgently. Could someone at least get him a message?" The SPI officer gave her a puzzled look, then gestured subtly toward her leg. "You're bleeding through your uniform? Hey, you're the officer who was ambushed yesterday. That's me." Canto offered a tight, weary smile, fighting to keep her expression neutral despite the turmoil in her stomach. "Eres una tiadura," he muttered under his breath, then translated for the agent beside him. "Excuse the language, but the major here is seriously tough." Both agents suddenly straightened, receiving new information through their earpieces. "Imminent arrival," the one nearest Canto announced for the SPI officer's benefit. He then turned back to her. "Sorry, Major. I'll look into your situation in just a moment." Canto forced another smile. "Don't worry about it. I'll try his cell later," she said, her tone light. "Sorry to interrupt your work. Carry on." She slid her helmet back on and hit the ignition, the engine rumbling to life as she twisted the throttle. The SPI officer nodded again toward her leg. "You really ought to get that looked at by a medic." "I will," she promised, flipping her visor down and easing the bike west onto Avenue B, consciously resisting the urge to gun the engine and speed off. The weapons, the explosives, the detailed maps of the presidential palace, Guerra's violently swift reaction when someone had mentioned L.A. Pulga. It was all deeply troubling, especially on top of the attempt on her life. And now, with the President of the United States literally moments away from arriving, the pieces felt like they were hovering just out of reach. The irony wasn't lost on her. Guerra himself had often droned on in that patronizing tone of his about never ignoring the blatantly obvious in an investigation. Well, the president's motorcade was about as blatant as it gets. How could she possibly convey all of that to the Secret Service agents in time? She twisted the throttle, pushing through the sharp ache in her leg as she weaved through the gridlocked traffic. A dark gray Chevy Suburban loomed, but she slipped past it with inches to spare, offering a quick wave to a pair of SPI motorcycle officers as she angled north through the tight squeeze between parked cars and old buildings on 8th Street. Her only goal was to circle the block before President Jack Ryan stepped from his armored limousine. At the intersection of 8th Street and Avenue B, just blocks from the Palacio de las Garzas, Sabine Gorshkova's driver brought the dark gray Suburban to a near stop. Francisco, a wiry former Argentine naval officer with deceptive grace, was at the wheel. De Broek sat beside Sabine behind him while Uncle Hector occupied the rear seat alone. A Toyota Land Cruiser packed with capable armed men trailed at a discreet distance. The narrow lanes of Panama City's historic Casco Viejo were unusually clogged with dark SUVs today, making their vehicle just another face in the crowd. Stuck in the jam, Francisco lowered his window and leaned out, calling a friendly hello to the two SPI officers standing by their Yamaha motorcycle under a broad ficus tree. The officers, a man and a woman both looking barely out of their 20s, presented a picture of neat efficiency in their pressed camouflage and shiny boots. Having endured marches with hardened guerrillas in Colombian and Peruvian jungles, Sabine found the pair almost laughably youthful, like kids playing dress-up. As far as she could tell, their only weapons were the Glock pistols on their belts, hardly a match for what her team carried. Francisco kept his right hand on the wheel and tapped the door panel with his left, a relaxed gesture meant to put the approaching officers at ease. Sabine had chosen him precisely for this unassuming charm, a soft demeanor that masked the lethal reality beneath. His smile was boyish and inviting, as if he were about to share a wonderful secret, a demeanor that sometimes even disarmed Sabine herself. Leaning further out, Francisco chatted with the officers, his hand flicking in a disarmingly casual gesture. They were blissfully ignorant of the FN-57 pistol concealed under his right thigh, loaded with rounds capable of piercing their body armor as if it were tissue paper. From the back seat, Sabine couldn't catch every word, but the meaning was clear. "Let me guess," she said dryly, once the young officers had walked away and Francisco raised the window. "The American Secret Service has decided we're not getting through. Correct, Patrona?" Francisco confirmed, his thumbs tapping a silent rhythm on the steering wheel. "They say the decision is not theirs to make. Of all her operatives, Francisco was the only one who ever made her subtly uneasy. He didn't strive to appear dangerous or impressive. He simply was with a quiet authenticity Sabine respected. She pushed aside a fleeting thought that she might prefer his company to DeBrooke's someday. "Who is our inside contact?" she asked, waiting to see who would respond first. Hector began reciting names from the back. Vega Gordo, Genovese, De Palma. DeBrooke already had his phone in hand, ready for her command. "Gordo," Sabine stated. "Tell him I require an immediate situation report." She had just begun to dial the number for Moncada's latest untraceable phone when her own device vibrated with an incoming call. The screen showed it was Guerra, the PNP commissioner, while technically on Moncada's payroll, possessed the sharp instincts to recognize true authority. It didn't matter who signed his checks. He knew where the real power resided. "Talk to me, Javier," Sabine demanded, her voice a low crackle of impatience. "Ryan is practically on your doorstep." Her words were met with a skeptical, rumbling growl from the other end of the line. "And you're only telling me now?" "I called the moment my source confirmed it," Guerra countered, his tone defensive. "The airport is a 4-mile drive. There was no delay." Sabine let out a derisive snort, her disbelief palpable. "Is Moncada with you? Pinto and I are in his office now. Put him on the phone." Felix Moncada came on the line a heartbeat later, his voice tentative and thin, like a scolded child. "Felix Moncada," Sabine announced, her tone shifting to a brassy accusatory pitch that was famously known to turn spines to jelly. She dispensed with any pretense of civility, letting each sharply enunciated word build in a steady, threatening crescendo. "I am currently parked 2 blocks from your position. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you are supposed to be an economic advisor to the president. I was operating under the assumption you held some influence in this city. The Americans? They are swarming the area," Moncada stammered. "They've even restricted mobile phone use. My information is that Ryan will arrive any minute. So I've heard," she snapped, the words like a whip crack. "And what about Mary Pat Foley?" "Who?" Moncada said, genuinely confused. "Their director of national intelligence," Sabine chided, her exasperation boiling over. "What is wrong with you? Did you not have anyone watching the airport?" "Wait. Guerra did mention a woman who arrived on the Gulf Stream with Ryan." Moncada fumbled, attractive, well-dressed, salt and pepper hair. "I am not the least bit interested in her fashion sense." Of course, Moncada backtracked quickly. "It appears she separated from the main group in a Dodge Charger with her own security detail." "Separated?" Sabine snapped her fingers sharply to get her driver's immediate attention. "Mary Pat Foley and her team have broken away from the motorcade and gone where?" "I don't know," Moncada admitted. Guerra's asset was focused on Ryan, but he did report the silver-haired woman departed in a different direction with her own people. Besides Sabine, DeBruck ended his own call and held his phone between them, its weight seeming to signify urgent news. "Hold on," she barked at Moncada, raising a silencing hand in a gesture he couldn't see, but whose meaning was unmistakably an order, not a request. She curled her fingers at DeBruck, a silent command to spit it out. "What is it?" "I just heard from Gordo, Patrona," he said. "Ryan's convoy is turning onto Eloy Alfaro Avenue right now." Sabine's jaw clenched so tightly she felt a sharp ache in her teeth. Her original plan had been simple: observe the American security protocols, follow Foley to Argentina, and make her move once the target was outside the president's protective orbit. She hadn't finalized the details, trusting that inspiration would strike once she laid eyes on the woman. Now, a cold, thrilling anticipation began to drum in her chest, the imagined weight of a weapon solid in her fist. She would confront her brother's killer today. She pounded her own leg in frustration, the obvious answer suddenly crystal clear amidst her earlier miscalculation. The top intelligence officer of the United States wouldn't waste a presidential visit on social calls, she hissed, a sarcastic edge slicing through her earlier seriousness. She'd be meeting with her own kind, the cockroach spies in their bureaucratic nest, the CIA station. Francisco caught her gaze in the rearview mirror, his own understanding dawning. "She's heading for the U.S. Embassy." His hand hovered over the gear shift, his eyes locked on hers in the reflection. "Should I take you there?" From the shadowed back seat, Uncle Hector's calm voice cut through the tension. "Ryan's visit here is a fleeting window. He arrived under a ruse in an unmarked plane because his security wanted secrecy. Now that the secret is blown, that same security apparatus will push him to conclude his business and rush off to Mar del Plata as fast as possible." "That's true," Sabine mused, the gears in her mind turning rapidly. "Then do something to make her stay," Hector said, the verbal equivalent of a casual shrug, as if the solution were the simplest thing in the world. "Remember, the summit in Mar del Plata will be packed with world leaders, each one wrapped in multiple layers of armed protection, plus the venue's own formidable security, the Argentine military, and the American forces already stationed there." A sly grin crept across Sabine's face as she considered the contrast. "And Panama has no standing army unless you consider mine one." Moncada's frantic protests streamed from her phone speaker, having overheard everything. She paid him no mind. We'd still face the U.S. Secret Service. Hector leaned forward from the back seat, resting his chin like a kid impatient on a road trip. "But it's a bare-bones team," he pointed out. "That's the trade-off for keeping Ryan's trip under wraps. Whatever move you're planning, it has to happen immediately." Sabine lifted the phone, cutting Moncada off. "Quiet and listen," she ordered. "Trigger the explosives as scheduled. Operation Jamaica is active again." "Have you lost your mind? What did you just say?" "I apologize, but the American president and his team are moments from entering the building. Operation Jamaica is a complex undertaking. It requires you blow things up and shoot people," she stated flatly. "That doesn't strike me as particularly complex. Detonate the charges. Now, I'll reach out to Doyle regarding the Chinese vessel." Moncada's voice sounded strained, as if he were gasping for air. "But the Russians have already cleared the locks. They're likely at Gamboa by now. What do you expect them to?" "The Russians will do what they always do," Sabine said dismissively. "They'll cause chaos and complete their objective." The Suburban jolted as Francisco suddenly slammed it into reverse. He glanced into the mirror. "Pardon the interruption, Patrona. There's activity ahead. Men in suits are running. Police are pushing everyone back." DeBruck's phone vibrated. He answered, listened for a second, then snapped his fingers toward Sabine. "It's Gordo. Secret Service dogs flagged one of the charges." "They're moving Ryan back to his limo." "Damn it," Sabine hissed, then spoke through clenched teeth into the phone. "Moncada, blow the bombs now." Ryan cannot be allowed to leave. What about Botero? Do as you intended, she snapped. Kill everyone in that building, for all I care. DeBruck's eyes widened in shock. Avoid killing my men, of course, she added coolly. If it's possible. Hector reached over the seat and gave her shoulder an approving pat. Well done, my dear, he said. Exceptionally well done. Francisco had the Suburbans speeding backward along the narrow sidewalk when the first explosion's shockwave hit them. A heartbeat later, a second blast from farther up the street shook the vehicle. Car alarms wailed and blared across Casco Viejo. If Francisco hadn't started reversing precisely when he did, they would have been stuck in the gridlock of fleeing cars and panicked pedestrians, trapped before more bombs detonated, and blocked by first responders racing toward the disaster. As it was, he screeched around a corner in reverse, darting into an empty alley. He threw the SUV into drive and accelerated down the wrong side of the street, scraping building walls and tearing down awnings to dodge oncoming traffic. To the U.S. Embassy, he called over his shoulder. Is that correct, Patrona? Yes. Sabine gripped the handle above her door, met Francisco's calm brown eyes in the rearview mirror, and was already contemplating the poetic justice of feeding DeBruck to the hogs. 90 seconds earlier, Secret Service advance agents guided Ryan's motorcade onto Eloy Alfaro Avenue, the red brick main road separating Casco Viejo from the tidal flats within the coastal loop known as the Cinta Costera. The tide was low, but Ryan observed 3 police patrol boats positioned roughly 50 yards to the north in the deeper channel between the muddy shore and the expansive parking area lining the loop road. A sudden sharp bark from a K-9 unit ahead broke the procedural calm, causing several agents to tense and scan the surroundings with renewed intensity. The limousine driver, a seasoned Secret Service agent named Kennedy, applied the brakes a bit more firmly than planned, sending Ryan pitching forward against his seatbelt. This Tahoe lacked the armored bulk of the beast, handling with a different feel than the driver was used to. Take us around, Gary Montgomery muttered into his lapel mic, addressing the agent piloting the lead vehicle ahead of the presidential car. Up at the intersection with 13th Street, a dedicated uniformed SPI officer was struggling to hold back left-turning traffic, having inadvertently allowed an elderly vendor with a coconut water cart to creep partway into the lane. Agent Kennedy offered a tight smile to his boss and swung right, trailing the lead car as it navigated around the obstruction. I really miss a proper POTUS freeze, Kennedy whispered under his breath. Yeah, Montgomery grunted, clearly holding back further comment with Ryan in the car. A POTUS freeze involved state and local police halting all traffic along the motorcade's path, creating a clear, silent route that eliminated the need for sirens or aggressive maneuvers. Officers would establish a rolling blockade with motorcycles and cruisers or simply stop all cross-traffic until the president reached his destination. This was standard procedure for any official public presidential movement within the U.S. and with coordination abroad. Today's unofficial visit, however, depended on local law enforcement to clear the way discreetly, without revealing the reason. Much of this work fell to SPI officers on motorcycles, darting ahead to block intersections as needed. As they passed 11th Street, a formal escort of 6 motorcycle officers in crisp blue uniforms emerged from what looked like an underground garage beneath a seaside park, roaring out to lead the final few blocks to the palace. The Tahoe's clear windows gave Ryan a perfect view of the passing scene and of Montgomery's growing tension. They moved past shadowy alleys, bustling crowds, and weathered multi-story buildings, many only visually secured by agents to preserve the visit's secrecy. It was a decent plan, provided surprise remained on their side. Unattended cars and trucks lined the brick streets and were tucked into small lots between storefronts. Montgomery stiffened at each one they passed. The entire area had an unsettling familiarity, sharply reminding Ryan of a network of alleys in Colombia from a trip that had gone terribly wrong. His window was cracked, letting in a mix of salty seaweed, frying plantains, and spicy empanadas, odors mingling with the universal city's sense of exhaust and decay. Teams from the Technical Security Division had swept the area 3 times with dogs and scanners, though not with their usual exhaustive thoroughness. You simply couldn't achieve both meticulous security and complete secrecy. To keep things under wraps, advanced PPD agents had repeatedly driven the route from Albrook Airport to the presidential palace at various times of day. They mapped the nearest trauma centers, police stations, and high crime zones, carefully noting gang graffiti and any street-level drug activity they observed. This intelligence went straight to Montgomery, and the analysts at Protective Intelligence back at Secret Service headquarters on H Street. These advance teams paid particular attention to potential choke points along possible routes. Overpasses and bridges were ideal for an ambush, like the spot where their main avenue passed beneath the tangled interchange of Route 3 and the Pan American Highway. Now, with the palace drawing nearer, every street and narrow alleyway felt like a possible threat. Gary Montgomery's stress levels eased considerably as the motorcade moved east past 8th Street, the number of uniformed officers swelling with each block toward the presidential palace. Seated to Ryan's left, Vice President Carré leaned in, his mobile phone pressed to his ear. "Excellent," he said, his already broad smile widening impossibly further before he ended the call. Slipping the phone into his suit pocket, he rubbed his hands together with palpable enthusiasm. "President Ryan, you cannot imagine what your visit signifies for our nation." "The feeling is mutual," Ryan replied, and he meant it. Flashing red lights led the way down Eloy Alfaro Avenue, where movable metal barriers lined the north side, corralling a small crowd of reporters seeking shade under several leaning cook pines. A tree Ryan knew was not a pine at all, but a subtropical evergreen that famously tilted toward the equator, a quirky fact he'd used to win a friendly wager or two. Following the lead security vehicle, Ryan's Tahoe glided to a precise halt between 2 pillars at the base of a stairway, which was draped with a red carpet leading to the entrance of the Palacio de las Garzas. The white 3-story palace featured a triple-arched portico guarded by 4 police officers in dark blue tunics and white trousers, their appearance at a glance strikingly similar to United States Marines. Each held an M16 rifle with a fixed bayonet, the weapon held perpendicular to the ground in a formal salute as Ryan arrived. At the top of the steps, standing between the Panamanian and American flags, was His Excellency President Rafael Botero. Flanked by 2 members of his protection detail, hands clasped before him, he shifted his weight slightly, his expression one of unmistakable delight that Ryan had accepted his invitation. A lone U.S. Secret Service agent stood curbside, arm extended to mark the exact stopping point for the vehicle. Other agents monitored the media behind their flimsy barricades across the street. From the shadows of the portico, at least 2 more agents, though Ryan suspected several others, emerged as the motorcade arrived, their eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. Montgomery didn't exactly let his guard down, but the tightness in his shoulders lessened a fraction now that Ryan was enveloped by on-site advance teams, his personal protective detail, and the formidable presence of Hawkeye, the support van loaded with counter-assault team members and their arsenal. The moment the Tahoe stopped, Montgomery was out, positioning himself beside the rear passenger door. His hand rested on the handle, but his gaze never stopped sweeping the perimeter. 4 additional agents spilled from the follow-up car, falling into a modified diamond formation with Montgomery and the advance team, ready to encircle Ryan upon his exit. Only after receiving a subtle, all-clear signal from his agent inside the palace did Montgomery finally open the door. On the other side, Vice President Carré's security team waited respectfully for Ryan to exit before attending to their principal. The 2 men ascended the steps together, Carré then gracefully stepping aside to give the assembled cameras a clean shot of the 2 presidents. "Allow me to present His Excellency President Botero," Carré announced. The leaders shook hands, pausing for the photographers before turning to head inside. In that moment, The core of Botero's objective was achieved. The media now had proof of his political clout, demonstrated by Ryan's prompt visit. Inside, over lunch, they would converse not just as heads of state, but as genuine friends, a relationship that frankly made the whole diplomatic song and dance almost enjoyable. The entrance was narrow, even with the wrought iron gates fully open, forcing the Secret Service diamond formation to compress into a tight column. Two advance agents led the way directly behind President Botero, while Gary Montgomery maintained a close position just behind Ryan's right shoulder. The rest of the detail prepared to file through the doorway in pairs. Ryan hadn't fully cleared the threshold when a sudden disturbance erupted somewhere down the street. Inside the grand foyer, Felix Moncada stood beside the staircase, a cold sweat beading on his forehead as Sabine Gorshkova's furious voice crackled from his mobile phone. This chaotic moment was a far cry from the orderly scenario he'd imagined. Yet here he was trapped in its momentum. Commissioner Guerra positioned himself to Moncada's left. Agent Fabian Pinto lingered slightly behind them, using their bodies as a shield. The SPI protective officers wouldn't question the presence of Botero's economic advisor or a high-ranking national police commissioner at such a significant event. A lower-ranking PNP officer, especially one with Pinto's intimidating demeanor, would draw unwanted attention. The two contractors operating the metal detectors caught Moncada's eye and gave a subtle nod. One of them, a balding man called Gordo, had just received confirmation that Operation Jamaica was back on and had relayed the message to his team inside. Gordo and his partner were Camarilla, as were several members of the secretarial and cleaning staff who had managed to smuggle handguns into the building over the previous week. In total, 7 Camarilla operatives had infiltrated the palace, plus Moncada, Guerra, and Pinto. 10 individuals who had pierced the innermost layer of security to topple a government that was already teetering on the edge. Just yesterday, Moncada would have considered those excellent odds. Then he saw the sheer professionalism of Jack Ryan's Secret Service detail. The lead agent, a formidable presence even among his formidable colleagues, grew alert as they entered, reaching out to tap the president on the shoulder, signaling him to halt. The entire operation was unraveling into a spectacular mess. A Secret Service bomb-sniffing dog had located one of the devices, concealed within roasted coffee beans and wrapped in multiple layers of plastic. The explosive had been planted in the high crotch of a cooked pine across the street, at a height most handlers would never think to check. Moncada watched Gordo on his phone, likely getting a frantic play-by-play from an outside spotter and feeding it to Sabine. The palace foyer opened up expansively beyond the entrance, giving Lionel Carre and his 2 SPI agents ample space to move up alongside Ryan. President Botero continued toward his office, while Ryan slowed and then stopped, presumably to return to his idling motorcade and make a swift exit to Air Force One. Sabine's screamed order erupted from the phone. Guerra and Pinto began to drift toward the center of the hall on a path to intercept Botero and his SPI detail. Paralyzed by fear of Sabine's venomous threats, Moncada fumbled in his jacket pocket for the detonator. His hand, slick with sweat, toggled the safety switch, flipped up the protective hood on the device's side, and pressed the button. Botero's security team had also been alerted about the bomb dog and were already steering their president forcefully toward his office. Ryan's detail, initially focused on a rapid evacuation, now assessed the palace exterior as a lethal zone. A second device was attached above the gas tank of Moncada's own Mercedes sedan, parked just yards from Ryan's vehicles and the Secret Service counter-assault team van. Its purpose was to eliminate, or at least incapacitate, the tactical unit inside. There was no doubt the blast would kill most of the motorcycle officers standing beside their bikes, exposed without even the meager protection of a car frame. Moncada knew some of those officers, respected them, had even exchanged pleasantries about their families at official functions. The thought was a bitter pill, a stark reminder of the human cost now measured in yards and seconds. not political calculations. He pressed the second button regardless, telling himself that any true patriot would be honored to sacrifice everything for their country. The resulting explosion hit Ryan with the force of a freight train, a concussive wave that drove the air from his lungs. Montgomery, taking the initial impact, was thrown forward but kept his footing. He shouted into his collar mic, abandoning all protocol. "Ambush! We have an ambush!" His hand clamped onto Ryan's jacket, hauling him backward as if he weighed nothing. Outside, the shriek of tires announced the motorcade scrambling into a defensive position. The counter-assault team, call sign Hawkeye, would already be deploying to cover their retreat from the kill zone. Ryan felt himself dragged in a relentless backward stumble. "Clear a path!" Montgomery roared, his command echoing to both his earpiece and the agents nearby. A second closer detonation cut through the chaos, this one hurling a storm of shattered concrete and glass past the palace entrance. The avenue dissolved into a symphony of blaring alarms and panicked shouts. Propelled by Montgomery's unyielding grip, Ryan was rushed forward, a path cleaved by two Secret Service agents who had produced compact submachine guns from beneath their suits. These weapons, barely larger than pistols, carried enough firepower to lay down a devastating curtain of lead. Vice President Carre broke from his own detail and fell in beside Ryan, his face a mask of grim determination. He locked eyes with Montgomery and pointed down a side corridor. "This way now?" The lead agent, who knew the palace layout, gave a sharp nod of agreement. Through the swirling mass of fleeing staff and security, Ryan glimpsed President Botero being hustled away by a police officer toward a secure room, a fleeting image of order amidst the bedlam. Gabriella Canto had just reached the corner when the first bomb tore through the air. The horrific blast, followed by the choking smoke and the stunned, bleeding survivors, created a perverse opportunity. As people fled in terror, her displayed badge and purposeful stride made her invisible. In crisis, everyone assumes you belong if you act like you do. She slipped inside the portico moments before the second explosion, the shockwave physically throwing her through the doors. Dazed and gasping, she stumbled into the cordon of Secret Service agents surrounding the president. In a scene of drawn weapons and shouted commands, she kept her badge high, a talisman against friendly fire. She pushed past the security checkpoint just as a rear guard was forming, her limping gait making everyone assume she was another blast victim. Then she saw him, Commissioner Guerra, emerging from a side hall. His lackey, Agent Pinto, was nowhere in sight. Both were tangled in this web, and Canto was determined to get answers before anyone else could stop her. Ignoring protocol and her uniform, she pushed past the presidential detail, focused solely on reaching Guerra. A mere 15 seconds after the last explosion, Ryan was swept along in a tight human cocoon of agents, Montgomery at its core, half guiding and half carrying him. Carey and his men moved in lockstep beside them, a single determined entity. As they turned a corner toward a designated safe room, two sharp gunshots erupted from within it. Montgomery wrenched Ryan to a halt so abruptly his feet left the floor. 4 more shots rang out in rapid succession, the sound deafening in the hallway. Immediately, the two-point agents shifted, placing their own bodies as a living barricade between the president and the threat. Gunfire erupted in the center hall. Montgomery shouted, training his pistol on the doorway as he pulled Ryan to the side. "Hockey, move in now!" He guided Ryan and Vice President Carre down a side corridor. One of Carre's SPI bodyguards faltered, then collapsed onto the marble floor. Montgomery stopped short. The officer had been hit in the neck by a round from a silenced weapon. The earlier explosions had left Ryan's ears ringing, a high-pitched whine drowning out the chaos of screams and clattering debris around him. Even the gunshots sounded distant and warped. A moment later, Carre's second guard dropped to his knees, as did the Secret Service agent who had moved up to lead. The remaining agents formed a protective wall between the president and the source of the gunfire. Ryan, positioned slightly ahead and closer to Carre, spotted the man with the deformed ear an instant before Montgomery did. He wore a uniform, a different shade of green than the SPI personnel. As the man retreated into a hallway alcove, he raised a suppressed pistol, aiming directly at the vice president's head. Carey saw it too, a hair's breadth after Ryan, and flinched as a shot cracked through the air. This report was startlingly loud, far too powerful to be from a silenced weapon. Gun left. A Secret Service agent rushed past Ryan and Montgomery toward the threat, a Panamanian woman wearing the same camouflage uniform as the man she had just shot behind his misshapen ear. Her nameplate identified her as Major Canto of the National Police, friendly. Montgomery barked. This woman had undoubtedly just saved Lionel Carre's life. More gunfire rattled behind them, underscored by the frantic shouts of Secret Service agents ordering people to take cover. A third explosion detonated outside, shaking the building to its foundations. Ryan crouched instinctively as paint chips and plaster dust showered down from the ceiling. With gunfire now coming from the president's office ahead and from the street behind, Ryan and his dwindling group found their options severely limited. "Crash! Crash Center Hall!" Montgomery repeated into his radio, urging Hawkeye to fight through to the president at any cost. Then a booming, authoritative voice cut through the din in the hall ahead. Ryan, a man rarely surprised by anything, shot a glance at Montgomery, whose face hardened into a mask of grim resolve at the words, "Los Americanos han asesinado al presidente Botero. The Americans have assassinated President Botero. Mierda, cursed Gabriela Canto. That is Guerra. He is orchestrating this entire attack." Montgomery didn't bother with questions. He called again for Hawkeye, half of whom had been caught in the third blast. The rest were pinned down at the entrance, locked in a tense standoff with SPI presidential protection agents and uniformed Presidential Guard officers, all now apparently convinced they were under assault by the United States. "Mr. President," Montgomery said, his voice urgent, "we need to go right now." Carre shook off the daze of his near execution and pointed through the alcove into what appeared to be a small chapel. "In here?" he insisted. Montgomery hesitated, his hand still clamped on Ryan's shoulder. "Is this a dead end? A dead end? Is there another way out?" Carre drew a sharp breath. His voice was strained, and a thin line of blood traced a path from a cut below his ear. "Of a kind," he admitted, "but you must trust me." The gunfire from President Botero's office intensified, drawing nearer and making the decision for them. Montgomery pivoted Ryan around, his handgun raised, and entered the room right behind Carre to ensure they weren't stepping into another trap. Major Canto followed, along with the sole remaining Secret Service agent, a young man named Galbraith who carried an MP5K, assigned to the Presidential Protection Detail for less than a month. Galbraith turned to secure the doorway. "I've got this, sir," he whispered to Montgomery, his knuckles white on his weapon. "Move!" Carre darted toward a life-size statue of the Virgin Mary and pressed against the plaster wall directly behind it. A section of the wall, roughly 4 feet wide and 8 feet tall, slid inward with a soft groan, revealing a narrow opening and a set of stone stairs descending into a void of absolute darkness. "This way, now." Montgomery keyed his radio. "Hawkeye, report." A burst of static was followed by an unfamiliar voice speaking in rapid Spanish. "Damn it! They've got one of our comms units." Ryan froze mid-step. "Say again? Someone's on our frequency?" Montgomery snapped, his jaw tight. They're hearing every word without missing a beat. He whistled sharply to catch Galbraith's eye. The younger agent, having heard the intrusion himself, gave a curt nod. "Tell the team my radio's dead, but I'm moving the principal down the hall toward the west exit." "Understood," Galbraith replied, immediately falling into the deception. Vice President Carre took point, illuminating the cramped stairwell with his phone's flashlight. Ryan followed close behind, with Montgomery and Major Canto bringing up the rear. Montgomery pulled the hidden panel almost closed, then whistled again. "Make that call and then get in here with us." "Go, sir!" Galbraith's voice was firm over the growing din. "Somebody has to hold this door." Major Canto started to turn back. "I will stay!" A sudden violent clatter of automatic gunfire echoed. Much closer now, Galbraith leaned into the hallway, firing several rounds before shouting over his shoulder, "Just go! Seal it now!" Gary Montgomery swore, grabbing Major Canto by the arm and pulling her into the passage. His primary concern was Ryan, not her safety, but she was blocking the panel. He needed it shut. The heavy slab hissed into place just as a volley of shots punched into the wall where it had been. Muffled, urgent voices demanded in Spanish to know the American president's location. To Ryan's immense relief, he heard Galbraith's calm reply that, as far as he knew, the Secret Service had already evacuated the president out the palace's west side. "Guerra?" Canto whispered fiercely, her chest heaving with anger. Carre raised a finger to his lips, mouthing the silent warning, "If we can hear them, they can hear us." The group descended single file, the air growing cooler and carrying the distinct damp scent of excavated earth and old stone. Ryan estimated they were now a good 10 feet below the chapel floor. Thick veils of cobwebs and a blanket of undisturbed dust suggested this route hadn't been used in decades. "Who the hell is this Guerra?" Ryan demanded in a low voice, his own anger simmering after what he'd overheard. "Commissioner Javier Guerra," Major Canto said, her face a mask of disgust in the dim light. "He is my superior in the Panama National Police, and the reason I came here tonight to warn you, Mr. President, I believe you have walked directly into a coup." More gunfire popped overhead, muffled by layers of masonry and timber, making it impossible to tell if the fight was still in the chapel or had moved elsewhere. Ryan sent a silent plea for Galbraith's safety. Temporarily secure, Montgomery gripped the president's shoulders, turning him firmly to check for any hidden injuries. It was a grim ritual. Adrenaline could mask a fatal wound. "I'm fine, Gary," Ryan insisted. Montgomery then focused on Carre. "Tell me this tunnel gets us to the street." To be perfectly honest, Carre admitted, until today, I had only heard rumors of these passages. They are said to branch out in multiple directions. Montgomery gave a terse nod, listening to the fragmented reports still coming through his earpiece. "My team is still engaged on the perimeter, and God knows how many more explosives are out there." He glanced back into the inky blackness behind them. "How many people know about this entrance?" "That I cannot say," Carre replied. "The palace dates to 1673. Stories of secret rooms and tunnels have always circulated. The previous president informed Botero, and Botero informed me. Presidents have every reason to fear a coup. It comes with the job." Carre noted. Ryan considered this. Would the protection group be aware of these tunnels? "It's improbable," Carre replied. "In many historical cases, the Presidential Guard itself has been the instrument of overthrow. These passages were likely originally dug for protection from pirates, but I suspect they evolved into a sanctuary for leaders hiding from their own protectors. Regardless, their secrecy is paramount." Canto's expression darkened. "I should have been the one lost, not your agent." A fresh volley of gunfire and heavy impacts echoed through the ceiling, making her flinch. She pressed a palm against the cool stone wall. "Entre la espada y la perde." Ryan's Spanish was sufficient. They were trapped, with danger pressing in from both sides. Leesburg, Virginia, Ed Foley was not a man chained to his phone. He typically left the device charging in the kitchen when he retreated to his study for what he called his inspirational power naps. Just as he began to drift off in his recliner, a faint foreign sound disrupted the quiet. It was a subtle noise, like a twig dragging across a window screen or an animal at the back door, except he had no pets, and he'd recently pruned all the shrubs. He sat up, listening intently, trying to separate the new sound from the household hum of the refrigerator and the furnace. His mind flashed to his time in Moscow. Russian apartments were the worst, filled with unsettling noises, from shrieking pipes to neighbors' arguments. He looked out the window at the old oak tree, where a tire swing for his grandchildren moved gently in the wind. Autumn leaves danced down the street. Satisfied it was just the weather, he settled back into the lazy-boy, breathing in the familiar scents of leather, old books, and the faint, pleasant aroma of pipe tobacco, a rare treat when Mary Pat was traveling. This room was his perfect haven for a short rest. Foley had adopted the habit of strategic napping during his tenure as CIA director, having read that figures like Salvador Dali and Thomas Edison sought creative breakthroughs in the twilight between wakefulness and sleep. While Edison used a metal ball and Dali a heavy key, Foley's tool was a small brass dorje, a Buddhist scepter he'd acquired on a trip to Lhasa with Mary Pat. The method was simple. Hold the object loosely so it would drop and clatter to the floor the moment you drifted off, shocking you awake into sudden clarity. It worked surprisingly well for untangling complex problems, though it once gave Mary Pat a terrible fright. She'd thought he was having a medical episode when the dorje first slipped from his grasp. Now, as he clutched the brass scepter, his thoughts were on Mary Pat's precarious situation, and that troubling call from his old friend Randell Green about developments in Panama. He felt he was overlooking a crucial piece. Then the noise returned, slightly louder this time, a distinct scrape followed by a low creak. Ed carefully set the dorje on the side table, making no sound. A floorboard groaned under a cautious weight upstairs. He knew the bitter truth about home security systems. They foster a false sense of safety. Most people trust them, but not Ed Foley. He understood that all the vibration sensors and glass break alarms in the world are mere obstacles, not impenetrable shields. Glass is just glass, a fragile illusion of security. It's why people in countless other countries, and even in some American neighborhoods, install bars on their windows. A loud alarm might deter a desperate addict looking for quick cash, but it wouldn't stop someone truly determined. An intruder bent on causing real harm, the sort who would breach the home of a former CIA director and the director of national intelligence, wasn't stopped by a security system. Alarms weren't a fortress wall, they were a notification, not a shield. And that was only if the person breaking in wasn't clever enough to bypass them altogether. In any case, it was irrelevant. Ed hardly ever set his during daylight hours. It was more trouble than it was worth. Another faint groan of floorboards, this time, from the stairway landing. Whoever this was must have scaled the back fence, used a ladder from the shed, and entered through the guest bedroom window upstairs. From the sound of it, Foley reasoned, there was only one. He could manage one, though his hearing wasn't as sharp as it once was. The sounds came in a rhythm. A creak. Silence. Another creak. More silence. Foley imagined the man moving with deliberate slowness, mapping the territory, stalking. The staircase was at the far end of the hallway, a considerable distance in a house built large enough for all the grandchildren during holidays. He estimated he had a minute, maybe less. In the films, retired spies had panic rooms, banks of monitors, entire arsenals. Ed Foley had his instincts and an assortment of curios that any globe-trotting grandfather and intelligence officer might collect. He pushed himself up from his armchair. No sense waiting here to be shot or strangled or whatever this visitor had planned. His eyes scanned the study for anything he could use. His shotgun and an old Beretta were locked in the bedroom, safe upstairs, about as useful to him now as a chocolate teapot. His Jaguar was parked in the driveway. He kept the detached garage for the riding mower and Mary Pat's Land Rover. The car keys sat on the side table. He briefly considered triggering the Jag's alarm, but dismissed the idea for now. His defense would have to come from this room. A lifetime in espionage had left him with an odd assortment of souvenirs: a KGB-style leather blackjack, a Russian cavalry saber, actually Mary Pat's, a blackthorn walking stick, a Zulu spear. His choice fell on the rigid rhino hide whip called a sjambok from above the fireplace. Springy as tempered steel and over 3 feet long, it could strip flesh from bone in skilled hands. Ed Foley was not skilled, but he could still inflict some harm. Probably. Mary Pat had a Secret Service detail, but they were portal-to-portal protection. They didn't stand guard at the house when she was away. They'd installed duress buttons in the bedroom, bathrooms, and kitchen, but Ed had waved them off for his study. Terrific. No firearm, no panic button. His phone was in the kitchen. He was left with a rawhide crop he scarcely knew how to swing, and his arthritis was flaring so badly he could barely make a fist. Then he recalled a piece of advice Mary Pat often gave trainees at the farm. Very few fights can't be avoided with a decent pair of running shoes. A sudden grim humor struck him. Here he was, a former station chief, about to confront a home invader with a museum piece, while the best escape plan involved sneakers he hadn't worn in years. The man at the top of the stairs paused, listening intently, trying to pinpoint Edward Foley's location. A cold breeze rattled the window panes, and he adjusted his Washington Nationals cap against the chill. The intruder, a Belarusian operative named Minsky, had spent the entire morning observing the Foley residence from a surprisingly clear vantage point in the dip of a neighboring park. A borrowed camera and a slow, elderly dog from the shelter gave him a perfect cover story. The staff had practically shoved the leash into his hands, relieved someone wanted the arthritic animal. He'd studied real estate listings of similar homes in the area, giving him an educated guess of the interior layout. Ed Foley was definitely home. Minsky had seen his shadow pass the kitchen window not 10 minutes before. Foley was most likely still on the ground floor. That suited the plan just fine. Minsky knew he could approach from the rooftop and gain the advantage before his target had any opportunity to reach a weapon. These days, it seemed nearly every American he encountered was armed. For this job, he carried a suppressed Glock 26 in 9mm, compact, holding 13 rounds with the extended magazine and relatively quiet. Sabine had been exceptionally clear, however. She wanted Foley finished with a clawhammer, a twisted request, but Minsky didn't object. His plan was to lead with the Glock, then switch to the Craftsman hammer tucked in his belt. Sabine would never know from the photos whether he shot Foley first and then used the hammer, or let the bullets do the initial work before the final messy touches. The Leesburg neighborhood was drowsy, mostly filled with working couples whose children were at school. At this hour, few busybodies were home. Even if someone was, the Foley's backyard was enclosed by a tall privacy fence. The gusting wind masked his movements as he scaled the roof. As an extra layer of disguise, he wore dark blue coveralls, the kind utility workers wore. Americans had this ingrained belief that violence couldn't touch them, especially not in a placid suburb like this. If anyone did spot a man on the roof, they'd assume he was with the power company. A simple ice pick, some aluminum foil, and electrician's tape had neutralized the window alarm. His crepe-soled chukka boots muffled his steps, but provided the traction he'd need if he had to run or fight. This was far from his first operation, as the saying went. He took 2 cautious steps down the staircase, then halted, holding his breath to listen. Silence. That was unusual. People aren't silent in their own homes unless they're hiding. A faint scraping sound drew his attention down the hallway to his right. Then Foley had a little coughing spell, as if clearing his throat. He sounded relaxed, utterly unaware. Perfect. It was midday, the time when old men might doze off on the sofa. Foley suspected nothing. Minsky moved swiftly down the stairs. Maybe he would start with the hammer after all, for the sake of theatricality. In 4 quick strides, he reached the end of the hall, pausing just outside what appeared to be a study, or perhaps a gunroom. The bravado he felt a moment ago evaporated. He drew the suppressed pistol, leaving the claw hammer in his belt. The scent of pipe tobacco wafted into the hallway. Pleasant, Minsky thought, given the circumstances. A faint rattling noise from inside the room made him freeze. It was familiar, but the rattling grew suddenly louder. His gut dropped as he recognized the sound of mini-blends clattering in a breeze. An open window. Minsky cursed under his breath, risking a quick glance around the doorframe. He checked the area away from the window first, a habit born of experience to avoid getting brained by an ashtray or shot in the back of the head. He knew it was smarter to enter a room quickly rather than linger in the doorway. The only other place Foley could be was behind the desk. He wasn't there. The cunning old bastard must have used the coughing fit to cover the sound of opening the window. An engine roared to life in the driveway. Minsky dove through the window, landing in a roll on the grass and coming up on his feet. Pistol raised, he strode quickly across the driveway toward the idling Jaguar sedan, firing 2 rapid rounds through the driver's door. Someone was bound to see him now, but it didn't matter. Sabine Gorshkova would feed him to the pigs if he let this target escape. Foley must have seen him coming and ducked down out of sight. Minsky fired another shot through the door before moving in for the final blow. The Jaguar was empty. A horrific crunching noise snapped Minsky's attention to his right. It took him a split second to process that Edward Foley had just crashed straight through the garage door and was now barreling directly toward him behind the wheel of a white Land Rover. Conniving old prick indeed, and apparently full of surprises. Instead of launching the man into the air as Ed had anticipated, the Land Rover's high bumper hammered him into the pavement, knocking his crepe-soled shoes clean off and, judging by the state of his head, ending his life on impact. The pistol he'd been clutching skittered across the front lawn, coming to rest a solid 20 feet from the body. Ed left it there, deciding it was wiser not to be holding a weapon when the authorities showed up. The 911 dispatcher tried to keep him talking, but he ended the call, his mind already racing to his wife. He'd been retired for years. If someone was coming for him, the chances were high they were coming for her, too. Clark and the others were standing when Cobb emerged from the bathroom with Blanca. The young woman's face was flushed and streaked with tears, her chest hitching with quiet sobs. Cobb kept a steadying hand on her shoulder. "All right, Blanca," Cobb said gently. "Go on, tell them what you just told me." Yao opened his mouth to speak, but Cobb held up a silencing hand. "Give her a moment." Blanca shook her head mournfully, pressing a hand to her heart. "You believe I had some part in my sister's savage appetites. You wish to know what kind of hammer I wielded." She plucked at the collar of her scrubs and then tapped her chest. "I am a nurse. I heal people." Yao's eyebrow lifted. Savage appetites. She thought I was ignorant. Blanca gave a weary headshake. But I am not a fool. I overheard conversations. I discovered their photographs and their videos. Her eyes went distant, and she flinched as if the horrific images were flooding back. "Sit down," Cobb urged, "before you collapse." She shot Clark a look that clearly said, "I have this under control." Clark and Yao returned to their chairs, but Cobb remained beside the trembling woman as she sat. "Continue," Cobb prompted. "My brother was a wicked man, but his wickedness came from weakness. Sabine, however, my sister operates on a completely different level." Blanca blinked rapidly as if shaking off a daze. "I assume that is why you are hunting her, and by association, hunting me." She looked pointedly at Clark and then Yao. "I will tell you this. Sabine has eyes everywhere, so she undoubtedly knows you are here. I am convinced that is the reason she fled so abruptly." "And it doesn't upset you that your sister left you to face us?" Yao asked. Blanca met his gaze. "My sister murders innocent people with hammers and axes. Abandoning me would hardly be a departure from character for her. I suspect our Uncle Hector sent Roberto and Gregor to kill me. Or perhaps Sabine sent them herself. Neither she nor my brother ever had much use for me." Yao gave a slow nod. "Your brother was," exasperated. Blanca cut him off. "My brother was a sniveling coward. He hid behind tailored suits and lavish meals, pretending to be some grand, mysterious figure. In reality, he was a pawn who followed our sister's commands without question. If those commands were to beat women and children to death, then he complied." Frankly, I'm surprised Sabine didn't kill him herself for being so pathetically conventional. If I weren't her sister, she would have disposed of me years ago." Blanca released a small sigh. I expect she's finally warmed to the idea. In her mind, love and hate are tangled into the same snarled emotion. I don't believe she ever loved our brother so much as she despises those who ordered his death. No, Joaquin was merely the public face of things, for whatever that was worth. I'll ask you again, Yao pressed. Where is your sister now? She glanced at Cobb. Panama. Clark forced his expression to remain impassive. Foley didn't typically brief him on Ryan's travel itinerary or her own, but she'd mentioned their covert trip to Panama just the day before, asking if the campus or Windward Station had turned up any useful intelligence from the region. Clark hadn't had anything to offer until this moment. The president's schedule was strictly need to know, so he'd kept it to himself. Cobb remained unaware of the critical nature of her revelation. Yao, already informed about the travel plans, surged forward over the table, a move that took even Cobb by surprise. To accomplish what exactly, given her history? She has likely gone to assassinate someone, Blanca stated flatly. You need to comprehend that killing is second nature to Sabine. She views her mission as a righteous purge. Eliminating the bourgeois class in her mind is no different than the Inquisitor Torquemada eradicating heretics. Yao sank slowly back into his chair, his gaze never leaving Blanca. She referred to your brother as Torquemada? For heaven's sake! Blanca pressed her palms against her face, exasperated by their inability to grasp the metaphor. Sabine imagines herself as Torquemada. Her own people call her the Spaniard. Clark attempted to reach Director Foley, while Yao coordinated Blanca's transport with the remaining members of his Windward Station team. Regardless of whether they located Sabine today, the young woman possessed a trove of intelligence she likely didn't even recognize she held. Panama was under 2 hours by air, yet with the current communications blackout, it felt impossibly distant. Clark's call to Foley resulted only in a rapid busy signal. He redialed. This time receiving a recorded message about all circuits being busy. He tried Arnie Van Dam's direct line next, meeting the same frustrating tone. Damn it. Brief, harried voices from both the Secret Service Protective Operations and the CIA Ops Center asked him to hold before abruptly disconnecting. Chavez entered with Jack Jr. and Midas. Yao rushed in with Ward, slightly winded. All right, Yao announced. Myrna should have transportation arranged by the time we reach the airport. Clark snatched his gear and followed Caruso toward the exit. Mandy Cobb kept pace beside him, anxiously chewing her lip. I had no idea the president was in Panama. You wouldn't have, Clark replied. It's a minor miracle I found out. He gave her a sideways glance. Outstanding work with Blanca. Convincing her where the honorable side was well done. Oh, Cobb said, shaking her head. I didn't do that. She doesn't care about our virtues. I had to give her my word we wouldn't take her sister into custody. That's not a possibility we can. Cobb cut him off. I had to promise we would eliminate her. Blow the ship, or don't blow the ship. Moncada had his objective. Sabine had hers. He was the paying client, but she was the undeniable commander. And in Doyle's line of work, you followed the boss, particularly when she had such a pronounced affection for a ball-peen hammer. It wasn't precisely fear that drove his obedience. He could have ended her on almost any given day, most likely. Yet it was difficult not to feel a twisted respect for someone who could be utterly deranged while simultaneously displaying sharp strategic cunning. Beyond that, Sabine Gorshkova was a perpetual payday for operatives like Doyle. Her network enabled him to live his purpose, to fight and earn a handsome living for it. Doyle just wished the unpredictable woman would settle on a single plan. He had just paused for a cold malt beverage at a roadside convenience store on Omar Torrijos Herrera Avenue when her frantic call came through with revised instructions. Doyle checked his watch. He had disarmed the explosive device less than 20 minutes prior as the vessel approached the Kokoli locks from the south. That left him 10 minutes at best to ensure it was reactivated while the ship was still within the final lock chamber. Abandoning his drink on the counter, Doyle sprinted to his car, driving as fast as he dared without attracting notice. He parked in the same inconspicuous spot under a cluster of trees he'd used earlier, visible enough not to seem hidden, but easy for passing traffic to miss. Grabbing a daypack from the back seat, he pushed through tall, tick-ridden grass. He vaulted a rusted barbed wire fence and fought his way through denser foliage until he reached a small clearing. This vantage point overlooked the approach lanes to the Miraflora's locks and provided a clear line of sight to the Kokoli locks slightly less than a mile to the southwest. The Jianlong was transitioning from the second chamber into the third and final lock. If Doyle hadn't erased the initial coordinates, the explosion would have already happened. "Well, Mr. Moncada," the Irishman muttered quietly, "you'll receive exactly what's coming to you." The initial strategy was to detonate the vessel within the central lock chamber. Now the third chamber would have to suffice. Doyle placed the daypack in the grass beside a twisted tree, his mind briefly touching on the lives he was about to end as he unfolded a compact gunmetal gray quadcopter drone no bigger than his outstretched hand. The container ship was a post-Panamax giant, stretching over 1,180 feet long and 144 feet wide. An immense vessel, yet so heavily automated he suspected the crew numbered fewer than a dozen. The concrete lock walls, some sections 50 feet thick, would contain the blast wave, channeling its fury forward and backward, scouring the piers of anyone unfortunate enough to be there. Pilots, line handlers, tugboat crews, even the control room operators, all would be within the lethal radius. The scale of devastation hinged on the cargo in the containers surrounding the bomb. Some materials, like certain fertilizers or powdered goods, could ignite secondary explosions and infernos under intense heat. He'd witnessed and engineered catastrophic blasts before Doyle wasn't oblivious to the impending deaths. His rough estimate placed the toll between 10 and 30 souls, perhaps more if the ship carried volatile materials like magnesium parts. But war required killing, and he'd enlisted for a war, even an unconventional one. He pondered it often during daylight hours, yet most nights he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, so he figured he didn't need a therapist just yet, or perhaps that was the very thing he needed. Regardless, he was exceptionally skilled at his work. Arias had configured the safety so the bomb armed itself once the ship passed the first gates, an event that occurred 20 minutes prior. That was irreversible. The original plan used a GPS trigger set for the middle lock. By deleting those coordinates, Doyle had left an armed bomb without a detonation command, a loaded weapon awaiting a finger on the trigger. Nestled deep within the stacked containers, the bomb's antenna was deliberately insensitive to prevent accidental activation by stray signals. Detonating it wasn't complex. Doyle simply needed to be within range but at a safe distance. That was the drone's purpose. The small quadcopter lifted from his hand, tilting forward to dart across the water, quickly vanishing against the chaotic backdrop of ships, cranes, and the vivid blue sky. Doyle watched his phone screen, observing a bird's-eye view of the approaching locks, waiting for the green indicator light signaling the drone was ready to relay his command. Drones were prohibited near the locks, but it was irrelevant. This one would be vaporized in the blast before anyone could report it. Captain Vladimir Rykov hailed from Pevek, a village on the northern coast of Siberia's Chukotka region, a world defined by cold wind and relentless chill. Now sweat soaked his uniform in uncomfortable places. His maternal grandmother was Siberian Yupik, more at home in fur parkas against the bitter winds of the Chukchi Sea. From her, he'd inherited a shorter stature, a solid build, and a tendency to grow sluggish and drowsy in the heat. As much as Rykov resented the Canal Authority pilot taking control of his destroyer, he had to concede the Baragat's stream of moderately interesting facts, at least helped keep him alert. The man still grinned like an idiot, but Rykov had learned to overlook the annoying smile and focus on the pilot's precise and descriptive narration of their transit. At its core, the Panama Canal functioned as a sequence of water-filled chambers designed to elevate ships 85 feet above sea level. Crossing the continental divide to meet the surface of Gatun Lake, a vast artificial reservoir created by damming several major rivers and submerging thousands of acres of ancestral lands. Yet the engineering behind this achievement was anything but straightforward. Under the guidance of pilot Mr. Berugat, the destroyer Admiral Chabanenko entered the initial chamber of the Miraflora's locks. Captain Rykov, with his naval background, noted a strategic detail. The first locks were positioned inland around a sharp bend, a defensive measure from an era when torpedoes traveled only in straight lines, intended to shield the canal from Pacific-based attacks. Each massive chamber measured 110 feet across and stretched over 1,000 feet in length. Once the vessel was inside, operators in a central control room working from a detailed scale model sealed the enormous gates 7 feet thick and standing 82 feet tall at Miraflores to accommodate the Pacific's extreme tides. Crews along the lock walls tossed light messenger lines to sailors on deck, which were then used to haul heavier cables that tethered the ship to powerful electric locomotives built by Mitsubishi with Kawasaki engines. These mules ran on reinforced concrete tracks, 2 positioned on each side at the bow and stern, all 8 working in unison to keep the vessels centered. While ships normally steer by directing water over the rudder, which requires forward motion, the tight confines of the lock made speed impractical. Sturdy tugboats assisted with alignment. With the gates closed and the ship secured, controllers opened 14 giant culverts, each 18 feet wide, allowing gravity to flood the chamber with more than 26 million gallons of water in under 10 minutes, lifting the destroyer steadily upward. When the water levels equalized, the forward gates opened and the ship moved into the next lock, where the process was repeated. A mile farther on, at the Pedro Miguel lock, the sequence lifted the Russian warship the full 85 feet above sea level. Stretching 535 feet, the Admiral Chabanenko occupied nearly half of the first chamber's usable space. The accompanying troop transport, 442 feet long, followed one chamber behind, a spacing both Russian captains appreciated. Neither wanted their ships trapped together in a concrete cell if anything went wrong. Next came the Culebra Cut, an 8.75-mile serpentine channel carved through the continental divide near the town of Gamboa. A century after its completion, 90% of the original construction remained in active use. As they entered the Chagres River section of Gatun Lake, Captain Rykov, awed by the monumental civil engineering, invited Mr. Berugat to join his senior officers in the wardroom. The pilot initially declined, preferring to remain on the bridge, but Rykov assured him a backup radar screen was available there and warmly insisted. Whether it was the promise of premium Beluga Gold Line vodka or the captain's convincing charm, Berugat agreed. He joined in the 4 customary Russian Navy toasts, to the fleet, to Mother Russia, to the sea, and finally to the sailors' wives and sweethearts. After 4 stopka of vodka, each a generous 10 milliliters larger than an American shot, the formal pilot grew noticeably more relaxed and familiar. He raised his arm, displaying the Jaguar bracelet, then nodded toward the amulet on the captain's wrist. "Would you mind telling me what that represents, Captain?" Rykov took a moment to consider the question. None of his own crew would ever be so direct, which was honestly a pity. "Our Luke," he replied. "It's the Siberian Yupik word for orca, the hunters of the sea. My grandmother gave this to me." The ship's intercom suddenly blared, deafeningly loud in the cramped wardroom. "Captain to the bridge, please. Captain to the bridge." The shaky voice was that of the officer on watch, Senior Lieutenant Vasily Stepanov. The jumpy young man had once mistaken a sunbathing harp seal for pirates attempting to board the ship. He was nervous about everything, and they were currently over 12 miles from the open ocean, stuck in a lake surrounded by dense jungle. This wasn't exactly a hotspot for naval crises. Still, Rykov stood to deal with young Stepanov's latest alarm, though he paused to finish his thought for Burugat. My grandmother's people believe orcas transform into wolves during the winter, then back into whales come summer. Both are mighty hunters who aid mankind when he proves himself worthy. If she were here, she'd have insisted I toss a bit of tobacco over the rail as an offering to our look. That was her nickname for me, too. Burugat started to reply, but froze as the Chabanenko gave a faint, almost ghostly shudder, more a muted rumble than a true movement. A landsman would have missed it entirely, but every sailor in the wardroom sensed it immediately. The shock wave of a distant detonation sound travels about 4 times faster through water than air, slightly slower in this heat. The ship's sonar would have already registered the blast, and Senior Lieutenant Stepanov was calling to alert the captain. At 12 miles out, the audible wave would trail by roughly 15 seconds. Rykov locked eyes with his first officer. Neither voiced it aloud, but they had just heard the container ship Jianlong blow apart. The captain snatched a handset from the wall beneath the intercom, connecting him straight to the bridge. "Rykov here," he said. "On my way, prepare to come about. Inform the Ivan Gren of our change in course." He was certain Captain Pagodin had reached the same instant conclusion. Burugat's face, already flushed from vodka, turned a choked purplish hue. "Captain, what are you doing? This is insanity. Come with me." Rykov cut in sharply. "I'll require your assistance. But why?" The man's voice climbed in pitch, whining like one of Panama's notorious mosquitoes. "We don't even know what caused that." He tilted his head, studying the captain. "You know what caused the explosion, don't you?" Rykov halted at the hatch and turned slowly to face Senor Burugat. His gaze shifted past the agitated pilot, settling on his first officer. "Mr. Orlov, place this man under guard. If he resists, have one of the infantrymen shoot him." Captain Rykov spoke in clear, deliberate English to ensure the pilot understood every word. His tone as cold and brittle as ice. "Senor Burugat, I am turning this vessel around. I can do it with your cooperation or without it. The choice is yours." The pilot scrubbed at his face with both hands, as if trying to wake from a nightmare or wipe a terrible image from his mind. "What was it, Captain? What kind of sound makes you scoff at international law?" "You flatter yourselves," Rykov said with a dismissive shrug, as though the conversation were trivial. Panama's bureaucratic schedules hardly qualify as international law, and even if they did, this is a warship. It does not sail away from the sound of a fight. Meanwhile, Arnie Van Dam updated Vice President Marc DeHart as they walked, providing every detail he had before they even reached the tunnels linking the Eisenhower Executive Office building to the White House and the underground Presidential Emergency Operations Center. The information he had was frustratingly incomplete. "Events are moving fast," the Chief of Staff explained, his voice strained. "I was in the Eisenhower Executive Office building, on the phone with my contact in President Botero's office. There was a blast, followed by automatic weapons fire." Van Dam paused, emotion catching in his throat. "I could hear spent shell casings hitting the pavement over the line, and then it just went silent." He took a sharp breath, visibly forcing himself to focus as they hurried down the corridor. Vice President DeHart shot a look at Special Agent Keenan Mulvaney walking beside him. "What about your teams on site? Our communications are down, radios are compromised, and cell service is being actively blocked. The initial alert about an explosion came through at 12:09 Panama time." DeHart glanced at his wristwatch. "That was just 6 minutes ago." They were met in the underground tunnel between the EEOB and the Presidential Emergency Operations Center by Deputy National Security Advisor Robbie Forrestal. The Navy commander, a tablet clutched in his hand, fell into step with the vice president. We still have no confirmed location for President Ryan, and Secret Service remains engaged in a firefight, Forrestal reported. When Dehart asked about the Panamanian police, Forrestal's expression darkened. They seem to be the ones doing the shooting. We assess that President Botero is dead, sir. This looks like President Ryan has walked directly into a coordinated coup attempt. Unbelievable! Mulvaney snarled, pounding a fist into his other hand before quickly muttering an apology. Don't bother, Dehart said, his tone grim. You're absolutely right. This is a complete and total disaster. He motioned for Forrestal to keep going. I'm hearing reports about Russian naval movements nearby. Forrestal detailed the 2 vessels currently in the canal. They departed Panama Bay early this morning, heading north, he said. But they've now come to a full stop near Gamboa, right at the entrance to Gatun Lake. Stopped, Dehart repeated, processing the word. Do they have air capabilities? Between both ships, a maximum of 4 attack helicopters, Forrestal stated. The Ivan Gren landing ship typically carries a company of Russian Marines. We're attempting to confirm their current complement. What do we have that can respond near Panama? Dehart demanded. Forrestal consulted his device. On the Caribbean side, the 4th Fleet is running exercises south of Jamaica. That includes the guided missile cruiser Gettysburg, the destroyer Farragut, and the frigate Boone. The amphibious assault ship Wasp is positioned farther north with 2 Marine rifle companies. In the Pacific, the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is currently off the southern coast of Baja California. Damn it all, Dehart spat, a surge of anger tightening his chest. He'd personally reviewed the deployment orders. I was under the impression they were holding a much closer position. Forrestal looked down at his tablet, holding up a finger as new data streamed in. Sir, he said, urgency sharpening his voice, the Russian destroyer is reversing course. Inside the canal itself, confirmed, sir. It's in the Gaillard Cut, now heading back toward Panama City. Arnie, Dehart said to the chief of staff, his mind racing ahead. The moment we're in the PEOC, I need a secure line to the Kremlin. Get President Grushkov on the phone. He shook his head, a cold fury settling over him. If Moscow had a hand in this, it wasn't just an incident. It was a deliberate act of war. It was almost laughable, in a horrifying way, how blatant it was becoming. Mr. Vice President, Commander Forrestal interjected, there is one immediate asset. The Coast Guard National Security Cutter Munro is on station. On station where? Dehart asked, skepticism evident. At the port of Balboa, sir, the southern terminus of the canal. It's in an ideal position to monitor and, if necessary, intercept the Russian vessels. 2 minutes earlier. Captain Rykov ordered his ship to hold position, letting the Ivan Gren pass ahead before commanding a hard 180-degree turn. He wanted his destroyer in the lead for what was to come. Comrade Pagodin on the landing ship had separate orders to execute. Shortly after the muffled boom echoed across the water, a junior officer in the Combat Information Center alerted him to a priority call from Northern Fleet Command. Rykov took it in his cabin adjacent to the bridge. The news was as expected. The container ship GN Long now sat crippled on the canal bed, its hull fractured, completely obstructing the Kokoli locks. Agents from the SVR, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, were relaying reports of escalating casualties and chaos spreading along the critical waterway. Panamanian officials initially believed the explosion might have been an industrial mishap, but reports quickly surfaced of at least 3 additional devices detonating near the presidential palace. This was clearly a terrorist attack, with no certainty about how many more bombs were planted. Both the Canal Authority and the SBI, responsible for lock security, shut down the Miraflores approach. Until they had clarity, the Panama Canal was effectively closed. The government itself seemed to be under assault, potentially even by American forces. Admiral Kozlov, of course, had been fully briefed by Anya Durova and knew the precise situation, but one could never be sure who might be listening on these so-called secure lines. Some low-level GRU analyst on routine monitoring duty might decide he'd stumbled upon a conspiracy, which would have been inconvenient yet entirely accurate. Captains Rykov and Pagodin were instructed to return directly to the port of Balboa, a course of action they had already independently chosen. They would present themselves as offering aid and support to Panama's distressed citizens, not as invaders, but as rescuers, good global citizens who happened to be nearby when chaos erupted. Admiral Kozlov was a blunt man, intensely focused on desired results, but notoriously sparse on the specifics of achieving them. He delegated the details to his men on the ground and then brought formal charges against them if they erred, ruining careers or worse. Rykov actually preferred this arrangement. He would far rather face the consequences of his own choices than navigate the daily absurdities of some desk-bound admiral who probably couldn't tell port from starboard anyway. In the end, it scarcely mattered. Captains were held accountable for their ships during any failure. Unlike the traditions of the British Navy, Russians did not, as Voltaire once remarked, find it expedient to kill an admiral, occasionally to encourage the rest. Captains, however, were often left exposed and vulnerable for the mistakes of their crews. Senor Berrugat was practically vibrating with anxiety. At that moment, he swayed back and forth like a penguin stranded on ice, gazing out the window, tiny flecks of white spittle gathering at the corners of his mouth. His left eye flickered and twitched as he grunted commands directly to the helmsman, bypassing the usual courtesy of first consulting the captain. Rykov did not interfere. Previously, Berrugat's role had felt largely procedural, as if Rykov were incapable of navigating his own ship through a glorified muddy trench. Now, he genuinely needed the pilot's skill to keep the destroyer centered in the recently dredged channel. The helmsman acknowledged the instructions, employing a mix of reversed screws and the bow thruster to pivot the sturdy vessel back onto a southerly heading. "You must understand, Senor Berrugat," the captain said, his tone almost paternal. "Your fellow citizens require our assistance." "So you have said," the pilot replied, his voice tight. "But bombs, gunfire, how? Why? None of this makes any sense." "Such events rarely do at the moment," Rykov observed calmly. "The important fact is that Russia stands ready to provide whatever help is needed. Forgive my frankness, but I fail to see how reversing course against established protocol helps anyone," Berrugat insisted. Rykov's eyebrow lifted in a wary arc. "Your protocol?" Berrugat threw his hands up in frustration. "Regulations, then. And if, as you claim, there is shooting at the presidential palace, what can a single Russian warship possibly do?" "You might be surprised, senor," Rykov said, a faint, knowing smile touching his lips. "And my vessel is not operating alone. I am confident you will shortly receive a call from your counterpart aboard the Ivan Gren, informing you it is pausing in Gamboa to disembark 2 full companies of our finest naval infantry, along with their amphibious assault vehicles." He placed a firm hand on the pilot's shoulder, using the first name displayed on his badge for the first time, a gesture meant to both console and clearly establish command. The distant, unsettling echo of another explosion rumbled faintly through the hull, a stark reminder that the chaos on shore was very real and still unfolding. "Alejandro, you must understand, when I say Russia is here to assist, we follow through with action." Roughly 500 yards behind them, in the broad, slow-moving Chagres River section of Gaydon Lake, Captain Pagodin was executing the same sharp about-face with the Ivan Gren. He was almost certainly overriding the horrified objections of his own pilot, who was just as alarmed by the maneuver as Alejandro Berrugat. Once the transport ship was pointed south, it would make for the port of Gamboa. There, 200 Marines from the 155th Separate Brigade would disembark with their armored vehicles, climbing the slick embankments to speed down the highway toward Panama City ahead of the naval group. Their job was to secure the cooperation of the Canal Authority's lock operators before the warships arrived, and then to make a very visible parade through the city's streets. It was largely theater, Rykov conceded to himself, But what magnificent theater it promised to be. He wasn't a man for grand displays, yet even he felt a cold thrill at the spectacle about to unfold. Signor Baragatti took a slight step back from the console, releasing a shaky breath the moment the destroyer settled on its new course. "You say you are here to help," he began, his voice unsteady. The man's jaw quivered, as if he were fighting back a wave of despair. "But, Captain, this is profoundly reckless. By now, several other ships would have already transited the locks before the incident with the container ship." Rykov glanced at his radar man, who gave a curt nod toward his screen. "He's correct, sir. I'm reading AIS signals from 6 vessels in the Culebra Cut. The largest is the Greek container carrier, the Apelles." Farragut nodded vigorously, a flicker of hope in his eyes at finding support. "Exactly. Meeting any large ship in the Cut is hazardous. The Apelles isn't just large. She's a Neo-Panamax, more than 40 meters across. She will get out of our path," Rykov stated, the sheer confidence in his own voice surprising him. The pilot raised a hand to his temple. "Captain, we are talking about a narrow channel. There is nowhere for another ship to go." Rykov leaned in, examining the digital chart. "Apelles," he murmured. "What's her beam?" 42 meters, Captain," the young radar man replied. Rykov looked up at the pilot. "And the width of the Culebra Cut?" "Approximately 190 meters on the straight sections," Barragat said, "a bit wider on the bends. But that doesn't mean," Rykov interrupted him. "Our beam is a modest 19 meters combined. That's 61 meters." He gave a dismissive snort. "Leaving us 129 meters of clearance. That's over 400 feet. With all due respect, Captain, you are mistaken," Barragat insisted, a note of desperation creeping in. "The Cut is notorious for mudslides. Vessels must remain in the dredged channel, far from the banks." His eyes darted as he calculated. "Allowing proper standoff for both ships and considering their beams, we'd have 45 meters between them at passing, at best, 150 feet. You assume I care if the Apelles beaches herself." Rykov snatched a microphone from the panel and thrust it toward the pilot. "Then you must advise your colleagues on the approaching vessels to cede the channel to us." Barragat made the broadcast, immediately sparking a torrent of furious overlapping replies. The arguments were mostly in rapid Spanish, but Rykov caught the essential meaning. "Well?" he demanded. "Will they yield? There is no space to yield into," Barragat said, shaking his head. "By law, each of those vessels has the right of way. Santos, the pilot aboard the Apelles, is a friend of mine. If our positions were reversed, you would have to shoot him before he complied." "Then it is fortunate for him he is not standing here," Rykov said flatly. The pilot made a final, earnest appeal. "Captain Santos is famously stubborn, particularly when he knows he is correct. He was a naval captain himself. Back when Panama maintained a military, you will not intimidate him." A shadow passed over Rykov's features. "What exactly is his message?" Captain Rykov inquired. "He claims the Apelles is so massive it has right-of-way based on sheer tonnage," the pilot replied. Rykov gave a slow, thoughtful nod. "What is your specific concern?" "My concern?" the pilot echoed. As a Canal Authority pilot, Rykov pressed. "What is the precise danger you foresee when we pass that container ship?" "I'm worried the unstable banks will force a passing distance far tighter than the safe 150 feet. You're undoubtedly aware of Bernoulli's principle concerning fluid dynamics and pressure differentials." Rykov nodded again, his expression grim. "You believe the water flow will slow between our two vessels, lowering the pressure and drawing our hulls together. The risk is substantial," Barragat confirmed, "particularly if we're compelled to pass closer than is advisable." The captain's demeanor shifted, growing darker. "However, if the Apelles is stationary, we would sail past with minimal pressure change between the ships." "But she is moving," the pilot insisted. "She will not be," Rykov stated flatly. He grabbed the microphone from the console. "Captain to Combat Information Center, prepare for Moskit missile launch." The weapons officer's response was instantaneous, just as Rykov expected. "Aye, Captain. Mr. Orlov, I need a firing solution for the Apelles. Relay your data to CIC. Instruct them to stand by for my command to fire." "Understood, Captain," the first officer said, moving to the electronic chart with a calmness that suggested Rykov had merely asked for a weather report. Baragat felt his breath catch in his throat. "Captain, what are you doing?" Rykov looked up from the screen, his eyes cold. "In under 60 seconds, my crew will be prepared to launch what American intelligence calls a Sunburn anti-ship missile. It is a magnificent weapon, capable of speeds approaching 1,700 miles per hour. The Apelles is a heartbeat away. We will see who truly commands right of way when that Greek freighter is reduced to a floating patch of scorched steel." "Captain, you cannot be serious." "I am utterly serious," Rykov interrupted, "and it is now your task to convince your associate Santos of my absolute resolve." The pilot drew a long, shaky breath, the reality of his powerless position settling over him like a weight. "A safe passage by the Apelles should be possible," he conceded, his voice strained. "But I must warn you, the margin for any mistake is non-existent." Rykov offered the terrified man a thin, rare smile. "Then ensure we commit none." Mary Pat Foley's 2 SUV motorcade had just crossed Friendship Avenue, the broad thoroughfare bisecting the 500-acre expanse of Metropolitan Park, when the first chaotic reports crackled over the Secret Service radios. The U.S. Embassy lay just over a mile to the north. Brett Johnson, the special agent in charge, immediately ordered the driver to accelerate and make a dash for the embassy gates. Once the command was given, he twisted in the front passenger seat to look back at his charge. "The situation is still unclear, ma'am. Initial reports mention gunfire and explosions." "That's all we have." Foley bit back, a surge of panic. She had an overwhelming urge to hurl her useless phone out the window. Every cell tower and circuit in Panama seemed jammed. She couldn't reach Ryan, the embassy, anyone. She considered asking for Johnson's satellite phone, but he was already using it, and in this moment his need to coordinate their security overrode her desperate need for information. "You're not getting through either?" she asked, her voice tight. "No, ma'am," Johnson replied. "Everyone's communications are prioritized for the president." "As they should be," she said, the words coming out sharper than intended. She took a steadying breath. "My apologies. Do we have any idea of his location?" "Negative, ma'am. We've been instructed to maintain radio silence as much as possible. It sounds like there's a possibility an adversary has compromised one of our handheld units." A cold dread washed over Foley. Secret Service agents did not simply misplace their radios. If one was missing, feeling trapped and utterly helpless in the back seat, she glanced out the left window just in time to witness a colossal fireball, ringed with black smoke, erupt into the sky beyond the tree line to the east. The canal's southern entrance locks were in that direction, roughly 3 miles distant. "That was one hell of an explosion," she muttered, a stunned "My God!" escaping her lips. At that moment, her phone began to vibrate insistently in the front pocket of her trousers. Her phone buzzed, and she dug it from her pocket, a fleeting hope that it might be Jack sending word he was safe. It was Ed. She answered, already preparing to cut the conversation short. "Sweetheart, whatever you've heard, I'm fine. I really can't talk right now." Mary Pat. His voice was sharp, cutting her off. "Just listen. You could be in serious danger." "Wait, what?" she said, deliberately omitting the gunfire and explosions she'd just witnessed. "What are you talking about?" A heavy sigh came through the line, followed by the distinct wail of sirens and the screech of tires. Sirens? Her own immediate troubles faded as concern for her husband surged. "Edward, what the hell is happening? Someone just tried to kill me," he stated flatly. Pretty sure he was planning to use a claw hammer. She pressed a finger into her other ear, leaning forward to hear better over the noise. "Are you hurt?" I'm fine. The other guy isn't. Don't worry about me. Remember what Randall Green said? Something big is happening in Panama? I'm worried my little incident might be linked to you. I'm starting to think the same thing, Foley admitted. Just then, the Dodge Charger shuddered violently, as if struck by an invisible force. She gasped, startled, as another fiery explosion bloomed above the tree line ahead near the embassy housing entrance. Brett immediately ordered a 180. Their driver, a tall, rugged man in his 30s named Reed Parker, who looked like he'd stepped out of an adventure movie, clearly had extensive evasive driving training. He downshifted, cranked the wheel hard left, and sent the Charger into a controlled slide. The rear end swung around until the car was pointed back the way they'd come. He slammed it into gear and accelerated. "Yes," Brett exclaimed. "Get us back to Albrook Airport, now." Ed had undoubtedly heard the squealing tires over the phone. "Are you okay?" he demanded. "Yes," Foley said, "and also no." She quickly summarized the little she knew for him. "I'm in good hands," she assured him. "What about Jack?" "No word," Foley said. "Listen, I have to." The driver hit the brakes a heartbeat before Brett shouted, "Ambush! Ambush, ma'am! Get down!" Foley ducked low in the back seat, but not before she saw two SUVs blocking the road ahead, with at least two armed men beside each vehicle. Her driver slammed on the brakes, skidded to a halt, then threw the Charger into reverse and accelerated backward. He avoided spinning the car around immediately, not wanting to expose the rear, and Foley to direct fire. The trailing Jeep Cherokee, still heading south, shot past them, placing itself as a shield between the ambush and the Charger. Only then did Foley's driver whip the car around, executing a flawless J-turn at about 15 miles per hour in reverse. It was Foley's turn to cheer. Yes, incredible driving, Parker. This guy deserved a promotion, crouched low. She heard the distant pop-pop-pop of gunfire like someone rhythmically hitting a metal shed. She knew her agents, and the CIA team in the Jeep carried MP5s. But these shots were louder, from heavier rifles, a case, most likely, and the sheer volume told her they were aimed her way. "Son of a bitch," Brett hissed through gritted teeth. Pumped with adrenaline, it took Foley a moment to realize that even though the Charger had completed the turn, it was wobbling badly. Something was wrong. The driver cursed. "Tires off the rim!" More gunfire erupted behind them. The driver shot a look at Brett, clearly listening to radio traffic in his earpiece that Foley couldn't hear. "They're being overrun, boss," he whispered urgently. "Just drive." The car began to shimmy violently, and then a second tire blew out, sending the Charger lurching into a roadside ditch. Brett turned, half climbing over the seat. "What kind of shoes are you wearing?" Stunned by the absurdity of the question in the moment, Foley just blinked. "What? Your shoes?" the agent snapped. "Are they flats?" "Yes," she said. "Good," he replied. "We're running for those trees, Brett." "Aye, ma'am," Brett interrupted, his voice deadly serious. "Our team in the follow car is engaging 6 armed hostiles. Their ammo won't last forever." "Our vehicle is dead," Foley began. But Brett cut her off. "Got it," he said. "I'm with you." Reed Parker flung himself from the Charger, leaving the driver's door yawning open. It wouldn't stop a bullet, but it broke up his outline. "Get her moving," he called, pressing himself behind the sturdy A-pillar, pistol raised. "I'll hold this spot." "You're not staying." Brett shot back from behind the wheel well, using his own frame to shield Foley. "Cover our sprint to the tree line. Then you run like hell and join us." "Copy that." Parker nodded. "On your heels," Brett looked down at Foley. "Set." She gave a tight nod. "I'd feel better armed." Brett passed her a compact Glock from his ankle holster. "Here, keep your head down." They crashed through a tangle of sawgrass and broad leaves, and only then did Foley remember the phone in her pocket, still connected to Ed. "Can you hear me?" she gasped, keeping pace with Brett as they plunged into the jungle's gloom. "I hear you," Ed's voice came, tinny and strained. "We're in Metropolitan Park." Foley managed between ragged breaths. North of, she glanced at Brett Friendship Avenue he supplied. North of Friendship Avenue across the road, southeast of the embassy, she continued, taking fire from at least 6 shooters. I think I saw Sabine Gorshkova. We need immediate assistance. I have to call John Clark. A series of fatal beeps sounded from her pocket. The call was dead. We keep moving, Johnson urged. Put distance between us and them. What about Reed? From the direction of the road, automatic gunfire shredded the air. The jungle erupted in protest. Monkeys shrieked in the canopy, and a cloud of parakeets burst upward in a panic of green wings. Brett checked the magazine on his MP5, his jaw tight. Director Foley, he said, his voice low and firm, my only job right now is you. Foley dug out her phone. No signal, she swore under her breath. We need help. We do, Johnson agreed, tensing to run again. But every other asset is hunting for the president. Maybe not everyone, Foley said, a flicker of stubborn hope cutting through her fear. If my husband got my message, we might not be as alone as we think. 300 miles separated Cartagena from Panama City, and to John Clark, every one of them felt like a mile too many. Time was a luxury they'd already spent. Myrna Shaman, one of Yao's windward station operatives, had been scrambling since the G550 went down, and she'd finally secured 2 aircraft that could make the trip in under 2 hours. It was still an eternity, but it was the best they had. Clark drove with Yao navigating the fastest route through traffic to the general aviation side of Rafael Núñez Airport. On the other side of the runway, the damaged Hendley Associates jet sat silent. The intel from Blanka Pakulova Gorshkova was their strongest lead since the whole mess began. She was talking, but she was a vault of details, most of which she probably didn't realize were important. They needed to debrief her, which meant they had to keep her alive. Sabine was the ultimate prize, especially with this new Camarilla leadership angle. But she was a ghost. Blanca was here. Now a bird in the hand with a target on her back, 5 of Yao's teams stayed behind to escort her stateside. Yao, Ward, and Lopez would join the campus team heading to Panama to hunt Sabine in the middle of whatever chaos was unfolding. Cobb and Midas rode with Clark in the Taurus. The others piled into the van with Eric Ward. Clark caught Midas's eye in the rear view. Dom, Jack, and Adara retrieved the arsenal from the hotel? Clark asked, needing the confirmation. They did, boss, Midas said. It's all loaded in the van. Let's just say Junior is prepared for a full-scale intervention, if you catch my drift. Clark met his gaze in the mirror, a silent understanding passing between them. The pieces were in motion, for better or worse. Is Jack ready to move? Clark asked. Midas gave a slow nod. He's focused, using the anger. I'd still stay out of his path. Believe me, I get it, Clark said. Yao checked his phone's map and directed Clark to turn left. These are light aircraft, Yao reminded them. Cargo room is tight. Copy that, Midas said. We ditched the toiletries and extra clothes back at the hotel. He glanced at Cobb. That's the reason, brother. You never put your name on your underwear. We leave personal items behind on missions more often than not. Myrna secured a Beechcraft Baron and a Piper Navajo, Yao reported. According to Lopez, they'll maintain a cruise speed of roughly 230 miles per hour. That puts us in Panama in under 90 minutes after takeoff. Let's forget about cruise speed, Clark stated. Fuel efficiency isn't a priority. I want us there as fast as possible. Agreed, Yao said. Lopez is a top-tier pilot. I'll instruct him to push it. From the back, Mandy Cobb leaned in. Who's flying the Navajo? Not one of ours, Yao admitted. The agency uses certain charter services down here. Myrna says this is a vetted provider. Probably narco-linked, Clark muttered. Exactly, Yao cut in. Some questions are better left unasked if we want to depart today. The private aviation terminal was on the eastern fringe of the Cartagena airport, a flat expanse of pale, sun-scorched earth. Shredded plastic bags clung to brittle bushes, wilting under the intense heat. Clark stopped at a small guard booth, a dusty Yamaha motorcycle resting in the shade beside it. Yao handed the guard $200 in U.S. currency, bypassing any formal log. Clark guessed the convenience fee was flexible. A beat-up sedan might pay less, but Americans always paid a premium regardless of their vehicle. Myrna Shaman arrived first, opening the gate so they could drive onto the tarmac. Clark felt a wave of relief seeing 6 aircraft, from singles to twins, neatly parked before a sleek glass and concrete building. Despite Yao's earlier description, part of him had feared finding some rusted relic held together with tape and hope. Instead, the operation was professional and orderly, no doubt funded by a mix of U.S. government contracts and other darker revenue streams. Myrna met Clark and Yao at the office door and whistled sharply to get the team's attention. They were already hurriedly transferring weapons and gear from the vehicles near the planes. She waved her arms, steering them away from the twin-engine Piper Navajo. "That one's off the table," she shouted. "Pilot issues! We're down to 1 aircraft." She turned to Yao, apologetic. "Sorry, boss." He sounded perfectly fine on the phone. A man in his 30s, wearing chino shorts and a white polo, appeared in the doorway, leaning casually against the frame. His bloodshot eyes and dazed smile explained everything. "I'm totally good," he slurred, licking his lips and squinting into the sunlight. "I'm not drinking or anything." Clark fought the immediate impulse to grab him by the collar. "The hell you aren't!" "Seriously," the pilot insisted, his words slightly thick. "Just a microdose of ketamine for my nerves. That's all. I'll be sharp in a few minutes." "Right," Yao said, his voice flat. "That's not going to work." Clark looked at their assembled gear. They had pared it down to the absolute essentials, but it was still a substantial load. Squeezing it and 11 operators onto 2 planes was already a stretch. One plane was a complete disaster. Yao stepped closer, invading the man's space, his anger palpable. "Are there any other pilots available?" "The bookkeeper can fly the Cessna 172, the pilot offered, blinking slowly as if trying to bring the world into focus. "But it needs a new propeller." Lopez and Cobb jogged over, catching enough of the exchange to understand the problem. "I can take myself and 5 passengers in the Beechcraft," Lopez said. "Tell me who's flying with me, and we'll start loading." The rest of the team gathered, the tense silence making it clear that not everyone was getting a seat. Jack appeared ready to snap the spaced-out rental clerk in 2. Cobb had her back to the group, her gaze fixed on the orderly row of parked aircraft. She spun around and gestured toward a sleek, low-wing single-engine plane at the far end of the tarmac. "How about that one?" she asked the bleary-eyed attendant. He craned his neck for a better view. "The Malibu?" "Yeah, she's quick. Can we rent it?" Cobb pressed. "Doesn't matter," Yao cut in, "unless you can actually fly the thing." "I can," Cobb stated flatly. "My father and his partners own a share in one. I've logged around 80 hours in the cockpit." From the back of the group, Chili let out a soft, incredulous whistle. "You're kidding me," he muttered under his breath. "You pilot planes, too?" She offered a modest shrug. "It seats 6, pilot included. We'll fit." Clark exchanged a look with Chavez and gave a slight nod. "You heard her," Chavez announced. "Let's get our gear and move out." The young attendant drew a sharp breath through his teeth. Even in his altered state, he recognized a potential windfall. "That's a premium aircraft. Pressurized cabin retractable landing gear. The rate is significantly higher than for the Navajo." "No," Clark said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "It isn't." He placed a firm hand on the kid's shoulder, the pressure communicating his intent clearly. "Let's go get those keys." Clark and Yao boarded the Beechcraft Baron with Lopez, Chavez, and Adara, planning to use the flight time to coordinate. The rest of the team, including Cobb, took the faster Piper Malibu, which could outpace the Baron by nearly 10 knots, making it the logical choice to carry the heavier load. Myrna Shaman remained behind to assist with guarding Blanca Pakulova, handling the final payment and paperwork, so the others could depart immediately. The roads were unusually quiet, with most of the nation glued to TV screens or scouring the internet for news about the unfolding crisis next door. Cobb lifted off first, retracting the Malibu's landing gears smoothly after takeoff and banking south in a graceful, confident arc. If she felt any nerves, they weren't visible from the ground. Lopez followed moments later after receiving clearance, settling in behind the Piper and nudging his usual cruise speed a bit closer to the Malibu's faster pace. "Where did you dig up this kid?" Yao asked Clark, only half joking. "The agency might want to poach her," Clark began to reply when his phone vibrated. Eager for information, he pulled it from his pocket. "John," said the voice on the other end, calm but breathless, as if moving quickly. "It's Ed. Ed Foley. This is John." "Go ahead, Ed." Clark then fell silent, a lifetime of training overriding the urge to interrupt. When someone called with intelligence, you let them deliver it. "Mary Pat's in trouble in Panama," Foley said, getting straight to the point, the strain in his voice now understandable. As of 15 minutes ago, she was in Metropolitan Park in Panama City, north of Friendship Avenue. I was on the line with her. Sounded like her motorcade was forced off the road en route to the U.S. Embassy. She reported at least 6 shooters. One of them is a Sabine Gorshkova. Clark bit back the questions rising in his throat. Ed was retired and wouldn't be aware of all the intelligence Mary Pat possessed, though the name of the Camarilla would certainly be familiar from the news after San Antonio. Sabine Gorshkova was likely new to him. There was gunfire in the background. Foley continued, his voice tight. "I could hear Brett Johnson shouting, 'So her Secret Service detail is still with her. I don't know your location, but she told me to call you.' Then the line went dead." Clark waited a moment, ensuring Foley had finished. "We're en route from Colombia to Panama City now," he said. "Sounds like the situation there has completely unraveled. Communications are probably overwhelmed. Call me back with any updates if you reestablish contact." Clark forced a smile, hoping it conveyed some reassurance through his voice. "John?" Foley said, his tone now hesitant. "Go ahead. About this incident at the presidential palace. I'm watching the news right now. Live on my phone. Someone by the seawall across the road got it on video. It looks bad. Really bad. The whole front portico has come down. Do you have any word on Jack? Did he get inside in time?" "I don't," Clark replied. "Look, Ed, I understand. Right now, every official eye in Panama is going to be fixed on locating the president." "Not every eye," Clark said firmly. "Not every one." As soon as the call with Ed Foley ended, Clark raised his boss on the satellite phone. Hendley had no updates from his side, so Clark quickly outlined their grim situation. He instructed Hendley to push the information up every conceivable chain. Langley, the FBI, the Secret Service, hoping someone else would reach Mary Pat long before their own plane could cross the Caribbean. The logistics alone were a nightmare. The flight, then finding vehicles on the ground, and finally navigating to Metropolitan Park, which, from his frantic online searches, appeared to be a dense urban jungle. Phone lines were jammed, so he focused on securing rental cars over the internet, a plan he fully intended to abandon for Grand Theft Auto if nothing was available upon landing. Across the aisle, Adam Yao was faring no better. Reaching the CIA station or the embassy was impossible. He knew the station chief, Claire Nguyen, well enough to have her personal number, but the call wouldn't even connect to voicemail. He fired off a text about Foley's plight and the new intel on Sabine, a message in a bottle he doubted would float. Next, he contacted the windward station operators handling Blanca, requesting a cable with the same information. Radio silence. The Panama station had gone completely dark, then a breakthrough, a connection to someone at Langley. Yao's conversation grew more intense with each passing second. He ended the call and pulled on his green David Clark headset. Change of plans, he announced over the intercom for Lopez. Set a new course for Cologne, not Panama City. Roger that, Lopez acknowledged, banking the aircraft slightly northward. I'll inform Mandy. Turns out we're not entirely without friends in Panama, Yao explained, a note of grim satisfaction in his voice. Fort Bragg's Security Assistance Training Command had a Taft team down here. They've been working with Panamanian law enforcement, carving out a little slice of jungle at the old Fort Sherman, a technical assistance field team, U.S. Army soldiers, who trained foreign partners in specialties like drug interdiction and jungle ops. Fort Sherman. On the Caribbean side, Yao confirmed right across the bay from Cologne. It was a jungle training center back in the day. Mostly reclaimed by the vines now, except for the little marina, and the corner our guys kept clear. The brass is trying to make the arrangement permanent, but the paperwork is still in limbo. Hold on, Clark interjected, catching the past tense. You said had the Bragg team was here for almost a year. The main contingent rotated home 3 days ago. Clark rubbed his temples, feeling the first throbbing of a monumental headache. They're not going to be much help to us, Adam, if they shipped out 3 days ago. Most of them did, Yao conceded. But a couple of the guys married local women during their tour. They volunteered to stay behind to secure the equipment. Okay. One of those guys is a pilot, Yao said, the pieces clicking into place. He flies their MH-6 Little Bird, which is still on site. They have 2 airframes, but only 1 pilot left. And you know how it is with helicopters. You need 3 to keep 1 mission ready. Cologne is, 50 miles from Panama City, even less, Yao said. We pick our best shooters, and we go get the director. Clark gave a slow, determined nod. And we deal with Sabine Gorshkova while we're at it. A sudden, clarifying thought cut through the fatigue. The jungle itself could be their ally, a chaotic blanket under which a small, precise strike might go completely unnoticed. That is, assuming this pilot is still available and we can locate him, and the helicopters haven't already been packed up for transport on a C-130. 15 minutes after the initial explosion, Vice President Marc DeHart and Arnie Van Dam entered the PEOC to find DeHart's wife, Dee, already there. She was sitting quietly beside Kathy Ryan. The First Lady was holding herself together with remarkable composure, though she sat slightly curled forward, her hands clenched around what appeared to be a thick square of woolen fabric. Dee gave her husband a brief, reassuring kiss. A small gesture she knew would steady him. "How is she doing?" DeHart murmured to his wife. "Better than I would be," Dee whispered back. She managed to reach her 2 oldest children. "Her daughter is already on her way here." "Good," DeHart said. "Thank you for staying with her." "Of course," Dee replied. "Now go handle what needs handling." She left DeHart's side and gently guided the First Lady into the President's private quarters within the bunker, away from the controlled chaos of what was essentially an underground military command hub, a subterranean version of the Situation Room. Both spaces had earned the grim nickname the Meat Grinder for a reason. Few scenarios were more destabilizing than a president being out of contact immediately following a major attack. Most of the National Security Council principals had already beaten DeHart to the bunker and were seated around the conference table. On the wall monitors above them, shaky cell phone footage played on a loop. The Secretaries of Homeland Security, Defense, and State, along with the Attorney General and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, remained standing until DeHart took the seat at the head of the table, a chair he had sincerely hoped never to occupy again. Under normal circumstances, the Secret Service detail would wait outside during such a meeting, but given the crisis, the special agent in charge positioned himself just inside the doorway, keeping his protectee in constant view. "What's the latest?" DeHart asked. CIA Director Canfield entered the room next, accompanied by his Latin America desk chief, Lexi Glazier. Hearing the question, Canfield gave Glazier a slight nod. "If I may, Mr. Vice President," she began. Our most recent reporting indicates the gunfire inside the presidential palace has ceased, but Panamanian authorities are still denying the Secret Service entry. Secretary of State Scott Adler spoke up. Ambassador McCabe has requested an urgent meeting with the foreign minister, but the minister's office claims he is unreachable. That could be a stall tactic, or it could be the truth. Communications in Panama are virtually down right now. Even landlines are spotty. Casualties and damage? DeHart asked, turning back to Canfield. Here's what we've managed to assemble, mostly from local news and social media feeds, Canfield said. 2 explosive devices detonated directly in front of the presidential palace. No video captured the initial blast, but our explosive ordnance disposal analysts assess it was a vehicle-borne device based on the aftermath. It was positioned close enough to collapse the portico and seal the main entrance, which prevented the Secret Service counter-assault team from gaining access. Many of their personnel appear to have been wounded in the explosion. Canfield glanced briefly toward Mulvaney and the other agents present. Civilian casualty numbers are still unknown. Within minutes of the palace bombs, 3 additional large vehicle bombs detonated across the city. One targeted the Ministry of Public Security, another exploded near a shopping center adjacent to our embassy compound. A third, significantly larger device destroyed the Chinese container ship Jianlong while it was transiting the newer locks of the canal. We also have unconfirmed reports that President Botero was shot and killed. Both Vice President Carré and President Ryan remain missing. DeHart loosened his tie and nodded to the Secretary of Defense. Bob, what do we have moving? The USS Abraham Lincoln is in the Pacific, still too far out for immediate response. The SecDef responded. However, the Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group was en route to the eastern coast of South America when this unfolded. They were slated to provide a security presence for the upcoming summit and have now been redirected at best possible speed. The scene unfolded in international waters off the coast of Venezuela, roughly 860 nautical miles to the northeast of Panama City. At that very moment, a division of 4 FA-18 Super Hornets was launching from the deck of the Roosevelt. While Panama itself presented no aerial threat, the Russian vessels Ivan Gren and Admiral Chabanenko, both equipped with sophisticated air defense networks, were a different matter. Among the Hornets was a Growler variant, capable of jamming the Russian guidance systems, an action the Russians would undoubtedly interpret as a direct provocation. Perfect, DeHart stated flatly. I want them to see us and to hear us. Without a doubt, sir, affirmed Secretary of Defense Bob Burgess. Their presence will be felt by every player in Panama. You have my word on that. I'm no aviator, DeHart mused, but 800 miles is a long haul for an F-18. Do we already have a tanker airborne in the region? One is en route, Burgess confirmed. But you've hit on it. Some of the Super Hornets aboard the Roosevelt are configured for buddy refueling. These tanker-capable F-18s will launch first, accompany the strike group for approximately 300 miles to top off their tanks, then turn back to the carrier. They'll refuel and repeat the process, meeting the division again on their return leg to provide fuel for the journey home. Next to report was the Attorney General Dan Murray, a former FBI special agent whose history with Jack Ryan spanned decades. The tension in his voice was thick and unmistakable. Mr. Vice President, both the FBI's hostage rescue team and Delta Force are spinning up for immediate deployment. It will, naturally, take some time to get boots on the ground, but standard procedure is to get them moving the instant the call comes in. Understood, DeHart said. The full scope of what we're facing is still unclear. But if this is the coup we suspect, my primary concern is the potential for significant civilian casualties if we have to go in with force. No argument there, Murray replied. I spoke directly with the HRT commander just before you arrived. He's fully aware of the parameters. Same with CAG, Burgess added, using the common shorthand for Delta Force's Combat Applications Group. Dehart glanced at his watch, the seconds feeling like hours. I make it 19 minutes since the first explosion. The speed of your response is commendable. Now we have to maintain that momentum. An Air Force major handling communications approached the table, his expression grave. Mr. Vice President, I have Russian Federation President Yermolov on the secure line. An interpreter is standing by. Dehart drew a slow, steadying breath. The last time he'd sat in for Jack Ryan, he'd been forced to stare down the president of China. Put him through, he said. Thank you for taking my call, President Yermolov. Dehart began, his tone measured. As I'm sure you're aware, we are deeply concerned about President Ryan's situation. Naturally, Yermolov replied in his accented English. We, too, are worried for our good friend Jack Ryan. Our concerns also extend to the stability of Panama itself. Yes, as do mine. My advisors just reminded me that the Soviet Union became the 36th signatory to the treaty concerning the permanent neutrality of the Panama Canal back in 1988. I assume Russia still honors those commitments. It does, Yermolov said smoothly. We would have it no other way. The protection of the canal is of utmost importance. That is precisely why my ships are returning to the Pacific port, to ensure stability and peace. The United States would be doing the very same thing if your vessels were in the vicinity. We look forward to cooperating with you toward that end. I believe we have the situation, as you say, well in hand. I must respectfully disagree, Dehart countered, his voice hardening. Nothing is in hand until President Ryan is confirmed safe and secure. I will instruct my people to keep an eye out for him, Yermolov offered, though he was speaking a second language. The remark struck Dehart as dismissive, almost cavalier. We would not only appreciate that, Dehart said, the temperature in his voice dropping several degrees, we would consider it a requirement. Let me ask you something, Mr. President. Have you ever plowed a field with a tractor? Have I? What did you say? A muffled exchange followed as the interpreter translated. I have people to plow my fields. Yermolov answered curtly, any pretense of diplomacy now completely abandoned. So that's a no? It is? All right, I've farmed thousands of acres myself, and I'll tell you, if you want a straight line, you have to pick a single point at the far end of the field and keep your eyes locked on it, your target. You can't let yourself get pulled off course by everything happening around you. I understand the analogy, Yermolov replied, but I don't believe this is the moment for parables. Nor is it the moment for games and deception, Dehart stated. So I'll be direct, President Yermolov. I'm not a career politician. I'm a farmer who happens to be sitting in this office. I don't know how to play act or make empty threats. My only goal right now is seeing President Ryan return safely, and I will wipe out anything or anyone standing in the way of that. He paused, holding his breath for a slow count of 4, then continued calmly. I anticipate us working together to settle this peacefully. He terminated the call before Yermolov could formulate a reply. Adler tapped his pen lightly on the table. With all due respect, sir, that's going to be heard as a declaration of war. Excellent, Dehart said. What's next on the list? For hours before the president's motorcade had even arrived, United States Secret Service agents York and Long had been stationed with SPI Presidential Guard Officer Gomez behind the palace at the intersection of Avenue B and San Pablo Street. They'd passed the time sharing photos of their kids, bragging about fishing trips, and trading jokes. It's difficult to aim a weapon at someone you've been laughing with for over 90 minutes, much less pull the trigger. So while other SPI guards and Presidential Protection Group officers were locked in a tense confrontation and exchanging sporadic gunfire, York, Long, and Gomez remained together at their barricade. Their weapons were ready, but decidedly not pointed at each other, as they tried desperately to piece together the chaotic situation. Every radio channel was either dead or completely untrustworthy. There was no clear communication, and anything they did hear was suspect. Gomez thought he caught a Russian accent on one transmission, but since it was a Russian voice speaking Spanish, Neither York nor Long picked up on it. First, the Secret Service net reported that the president had escaped. Then another voice, presumably the accented one, claimed that was a lie. An unfamiliar English voice ordered all Special Secret Service agents to rally at the palace's main entrance on Eloy Alfaro Avenue. Beyond the clumsy wording, Long and York knew that order was bogus. No commanding officer would pull everyone from their posts at a critical moment like this. Over Gomez's radio, yet another voice warned SPI personnel that a covert American team was eliminating anyone who might have witnessed President Botero's assassination. One thing was painfully clear. Someone was aggressively trying to turn the two security forces against each other. A sudden, deep rumble made the ground tremble, sounding like part of the structure had given way. If the chatter was to be believed, the Director General of the National Police was en route to, as one transmission put it, sort things out. Their attention was drawn by a calm voice from down the street. A uniformed PNP officer had glided to a stop on a motorcycle from the west. His service weapon was secured in its holster, and he held his hands high above his head. "Permission to approach?" he called out, stopping a good 20 feet away. He repeated the request in both Spanish and English. York glanced at Gomez, who gave a slight shrug. He didn't roll up shooting. Long kept his submachine gun lowered, his finger resting alongside the trigger guard, but his eyes tracked the newcomer's every move. The officer introduced himself as Sergeant Frady Perez, Special Assistant to Major Gabriela Canto. "No way!" Gomez breathed, looking at the Americans. "That's the legend who was just here. She uncovered an assassination plot one day and took out 3 guys sent to kill her the next. Total badass." He looked back at Sergeant Perez. "She was here just when? Maybe a minute before everything exploded." Long confirmed. "It is urgent that I locate her," Perez said, his expression grave. She feared an operation like this was imminent. "We have reason to believe a senior officer within our own command may be involved." "Which officer?" York pressed. Perez pressed his lips together, remaining silent. "I'd prefer to keep that to myself," he replied. "No sense piling more uncertainty on top of what we already have if our assumptions are off base." Long gave a slow nod. Finally, a voice of reason. That might be the most sensible thing anyone said all morning. Perez, however, was already moving toward the door, his mind made up. "What I want is to go inside. I want to look him in the eye myself. And we need to locate Major Canto, assuming she's still breathing." "You walk in there, you're likely to catch a bullet," Gomez warned, his arms crossed. "Maybe," Perez conceded with a shrug, not breaking his stride. Long and York exchanged a glance, then both turned their expectant gazes on Gomez. The silence stretched. "Your call?" York said finally, his voice low. "But somebody has to make a move. We can't just stand out here all day." Vice President Carre took the lead in the narrow passage, the beam from Gary Montgomery's flashlight cutting a shaky path ahead. Ryan stayed close behind, shadowed by the imposing agent, who seemed poised to physically haul him back from any hidden threat lurking in the dark. Major Canto covered their rear, flicking her own light on only when the tunnel twisted or branched, conserving her battery the rest of the time. After 30 minutes of damp, echoing silence, Ryan made a mental note. Henceforth, he was carrying his own flashlight and a good knife. Possibly, considering how this day was unfolding, a sidearm, Gary and Kathy would have absolute conniptions if he even hinted at the idea. Then again, he was past that life. Now let others handle the shooting of things that desperately needed to be shot. "The church should be in this direction," Carre announced, as the floor began to slope. The decline was subtle at first, then grew steeper, forcing them to use both lights to navigate the slick, mossy stone underfoot. "I must confess, however, it would be terribly easy to lose our bearings down here." "Wherever we emerge," Ryan said, his voice echoing slightly. "Our first priority is getting you in front of a camera. If President Botero is gone, as we fear, and you are missing, The entire government is stuck in neutral. Who follows in the line of succession? Montgomery asked, his light sweeping the walls. Officially, no one specific, Carre explained. Our Constitution dictates that the cabinet must appoint a new president if both the president and vice president are deceased. And after an attack like the bombing, Ryan added, the country will be desperate for clear leadership. Montgomery's expression hardened. I don't like the idea of bringing you out into the open until we have a solid picture of what's happening up there. Understood, Ryan said. When the time comes, we'll follow your lead. Montgomery didn't reply, but the look he shot Ryan left no room for debate. They would absolutely be following his rules. Major Canto moved up a few steps, directing her beam at the wall ahead where the tunnel took a sudden sharp turn. For a heart-stopping moment, Ryan was convinced they'd hit a dead end. When they shuffled around the corner, he realized he was right. It was an end, just not the kind he was expecting. Commissioner Guerra handpicked 2 SPI contractors he knew were Camarilla operatives to join his sweep of the palace interior. In reality, he had to ask them politely. Camarilla assets didn't take orders from the local national police, not even from a commissioner. The younger one, maybe 30, sported a thin goatee. The older, probably in his mid-40s, was taller and muscular, but carried a pronounced paunch. Infuriatingly, they both insisted on calling him La Pulga. Guerra mentally dubbed them Goatee and Potbelly. Beyond the scorched grandeur of the main hall, the interior was a cluttered maze, largely untouched by fire or major structural damage. There was blood, however, a great deal of it, evidence of the many American and Panamanian dead. Guerra cared nothing for the body count. He was hunting for specific corpses, the vice president's, and now, out of necessity, Jack Ryan's. He couldn't be certain, but he thought he'd glimpsed that intriguing slice of dessert, Major Canto, in the great hall just before the ceiling came down. He'd just finished putting a round into Botero when someone, likely that very same Major, had ended Fabian Pinto. While not exactly friends, Pinto worked for him, and Guerra took the killing as a personal affront. He'd returned to the room adjacent to where Pinto fell. The Secret Service agent they'd found cowering there had been stubbornly unhelpful so far. Guerra would attend to that shortly after he finished his inspection for all his failings as a leader and a human being. Guerra was a gifted investigator. It didn't take him long to find what he sought. A faint, almost imperceptible ridge of debris along the base of a back wall, a detail most would overlook. A fresh, cynical smirk touched his lips. Amateurs always left a trail. The rooms had been meticulously cleaned, the tile polished to a brilliant shine for the American president's visit. But the force of the explosion had shaken loose dust from the walls and ceilings of the centuries-old building. He fixed his gaze on the faint trail of dust, reading its silent message. Almost invisible and no wider than a thread, it ran at a sharp diagonal from the wall. He pushed firmly against the surface, and it gave way, just as he'd expected. Waving the SPI officers closer, he nodded toward the opening. Where does this lead? Both men shook their heads. I should go and get more men, Goat said. If Carre and Ryan are down there, Fatty added, they'll have Secret Service and a protection detail with them. Not many, Guerra countered, judging by the bodies in the hallway. And we need them dead, not captured. If you bring more SPI, this is more likely to end with a negotiation than a fight. Guerra leaned to peer into the dark passage. It carried the scent of damp, decay, and waste, and something else, elusive and unsettling. He drew his pistol, more a statement of intent than a reaction to an immediate threat. Fetch lights and rifles quickly. We cannot allow them to escape the palace. Felix Moncada slipped out the palace's west door while gunfire still echoed from the front. Unlike the SPI members, he wasn't concerned about Secret Service agents taking shots at him. They meant him no harm. He sprinted the 3 blocks to the Ministry of Government building on Central Avenue, certain the various ministers would gather there to address this blatant attack on their nation's sovereignty. All the administrative staff had fled at the sounds of bombs and gunfire, so he faced no gatekeepers outside the conference room. Confident his plan would win unanimous approval, he strode past the empty desks and rapped on the heavy wooden door, less to ask permission and more to avoid being shot by any minister who'd thought to bring a pistol under the circumstances. 6 ministers were present: public health, foreign relations, trade, public security, government, and justice. Moncada laid out his case for martial law and for engaging their Russian allies to secure the canal from this chaotic, unknown threat. Honestly, he expected them to be outraged, maybe even panicked. Instead, 3 offered tepid agreement that a deal with the Russians might teach the United States some humility, but none seemed nearly as agitated as Moncada had imagined. The Minister of Public Security, whose building had a truck bomb crater the size of a swimming pool out front, was the calmest person in the room. When Moncada paused, waiting for his insightful, forward-thinking words to be not just accepted but celebrated, the Minister of Foreign Affairs glanced up from his notepad, where he'd been drafting a list of world leaders to call, and asked, "Remind me, who are you again?" 2 approaching vessels had courteously and prudently yielded the right-of-way to the Russian destroyer Admiral Chabanenko. They were making excellent time, carving an impressive wake in the narrow channel when no other ships were near. Everything was proceeding smoothly, save for Senor Barugata's incessant grating complaints, which were thoroughly testing Rykov's patience. "I cannot guarantee they will open the locks for you," the pilot insisted. Rykov and his first officer both smirked at that. "Oh, I can guarantee it," Rykov said. "As I told you, the Ivan Gren behind us has by now deployed 200 of our elite naval infantry. These men are advancing ahead of us, securing the cooperation of your canal controllers at Miraflores and Pedro Miguel. That's not even counting the Ka-29 terabytes assault helicopters providing air support. So, you see, my friend, the locks will open for us one way or another. If you'd like, you can call and warn your friends at the gates for their own safety." Baragat finally relented. "All right, fine, but we still have the Appels to consider. According to the charts, the best spot to pass would be after the Empire Reach. The channel opens up a bit just before the next section, the Culebra Reach." The helmsman shook his head slightly. "The Apelles has already cleared the Culebra Reach, sir. It's 1 kilometer directly ahead and approaching." Rykov offered a resigned shrug. "It appears that particular ship has already sailed, as they say. The massive Greek container vessel came into view in under 5 minutes, long before reaching the point Berugat had named." A stunned silence fell over the bridge crew. Even Rykov had to steady his breathing. The ship's bow was a sheer cliff of steel that seemed to fill the entire passage. Its foghorn blasted, the deep vibration shaking the windows and bulkheads of the sleek destroyer. "Our speed is 12 kilometers per hour, Captain," the helmsman reported, likely checking if Rykov wanted to reduce speed. "The Appels is holding at 8. That is far too fast," Berugat insisted. "We must." Rykov raised a hand, his expression silencing the frantic pilot. 200 meters ahead and closing fast, the Appels grew larger each second, leaving only a razor-thin margin of canal for the destroyer to navigate. "Steady as you go," Rykov commanded. "Captain, the Appels is slowing," the helmsman noted. Rykov could feel the immense gravitational pull of the Greek ship as the Admiral Chabanenko, known as the Black Terror, carved into the narrow, shadowed gap between the oncoming Leviathan and the crumbling southern bank. Berugat began to pray aloud to the Virgin Mary, his words rapid and frantic. Rykov was genuinely concerned the man might be sick or lose control of himself. The deep rumble of both ships' engines created a thunderous echo in the confined space. "If you insist on praying," the captain said, partly to the trembling pilot and partly to himself, "then direct your prayers to St. Nicholas. He is a saint of action, not merely an intermediary." There is no time for a saint to plead with God to step in now. 1 hour after detonation. Each time Mary Pat Foley pushed aside a broadleaf, a palm frond, or a hanging vine, she was either scolded by a troop of monkeys or sent a flock of birds scattering above the canopy, their cries seeming to announce, "Here they are, over here." They had crossed several paths, 2 of them noticeably wider and more maintained, but chose to remain within the jungle's cover rather than risk encountering strangers who might bring unwanted scrutiny. 500 acres was nearly a square mile, ample space to disappear. With some luck and caution, Foley hoped it was enough to stay hidden until help arrived, assuming it was coming at all. Johnson had holstered his pistol. Foley had tucked the small .380 into her pocket. They needed both hands to fend off the dense vegetation that threatened to tear at their skin and clothes. They moved with slow, deliberate care, attempting to avoid leaving a clear trail in the undergrowth and using the occasional shafts of sunlight to maintain a straight course and avoid circling back toward Sabine Gorshkova. Every step disturbed a centipede or sent a snake sliding over the leaf litter. Foley estimated she had unintentionally swallowed at least 3 spiders and now wore the webs of a dozen more in her hair. Johnson, taking the lead, paused to carefully move a web and the silver dollar-sized spider residing in it out of their path. "What's the difference between a jungle and a tropical rainforest?" he whispered. "I'm not sure." "If you know what you're doing," the agent replied, "it's a rainforest. If you don't, it's a jungle." Maintaining a sense of humor under brutally harsh conditions seemed to be Johnson's particular gift. The jungle was alive with threats, both seen and unseen. It wouldn't be the shrieking monkeys or the chattering birds that did them in, nor even a venomous snake. For now, the immediate torment came from a swarm of biting insects, chiggers, ticks, sandflies, and a persistent cloud of mosquitoes, all vying for a taste of Foley. In a grim way, it was a small mercy she likely wouldn't live long enough for diseases like malaria or dengue to take hold. The dense foliage offered a slight reprieve, a thinning so subtle you'd only notice it while forcing your way through. "We should look for higher ground," Foley suggested, her voice low. "I need to try the phone again." Somewhere in the canopy behind them, a flock of birds erupted in a panic of wings and cries. Johnson leaned closer, his whisper tense. "These people are pros, and with all those explosions, we could be smack in the middle of an invasion scenario." He met her gaze, his expression dead serious. "I'm not exaggerating, ma'am. Our best bet might be to find a spot to hide and keep you." He jerked upright suddenly, as if jolted by electricity. Foley's first thought was a snakebite, but a split second later, the sharp crack of a rifle shot echoed through the trees. Johnson grunted, doubling over and clutching his left arm. He'd been hit. Before Foley could assess the wound, he wrapped his good arm around her and dragged them both into a thicket of undergrowth, vanishing into the shadowy green. She could only hope they'd made it. "I am sure I hit him, Patrona," DeBruck announced as they entered a small clearing. 2 of Sabine Gorshkova's other men moved to flank the area, weapons raised, scanning the jungle. These Secret Service agents were proving tougher than expected, unlike the easy targets at a clinic back in Bolivia. The team at Foley's motorcade had taken down 4 of her soldiers before falling, and only because they'd been carrying ammunition for a possible fight, while her team had brought enough for the inevitable war. DeBruck pushed through leaves and ferns, desperate for proof. A nasty, still-bleeding gash ran from above his eyebrow to his jaw, courtesy of a thorny branch that had snapped back. Sabine had been the one to release that branch too soon, a fact everyone, especially DeBruck, pointedly ignored. The thorn had even grazed his eye, the tear tracks clear on his blood-smeared cheek. He let out a sharp, excited gasp, a sound that might have been charming if she felt anything for him anymore. "Tracks?" he proclaimed, foolishly triumphant. "Or the tracks of a wild pig," Sabine countered dryly. "No one else saw them here. Patrona, Francisco called out with similar excitement. Blood. Part of Sabine was pleased to have confirmation a target was hit. Another part was irked that De Broek was right, and Francisco had backed him up. "It is probably pig blood," she grumbled, "but we will follow it regardless." As her men scoured the jungle floor for more signs, she unfolded the antenna on her satellite phone, turning slowly under the thick canopy to find a signal. Blood or not, her team would have been outmatched by a more formidable foe. Against the odds, a connection sparked to life, and Ian Doyle actually answered. "Where are you?" she snapped, in no mood for pleasantries. "Miraflores," Doyle replied, near the locks, enjoying the view. "Good," Sabine said. "I have a job for you." Far below the Palacio de las Garzas, Jack Ryan crouched in the damp, oppressive darkness with Montgomery, Carré, and Canto. A sound had reached them, a deep, distant groan. Ryan's first thought was another distant bomb blast, or perhaps thunder. But the noise didn't fade. It grew, intensifying like the approach of a freight train or... Ryan checked the glowing dial of his watch and calculated. The realization hit him. Yes, he thought. That's exactly what it is. He recognized the sound instantly, right on schedule. Less than 2 hours after the initial explosions rocked the presidential palace, a division of 4 FA-18E Super Hornets from the Blue Diamonds Strike Fighter Squadron 146 sliced into Panamanian airspace. If the USS Theodore Roosevelt was the blunt instrument of American foreign policy, these jets were its razor-sharp tip. They approached from the east, 2 pairs flying wing on wing, skimming the jungle canopy at under 500 feet and 700 miles per hour. The roar was deafening, their passage churning up miniature tornadoes of leaves, dust, and debris. Windows vibrated into shards. Car alarms wailed in futile protest. Their objective wasn't to drop bombs, not yet anyway, but to make an unmistakable statement. By now, everyone in Panama, and probably folks in Costa Rica and Colombia too, knew the Americans had arrived, and they wanted their president returned to the West. The blackened skeletal remains of a massive vessel smoldered in the canal locks. Status check? The flight leader called out. They'd been in the Russian destroyer's missile engagement zone for several tense minutes. "All systems green," replied Grizzly One, the EA-18G Growler flying off his wing. The 2 modified Boeing F-18 Growlers in the formation worked in tandem, flooding enemy radar with electronic noise, making the Russian systems see phantom targets or blinding them completely. Down below, a line of Russian troop carriers crawled like ants along the Gamboa Road beside the canal. 3 camouflaged attack helicopters had just touched down in a clearing near a crumbling prison-like structure to the north. Visual confirmation on the ground forces, Grizzly 2 reported. The convoy halted. Russian soldiers stared skyward as the jets thundered past. A few shook their fists in anger, but most simply pressed their helmets down and watched, mouths agape, likely wondering if this roaring vision would be their last. "Captain, we are blind!" The targeting officer's voice crackled over the intercom from the Combat Information Center. Captain Rykov glared out the starboard windows at the rough concrete walls encircling his ship and brought his fist down hard on the chart table. The container ship Apelles had stalled in the narrow channel, a move that, combined with what Rykov saw as his own sheer determination, had allowed his warship to slip past unharmed. But now, trapped in the lock chamber, his vessel felt as vulnerable as a goldfish in a bowl. The naval infantry had executed their part flawlessly, strong-arming the canal controllers into opening the gates at Pedro Miguel. The transit through the first chamber at Miraflores had been smooth, the water level dropping over 50 feet to match the Pacific tide on the other side of the massive gate. Now only the top of their electronic mast was visible above the lock wall. The rest of the ship was entombed in concrete. They still had missiles, of course, but the priority message from Admiral Kozlov of the Northern Fleet had done more to prevent their launch than any American jamming. Receiving that order had felt like a physical blow to both Rykov and his executive officer, Pagodin, forcing them to stand down their attack helicopters. The churning water finally stilled, level with the ocean. "They are refusing to open the gates, Captain?" the radioman shouted, his voice edged with panic. "Absolutely refusing. An American vessel has moved into the canal approach on the Pacific side," another officer reported. "It would have the right of way, Captain," Berugat noted, with infuriating calm, glancing at his watch. "Northbound traffic has priority at this hour." Silence. Rykov barked. The radioman spoke again. "Captain, the American ship is hailing us." Rykov gestured for him to put it on speaker. "Good afternoon. Russian destroyer Admiral Chabanenko," an American voice said, mangling the pronunciation of the ship's name. "This is Captain Cody Marsh of the United States Coast Guard National Security Cutter Monroe." The Coast Guard commander went quiet as the roaring jets made another low pass, shaking the destroyer's antennas. For the first time in hours, Berugat looked completely at ease. "My apologies," Captain Marsh said, breaking the silence. "Lost my train of thought there." "Idiot," Rykov muttered. The man's drawl reminded him of some old American Western. He half expected to hear "shucks" next, and the American didn't disappoint. "Anyway," Marsh continued, "my government has asked me to extend thanks to you and your Marines for helping us support Panama in restoring order. It's been a stressful period. I was under the impression you intended to wait for us at Miraflores Lake, but clearly I was mistaken. A Coast Guard cutter against a Russian guided missile destroyer." Rykov almost laughed. The Black Terror could use a boat like that as a toothpick. Overhead, 2 more fighters thundered past. So the cowboy captain said, "Pardon the confusion. I'll turn around now and clear the path so they can get you moving." Rykov wet his lips, weighing his choices. His first impulse was to blast this fool off the water. But with Super Hornets circling above, he had no real play. He grabbed the microphone. "Good day, Captain Marsh," he said, forcing calm. "Russia is, as always, pleased to assist." Senor Berugat smiled. "Since Russia lies to the west," the pilot ventured, "I assume you'll continue in that direction." "What? I take it you won't require my services for another canal transit this trip?" "You are correct in assuming you may disembark before I have you thrown overboard." Rykov spun toward his executive officer. "Mr. Orlov, you have the bridge." "It would be wise for you to leave now," Orlov said quietly. "And I will," Berigata replied, "with great pleasure, just as soon as I see you clear of the approach channel." Clenching his jaw, Rykov left the bridge for the quiet of his cabin. He wondered if his career was finished all for following orders. Maybe, chances were, Admiral Kozlov and the rest would never speak of this again, except the Americans. Those cowboys would be bragging about this day for the next 50 years. "Anything on the radio?" Ryan asked. Montgomery listened to the Secret Service traffic in his earpiece, then shook his head, his broad face lit an eerie orange by his flashlight. The group had stopped, blocked by a 50-foot span of dark water ahead and unknown threats behind. Time was on their side, Ryan thought, but only for so long. "The Panamanians need to be the heroes here," he said. "With you leading the charge, Lionel. We have to get you out in front of a camera." Somewhere above, the muffled roar of fighter jets echoed through the stone, distant but thrilling. "But the people need to see we are allies," Carre said. "And they need to know the Secret Service had nothing to do with President Botero's murder." "Guerra," Major Canto said. "He's behind this." "He's involved," the vice president corrected. "But he's not the mastermind. I believe he's working with one of Botero's own advisors." Carre's voice faded. He tilted his head toward the water, then snapped his gaze back toward the dogleg turned 15 feet behind them, the way they'd come. "The jets," Canto whispered. Carre shook his head. Montgomery covered his flashlight with his palm, dimming the glow to a faint smudge. He stood smoothly for a big man and clicked the light off entirely as he moved toward the turn. Thick, suffocating darkness swallowed the tunnel. The only sounds were their own breathing and the occasional drip of water. Then a deafening crack. Men's voices growled. Spanish commands barked against the stone walls. Another gunshot, a cry, then a hiss of breath like air escaping a tire. Ryan rolled toward Carré, covering him with his own body. Major Canto angled her flashlight beam past Montgomery, keeping it low to avoid dazzling him. They had prepared for this scenario. She squeezed off 2 shots, but Ryan, shielding the vice president, couldn't see what she was aiming at. Suddenly, the tunnel erupted with gunfire and searing orange muzzle flashes. A round smacked into the stone path beside Ryan, pelting him and Carré with sharp fragments. "Gabriella!" a man's voice shouted. "It's Freddy." A friendly Ryan realized. That distinction would mean nothing to Montgomery, who had no clue which figures in the gloom were shooting at him. A raw, animalistic snarl came from the darkness as a shadow lunged forward, slamming into Montgomery and forcing him back. Ryan heard the clatter of a pistol hitting the ground. "Light!" Montgomery's voice was muffled against his assailant. Major Canto flicked her flashlight on, revealing a Secret Service agent grappling with a tall, sandy-haired man in a PNP uniform, the one she'd identified as Commissioner Guerra. 2 SPI guards lay motionless nearby. Montgomery disengaged to create space, fists raised, beginning a cautious circle. A blindingly fast jab shot out from nowhere, snapping Guerra's head back until he was staring at the ceiling. Montgomery struck twice more before the man could even look down. Honestly, the fight was decided from the first punch. But Montgomery, who spent his public life on camera, suppressing the urge to deck someone, saw an opening. He drove a brutal right uppercut into the staggering commissioner's chin, shattering teeth and breaking his jaw with an audible crack. Montgomery then had to grudgingly haul the unconscious man out of the pooling water to prevent him from drowning. Every attacker, conscious or not, was secured with handcuffs behind their backs. Luckily, with Freddy Perez's timely arrival, they had 3 pairs. The sergeant hurried to Canto's side, drawing a sharp glance from Montgomery, but the major quickly confirmed he was an ally. "You're bleeding," Perez said, applying pressure to the rapidly spreading crimson stain on Canto's calf. "The stitches tore," she replied through gritted teeth. Vice President Carré groaned, brushing dust from his suit as he stood. "What's the situation at the palace?" "Still extremely volatile inside," Perez reported. "I am unsure who the conspirators are, or if we will ever identify them all." "We'll know," Carré stated firmly. "Commissioner Guerra will tell us what about outside the walls. The Director General of the PNP has arrived with truckloads of officers, at least 500 strong. He is restoring order, but it will take time. It remains too dangerous for you to return." "How do we know he isn't part of this coup?" Montgomery asked, voicing Ryan's own suspicion. "He is my uncle," Carré answered simply. Ryan interjected. "So we just wait down here until he gets everything under control? How long will that be?" Perez swept his flashlight beam across the water. "Or we could go this way." "Go where?" Canto asked. "I believe we are very close to the Church of San Francisco de Assis, right where it meets the water." The light settled on what appeared to be the top of a doorway just breaking the water's surface. It hadn't been visible a few minutes prior. "Look," Perez said, tracing the beam along the wall. "Eye bolts." Carré said, understanding dawning. In addition to being a refuge, this chamber once served as a prison, tied torture, Perez explained. "My father reads everything about pirates. In the old days, city officials would condemn pirates and other criminals to this. They'd be forced to endure endless cycles of rising and falling water, freezing in the dark, never knowing if the next high tide would be the one that finally drowned them. Or perhaps hoping it would be," Major Canto added quietly, a dark twist to her tone that hinted at her own weary resignation. Perez, aiming to lighten the mood, continued, "Anyway, we can pass through there shortly. See, the water level is falling fast." He looked at his superior. "You should ride on my back," he suggested, "to keep your wound from getting infected." He took her hand to steady her, a gesture whose deeper affection was obvious to everyone present, except perhaps Major Canto herself. Carre offered a tired smile to the two PNP officers. "I need to thank you both for saving my life." Canto and Perez both gave a respectful nod. "Your Excellency," Carre said, turning to Ryan. "And you, Mr. President, you and Agent Montgomery. I owe you both a great deal." Nearly half an hour later, the water had receded enough for them to wade across and reach the doorway, its wooden frame having decayed long ago. Ryan shrugged out of his suit jacket. "What's wrong, boss?" Gary Montgomery asked, his voice a rough scrape from sheer fatigue. Ryan held up the coat, his finger poking through a clean bullet hole near the lower front button. "Better than a gut shot," he remarked. "When did that happen?" "Back when I was covering Carre," Ryan explained. "My jacket must have been spread out. I heard the round hit the rocks behind us. Didn't realize it was that close." Montgomery gave a tired nod. "About you throwing yourself over Carre, are you angling for my job?" "Someone has to," Ryan said. "Director Howe told me last week he's planning to retire. I've been thinking you'd be the right person for the position." Director of the service, Montgomery looked staggered. "I'm happy where I am. You wouldn't have me arguing with you all the time," Ryan pointed out. "There is that," Montgomery conceded. "Just think it over," Ryan said. "The offer stands. Honestly, I can't picture anyone else in the role." Ryan poked his finger through the hole once more before letting the coat fall to the damp ground. "Mr. President," Montgomery said, shining his light on the discarded jacket, "it's probably best if Kathy doesn't discover any more bullet holes in your wardrobe." Ryan hesitated at the water's edge. "About me arguing with you. I know your advice from the start was that I shouldn't have made this trip. If you want to say I told you so with all due respect, sir," Montgomery cut in. "Jack Ryan has to be Jack Ryan. We all understand that. To borrow a line from Charles de Gaulle's security chief, my job is to protect the President of the United States. Your job is to be the President of the United States." Chili Edwards was still breathing through his mouth, his nose throbbing from the stairwell brawl, but he refused to let it hinder him. His stomach lurched as Chief Warrant Officer Rick Seldom Wright piloted the Boeing Hughes MH-6 Little Bird, the so-called killer egg, in a nap of the Earth flight that skimmed the jungle canopy. The transition in Panama had been surprisingly smooth. Wright was already waiting on the tarmac in his flat black helicopter when their planes landed in Cologne. Confused Panamanian officers, under new stand-down orders but unsure of the situation, kept their distance as the team, already geared up, sprinted from the fixed-wing aircraft straight to the idling chopper. Before the planes even rolled to a stop, Clark and Yao had selected 4 operators for the skid benches: Lopez, Midas, Dom, and Chili. The MH-6 typically flew with a 2-person crew. But this bird wasn't scheduled for another mission before being packed for home, and Wright's co-pilot had already returned stateside. Though Clark and Chavez clearly wanted in, they deferred the front seat to Yao, the architect of the operation. Chili sat on the starboard side, straddling the commando board over the skid, mere inches from the pilot in the doorless cockpit, with Midas behind him. Dom and Lopez took the port side. Gripping his special-purpose rifle, Chili found its familiar weight calming, even as wind whipped past at 160 miles per hour, the treetops so close he felt he could kick the leaves. Wright pushed the aircraft to its limits, covering the 50 miles over the Continental Divide to the northern fringe of Metropolitan Park in mere minutes. "Heads up, boys." Yao's voice crackled over the intercom. The city lights of Panama City, now a distant glow behind them. 90 seconds out. Chili's face ached from the wide, unshakable grin plastered across it as the helicopter descended further. He remembered the guys back at the precinct and his sergeant's earnest advice about how a desk job would never suit him. The sergeant had been right about that, and yet spectacularly wrong about everything else. Bullets tore through the canopy, shredding leaves and sending splinters flying around Mary Pat Foley. She gripped her small Glock 380, now down to its final round after a desperate attempt to keep her pursuers at bay. Her other hand pressed a phone to her ear, where she was urgently hissing directions to Adam Yao. He was supposedly inbound on a helicopter, though all she could hear was the terrifying symphony of ricochets and the panicked shrieks of every bird and monkey in the park. She and Johnson had fought their way through a labyrinth of vines and dense underbrush to reach this hilltop clearing, hoping for a swift extraction. Now it felt more like a death trap. The wounded Secret Service agent was braced against a tree trunk just off the trail, his left arm clamped tightly to his side in a futile attempt to stem the bleeding from a handgun round that had entered near his armpit. They believed it was lodged under his shoulder blade. A rifle shot would have been far worse, but Foley knew the type of weapon hardly mattered if he didn't get to a surgeon soon. A tourniquet was impossible for such a wound, and direct pressure was doing little. She knew the pain had to be excruciating. She'd been shot before, and it was a uniquely horrible experience. Yet Johnson sat with stoic resolve, his own Glock steady in his right hand, visibly fighting to control his ragged breathing. The situation was clear. If their rescue didn't arrive immediately, the discussion would be purely academic, at least for the two of them. "Adam!" She barked into the phone. "You need to move your ass, now!" A fresh volley of gunfire rattled the foliage around her like a sudden violent downpour. "Hey, Mary! I have a message for you!" Foley ducked behind the tree, moving away from the taunting voice. She'd never heard it before, but she knew instantly it belonged to Sabine Gorshkova. "Mary? Don't be shy, Mary." It was the sound of a nightmare-given voice. More gunfire erupted, this time from her right flank. Foley pulled the phone closer. "They're flanking us, Adam. Do you copy?" She could now make out two of Sabine's men emerging from the green wall of the jungle, advancing cautiously. Orders must have been given to take her alive. One, a tall blond man, snapped commands to his partner in heavily accented English, South African, Foley guessed. To her left, Sabine herself strode forward, head held high, pistol raised with reckless abandon. At 10 yards, the South African operative swung his rifle toward Brett Johnson, but Sabine threw up a hand, and he lowered the weapon with a chilling grin. She pulled a hammer from her belt and handed it to the man, urging him onward. Not happening. Johnson growled and fired, hitting the South African squarely in the chest. Sabine screamed for her remaining men to charge, but her orders were lost in the chaos. The very air in the clearing seemed to grow thick and heavy to Foley, or perhaps it was just the overwhelming relief. As the compact, egg-shaped helicopter surged above the tree line, its rotors tilted aggressively as if physically beating the jungle into retreat. It had been eerily quiet until it cleared the foliage. A ghost, if she hadn't been expecting it. 2 operators were poised on each skid, bringing 4 devastating guns to the fight. Sabine abandoned her grim hammer plan and raised her pistol, sprinting directly at Foley. Johnson fired again, but the shot went wide. Foley took a breath, held it, and squeezed the trigger of her Glock, firing her last round when Sabine was barely 10 feet away. The shrieking woman stumbled but kept coming, weapon rising. Ma, ba. 2 precise shots from the hovering little bird struck her jaw, cutting off her cry forever. Her 3 remaining men fell almost simultaneously under a storm of gunfire. From the moment the helicopter appeared, it was over in less than 5 seconds. A wave of adrenaline crashed over Mary Pat, and with it came a cold, clarifying realization. This was the woman who had ordered the attack on her husband. This was the architect of so much global suffering, finally silenced. She fought back the violent impulse to rush over and finish the woman off with a rock. Instead, she turned toward Brett Johnson, applying pressure to the gunshot wound beneath his arm. He winced, his body tensing before his eyes drifted shut. In that moment, he looked so much like her own boy. "Brett," she urged, her voice low. "Stay with me." Now his eyelids fluttered open. "I'm good, really?" He managed a dazed, lopsided grin in Foley's direction, as if to prove the point. Then he added, voice slurred, "Man, that woman was something else, wasn't she?" Ian Doyle listened to the heavy footsteps crossing the deck of the Bambina. He sat perfectly still at the gleaming teak table, the absence of a cigarette a minor annoyance. Felix Moncada nearly jumped out of his skin when he clambered down the companionway and found the imposing Irishman waiting in his salon. And that was before he even noticed the weapon. You're here?" Moncada stammered, attempting a smile. "I am," Doyle confirmed, his voice flat. "Where were you headed?" "Nowhere," Moncada blurted. "I was well, I suppose the same as you." "I sincerely doubt that. You are exceptionally skilled at your profession," Moncada said, the tone oddly formal, as if conducting a job interview. "Indeed, I am in one fluid motion." Doyle raised a silenced pistol and fired 2 rounds into the man's chest. Moncada stumbled back, collapsing against the companionway steps. It took him a few ragged, gasping moments to die. Doyle wasn't a sadist like his unhinged former employer. He didn't enjoy drawn-out suffering. He just preferred not to make a mess. He wrapped the body in a plastic sheet he'd brought for precisely this purpose. Leaving it below, he went up on deck, pulling a single Carol's cigarette from a pack. He lit it, watching the sun bleed into the horizon. Sabine was gone. The news reports hadn't named her, but he knew. The operation had collapsed. Most everyone he'd worked with was either dead or behind bars. He took a final drag and flicked the butt into the darkening sea. Well, at least he'd gotten a decent boat out of the whole disastrous affair. President Lionel Carré was adamant about delivering his televised address to the nation from the steps of the damaged Palacio de las Garzas. His security chief and the entire cabinet were even more adamant that he do it from a fortified studio surrounded by screened personnel. Jack Ryan had already returned stateside, wisely prioritizing his wife over a political photo op as negotiated in the tense 3-way talks between Panama, the U.S., and Russia. Carré concluded his speech with a gracious, if somewhat strained, thank you to President Yermilov for Russia's assistance during the attempted coup. It gave the Kremlin just enough diplomatic cover to save face, and in exchange, they promised to hand over their extensive intelligence files on the Camarilla's members. Clark arranged to meet Mandy Cobb at the CIA Museum inside Langley, having secured special permission from Mary Pat Foley for the visit. The place was a trove of artifacts, each one threatening to unleash a flood of personal memories. It was by invitation only to outsiders, often called the most fascinating museum you'd never get to visit. Clark knew his perspective was unique. He wasn't just a visitor, but a participant in the history on display. Cobb paused by an exhibit featuring a World War II Enigma machine. Fitting, Clark thought, given the conversation he intended to have. "Outstanding work," he began, "from the entire team. I'm still processing everything," she said, hesitating. "Mr. Clark John, ever since I was a kid, I've dreamed of being part of something that truly matters. But I'm confident in my skills, and I'm also realistic. I'm just not entirely convinced I'm at the level this group requires." Clark reached behind a glass display case near the wall and retrieved a sturdy black Pelican briefcase. "I have something for you." She let out a soft, apprehensive sigh. "All right, consider it a piece of gear," Clark said, "or more accurately, returning something that's already yours. I didn't mention it during our first meeting at Quantico. I didn't want it to influence you, but the truth is, I knew your grandparents quite well. In fact, that was a very long time ago," Clark said. "You were in Berlin before the wall fell?" "I was," Clark confirmed. "Did you know much about them?" Mandy shrugged. "My grandmother, Lotte, passed away when I was too young to remember, but I knew my grandfather, Rich. He's the one who taught me how to pick locks. I always thought that was an odd hobby for a grandfather." "Are you aware of what he did during the Second World War?" "He never discussed it," she replied, "and I don't think my father knew many details either. Do you know OSSES?" Clark said, nodding toward the museum display. "The precursor to the CIA. Your grandmother was part of the German resistance, fighting the Nazis from within. They worked as a team, engaging in missions similar to what we do at the campus: interdiction, sabotage, hunting high-value targets. A rare smile touched Clark's lips as he pictured Lotte Cobb. You know, classic spy work. They were both older when I met them, operating without official cover during the Cold War. I'm not exaggerating when I say Lotte Cobb was the most formidable person I've ever known. Mandy stared at him, her eyes wide. Are you serious? My grandparents were spies? In the truest sense, Clark affirmed. This was during the deepest freeze of the Cold War. The adversaries were different then. On the surface, it was a game of manners. But underneath that polite facade, the Soviet KGB and the East German Stasi were every bit as ruthless as the Nazis. Your grandparents made numerous trips deep into East Berlin. I was lucky enough to join them on a few. Mandy let out a slow breath, trying to process it all. It's just so hard to imagine my gentle grandpa being a spy. Clark unfastened the latches on the heavy case and opened it. Long before you were born, your grandparents literally brought a young spy in from the Berlin cold. I'd just had let's call it a disagreement with some KGB operatives and needed a safe place to recover. Rich and Lotte were my contacts, a sanctuary in a very dark and dangerous city. He lifted a vintage Fairbairn Sykes dagger from the case, its long, slender blade gleaming as he placed it on the glass. It rested in its original leather sheath. This belonged to your grandfather. Next, he removed a Browning Model 1910 pistol, chambered in .32 ACP. He checked the slide to show it was clear, then set it down on a soft wool pad. And this was your grandmother's. I don't mean to sound grim, but it's important you understand both of these items were used and used well. Clark slid the case toward Mandy, casting a quick glance around them. He offered a knowing smile. You'll need this to get them out of here discreetly. You think the museum would be interested in them? Absolutely they'd want them, Clark said. But that decision is yours. He took a step back, feeling a weight he'd carried for decades finally lift from his shoulders. They entrusted these to me when I needed them most. Now I'm returning them to where they truly belong. A single tear traced a path down Mandy's cheek. Your grandparents were part of something much larger than themselves, Clark said softly, and so are you. Mind if we make a quick stop at the post office? Chili asked, holding the pickup truck door open for Mandy Cobb. An incredible amount had happened in just 5 days. They were headed to Founding Farmers, a restaurant in Tyson's Corner that Midas had highly recommended, raving about something called a Jefferson donut. Chili wasn't focused on the food. He just wanted to debrief. As the newest members of the campus, he and Cobb had plenty to discuss. He'd made it clear this wasn't a date, though he couldn't help but notice how good she looked in her green fleece and ball cap. Cobb checked her phone and directed him to a drop box on the way to the mall. Chili pulled up close and rolled down his window. Abilene Police Department. Cobb read from the address on the square cardboard box. That's nice. Sending a gift home. Something like that, Chili said, and let his badge fall through the slot. Jack Ryan pulled on his favorite worn cardigan in the bedroom, his gaze drifting toward the Chesapeake Bay beyond the window. Spring had officially arrived weeks ago, yet the weekend air still held a stubborn chill, the thermometer refusing to budge past 40. He knew Kathy and the kids would give him endless grief over this sweater. Its familiar, slightly frayed cuffs were practically a family punchline, but that was part of its charm. These little rituals and shared jokes were the foundation of everything, the glue that held their happiness together. This house was more than wood and stone. It was a living scrapbook. He and Kathy had filled it with a lifetime of moments, some fraught with danger, but so many more overflowing with warmth and light. The rich, inviting scent of the evening's celebration drifted up from the kitchen, where the family was preparing to honor their daughter Katie's promotion to lieutenant commander. Jack paused, breathing it all in, the cozy hum of the house, the distant whisper of wind over the water, the lively clamor from downstairs. In this instant, the weight of the presidency lifted. He was simply Jack, a husband, a father, a man deeply in love with his home and his country. A flood of memories washed over him. He pictured early Christmases with just Sally and little Jack, years before the twins, Katie and Kyle, had even been a thought. He saw himself and Kathy on the porch, hands clasped, watching as an older Sally and Jack chased each other around the tire swing while the toddler twins tumbled at their feet. Then, unbidden, a darker memory surfaced. The violent night Sean Miller and his Eula terrorists had invaded their sanctuary, brutally shattering their sense of security. But the sheer volume of joy that had filled these walls since then had long since drowned out that old fear. Countless graduations, new beginnings, a wedding, holiday feasts, bursting with gratitude, all celebrated within these rooms, with the bay itself seeming to glow in shared contentment.
Jack, are you coming down?
Kathy's voice floated up the stairs. Everyone will be here soon. He made his way to the kitchen, where he found his wife in a determined flurry of activity at the center island. Their staff chef, Agatha, stood to the side, arms crossed, wearing a look of professional frustration she couldn't quite mask. "She won't allow me to lift a finger," Agatha said to Jack, her expression a mix of appeal and resignation. "Welcome to my world," Jack replied with a sympathetic shake of his head. Kathy looked up, a genuine flour-dusted smile on her face. "I know it seems chaotic, but I'm having fun. I've been cooking for these people for decades. I know exactly how they like their salmon." Of course, ma'am," Agatha said, striving for neutrality. "I'm right here if anything is needed." But that was precisely the point. In this house, the Ryans did the work. This wasn't for show. It was the authentic, sometimes messy labor that made a gathering truly theirs. This was their home, not an official residence, and here, family handled family business. "Poached salmon, I'm guessing?" Jack asked, though the delicious aroma had already answered his question. For Katie. He moved behind Kathy, wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Put me to work. What can I do?" Kathy sighed, a happy, contented sound, then turned in his arms to give him a proper kiss. "You can check the bread in the oven and take the salad bowl to the table," she instructed, already turning back to her station. "And then, for heaven's sake, consider losing that ancient sweater." "Ancient? This is premium hand-woven Scottish wool," Jack protested with mock indignation. "They simply don't make them like this anymore." "Is that so?" Kathy murmured, but the grin she tried to hide gave her away. It was their familiar, comfortable dance. Agatha took a tentative step toward the oven, but Jack intercepted her with a grateful smile and a wave, taking up the potholders himself. "I've got it handled. Maybe I can at least let a bottle of wine open up," Agatha offered, picking up a corkscrew and doing her best to assist. "That would be wonderful." "Agatha, thank you," Kathy replied, while Ryan retrieved a baking sheet holding 2 golden loaves from the lower oven, placing it on a trivet. The rich aroma of garlic and melted butter made his mouth water. "Should I cut this?" he started to ask, but the doorbell rang, and he glanced at Kathy with a questioning look. "Go ahead," she said. "I'm fine here." It wasn't merely his relentless schedule that had kept him from seeing his youngest daughter for so many months, even though her office was just a brief drive from where he spent his days in the Oval Office. After graduating from the Naval Academy and finishing her training at the Intelligence School in Dam Neck, Virginia Beach, Katie had completed a fleet tour in Norfolk. Those 3 hours might as well have been an ocean away, given everyone's commitments. She had approached her role as an intelligence analyst with the Office of Naval Intelligence the same way she tackled everything in life, with a calm, determined focus and relentless dedication. Much like her older sister, Sally, who adored her work as a pediatric surgeon, yet found her deepest passion in the laboratory, hunting for cellular breakthroughs to improve patient care. Katie lived for the intricacies. Tonight, they were celebrating her promotion to senior analyst focusing on Russian threats, a step that would soon come with the rank of lieutenant commander. Having been at Onai for only 18 months after an operational tour on the USS Truman, her rapid rise was exceptional. Captain Russ Ferguson, who led Oni, had mentioned to Jack that she was something of a phenom. Not that he was keeping too close a watch, of course. Daddy, his now fully grown little girl exclaimed as he walked into the foyer, and he swept her into a tight embrace. For that instant, he wasn't the president and she wasn't a naval officer. They were simply father and daughter. "I've missed you so much, Dad." "Me too, kiddo," he said as she stepped back. "We've both been swamped. I hear you're making quite a name for yourself over at Oni." "Keeping an eye on me, are you?" "Just a peek," he admitted with a grin. "Isn't that an abuse of power or something?" "Only if I tip the scales for you, which I don't," he objected. "And from what I gather, you don't need any help." "What can I say?" "I love the job," she replied. Then, noticing his sweater, she added, "Seriously, Dad, I'm shocked Mom hasn't donated that thing yet." "Trust me, she's made attempts." They both laughed, and he pulled her in for another quick squeeze. Objective achieved. The doorbell sounded again. They turned in unison to see the Secret Service open the door for Katie's big sister, Sally, who entered hand in hand with her husband and fellow surgeon, Davy. "Hi, sweetheart," Ryan said, hugging Sally and giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Missed you," Sally said, smiling warmly at him. "Love the dad sweater, by the way." He chuckled and turned to Sally's husband. "Come on in, Davy." "How are you, sir?" Davy Cartal said, extending his hand. Ryan shook the firm grip. He genuinely liked Davy. "When we're home with family, Davy, it's Jack or Dad, all right?" "Right?" Davy said, slightly admonished. "Sorry. It still feels a little surreal." "Yeah, for me too sometimes," Ryan admitted. "Kathy's in the kitchen. Why don't we go give her a hand?" "Is Jack coming?" Katie asked, referring to her older brother, Jack Jr. "Not sure if he'll make it," Ryan said as they moved through the dining room toward the kitchen. "He was tied up with work, but was hoping to stop by. Haven't gotten an update yet." "Mom," Katie called out, hurrying over to Kathy, who was still arranging things at the kitchen island. Ryan watched, his heart swelling with affection as his two daughters hugged and chatted with their mother. A surge of pride caught in his throat, seeing how capable and self-assured his girls had become, and every bit as lovely as their mother. After the necessary embraces and casual catch-up, Kathy declared, "Dinner is ready. We should probably head to the table before the meal gets cold," someone suggested. Katie offered to help, but Kathy gently refused. "This dinner is for you, Katie. You just relax." Sally chimed in, "I've got it," as she picked up the salad bowl. Soon everyone was gathered around the large dining table. Ryan sat at the head, with the bay window behind him casting shimmering reflections of afternoon light across the walls, painting the room in soft, moving colors. He was just about to begin the blessing when the doorbell rang. "You almost started without me," called Jack Jr. from the entryway. He walked into the dining room, dropped a dusty tan backpack by the chair, and took the empty seat between Katie and his mother. "I can't believe you made it," Katie said, her face lighting up. "If only Kyle were here, it would be perfect." Traffic on the Beltway was a nightmare. "Kyle's stationed in Bahrain," Jack explained, smoothing a napkin across his lap. "Besides, after 4 years together at the academy, I figured you two could use a little time apart." "That was ages ago," Katie replied. "This is the longest we've been separated." "I really miss him," Sally teased. "Use your twin telepathy. Just concentrate. Maybe you can summon his spirit to the table," which drew laughter from everyone. Jack Jr. added, "I heard a rumor you're getting promoted to 04 before he is," just as Agatha served him a plate of poached salmon over saffron rice. "Really, that's amazing. Congratulations," Sally exclaimed. Then, with a playful smirk, she added, "Kyle was always the more competitive one. I can't wait to see his face when he has to salute you first." Jack Jr. chuckled. "That should put a little chill on the twin connection." All right now, let's not gang up on the only Ryan who isn't here, Ryan said, his voice warm. The familiar, easy comfort of his family around the table filled him with a deep sense of contentment, making his eyes glisten. Let's say our blessing, and we can also pray for your brother, who couldn't be with us today, and for the important work he's doing with Task Force 59. The table grew quiet as Ryan led them in prayer. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive. Kathy gave his hand a gentle squeeze. Life in that moment felt profoundly good. Severodvinsk Seaport, Divina Bay, the White Sea Arkhangelsk Oblast, Monday, April 8/08/11, local time. Captain First Rank Konstantin Gorov stood on the bridge of the K-329 Belgorod as two tugboats carefully guided the nuclear-powered submarine away from the dock. A sharp gust of wind swept the thick diesel fumes from the tugs, chugging along the starboard side, out to sea. The western breeze carried the crisp scents of salt and pine, and for a brief moment, Gorov closed his eyes, drawing in a deep, satisfying breath. He wanted to remember this feeling. At his right shoulder, the conning officer, Captain Lieutenant Bloch, ordered a backing bell to assist the massive vessel's departure. Captain, the ship is underway, Bloch reported shortly after. Very well. Signal 3 short blasts for operating astern propulsion, Gorov instructed. Following naval protocol, Bloch repeated the order before speaking the command into the bridge handset microphone, which relayed it to the control room below. Moments later, the submarine's horn sounded 3 powerful blasts, the sound echoing across the water, announcing to all within earshot that the Russian Navy's largest, most formidable nuclear submarine was heading out to sea. Stretching 184 meters long, the Belgorod was the longest submarine ever constructed, 9 meters longer than even the legendary Red October Typhoon-class guided missile submarine from the Cold War. But the Belgorod was not a ballistic missile submarine, nor was it a standard SSGN designed for cruise missiles like the other Oscar II-class boats it was derived from. This vessel was built for a completely different mission. Gorov adjusted his black winter visor cap, shielding his eyes from the morning sun. Ordinarily, this time of year would demand heavy foul-weather gear for anyone standing watch on the bridge. Today, however, was an exception. The weather for the submarine's departure was unseasonably mild, a partly sunny sky, light westerly winds, and a temperature hovering around a comfortable 46 degrees Fahrenheit. For the submariners of Russia's Northern Fleet, stationed far above the Arctic Circle in Polyarny, a day like this made bridge watch a welcome privilege rather than the usual harsh ordeal. Conning officers secure the backing bell, Konstantin stated, watching their slow movement away from the dock. Aye, Captain, replied Bloch, who then ordered the engines to stop. Notify the tug pilot I plan to release them once we reach the harbor's center, Konstantin directed as the massive hull of the K-329 began to pivot. Bloch paused briefly before responding. Captain, the tugs are scheduled to guide us all the way into Divina Bay. The planned release point is past the harbor's narrow entrance, just after the first turn. Konstantin turned to look down at his conning officer. Standing at 6'2", the Russian captain loomed over most of his countrymen. His height, combined with a deep, commanding voice, made him an imposing figure, a trait he had cultivated since his youth. Bloch was among Konstantin's most competent and sharp junior officers, which was precisely why the captain had chosen him for this maneuver. Yet, like many of his peers, Bloch had logged far more hours in port than at sea, leaving him inexperienced in handling the boat under real pressure. This was a chance to change that. I am aware of the plan, Captain Lieutenant, Konstantin said, his tone edged with a challenge. But are you suggesting you're nervous about executing a single turn? Bloch didn't answer immediately, seeming to shrink slightly under Konstantin's steady gaze. It's a simple starboard turn, Konstantin continued, his voice shifting from stern to almost teasing. After that, it's hours of open water in the White Sea before the next course change. This will be your only real decision for quite a while. Don't you want to take the helm?" Swallowing hard, Block finally nodded. "Yes, Captain, I will inform the tug captain." Constantine suppressed a smile as his junior officer radioed the lead tug to relay the new orders. As anticipated, the tug captain voiced some concern but ultimately deferred to the senior officer of the Northern Fleet. "Once the lines are cast off, order all topside watch personnel below decks and secure the hatches," Constantine instructed. "Understood, Captain," Block replied, his nerves still apparent. Constantine could empathize with the younger man's anxiety. The harbor mouth at Severodvinsk was notoriously tight, constricted by a dual-purpose jetty that served as both a storm barrier and a pier. The opening was scarcely wider than the Belgorod was long. While submarines like the K-329 were famed for their stealth, depth endurance, and nuclear reactors, they were not known for agility. Making a 90-degree turn from the main channel into the White Sea, a trivial task for a small craft, was a white-knuckle evolution for a vessel stretching the length of 2 football fields. A mistimed turn could send the Belgorod crashing into one of the 2 decommissioned Typhoon-class submarines moored at the pier's end. Such a collision would mean dry dock repairs at Sevmash, months of delays, and almost certainly the end of Constantine's command. He pushed the thought aside. A captain who couldn't steer his own ship from port had no right to its command. "The tugs are clear, Captain. All topside personnel are below with hatches secured and dogged," Block reported, echoing the update from the control room. "Very well," Constantine said. "Take us out, Captain Lieutenant." "Turns for 4 knots," the captain ordered. "Turns for 4 knots." "Aye, sir," Block responded, then relayed the command into his microphone. "Helm, bridge, engines ahead, slow. Make turns for 4 knots." The helmsman's acknowledgement crackled from the speaker. A subtle vibration ran through the Belgorod as her twin propellers began to turn. "Captain, the ship is making—" Block started. Constantine interrupted him. "When do you plan to order the rudder, and how much will you use?" "The charted turn is based on Ushakov Point, so I intended to order full rudder once the navigator marks it," Block explained. "Then we will crash. Try again. I will order it sooner, sir." The charted turn assumed our rudder would assist the tugboats, which are pushing astern and pulling the bow to rotate us. "You cannot wait. It is always better to turn early than late. You can ease off the rudder, but you cannot order more than full. But suppose you're not turning fast enough even with full rudder. What is your next option?" "I could reverse the starboard engine," Block said, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. "Yes, but that will kill our speed, and we are only making 4 knots. Without forward motion, the rudder is useless," Constantine stated, his eyes fixed on Ushakov Point, drawing closer off the starboard bow. The junior officer frowned in concentration. "Ushakov Point is 30 degrees off the starboard bow," conning officer prompted the lookout, leading seaman Ivanovich. He was the only other crewman on the bridge for this watch. Constantine had placed him there deliberately, recognizing the young sailor's potential for leadership among the enlisted ranks. Block keyed his mic. "Helm, right full rudder! Right full rudder! Helm aye," came the reply. "Bridge helm, my rudder is right full. Very well, helm, navigator, mark the turn and confirm our track." "Bridge, navigator, aye," answered Captain Third Rank Sokolov over the comms. He should have plotted our new course the moment the tugs were released. "That's 1 mark against you, Sokolov," Constantine thought, filing the laps away. "We are turning very slowly, Captain," Block said, his voice tense. "Of course we are. We are not driving a sports car," Constantine replied dryly. "Should I reverse the starboard engine?" Block asked again. Constantine's gaze drifted past him to the 2 decommissioned Typhoon-class submarines tied up at the distant pier. Those mothballed giants were a constant gloomy reminder of a bygone era, when the Soviet submarine fleet was a formidable force of hundreds. His eyes lingered on the long missile deck, positioned ahead of the sail unlike on American boats. His thoughts, as they often did, strayed to the Russian Navy's most notorious typhoon, the Red October. The official history was a masterpiece of fiction. It celebrated Captain Marco Ramius as a hero who sacrificed himself and his crew to scuttle the sub after a reactor accident, preventing it from falling into enemy hands. He was posthumously awarded the Order of Lenin, but Constantine knew the truth. Ramius was no hero. He was a traitor. Constantine had been just a boy, but he remembered that night vividly. His father, Dmitry Gorov, weeping in rage, cursing Ramius and the American CIA before vanishing into the darkness, never to return. It wasn't until his mother's final whispered confession years later that the pieces fell into place. The authorities never found his father's body, nor the microfilm he had intended to deliver. Constantine knew this to be true. Had the KGB uncovered his father's plans to defect his own career in the Russian Navy, would have been impossible. No traitor's son would ever command the Northern Fleet's premier submarine. No, his name remained clean, as did that of Marco Ramius. "Captain, did you hear me?" Bloch's voice cut through his thoughts. "Should I reverse the starboard engine?" "That will kill our speed, and we'll lose steering," Constantine replied flatly. A wave of alarm crossed Bloch's features as the situation grew more tense. "Then what should I do?" "You have the con, Captain Lieutenant. Issue an order," Constantine stated, refusing to rescue his junior officer by making the decision for him. "Sir, I suggest—" the lookout began, but the submarine captain interrupted. "No, we give him 10 more seconds, Seaman Ivanovich," Constantine said, though he caught the lookout's eye and gave a slight approving nod. He valued initiative. A nuclear submarine crewed by silent, intimidated men was a doomed one. Still, this was a lesson for Bloch, and he would not have it cut short. He counted silently in his head. With barely 2 seconds to spare, the junior officer snapped into motion. "Helm bridge, port the stern thruster 2090 and engage," Bloch commanded, the words tumbling out into his microphone. "Bridge helm, stern thruster is ported to 090 and engaged," came the prompt reply from the helm. The cylindrical thruster, extended from the keel near the stern, was built for precise harbor maneuvers without tug assistance. Its small propeller and modest power were deceptive. Positioned far from the ship's pivot point, it provided superior turning leverage at low speeds compared to the main rudder. As it churned the water, the Belgorod's heading began to shift, the colossal submarine's stern finally swinging around. Bridge navigator vessel realigning to course. "Recommend securing the aft thruster," Sokolov's voice announced over the bridge speaker moments later. "See for yourself before you repeat that," Constantine said, his hand closing on Bloch's wrist before the order could be mindlessly relayed. "Check your bearings. Feel the ship's movement. Are we on track?" Bloch glanced at Ushakov Point, then the harbor entrance, before spinning to view the Memorial Bogolyubov building lining up astern. A new certainty entered his voice as he keyed his mic. "Helm, secure the thruster. Ease your rudder to right 10 degrees. The helmsman repeated the command, then added, "Bridge, helm, maneuvering thruster secured. Rudder is right 10 degrees. Bridge, helm, navigation concurs," Sokolov confirmed. Constantine folded his arms, satisfied. Now they're coordinating. Let's see how this team handles a real crisis. "Helm, rudder amidships," Bloch ordered, precisely when Constantine himself would have given the command. "Bridge, helm, my rudder is amidships." "Very well." Constantine could feel his junior officer's gaze upon him as the Belgorod glided silently on course, clearing the tight harbor mouth of Severodvinsk. He denied Bloch the approving look he sought, keeping his own eyes locked on the deep blue expanse of Divina Bay ahead. "You managed, bloke, but that's no reason for celebration." Despite its vast spread of nearly 35,000 square miles, the White Sea's shallow depths meant the Belgorod would have to remain on the surface, a giant exposed, for quite some time yet. Reaching their designated dive point near the Kola Peninsula meant a long 700-kilometer surface run into the Barents Sea. For the entire tedious trip, American satellites would be watching and tracking their every move. Konstantin breathed in the salt air, telling himself this was fine. It was all part of the elaborate dance. Cruising on the surface in calm weather aboard a nuclear submarine was one of those profoundly rare and simple pleasures. Utterly silent, perfectly serene, no choking fumes, no griping crewmen, just him, his vessel, and the endless ocean. He even allowed himself a small private smile, thinking how the very satellites that followed them couldn't possibly capture this feeling of solitary peace.